but Texas is a stronghold for Africans, my brother. I was not talking about Buffy, but Buffy being from Georgia, okay, that makes sense, huh? Uh, she's still in Georgia. Uh,
Ain't nothing wrong with them Georgia peaches, man.
I know, ain't nothing wrong with North Florida. When Georgia ain't nothing but North Florida, huh? Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with them North Florida peaches from North Florida. Let's go, huh?
Yeah, okay.
I ain't saying Africans are finer than sisters in America, but they definitely got the ass category.
Hey, you somebody, brother, huh? Oh, you rather a white man call you brother, but I get it, bro, huh? Just calm down, huh? And play your position in the chat, huh? Watch the road, huh? Make sure no police don't roll up on us as we're making serves out here, huh? Let's get it, huh? That's your job. Watch the road, huh? And unscramble your mind.
Hey, why when Hayru asked that question, why niggas start selling dope? The pounder exploded.
Yeah, yeah, man. Shit, it's numerous reasons. It ain't just one reason. It's numerous reasons, but it's all immoral. Huh? Let's get it. Hey, hey, how many people start selling dope and then niggas don't niggas copy and paste. So, oh, he's selling dope. I could do it, and then everybody start. uh, niggas
You
don't
can't
use
you,
their
you,
mind.
you can't sell a
Uh,
product that nobody want.
Yeah, but it got everybody hooked on it. So it's sorcery, huh? Them drugs, a motherfucker, man, it change your whole mindset. Let's get it.
Duh, ain't that the point of doing drugs, nigga?
That ain't no good thing, no. Okay. Well, drug use is associated with fasting because most of the drugs you ain't eating on, so you fasting, you giving up that
Yeah,
dope.
those things
So the
fast. One,
legion of demons.
they fast
Huh?
all day long, nigga. They was the
Yeah,
healthiest motherfuckers on the block.
it's spiritually and physically. Yeah, I get it, huh? Hey, that mayor that got caught smoking dope in the hotel in DC, he was a spiritual crackhead.
That bitch set him up.
He set himself up, huh? He set his mind on drugs, so he set himself up, huh? Baby girl was just extras, huh? Make sure he be there or and be square, huh? Hey, mostly all northern cities who have black mayors, they don't make it long. Look at the black mayor, the young one in Detroit, huh? He got beside himself, huh? Has it ever been a black mayor in Chicago?
Hell yeah, he
Look at the
get
black
he in
mayor. Go ahead,
Chicago.
bro.
The mayor he got caught taking bribes, nigga. He gonna go to jail.
What? What about the black mayor in New York? He about the
Nah,
same
he
thing, right?
flipped. He flipped. He flipped. He turned witness. They ain't gonna fuck
Oh
with him, but he
Lord.
gonna tell everything. The Democrats mad at that nigga. They calling him a snitch and all kind of shit. They don't fuck with him no more. He turned Sammy the Bull on their ass. He got full
Hey,
immunity.
hey, welcome to the stage. You think that you got a whole movie production company, huh? Who do you think is a white Jew or something?
That
Get it,
that
huh?
nigga is that nigga is blackballed from the Democrats. That nigga turn Nino Brown. If I go down, everybody go down.
Oh Lord. He telling on the police commissioner.
He was like, Akbar, he run the bank. He the one set up this whole shit. Now this shit here bigger than Mayor Adams.
Oh, you want some acapella? Okay, this is for all the black northern mayors that get compromised. I'm locked up. They won't let me out. They won't let me out. I'm locked up. They won't let me out. No. Huh? How was that? Let's go.
Y'all hold it down for a minute. I'm almost through in the background. Cause this nigga, Copper Tone, he tripping.
Hey, my brother. Hey, how was you the first American to DoorDash and Uber Eats with no license, bro? You is special, man. Hey, you need to put the ones up on game, huh? How I'm tripping, bro? I heard worse, huh? Huh? That OTK calling somebody inbred, bro. I heard worse, huh? I'll mute up, bro. I ain't been. You ain't kicked me out like in 2.5 weeks, bro. I want to keep that streak up, huh?
Hey,
Let's
Compatone,
go.
but OTK was talking about his own family.
Damn. I got family in South Carolina. Let's go. Dogs where my people at.
Yeah, but
I ain't
Buffett the
leaving shit
body
for you.
might be your cousin. Buffett the body
Yeah.
might be your cousin, nigga. Don't be lusting after your cousin.
Let me mute up on that. Well, shit. Somebody family was thinking shit. We ain't sinning. I guess so. That's wild though, man. That's wild. Let's go though. I'm gonna mute up, man. I don't want to get kicked. I don't want to get kicked. I don't want to get kicked out, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got too many more places to go on YouTube. Can anybody point me to the Christian sector?
Man, it's the only place that I have my company too, so don't feel bad, bro. I can't go nowhere else either.
Game Room OG, huh? Boy, that nigga been shooting pool since age 3, man. Let's get it though.
Ain't nobody got no presentment. Somebody send me a presentment.
Man, send this nigga some new songs, man, to play, man. Let's.
Man, the introductory segment over with.
Hey, next time, bro, I'm gonna request a Elvis Presley song. How much do I have to pay you to play it, huh? How
I'll
much?
play Elvis. I'll play Elvis if you request. It might get
Okay.
skipped and jump. They might skip it and jump it though. Elvis ass probably got all this shit probably copyrighted.
So Elvis ain't got no mixtape, like no unreleased from heaven, huh? Or hell. He ain't got no unreleased. Ain't no new Elvis Presley music came out yet. No, bro. I think Young Dolph had some new Elvis Presley music that he didn't get a chance to put out. You know what I'm saying? Let's go though.
All right, Number just sent me a presentment. We'll watch some of it. See what y'all talking about first.
Huh? Let's go.
Wild Savage, man. What's up? Let's get it, huh?
Let's get it, huh? Hey, Elvis ain't never been a Tupac. He's not a nigga, huh? We the only niggas only want to have drop albums after they did, huh? Let's go.
65 and to be in SCFC in Chicago had to do with Samuel Proctor, who was the head man at North Carolina A&T, eventually the main pastor at Apollina Baptist Church in New York. In fact, he gave way to Calvin Butts. But he was head of North Carolina A&T from 60 to 64 when Jesse is there. It's very significant to pick up on how this works. In the book, they're talking about the students. They interviewed the students who were involved in the demonstrations that were promoted in the Greensboro Daily that gave Jesse's rise as a civil rights leader. And it says, you can imagine the tension among those guys who were sweating through a movement long before him, said Stanley. Now Jesse was showing up in photos out front looking good. We began to swear that Jesse was showing up in the Greensboro Daily even when he was not present. He would be in the picture, and we'd say, quote, but he wasn't even there.
Oh, this my guy.
UBTTV, huh? That boy, they're talented, man. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let me know if y'all heard something interesting. We can chop it up because this motherfucker like an hour.
Was integration a good thing or a bad thing? The commonly used slogan during segregation was the phrase, separate but equal. And although the races were separate, they were far from equal. But how achievable is true equality? Or is even the idea of equality a false concept in itself? One major objective behind the call for integration was to promote this idea of equality among the races. Negro.
Hey, why you say you can't play UBTV? Ain't he on YouTube already? What you talking about, Chief? Chief, I am. What the hell you talking about, bro? This nigga already on YouTube.
Nah, he might be trying to say he might struggle.
Oh shit, this nigga drunk. You know, Chief, I am got a drinking problem, right?
Yeah.
That man is for
Negroes
us.
were considered second-class citizens in comparison to their white counterparts, who were free to eat at any counter in any parts of the country, north or south. But was that what this movement was really all about? Was it just about equality? Was it just about the right to coexist in the same space as whites? Was there some sort of legal protection that the disenfranchised would now be guaranteed? Or was it all about inclusion? And did that inclusion benefit the future conditions of Negroes overall?
I'm just in
An important characteristic about this era that must not be overlooked are the conditions between the North and the South. Negroes in the North may get harassed by the police and experience their own unique forms of Northern racism, but it still wasn't as bad as it was in the South, where they were lynching pregnant women and burning down churches. The calcified Confederates were still playing Klan games. Even in the 60s, they were still up to their pyro-melanin deficient shenanigans. This was a Deep South phenomenon. Most of these significant events of the Civil Rights era occurred in the South. Being neither Southern nor urban, unofficially, the first landmark of this era took place in Topeka, Kansas, in the case of Brown versus the Board of Education in 1951. The Browns were represented by the NAACP and their chief counsel, Prince Hall Freemason, and Special Negro, Thurgood Marshall. Thurgood Marshall is best known for being the first so-called African American on the Supreme Court and one of the most exceptional Negroes in American history. Born in Baltimore and attending Howard Law School, Marshall studied under Charles Hamilton Houston, who was the first Black student elected to the board of the Harvard Law Review. And similar to other notable Negroes, Paul Robeson, W.E.B. Du Bois, Martin Luther King, and the aforementioned Thurgood Marshall, Houston was a member of Alpha Phi Alpha.
Hey, y'all saying that these are all mulattoes?
Catapulted the already ascending career of the Baltimore Bulldog. Nigga kind of looks like a bulldog, and he's from Baltimore. Baltimore Bulldog. I don't know that they called him that.
I don't know.
Details of this case hinged upon the earlier precedent set by the 1896 Plessy versus Ferguson case, which legalized the separate but equal doctrine. Under this separate but equal scheme, as long as each race is...
Hey, Smoke, pause it, Smoke. That picture of the alphas, go back to that picture of the alpha, couple of about 30 seconds.
Hold on.
What you saying? You think all them people are mixed?
What is it, right here? Right there?
Yeah, right there. Yeah. So are these the mulattoes that people are blaming this debacle on?
Them ain't just mulattoes, though.
Right. And I think most of them are just black. And the other ones
But
are
they saying that the mulattoes are the ones who came up with this evil plan. They mixed in with the foreign, they were working with the foreigners, and they mixed in with them, and their children are the one that came up with these secret societies to rule over niggas. Am I getting it mixed up? Is that not the narrative?
No, some people say that, but it's not. That's not a whole. You can't. This is like saying. Just like saying what number of mulattoes allowed to operate. And that's just, you know what I'm saying? That'd be pseudo as hell. Well, some people think that, but no, hell no. You got to go through a process to be mulatto. What you think they was just twiddling their thumbs, waiting on motherfuckers to get mixed? That'd be crazy as hell.
Yeah, that was my sentiments about the whole. But they keep saying the mulattoes. So
That's because every time they show somebody prominent on their historical account, like Frederick Douglass, W.E.B. Du Bois, them type of niggas be mulatto. Or they call them mulatto. So So that's what made niggas jump to that conclusion. That's not really an accurate depiction.
Is there a root definition for mulatto, like Negro and black and all that?
I mean, mulatto would be thrown in that because it was so-called Negroes.
You broke up, bro. You broke up.
He'll be back, but I'm gonna push play.
But
Go ahead.
Smoke, ain't this the so-called boule?
Yeah, the alphas, the
Talented
baby
people, right?
alphas, the 5 whatever Kappa, yeah, that's him. That's them. I ain't never went for that. They just mulatto shit.
Mulatto was always a nigga. No matter how
But
they
in some
painted it.
cases, I mean, in
All
some
right,
cases,
carry on.
but in some cases they was mixed. It was some real mulattoes, but all of them over they call them mulattoes ain't motherfucking mulatto.
Well, it was a lot of casting or wanting to. It was a lot
Yeah,
of
because my
pretending
grandfather was
shit.
listed as a mulatto on the county road, but he was a Negro on the state. Either vice versa, like, when we looked into our shit.
And it was.
My grandfather was considered a mulatto, but he wasn't mixed with nothing. They were just going on how he looked.
Yeah.
So
it was a lot of mixture. Some people was white, and because they look kind of closely a little brownish, they considered them mulatto, but they was really pure skin white. And then you had those that was really that was mixed too, and then you had
Yeah,
those
but
that
my
was
grandfather looked at like what's that motherfucker, that lawyer that they just showed? Thurgood Marshall. My grandfather looked like him, but he wasn't mixed with shit.
Right. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, okay, so I got a granddaddy that motherfuckers black as Wesley Snipes that was mislabeled as a mulatto.
See what I'm saying?
So this sounds like a race of people then, right? Kind of, sort of, or
See what you got to start. What you got to start understanding about. What you got to start understanding about how the political atmosphere was in that day. Sometimes it depended on what you look. Sometimes it depended on what you did. Sometimes it depended on who you know. So it's a lot of different. Right, it's a lot of different territories. So it's a lot of different factors weighing in on these identities. It wasn't nothing monolithic, even though mulatto got a very reserved definition. Either you mixed biologically with two different demographics, or you not a fucking mulatto. But that didn't stop them from using the term to
because look,
this historical.
Mulatto sounds like a lot of mutts, huh? Mulatto, it got that mutt sounding word in it, and lot of them, huh? Mulatto.
Yeah, you stretching, my nigga. Let me go back to the video before you lose yourself.
Right.
You know how I do it.
Let's go.
Segregated institutions. This land grant particularly targeted the southern states where segregation was heavily enforced, and higher education for indigenous Americans was basically non-existent. Thus, why most HBCUs are located in southern states. Howard University in Washington, D.C., being an exception, it was established after the Civil War, but before the 1890 Land Grant Act. Situated in Washington, D.C., the school is located south of the Mason-Dixon line, but not so far south as to actually be considered southern. The university is named after Oliver Otis Howard, a Union Army general. Historical opinions vary on his performance as a general during the Civil War, but overall, Howard is considered a hero and an advocate for freedmen. He was the president of the Freedmen's Bureau, and we know how well that was run. In the case, the NAACP actually recruited several plaintiffs in the Topeka, Kansas area, headed by plaintiff Oliver Brown, to file a class action lawsuit against the city school system. Thurgood Marshall, the Howard graduate, helped to essentially reverse the separate but equal doctrine.
As you know, the Supreme Court of the United States has decided that separate public educational facilities for the races are inherently unequal, and therefore compulsory school segregation laws are unconstitutional. Our personal opinions about the decision have no bearing on the matter of enforcement. The responsibility and authority of the Supreme Court to interpret the Constitution are very clear. Local federal courts were instructed by the Supreme Court to issue such orders and decrees as might be necessary to achieve admission to public schools without regard to race and with all deliberate speed. During the past several years, many communities in our southern states have instituted public school plans for gradual progress in the enrollment and attendance of school children of all races in order to bring themselves into compliance with the law of the land.
The murder of Emmett Till was another significant event that caught national attention. Emmett from Chicago was visiting family in Mississippi. While there, a cave Karen, Carolyn Donham, accused him of making some inappropriate remark toward her. Though in the case, she accused him of grabbing her and making a physical advance, after which she told her husband, Roy. He and other men beat, tortured, and mutilated Emmett Till before throwing his body in the Tallahatchie River. They were cleared of any charges for murder after being found not guilty by an all-white jury. Yet not even 2 years later, looking to make a quick buck, the men admitted to the murder in order to sell the story for $4,000. And the testimony of Cave Karen has been completely picked apart by legal pundits, alleging that she fabricated the entire story.
Look at that dirty bitch face. Y'all know that bitch lying.
The main reason that this case got so much attention was because
y'all might think that's a white woman, but that ain't no white
had
lady.
An open casket funeral back in Chicago to show the brutality that had been committed to her son. Images of the mutilated teenager were seen all over the national press. Throughout the course of the civil rights movement, the NAACP becomes the predominant organization to represent the quote-unquote Black cause. They were heavily involved in the movement to integrate schools, but also in the next milestone event of the civil rights movement, the Montgomery bus boycott. And it was during this boycott when Martin Luther King would rise to the national spotlight. Quote, FBI declassified file. Martin Luther King Jr. was born January 15th, 1929 in Atlanta, Georgia. His name at birth was Michael Luther King Jr. In 1935, his first name was changed to Martin. King received an AB degree in 1948 from Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia. He then entered Crozer Theological Seminary in Chester, Pennsylvania, where he was one of 6 Negroes among 100 students. He won the Plafiker Award as the most outstanding student, was president of the senior class, and received the J. Lewis Crozer Fellowship for graduate study at the university of his choice. King graduated from Crozer Theological Seminary with a Bachelor of Divinity degree in 1951 and did graduate work at Boston University in Boston, Massachusetts,
pause this,
where he
Smoke. I got
secured a PhD degree in 1955.
Wasn't this the time of the height of racism? How this nigga graduated at the top of the class, above white folk?
It's more house.
Well, we do know he was a plant too. But go ahead.
You do
carry
know
on.
Morehouse is considered a historically black college, right?
They consider, but honey, we do know MLK was a plant. So carry on.
I mean, they ain't consider. Have y'all ever been on campus at Morehouse?
I have.
I mean, they they got some other minorities in that bitch now, but I know when I went down there to tour this shit, there wasn't nothing but niggas in there.
That's what it is for now. So Spelman. Spelman right
Now, Morehouse for sure is a nigga school. For sure.
Okay, so why did they make that distinction? Why did they say he was one of only 6 Negroes? That mean that they said that like it was only 6 Negroes there.
Yeah, that is crazy. I didn't even catch that part.
Colors,
Word game.
or mulattoes or something. I don't know.
Nice word game. You know, they gotta kind of spin the narrative.
And I'm gonna say this again. He was a plant
Again.
too.
We go look at the schools. We can get
Okay, all right. This is a nigga school that's spinning a narrative.
right.
No? Okay.
I mean, them niggas bootleg anyway, though.
So that's the day. When y'all say day, that's the day.
Correct.
No, you can't say that though, because it ain't no. We can't. How we gonna reference whether or not the niggas was the one spinning the narrative? Because somebody could have spent the narrative on them. We don't know.
Nah, that's what he's showing you. The them alphas and all them people. These are the people who's behind spinning that narrative. It's a pay.
I mean, they got alphas at non-historically black colleges as well too. They had alphas at SIU and shit.
Yeah,
alphas, all that shit too.
Everywhere. I'm saying Alpha, Omega, any fraternity, any.
Let me get this straight. At the time that Martin Luther King went to the school, it was a Negro school.
Is that Morehouse, right?
I don't know what school it is. I don't know.
They said Morehouse, didn't they?
No, he went to Morehouse first, and then he ended up going to the when you go get a Dane and become a BA when you get your
Yeah, the
license.
seminary school. He was the top of the class at the seminary school. It was like 100 of them, and it was 8 niggas. And
that's different.
He graduated top of the class during the height of racism. That's what I'm asking, right? They let a nigga come out first, doing out of the seminary school, above the pale face.
Yeah, because he was a plant. They gave him a certain thing. He went through with it, fucked people over. Yeah, that's what it was. And then after that, they wanted to make because
that's a reach.
You see how this shit is
you
going?
can see it that way, but it's a reach.
That's a fact, dude. Muslims and Christians wanted each other during that time.
That's my phone app.
That's a fact.
Oh, boy. I thought I was at my grandma's house.
Yeah, I ain't with these modern day ringtones. All right, y'all ready to go back to the video? I think that's still a dispute. That's still open for dispute. Superman.
Hey, Dosey asked you, Super, how do you know that woman won white?
Yeah, I wanted to ask that too.
I caught that in the chat and shit.
I'm saying, how do y'all know that she is white?
We don't.
I mean, she says she white. She died as a white woman. And
Look like a Petty Paris.
Looked like a motherfucking white woman.
Let's go back.
I'm applying the one drop rule.
Yeah, she did have some strange looking features. I just didn't want to say nothing because we was moving along.
So y'all bringing white people in with the one drop rule?
We ain't got no choice.
Yes, you do. Accept them for who the fuck they say they is.
Oh yeah, you're right. Well, put it like that, they got a choice.
However, you do have that so-called imitation of life shit too. But carry on.
What y'all think?
Talk about it. Talk about it. Grateful.
What y'all think? Y'all see the drop? I wish there was some more white ladies around her so we can judge off of her.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, hey.
Y'all niggas too racist for white women.
She look Petty Paris to me, but
she kind of look like Michelle Pfeiffer, you know, that Michelle Pfeiffer type.
A ninja or two back down through there somewhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna say she white enough. She white enough to be white for me. All right,
yeah, she white as hell, but them nigga lips. Them ain't no white folk gotta draw their lips on. Them nigga lips.
For real?
So which house did they come from? Like that baby off of Life. I keep saying that baby off of Life was a black Caucasian. She do got full lips though, but hell, she got nigga in her she probably come from a nigga bloodline. You know
so I guess the dude that's holding on to her got nigga lips too then, huh?
Y'all tripping, man.
Y'all
controversial. You niggas
y'all gotta think about the time, right?
If
they're going through
definitely from the same area.
fucking being ridiculed or talked about a certain way, and you know, bitch, you go here, oh, you can't have this water, you can't come shop here, woo woo woo. If you have that so-called, you know, want to use the color aspect, if you are that, and they're giving you the narration that this is what you're supposed to be at this time, motherfuckers is lying. A lot of motherfuckers lied during that time to not have to be dealing with no bullshit. And say, what? Yep, bitch, I'm white. I would have did it too.
Talk about it, Grateful. Talk about it.
I would have did it the fuck too.
This shit sound crazy, like that.
No, it don't.
We
trying to survive.
We birth everybody.
You trying to survive, man? Get the fuck out of here. You trying to survive, and they saying that this shit is happening during that motherfucking time.
That.
Shit.
I don't believe that true.
One Betty Boop Bop.
You say what?
True. I ain't with that. We birth everything shit.
But that's what this shit sound like. Every time you look up, oh no, man, that's a nigga pass.
Like just like saying every now and then a shark will have a dolphin. No, the fuck it ain't.
I'm with that too, True. I don't think we birth everything. I'm saying it's a nigga somewhere under the wood pile.
She might have that Betty Bop syndrome. Betty Bop, Betty Boop.
It's Betty Boop.
Oh.
Yeah, correct that country ass nigga.
We getting back to it, man. I'm making a note. I'm making a note out of all.
You know what I was talking about.
I'm making a note out of all the controversy, but we get back to it. Shout out to UBTV.
Shout out to the Israelites in America.
Oh,
yeah, shout out to them too. We ain't finna box with you right now on that. Excellent distraction, though. It was a good distraction, my nigga.
Bitch, wine.
Hey, Smoke. Smoke, what happened in that elevator is he told her, I know you a
The main
nigga.
reason that
And
this
she
case
got
got so
mad.
much attention was because Emmett's mother, Mamie, had an open casket funeral back in Chicago to show the brutality that had.
Did I go back too far? Yeah, we was on Martin Luther King somewhere.
Moved to Montgomery, Alabama. Within that very same year, the Montgomery bus boycott. All of this stuff happens. Is that a coincidence? Contrary to what most people think, it wasn't Rosa Parks who first refused to give up her seat to a white woman on a segregated bus. It was a young lady named Claudette Colvin. But even she probably wasn't the first. Her arrest initially led to the boycott. But unfortunately for her, she was the wrong face.
So y'all saying that's made up? You non-racism niggas, y'all saying that's made up?
All this shit's made up.
So it wasn't no.
What's going on with you, True? How you doing, blood?
I'm all right, man. Chief IL, man. Peace be up on you, man. Christ walk with you, brother.
Christ walk with you all.
Appreciate it.
So you saying it wasn't no policy, wasn't no type of policies where niggas had to go to the back or give up a seat for white people. That never happened.
Nah, that's all propaganda they made up to push this the civil rights shit on niggas so they would accept it. And now look what we did. We accepted it. Look where we at now.
Talk that shit, absolute.
All them was crisis actors. Everybody in the civil rights was crisis actors.
Well, think about it. How did they have cameras in inopportune spots to catch these events before they were even broadcasted to the national public?
What you mean? What you mean? What you talking about?
Shit, I mean, you go through all of this shit of the Civil Rights Act. There were cameras that were there at the beginning of the bus boycotts. When the sister got released from jail for sitting on the front of the bus.
It's a picture of Rosa Parks sitting on the seat. That's
Come
crazy.
on, man,
I never
stop it,
thought
man.
about that shit. Yeah, how the fuck they knew to be there to snap that picture?
No, what I'm saying is we know Rosa Parks was playing this lady's part. We know that stage. I'm saying this lady, this one, the original one. You saying there wasn't no policies for that?
At the same time in Montgomery, there was a up and thriving bus transportation service that was owned and controlled by niggas.
That's a fact.
Make it make sense, bro.
Niggas did have their own buses in multiple cities: Montgomery, Charleston, Atlanta. It's a lot of places.
Okay, so you're saying it's a staged event to drive niggas out the bus business?
Just to drive niggas into civil rights. So niggas could want.
But George, I think he's got it. I think he got it, Smoke. Stay on that line. Don't let Chief IM take you on some bullshit.
No, I ain't worried about what Chief IM talking about because I can read the lines, and I can read the lines. I ain't got to read in between them motherfuckers. I can just read the lines. But look, in other words, you saying the whole event was staged by this mysterious group of niggas. Because y'all always say it was a mysterious group of niggas. Y'all say this whole event was staged by this mysterious group of niggas. So that
Super pointed them out to me earlier.
Okay. Oh yeah, Boulay. Okay, Boulay. All right. But I don't want to say Boulay. I'm gonna say mysterious group because I don't want to have to be saying allegedly. When I say mysterious, I don't have to say allegedly. Right. So this mysterious group of niggas to get white people in nigga affairs. Know what y'all saying?
No, to get niggas on board with hopping on the ship that was burning. Remember what the title of this video is?
Follow the money, Smoke. Follow the money, Smoke. It's about money.
Okay, was it about money that had been acquired that was reachable, or was it about potential money that could be made if they got niggas to go along with this integration shit?
The latter.
Which one? Both?
The latter.
The latter.
The niggas are the money. The niggas are the money. If you can get the niggas to agree with it.
Hey, bro, get off that pulpit, my nigga. We'll do sermons after the video. We're gonna watch the whole video. We're gonna watch the whole video, though. This motherfucker long as hell. Shout out to Nami, though. But you know we weren't gonna finna watch this whole motherfucker. Damn. Hold on. For some reason, it ain't in my tab no more. Hold on.
Nigga, it's on the screen.
I know, but I'm on StreamYard. It ain't in my tab, so I got to go find it so I can push play.
Oh, that's crazy. You need to start closing shit out, boy. That's why you should be fucking up on the music.
For the movement. Quote from The Guardian, she would not be moved. Quote, Rosa Parks is a heroine to the United States civil rights movement. Yet, months before her arrest on a bus in Montgomery, Alabama, a 15-year-old girl was charged with the same crime. Why has Claudette Colvin been denied her place in history? Gary Young investigates. I'm just reading this to give you a little background information on the Claudette Colvin story, because I do think there are interesting elements. And the main reason that I'm reading this is to prove the bigger point of how the NAACP works and how many of these organizations work. You can see the agenda behind who gets to be a hero and who doesn't get to be a hero. Continuing, quote, this much we know. On a Thursday, December 1st, 1955, Rosa Parks, a 42-year-old black seamstress, boarded a bus in Montgomery, Alabama after a hard day's work, took a seat, and headed for home. The bus went 3 stops before several white passengers got on. The driver, James Blake, turned around and ordered the black passengers to the back of the bus so that the whites could take their places. Move, y'all. I want those 2 seats, he yelled.
Hey, who took that picture, Smoke?
Blake persisted. Y'all better make it light on yourselves and let me have those seats, he said.
What you say?
3 black passengers sitting alongside Parks rose reluctantly. Parks stayed put.
Who said something?
Blake approached her.
Who took that
Are
picture?
you going to stand up, he asked. No, said Parks.
Who took that
Well, I'm
picture?
going to have you arrested, he replied. You may do that, said Parks. It was an exchange later credited with changing the racial landscape of America.
Check this
Parks'
out.
arrest
Check this out, bro.
sparked a chain reaction that started.
See, what I'm saying is, we know Rosa Parks was the character playing the lady who actually had the issue with the not wanting to get up. So I'm saying that whole Rosa Parks thing, I agree with, is staged. I'm saying it's the part of the initial lady staged, because there ain't no pictures of her sitting on the bus. You feel me?
I fucks with that. Carry on.
All right.
Started the bus boycott and launched the civil rights movement that transformed the apartheid of America's southern states from a local idiosyncrasy to an international scandal. It was her individual courage that triggered the collective display of defiance that turned a previously unknown 26-year-old preacher, Martin Luther King, into a household name. But somewhere en route, they mislaid the truth. Rosa Parks was neither a victim nor a saint, but a long-standing political activist and feminist. I want to stop here. Rosa Parks was a political activist and a member of the NAACP. Moreover, she was not the first person to take a stand by keeping her seat and challenging the system. 9 months before Parks' arrest, a 15-year-old girl, Claudette Colvin, was thrown off a bus in the same town in almost identical circumstances. Like Parks, she too pleaded not guilty to breaking the law and like Parks, the local black establishment started to rally support nationwide for her cause. But unlike Parks, Colvin never made it into the Civil Rights Hall of Fame. Just as her case was beginning to catch the nation's imagination, she became pregnant. To the exclusively male and predominantly middle-class, church-dominated local black leadership in Montgomery, she was a fallen woman. She fell out of history altogether.
States, Laura, are separate but equal. I was sitting in the area that was reserved for black pensioners. At that time, we didn't want to be called black because black had a negative connotation. We were called colors. So I was sitting in the color section. But because of Jim Crow law, the bus driver had
Yeah. What's crazy about
Dun, dun, dun. She was sitting well.
Yeah, well, what's crazy about that though, Smoke, is that meanwhile all that has happened, they are fast tracking this nigga named Michael to be the face.
Man, stick to the narrative, man. Pay attention to what's in front of you.
No, you
bro.
gotta understand. You gotta see the whole play, Super. It's a whole play.
Man, the lady just said she was sitting in the colored section because she wasn't black.
No, brother, you're missing it. You're missing it.
What you mean? You missed it.
No, you missing it, brother.
Why was she sitting in the color section and she wasn't black? Because she wasn't black. She didn't want to sit in the black.
No, that's not what she said. She said we didn't call ourselves black because black had a negative connotation attached to it. We went by color.
Did they have a section for blacks?
They had colored section. It was colored, bro.
Did they have a section for black people, bro?
No, there weren't. There was no black people.
Rewind it a little bit, Smoke, and see what she said, please.
My point being is at the same time, bro, they got this brother named Martin.
Right, you want to make a point that's pointless.
No, he's being fast-tracked to be the face of
Yeah,
this
but we're not
movement,
talking about Michael right now. We're talking about a movement and a money play.
What's the video
This is
about?
a money play.
What's the
Money
video
play.
about,
Nigga,
Super?
pay attention.
Super,
hold
your
on, man.
money
Hold
ain't
on,
gonna be
hold-
worth shit in
hold
6
on,
months. Stop talking
hold on,
about
wait a
money,
minute.
nigga. It's about
Hold on.
control.
Hold on.
It's about
hold on.
control, bro.
Hold on. Can we deal with the subject matter, and then we can deviate after we deal with the subject matter. Don't deviate before we just deal with the simple subject matter, man. And the
All right,
subject
my bad,
matter.
Slug. I'll mute up, Slug. My bad, bro.
Okay, let's get it. I rewinded it a little bit so we can get some context on what this lady was saying.
Well, I was sitting in the area that was reserved for black pensioners. At that time, we didn't want to be called black because black had a negative connotation. We were called colors. So I was sitting in the color section. But because of Jim Crow law, the bus driver had police force. He could ask you to get up. And the problem was that the white woman that was standing near me, she wasn't an elderly white woman. She was a young white woman. She had a whole seat to sit down by opposite me in the opposite row, but she refused to sit down because of Jim Crow laws. A white person couldn't sit opposite a color person. And a white person had to sit in front of you. The purpose was to make white people feel superior and colored people feel inferior.
Right there is what I'm asking y'all. Did that exist or not? Because she's of the opinion that it did.
Yes, it existed.
Yes, it did. My mother has given me her experience during that time. So yes, it did exist.
All right, let's push on.
Continuing, almost 50 years on, Colvin still talks about the incident with a mixture of shock and indignation, as though she still cannot believe that this could have happened to her. She says she expected some abuse from the driver, but nothing more. I thought he would stop and shout and then drive on. That's what they usually did. But while the driver went to get a policeman, it was the white students who started to make noise. "You gotta get up," they shouted. "She ain't got to do nothing but stay black and die," retorted a black passenger. I used to hear that shit from like old niggas when I was a kid. It really annoyed me when light-skinned niggas would say that shit. "I gotta do nothing but like for what? Like you mean stay beige and die, nigga?" Anyway, continuing. The policeman arrived displaying two of the characteristics for which white Southern men had become renowned: gentility and racism. He could not bring himself to chide Miss Hamilton in her condition, but he could not allow her to stay where she was and flout the law as he understood it either.
Hey, I'm finna go to the store real quick. I'm just gonna let this play. If y'all heard some shit that's controversial, just talk about it. I'm gonna cut it down a little bit so y'all can be heard over the damn video. All right, good talk. I'll be back.
Man, you might as well not even play it. Them niggas finna start talking and talking over this shit.
Chief, I am want to talk about Michael.
You make a very compelling argument, but I don't want to hold y'all up while I go to the store. So just deal with Chief because he's not gonna be the only one get triggered. Him and Haru, if Haru's still up here.
I'm not triggered.
Nah, Haru went to go play soccer with the Mexicans.
Damn.
Viva la Mexico.
So he turned on the black men sitting behind her. "If any of you niggers aren't gentlemen enough to give a lady a seat, you should be put in jail yourself, niggers, dirty niggers," he said. A sanitation worker, Mr. Harris, got up and gave her his seat and got off the bus. That left Colvin. "Aren't you gonna get up?" said the policeman. "No," said Colvin. He asked again. "No, sir," she said. "Oh, God!" yelled one black woman at the back. One white woman defended Colvin to the police. Another said, "If she got away with this, they'll take over." "I'll take your ass off," said the policeman. Then he kicked her. Two more kicks soon followed. For all her bravado, Colvin was shocked by the extremity of what happened next. It took the form of harassment. "I was hurt because I didn't know that white people would act like that. And I was crying," she says. The policeman grabbed her and took her to a patrolman's car in which his colleagues were waiting. "What's going on with these niggers?" asked one. Another cracked a joke about her bra size. "I was really afraid because you just didn't know what white people might do at that time," says Colvin. "I didn't know if they were crazy, if they were going to take me to a Klan meeting. I started protecting my crotch. I was afraid they might rape me." They took her to City Hall, where she was charged with misconduct, resisting arrest, and violating the city segregation laws. The news traveled fast, wrote Robinson. In a few hours, every Negro youngster on the streets discussed Colvin's arrest. Telephones rang, clubs called special meetings and discussed the event with some degree of alarm. Mothers expressed control about permitting their children on the buses. Men instructed their wives to walk or share rides with neighbors' autos. It was going to be a long night on Dixie Drive. Nobody slept at home because we thought there would be some retaliation, says Colvin. An ad hoc committee headed by the most prominent local black activist was set up to discuss the possibility of making Colvin's arrest a test case. The possibility of making Colvin's arrest a test case. They sent a delegation to see the commissioner, and after a few meetings, they appeared to have reached an understanding that the harassment would stop and that Colvin would be allowed to clear her name. When the trial was held, Colvin pleaded innocent, but was found guilty and released on indefinite probation in her parents' care. She had remained calm all the days of her waiting period and during the trial, wrote Robinson. But when she was found guilty, her agonized sobs penetrated the atmosphere of the courthouse. Nonetheless, the shockwaves of her defiance had reverberated throughout Montgomery and beyond. Letters of support came from as far as Oregon and California. She still has one, a handwritten note from William Harris in Sacramento. It reads, "The wonderful thing which you have just done makes me feel like a craven coward. How encouraging it would be if more adults had your courage, self-respect, and integrity. Respectfully and faithfully yours." But even as she inspired awe throughout the country, elders within Montgomery's black community began to doubt her suitability as a standard bearer of the movement. I told Mrs. Parks, as I told other leaders in Montgomery, that I thought the Claudette Colvin arrest was a good test case to end segregation on the buses, says Fred Gray, Parks' lawyer. However, the black leadership in Montgomery at the time thought that we should wait. Some in Montgomery, particularly King Hill, think the decision was informed by snobbery. It was partly because of her color and because she was from the working poor, says Gwen Patton, who has been involved in civil rights work in Montgomery since the early 60s. She lived in a little shack, and it was a case of the bougie blacks looking down on working class blacks. So this is true about the movement in general. It was headed by a bunch of elite, educated, bougie niggas.
That's right.
Who hadn't been in a fight their entire
The
life.
elite looking down on the
Good
working
thing this
class.
is a nonviolent movement.
Hallelujah.
The toughest thing you can do is let a cop kick your ass, according to them.
But you
It
know
was a
what he
case
said.
of the
He
bougie
said they
blacks looking
considered it
down
a
on
test
working
run.
class blacks. They never thought much of us, so there was
That
no
means
way
it
they
was
were
a
going to
planned
run with
movement,
us,
man.
says Harden. Others say it is because she was a foul-mouthed tearaway. It bothered some that there was an unruly tomboy quality to Colvin, including a propensity for curse words and immature outbursts. Writes Douglas Brinkley, who recently completed a biography of Parks. But people in King Hill do not remember Colvin as that type of girl. And the accusation irritates Colvin to this day. I never swore when I was young, she says. Never. Everyone, including Colvin, agreed that it was news of her pregnancy that ultimately persuaded the local black hierarchy to abandon her as a call celebre. For Colvin, the entire episode was traumatic. Nowadays, you'd call it statutory rape, but back then it was just the kind of thing that happened, she says, describing the conditions under which she conceived. She refused to name the father or have anything to do with him. When I told my mother I was pregnant, I thought she was going to have a heart attack. If I had told my father who did it, he would have killed him. So not only was she pregnant, but she was unwilling to identify the father of her child to her parents. I'm sorry, but you're probably not the right person. A personal tragedy for her was seen as a political liability by the town's civil rights leaders. In his Pulitzer Prize-winning account of the civil rights years, Parting the Waters, Taylor Branch wrote, even if Montgomery Negroes were willing to rally behind an unwed pregnant teenager, which they were not, her circumstances would have made her an extremely vulnerable standard bearer. If the white press got a hold of that information, they would have had a field day, says Rosa Parks. They'd call her a bad girl, and her case wouldn't have a chance. Montgomery's black establishment leaders decided that they would have to wait for the right person, and that person, it transpired, would be Rosa Parks.
Light-skinned Rosa
Ms. Parks was a married woman. She was morally clean, and she had a fairly good academic training. If there ever was a person we would have been able to use to break the situation that existed on the Montgomery City line, Rosa Parks was the woman to use. I probably would have examined a dozen more before I got there if Rosa Parks hadn't come along before I found the right one. So to put this in context, they were always looking for someone as a test case. And Claudette Colvin, of course, was the wrong test case. But Rosa Parks had the right personality. She had the right background. Continuing, Montgomery was not home to the first bus boycott any more than Colvin was the first person to challenge segregation. 2 years earlier in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, African Americans launched an effective bus boycott after drivers refused to honor an integrated seating policy, which was settled in an unsatisfactory fudge. And like the pregnant Miss Hamilton, many African Americans refused to tolerate the indignity of the South's racist laws in silence. Nor was Colvin the last to be passed over. In the 9 months between her arrest and that of Parks, another black woman, Mary Louise Smith, suffered a similar fate. Smith was arrested in October 1955, but also not considered an appropriate candidate for a broader campaign. Ed Dixon claimed that it was because her father was a drunkard. Smith insists he was teetotal. But there are two things about Colvin's stand on that March day that made it significant. First, it came less than a year after the U.S. Supreme Court had outlawed the separate but equal policy that had provided a legal basis for racial segregation. What had been a custom and practice in the South for generations was now against federal law, and could be challenged in the courts. Second, she was the first person, in Montgomery at least, to take up the challenge. She was not the first person to be arrested for violation of the bus seating ordinance, says J. Mills Thornton, an author and academic. But according to the commissioner, she was the first person ever to enter a plea of not guilty to such a charge. It is a rare and poor civil rights book that covers the Montgomery bus boycott and does not mention Claudette Colvin. But it is also a rare and excellent one that gives her more than a passing dismissive mention. However, not one has bothered to interview her. Most Americans, even in Montgomery, have never heard of her. She has literally become a footnote.
Claudette was out there fucking.
While this does not happen by conspiracy, it is often facilitated by collusion. In this respect, the civil rights movement in Montgomery moved fast. Rosa Parks was thrown off the bus on a Thursday, and by Friday, activists were distributing leaflets that highlighted her arrest as one of many, including those of Colvin and Mary Louise Smith. Another Negro has been arrested and thrown in jail because she refused to get up out of her seat on the bus for a white person to sit down, they read. It is the second time since the Claudette Colvin case that a Negro woman has been arrested for the same thing. So when they say she was arrested on a Thursday and by Friday the activists were already there passing out leaflets, I've seen that for myself. In a modern display, within hours, protesters are there with signs. And I'm sitting here thinking this shit has barely made the news. Continuing, by Monday, the day of the boycott began. Colvin had already been airbrushed from the official version of the events. Meanwhile, Parks had been transformed from a politically conscious activist to an upstanding, unfortunate every woman. Parks had been transformed from a politically conscious activist and member of the NAACP to an upstanding, unfortunate every woman. And since it did happen, I'm happy it happened to a person like Mrs. Parks, says Martin Luther King from the pulpit of the Holt Street Baptist Church. For nobody can doubt the boundless outreach of her integrity. Nobody can doubt the height of her character. Nobody can doubt the depth of her Christian commitment and devotion to the teachings of Jesus. Though he didn't say it, nobody was going to say that about the heavily pregnant Colvin. Colvin is not exactly bitter, but as she recalls her teenage years after the arrest and pregnancy, she hovers between resentment and sadness and bewilderment at the way she was treated. They just dropped me. None of them spoke to me. They didn't see if I was okay. They never came and discussed it with my parents. They just didn't want to know me. She believes that if her pregnancy had been the only issue, they would have found a way to overcome it. It would have been different if I hadn't been pregnant, but if I lived in a different place or had been light-skinned, it would have made a difference too. They would have come and seen my parents and found me someone to marry. That is a crazy out-of-pocket statement. They would have found you someone to marry? While you were pregnant? With a child whose father you refused to identify? If you had been light-skinned or lived in a different place, yeah, that would have made a difference, but you were pregnant and refused to identify the father. I'm wondering if it was one of these NAACP niggas who knocked you off. Promised that you were going to be the next big thing. They would have found me someone to marry. That is a crazy statement. That statement alone makes me understand exactly why they dropped you. When the boycott was over and the African-American community had emerged victorious, King, Nixon, and Parks appeared for the cameras. It is interesting that Claudette Colvin was not in the group and rarely, if ever, rode a bus again in Montgomery, wrote Frank Sikora, an Alabama-based academic and author. After her arrest and late appearance in the court hearing, she was more or less forgotten. Later, she would tell a reporter that she would sometimes attend rallies at the churches. I would sit in the back and no one would even know I was there. The upshot was that Colvin was left in an incredibly vulnerable position. A poor single pregnant Black teenage mother who had both taken on the white establishment and fallen foul of the Black one. It is this that incenses Patton. I respect my elders, but I don't respect what they did to Colvin. She says, for a while, there was a real distance between me and Miss Parks over this. Colvin was a kid. She needed support. If that weren't enough, her son, Raymond, whom she would give birth to in December, emerged light-skinned He came out looking kind of yellow. And then I was ostracized because I wouldn't say who the father was, and they thought he was a white man. He wasn't, she says. She became quiet and withdrawn. I wasn't with it at all. All I could do is cry. End quote. The Guardian. Claudette Colvin refused to give up her seat on a bus before Rosa Parks, but she was the wrong face for the movement and indeed a liability for their cause. However, Rosa Parks was the right face and personality for their movement. Another occurrence that the NAACP inserted themselves into was the integration of Little Rock Central High School in Arkansas in the episode known as the Little Rock Nine. In this case, again, the NAACP actually recruited and screened certain student candidates to make sure they were the right type to use for their cause to integrate the
Y'all
school.
still listening to this shit?
Strategically, they were officially registered.
Well, because you're not
to
here to
attend
stop it.
Little Rock
But
Central High School
I spoke about this the other
in
night.
1955.
Either
In general,
Sharice
the
Channel
Deep
or
South
yours. I
was
told y'all
always
they
hesitant
was
to
cool.
integrate their
They was
institutions,
cool.
but legally, with the outcome of the Brown versus Board of Education case, the plan for integration was slowly being implemented across the Deep South. The superintendent proposed
All right, y'all can chop it up. I'll be back at the house in a minute. I'm still on my phone now.
What you think, Navi? I know you got some insight for us.
Yeah, I mean, I was raised with this stuff too, so it's just appalling at what has happened as far as our mentality is concerned, as not to understand what the hell happened and how this affected our community and is still affecting our community. While this was going on, you had the Lyceum movement, the Chautauqua movement, the Harlem Renaissance, Brown versus the Board of Education leading up to the middle school movement. It's your educational system, it's your journalism system, and it's them goddamn Masons.
Damn it, the Masons. Can't leave them out.
Yeah, like we've
In the
always known
video,
we've been
she
played
said
by
something
people.
about my bad, Grateful. Go ahead.
No, I was just basically saying we've been played by people the whole time. The whole time we've been played by our people. They come in acting like, this includes the church. They come in acting like they're here to help you. They want to guide you. They want to, do all of these things. But the whole time, they're not here to help. They only here to profit in their way for themselves, to get themselves in a position or a placement, right? But they're gonna use the fuck out you in how they get there. That's what they do. It's
But
just all
that's what
about
they said.
using.
It was the upper class against the working class.
Yeah, and super. Aren't you the upper class nigga? Because you talk like that too.
So that would be regardless of shade. But that's why I be saying that it ain't just no Pelly Pill man just came over and did nothing. And like, granted, we see whiteface as the majority today, but all of that was a play that was worked out. You know what I'm saying? It's like throwing a rock and hiding your hand. So we got to find out who's throwing the rock.
Yeah, Grateful. I'm trying to tell, but y'all keep thinking it's some pale face. But y'all,
Honey, I've already known it's never been a pale face. But I saw that when I was
Rafe, I
young.
hear you all the time talk about they came over here and put a play on us. All the time, it's
Listen,
they.
hold up, dude. Do you think I'm saying pale scans? Because it was cahoots. It was a cahoots, baby. They co-opt this whole thing. They co-opted. It was coexistence. The people that was here and doing our people, because you got to understand, for me, the experience of this world was a so-called black experience from the beginning. Well, which was never beginning, but that's something else to go a little deeper. However, this whole experience was that, right? So it was two coercions of somewhat of a likeness, right? That saw themselves as being greater than everything else is a class, a class system, right? Everything else, whether however you play it, right? They saw themselves as being greater than the masses. And then they said, you know what? Hey, we're gonna go out here and we're gonna goddamn make these motherfuckers work for us. We're gonna get into their family. We're gonna act like we love them. We're gonna play mind games, basically. Okay, and through the mind games, we're gonna fuck them up. They're gonna go along with it because they're so very kind and loving, and they just accept people for what they are. Woo, wop, 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 right? So they did that, not understanding that. Hey, we we know the shit, right? We know that. We just prefer to stay on a peace basis because that's what the totality really is. We like the peace. We like to just harmonize, right? We like the smooth rhythm. That's why the trees move the way they do. That's why you see them how it is, right? On the nature. That's another topic too, on a different day. However, they came up and they disrupted their whole harmony.
Yeah,
And it's damn sure
you're
people that
trying
look
to
like
cover
us.
too many bases. Your blanket getting thin. You're covering too many bases.
Listen, I said you could talk about certain things in a different day. However, it all coincides. This shit is heavy. This shit is so fucking heavy. It's fucking ridiculous. And a lot of
If I
folks
can,
can't handle the heaviness of this motherfucker.
yeah, I think that might be a reason why some people don't want to deal with it. But at the same time, like yesterday, we were talking and I was putting stuff in the chat in relationship to that Scribs person, whoever was talking about, that had to do with the journalism. And it spoke about the Associate Press, the Western Associate Press. In other words, the history of journalism when you guys were talking about Kennedy yesterday. And I find it ironic. I put this in the chat as well. I find it ironic that the two people that Kennedy appointed are directly related to this shit right here. One is dealing with the labor, okay, and the other one is dealing with shit. The other one, I'll just put it like this: is
Housing.
Thurgood Marshall. No, Thurgood Marshall. Those are the two that Kennedy appointed in office, the Supreme Court. Now, this goes back to what y'all were talking about as far as Abraham Lincoln and the correlation. The guy was talking about Abraham Lincoln and the correlation between him and Kennedy. And the thing about the 1860s, they stacked the courts. They stacked the courts. Not only did they stack the courts then, but they also stacked the courts when the Cherokee went to go get their land. They stacked the courts then. And so I was looking for something other than the obvious of what people have been saying. What happened at the court in the courts? If these two time frames are the same, and I know I'm a little off topic for you, but if these two topics are the same and they're reciprocals of one another, then what else was going on? The courts were being stacked. And here we go looking at Thurgood Marshall being put into the courts, falling into these same groups that did this, excuse my language for saying this way, this mulatto shit that y'all, because I know y'all like that word. Okay, this boule shit, this educational shit. And I just don't think that we're going deep enough. And I'm under the impression right now that it's a matter that people are scared to really look into it.
I follow you, Nabi. I'm
I think
goddamn with you. I follow the fuck out what you just said. And your hell yeah. Hell yes. Go ahead, because goddamn it, yep. My shit just jumped. I just had a trigger.
I agree.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think, and the reason why I think people are
scared to really look into it is because it's gonna take their scapegoat away. You feel what I'm saying? If you've been conditioned and programmed to blame somebody else or something else other than your own, then that's kind of scary because you don't want to admit that. Oh, some of my people might have been with the bullshit. Not saying that it was on both sides, but when you hear that, it's like, nah, I don't want to admit my people was doing that bull crap or with that
Yeah, because
college.
everybody want to be angels. All niggas are angels, little
Right.
white angels with
Like
wings
what
on
they
their back.
right, like what they say. We wasn't born over here. We lived in peace until they came over here. Cut it out.
You know, when I think about it, I know we've had a certain narrative with it, but when I think about it, like if you guys were to look up the Lyceum Coliseum or Lyceum Coliseum at Ole Miss University with James Howard Meredith, because he's got a picture just like them going to Little Rock and being escorted by federal troops and King and all that other shit. When you go look into that story, they talk about who was building certain things. And that's why I said them damn Masons, but I'm coming back to kind of clean that up just a little bit. What I'm thinking it is that our folks were doing the work. And when it came, and after they did the work, because we just working, we got trade, we know how to do shit, bricklayers, courtiers, whatever. Okay, whatever the job was. That when it came time for us to get ours, we didn't want to get ours. We want to slide into theirs, and that I think that might be what opened up this problem that we have with integration. What do y'all think?
Okay, so you thinking so after we built up, they built up a place for them. We like we want to move in right here. We ain't finna go build up
Th-
our own.
You breaking up, Wild Savage? What you saying?
I was is you saying that like once we built up neighborhoods for since we like shit after we done put all that hard work in, we just gonna move in right here. Forget going back to the going back to grandma.
I
All
would
right,
take it as
think about it like this: who benefited the most from integration?
Will we say us? Or we would say them because they got access to do more?
no. That's a yes or no question. What would you say, Wild Savage? Who benefited the most of integration?
I mean, if we looking
That's a
far
simple. That's a simple
financial wise,
conclusion,
I would
though.
say us.
Who had the most? Who had the most going into integration? Who had the most going into integration?
We did.
So who didn't need integration by any means necessary?
Say it again.
Who didn't need integration by any means necessary? Who didn't need it? Niggas did not need integration by any means. There was no need for niggas to integrate. So if any benefit was extracted, it was the people who needed integration. That's just
Well,
the
hold
simple
up.
answer.
I say it was some underhanded niggas who's already over there cross lines, fucking
It
with these
don't matter.
motherfuckers already.
No, we talking about over
It
here.
don't matter if it's undergrounded niggas or it don't matter if it's underhanded niggas or not. The question was who benefited the most of integration.
And that's why I would say either financially wise or
This is what I'm saying. The cousins, the
I guess
aunts, the uncles that didn't like your ass, they
access.
said, fuck the family. I'm gonna destroy the family because they were so hurt. They was butt hurt. They was butt the
All
fuck
right, all
hurt.
right. Look at it
And
like
they
this.
said, fuck y'all.
I'm trying to get y'all to see it. What happened in Chicago when they flooded Chicago with the Mexicans? Who benefited the most?
Shit, the Mexicans.
Right. So when they brought in their people from Europe, they put them in black neighborhoods and forced niggas to accept them.
No, it was our family members got attached to something and they traded us out. They thought that thing was better. You see it today.
They
There is
traded. Hold
nothing
on.
new up under
Traded
the
what,
sun,
Grateful?
huh?
Traded what, Grateful?
They traded their women. I keep it a book. They traded the women, and they thought like the boule aspect. They said, "Oh my gosh, this woman is giving me everything." When they had everything, when they traded on their women, they sold us the fuck out. Period. Hands
They
the fuck
was more
down.
mesmerized with us than we was
Huh?
mesmerized.
That's how come they always paint the picture of like we just watched in the video. The young woman that really actually did it, she was darker. She was darker, right? But the woman they placed in and say that really happened to her, she was lighter. No, they was just telling you that listen, I'm already over here. Cause hold up, that Michael guy, baby, who he was with, who he was often caught with. It wasn't no dark skinned woman cheating on his wife who was light skinned. No, it was always pale. Keep it a book. Okay? They traded. They traded. Men are traders. Listen, I don't want to.
No,
I'm not trying to go
no.
against y'all men, but y'all were the problem. Y'all are the ones that fucking did this shit to us. And then a lot of our women that y'all, got with, y'all changed their mind and their trajectory, and they just got on board with dumb shit. And that's what happened, in my opinion. I'm sorry. I'm just saying, y'all got fucked up over the coochie and fucked us over. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah, but
sorry.
that's one way thinking. That's real bias.
Nah, that's delusional. Fuck y'all trying to be candy coated for. That's delusional as hell.
Let me come behind that.
Clean it up.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Grateful. Okay, but principles never change. So the principle would be there in another form. Excuse me for the mic. It's a double-edged sword because in some of our families we did have light-skinned people, and it made it easier for those light-skinned people to go into those institutions sometimes than it was for darker-skinned people to go there. But what's happening now is that
Why?
we're drawing this
Why?
line
We
because
never.
they could be more
I
accepted.
why?
Okay,
One
because
minute.
of the
I see.
colorism. They're playing the
Why? But
colorism game.
where did colorism come from? See, that shit had to come from somewhere. If it always been light skinned niggas here and dark skinned niggas here, where the fuck did colorism come from? When did that become an issue? A dark skin and a
Pastor,
light
let
skinned
me
nigga.
put it this way. You guys started this out
Here I
talking,
come.
in my opinion, you guys started this out talking about racism. I mentioned something in the chat. And I said my conversation or my discussion was about prejudice versus racism. As you guys were talking, I looked up classism and I put it into the chat. When I looked up classism and read what it was, that word was introduced into the human language or into the English language in 1862. Now you figure out where it came from.
So classes started morphing into color some type of way.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand what you just said.
I can understand classism, like hierarchy, who have the most possessions that can be substantiated. I get that. Who has the most important duties that can be substantiated, right? How did classism morph into colorism? How did your color determine what class you fall into? Where did that come from? Where did that particular phenomenon come from? If it always
Because
been different
it's
color
an
niggas?
overarching condition that application of a word. It's overarching. The same way that we want to draw a line between who's light, who's red bone, who's yellow bone, who's white, who's European, who's not that kind of white person, whatever. It's an overarching mental thing that we do as human beings. It's the storytelling and the myth making. When you don't have anything in there because nature does not operate in a vacuum, you put shit in there. You categorize it because that's part of your mentality to put something into there as a filler. So it became a filler for us.
Okay, so the only way that makes sense to me is that colorism had to always exist. I mean, niggas had to been going through these color dilemmas the whole time.
Okay, I can grant you can say that, especially if you go back and you look at what they say about the so-called Africans and the what do you call them people? Whose skin they come out lighter. Not the albinos, no, not cavemen, the other ones. The people who have albinism. They came out the same womb, but now they're light. They get sectioned off because they're different.
Yeah, and the first people they originally was saying was cursed by God. When we talk about the people that certain people looked at as cursed by God, it was the people that had albino kids and stuff like that. And that's my theory of where the white people come from. Can't prove it, but that's just my theory.
Okay, I wouldn't go as far as to say
So
that's where
if
they
this
came
is
from, but
if this let me ask you a question. If this is about classism, the most people in America on Wi-Fi are pale face.
and
That's what I'm saying. So I can go with the classism more than racism.
yeah, because okay, look at this. When I was looking up those
About
words, right?
classism, then why do niggas with?
Can I finish my statement? Because I took off already.
If it's about classism,
I took off already.
go ahead, sis, you got it.
Okay, when I looked up the word for classism, remember I'm coming off of prejudice and racism. My statement is we're all prejudiced, but we are not all racist. So when you look up the word classism, you find where they start merging prejudice into racism, and we can't distinguish the two because we're all prejudiced.
Yeah, well, we gotta get better at that. I can distinguish the two. I understand them very well. I understand classism to be a result of activity, while colorism is just based on what the fuck you look like. That's
You
shit
asked me
easy
how
for
it
me.
happened. Check it out. Check it out, Smoke. You asked me how did it happen. You said you can distinguish it very well. I can sit over here and say the same thing, but when we go to discuss it, it becomes a philosophy.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. We gotta hold niggas to exactly what the definitions are. Because niggas be want to deviate like Haru do all the time. We got you can make your own. No, the definitions have already been agreed upon because they work in the context. When you go changing the definitions, you got a whole different language. That's why we all fucked up with this legalese shit now. The same words mean a whole bunch of different shit.
Hey, look, check this out, man. Classism is some bullshit. If there was a such thing as classism, that means so-called niggas who are rich wouldn't be fucking discriminated.
Class is not based on money, brother. You can't buy class. Just like you ain't got no class, it don't matter how much money you get. You still ain't got no class.
That's a goddamn lie. Class is indicative to your value and your worth. Fuck is wrong with you?
No,
It's
Super's
not?
right. Listen, I don't agree with Super often, but no, class is not about money. It's
So what
not.
is it about? What divides people in classes?
Well, what they try to tell you.
See how easy that was? What divides the
No,
classes?
that wasn't easy. What they do or what they attempt to do is try to place you in a class system, right?
Based on what?
However, integrity is class.
Hell
saying how
no,
that
you
works?
telling me the people that are on the highest class have integrity?
Two naked people on the island from two different classes. What separates them?
Oh my God.
What?
Two naked people on a isolated island. What separates them?
That's a
You said it was money. Are you saying it's money?
I'm saying in America, classes are divided by access to wealth and capital. That's what what a motherfucker say.
And that falls right into the classism thing. It's not just this bullshit. You're falling right into the narrative the same way that people fell into the mulatto narrative.
No,
you're
I'm
arguing a mute point.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that Pete, this is what niggas in America tend to do. When they get a little bit of money, they saying it's not about racism, it's classism.
You asked
That's
how
what
it
niggas
happened.
Let me ask you a question, Chief. Before you start preaching. If if a person from an upper class come from a good family, couple of generations, if they lose all their money, do they lose their class? They make a
Absolutely.
bad business decision and they lose everything. Do they lose their class?
Your social status is connected to your wealth, brother.
Answer the question.
Absolutely, yes. Yes, yes, yes.
And you have no idea what class is. You probably have none.
Oh, here we go with the fucking ad hominems. Okay, I got you. You attacking, right? Because I'm speaking against
No,
what you saying. I'm not in agreement with you.
You overarched in the beginning.
Right, just go to the basic. Go to the basic, Chief. I am the word class.
Okay.
Where did you attend a class? Where did you attend a class?
That has nothing to do with the word class. You goofball ass nigga. You see, come on, man.
Well, hey, Chief, let me help you. Class is just a mannerism. That's all it means. It's just
now
mannerism.
Class is a metaphor.
It's mannerism. I said mannerism. That's what class is. That's it.
Well, are you
Two
talking
people
about
from
etiquette?
two different classes on an island, butt ass naked. Do they lose their class? Don't use capitalism this time, because they have none.
So you're gonna ask a question that's unable to be answered unless I answer it the way you want me to.
No, it's able to be
doesn't.
answered. You're just unwillful. You're unwillful.
Two people butt naked on an island are two people butt naked on an island.
And they still have class.
No, they don't.
Because class is not a caste system. It is not a class system of economics. It's about knowledge. It's about your ability to have respect for one another. Your ability not to overrun each other. Your ability not to do the bullshit that has happened in this country with people based on what they look like, what you perceive of them, and the rest of that shit. Two butt-naked people on an island. Do they lose their class, nigga? I'm sorry. I'm in the Irish whiskey today, so.
I feel you. I heard you in the chat saying you got that Irish whiskey. You going in?
All right, man. Let's take the calm approach. Let's take the calm approach. I agree with Chief I Am for some odd reason. Not in his approach, but his sentiment is what I agree with. His approach is deplorable, but his sentiment, I get it. All right. Two people butt naked on an island. No, neither one of them lose their class. Yeah, apparently they do, but that's just on appearances. Once they put their clothes off, they go back to their prospective class. It's just the way it is. Class, if you ask me, is the true social construct, while race is something biological. You have no choice in that matter. It's a result of your parentage, and you didn't choose it.
Okay, let me back that up. I just thought of something when you were saying that, Smoke. So because I have no money, I have no class?
I think we're conflating class and caste as if they're the same.
Well, I'm conflating class and status. I was putting them together. And
yes, class and status. Yes, they are synonymous in this context that we're arguing right now.
Okay.
Okay, hold up. Go ahead, Kaz, before I say something. Caste and class is not the same thing.
Right, that's why the example of the two people butt naked on the beach, do they lose their class? No, they don't. It's a status.
Right.
And we got to remember where the question stems from. How did this happen? How did this happen? Remember, that's the question that this is based off of.
I see class as like a social rank.
Break it down, Navi. Break it down so I can catch, like you saying, how it happened. I can think that's what I missed.
Smoke asked how it happened, and I said it was an overarching. It was an overarching concept that was that people put on each other for the most part. Okay. So what I'm saying here in this argument, for the most part, is that our class is our class, regardless of this 1862 definition that comes out to make it about a caste system, about racism, about, who's rich, who's poor, and all of that stuff. So that's the basis. These are different degrees of a word that was already created. We have class, just like we have status. And I didn't want to go into the status part of it, but we have class already. That's why I use the example of two butt-neck people on an island. It's going to come down to, are y'all going to work together, or are y'all going to fight with each other? Y'all going to steal from each other? Like Grateful said, are you going to have integrity? This is the class part that I'm talking about, which is what they put on us to say we didn't have any based on our skin color.
I think class is a belief.
Okay.
It's a set of beliefs, and it's like a social rank. But it's governed by a set of beliefs.
Are y'all reading what's on the screen? There's a definition to class.
Well, hold up. That's the problem right there. You're allowing something to give you what you already have, right? This is
That's
something that's already
etymology. That's not
automatic.
definition.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me say this. And once again, when you all are pulling up, like said words or information that's coming outside of you, right? And it's given to you by somebody else's definition or how they view it, and you're not viewing it in your own way, and you're taking their way to be the know-it-all or the thought that you should hold.
Can somebody please just read what's on the screen?
You're not giving yourself the grace enough. You're not giving yourself enough encouragement to know that you already have that knowledge within you, and you already have this built in you. You know, as a computer is built, or as an AI, and that thing gets, as they get older, do they understand and able to, compute themselves in a proper way? This is what I have a problem with. You carry on.
I understand what you're saying, Grateful, man. They got a term for that. They call it
Is you of a different class than you, Super?
What was your question? I didn't hear your question, Chief. I am. Mic check. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you. Obviously, he can't.
I didn't hear your question, bro.
I don't see him on the panel no more. He must have fell off.
But I was saying, just look at the definition on the screen. Where's the dispute?
The definition.
Or what the meaning of the word, where it came from, the original understanding of the word. Where's the discrepancy?
Well, it could be a bunch of students. It could be a period during where students meet. It could be a course of instruction.
Yeah, I'm looking at the definition. I see the course of instruction.
You could say class as in elegance. You could say class as in a social rank. There's many definitions to class. It's just about how you apply it.
And I agree with that.
What's the base principle behind what's trying to be conveyed?
It just depends on the context.
But it wasn't no context.
Because if we're talking about a people, then we're talking about a group set or sharing common attributes. You dig what I'm talking about? In a belief that in a social ranking that one is higher than the other. If we're talking about people, it don't got nothing to do with a classroom. So you dig what I'm talking about? If we're talking about people groups.
Mm-hmm. I get it.
The base principle behind
it depends on how you use it, how it's used. Because I could say, yeah, I'm in high school. I got to go to class. That don't got nothing to do with elegance or how you carry yourself. Or they could, or I could say, I went to high school and they, the seniors see me as I'm in a lower class, and that has to do with a whole continuum of learning. Or they could say the seniors seeing the sophomores as having less class. You dig what I'm saying? So it just depends on how you using it and in the content.
Mm-hmm. How much relish you want to put on the hot dog? Yeah.
Okay, right. So the base principle behind class is some type of division. Right?
Or grouping.
Basically, grouping or division. Both of y'all right,
That
man.
the division based on what? What is this division based on?
That's where it's nuanced. Because like Cal said, it can be based off behavior. It can be based off, like he said, student body. It can be based off uppers and lowers. It can be based off who has the most assets. The division can be based off a whole number of things.
That's why I think I agree with Navi on this when we're talking about class with people. Obviously, I believe that generally when we're talking about class, we're talking about elegance. You dig what I'm talking about? How a person carries themselves, and we would carry ourselves with class in America. I think what people get in class mixed up with is caste. And that right there would be exactly how it was played into the system, Smoke.
You make a good point right there, bro.
Caste and class. You did what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I didn't want to see that at first. But you make a good point right there.
All right, we're finna go see what's up with caste real quick.
Yeah,
let's see the distinctions.
Yeah, the caste. Yeah, look up caste system too. That'll help.
I think that does too, cause that's why, class and caste, because caste is more correlated with race.
And
because
then,
let me throw it for you.
The world, the dark nigga is on the bottom.
No, before you go there, let me throw
in the caste. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Smoke. I'm gonna throw that caste and class for y'all, but go ahead.
One of the hereditary social groups of India. All right. 1610s. I guess this would be its origin from Portuguese casta, breed, race, caste. Earlier casta rocca, unmixed race. From Latin castus, cut off, separated. Also pure, via notion of cut off from false. Past participle of whatever that word is, to be cut off from root kes, to cut. Caste system, so it already got caste system up here, is recorded from 1840. An earlier, now absolute sense of caste in English is a race of men. From Latin,
notice how they put
chaste. You know what I'm saying?
So you're dealing with phonetic variables. Let me throw it for you, okay? Because the thing that I saw is you have some people who cannot say the L letter, okay? So when they were speaking it, they could have accidentally said caste instead of class because they can't say that L. Who you talking to? And then on the other side of that, you have French words that have a T, but you don't pronounce the T. So that SS could have been mistaken. The ST could have been mistaken for an SS as well. So keep that in mind, because I know we're looking at the actual definitions of it, but you got to also understand the growth and development of it.
Okay, so you're saying purely by misadventure that the words probably got convoluted and merged with each other over time?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because of some mispronunciations?
Yes, sir.
Or
I mean,
and then when you add the 1500s, when you add the 1500s into this, you have to add the conquistadors into this. You have to add the Spanish into this and what they did coming from South America up.
Shit. I mean, early as 1550, they got caste as a race of men. So
the language barrier too.
If they was taking a system from over there, you did what I'm talking about, or something that they had already seen and was just applying it to America, this would also how you get your term Indian, Negro, white, black, colored. You would get every one of your racial terms out of the caste.
Because what is it? The Society of Philosophers.
Come on.
Yes.
Yes.
All interpretations of one eye, right? The I and I. The I of
That's
that
what I'm
same
reading right now.
scripture.
Not Navi. I'm reading philosophy right now. That's my next study.
Now, remember, we got a particle that be coming up here, right? Now, the caste system's supposed to be illegal and debunked in India and all that shit today, but he'll tell you right now it is living, thriving, and well. And at the bottom of it, they got a people called the Sadhu or the Dalit, which literally means untouchable. But when you go look at the Dalit, they look like me and you. They not just Dravidians or East Indians. They would look more like the African type, but they say they don't come from Africa. They were never slaves, or they've been oppressed and all that, and they got, you know what I mean, but they don't have a history of coming from Africa.
So, Cosmon, are you saying that
So what
India's
about in
caste system
America?
is a racial system?
Yeah, it's a race. It's a system of racial classification.
So class is a system of racial classification as well, then?
Let me ask the question.
I'm asking about class, though. I'm asking this class.
Right, class.
Racial,
Stay with class.
No, CLASS. Is that a system
Right.
of racial classification as well, Cosmo?
It's applied to the caste. It's class is inside the caste system.
Okay, so Oprah is a billionaire and she is part of a different class. Would you say yes or no, Super?
Yep.
Okay, so when she went to that store in Europe and they said, yo, nigger ass can't come in here, what happened to her class then?
What you mean? Nothing.
You don't remember when Oprah went to that store in Europe?
Nothing happened to her class because she wasn't allowed to shop, bro.
That's
the class away.
They just didn't.
No, that didn't take her class, bro.
Chief I am.
She did not. Wait, hold on, Chief I am. Let me ask you a question. Wait, let me ask you a question, Chief I am. Wait, hold on, bro. Let me ask you a question, nigga. I said no. She did not lose her class. So let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question, brother? Brother, can I ask you
a question? Chief I am. He said yes, and then he said no. She don't lose class. Go ahead, Super.
That's one store. So you saying that one store can take away someone's class?
I'm saying that blacks, so-called black people, are of the lowest class no matter how much money you make.
That's not true.
But I just told you class is not determined by money.
So
money don't determine class, bro.
Why would Oprah be considered a different class if it's not about money?
Because you didn't understand what was on the screen, bro. We pull up the etymology of class, bro. We pulled it up.
Don't go to etymology.
You disagree, and that's why I asked you, what is the discrepancy?
You just said Oprah was of a different class, yes or no? Did you just say that, yes or no? You said Oprah is of a different class, yes, right? That's what you said, right?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, what makes her of a different class?
Her social
brother.
Class.
We pulled up the definition of class.
What makes her different?
What is your discrepancy of what was on the screen?
What makes Oprah different than you?
He wants you to say social status and her economic ability.
You
and his
goddamn right, because that's
capitalism.
The truth. Like
he wants to say he wants that to be said like we didn't say anything else to work through this shit.
What I said was that
this is the way that we get fucked up.
Niggas say to say that racism doesn't exist.
We ain't saying racism doesn't exist.
Proof that it does.
No one said racism doesn't exist.
Yeah, nobody say that. Even white folks.
Nigga you just said class ain't got nothing to do with money.
No.
It does not.
This is how it happens. I want y'all to pay attention to how it happens. It happens.
Because when we pull up the etymology of class, sir, what discrepancy do you have with that?
I have a discrepancy.
I'm going by that. That's what I'm going by. So you're not really arguing with me. I'm going by what was on the screen.
I'm
But
asking
you
a
not.
question.
I'm not. I didn't make any of this up, bro. It was on the screen.
Nigga, you
Why
said
you
class
arguing
ain't got
with me?
nothing to do with money. And
Bro,
Nami doubled down and
what
said the same thing.
discrepancy do you have with what was on the screen?
So y'all are admitting that class does have something to do with money.
Are you listening to
You
my
be birthed
question,
into
brother?
a class and have no money.
Brother, Chief I am. Chief I am.
Who
Listen to
you
my
know was
question.
birthed into a class, Cosmon?
Chief I am. Chief I am. Calm down, bro.
Man, you niggas,
Listen
won't
to
y'all
my
just be
question.
honest, bro? Be
Hold
honest.
on, bro. Why are you so uptight? Listen to my
Because
question.
you always lying to the people up here, bro. Be
I didn't
honest.
say nothing. I haven't made any claims.
I heard you
I'm
make a claim, bro.
asking you. All right, bro. You don't want to talk. All right, you got it.
No, go ahead. My bad. You know what? Forgive me, bro. I overtalked you. My bad. Go ahead. You got it.
I agree with you. There are economic divisions that one can label as class.
Class.
But that's I don't think. But I'm not saying that you can still be like, I'm a broke nigga. I can still be in a class with a millionaire, but just not an economic class.
Facts.
It's a double-edged sword. It's a
So what
double-edged
class would
sword.
you share with the
And it's people
billionaires?
who are.
Chief I am. What is the discrepancy?
Let me help him out. Let me help him out. Let me help him out. Me and a billionaire can be in an alcohol anonymous class. We will be in the same class, brother.
Okay. So you guys are using the word class meaning like the class you're attending today?
But this also a part of class. You see what I'm saying? It has nuances. The word has nuances, bro. You gotta accept it.
Also, I could be born. Hold on, I could be born poor and white skinned in India and be in a higher class than a people who are dark skinned and rich.
No, that's the caste system.
In America, in America, they have three classes they talk about. They say about the middle class. They always talk about the middle class. Then they talk about the upper class, and they talk about the lower class. So three classes in the U.S. The three classes that we're dealing with: the middle class, the upper class, and the lower class.
In a caste system, you have multiple classes, right? Usually, the caste system is based on color of skin, but the class system in there is based on social status. So it's combined. It's both, gentlemen. There ain't no you ain't gonna win. You ain't gonna win, and he ain't gonna win, because in the end of the day, they're combining both and conflating both to put somebody on top and somebody on the bottom, gentlemen.
Let me ask you this, Cosmo. Let me ask you this.
I think that's why
Man, the word is synonymous, man. I don't know why we are still on that.
I know y'all gonna.
Hold on. Let me ask Cosmo a question. Let me ask Cosmo a question. Is the Thurgood Marshall, right? He was a Supreme Court judge, and Donald Trump. Do you think they're in a different class?
No.
But they're different races.
It don't matter.
So what you said, you just negated what you just said, bro.
Are they?
You just contradicted what you just said.
Well, because what I said doesn't fit with what you're saying. You got to take it the next step. Yes, Donald Trump and Thurgood Marshall would be in the same class, but they would not be in the same caste. That's what you're not getting.
That's why I'm saying we don't have a caste system in America. That's why we focus on America.
But they
in America, there's no caste system.
Yes, there is. There is a caste system. It's called racial politics or identity. It's the same thing. Yes, racial.
Then that will put the niggas at the top of the caste. That will put niggas at the top of the caste.
Ain't no niggas at the top of the cake.
So, who was the mayor of Chicago? Who's the mayor of New York?
He a crook. What does that mean?
Who is Jasmine Crockett?
What is it? What is she? What does she run?
All right, you got it, bro.
All right. I'm just saying caste and class ain't necessarily the same thing, but they are conflated together. Or actually, they are together. And they pawn it off as race in America. The caste system is just the race system. This is how you get black. Black means a social status. White means a social status. Red means a social status. All this stuff plays part of it. You dig what I'm talking about? They just play it off to us as if it has something to do with race.
Can we get back to the video part about this, about the dark-skinned woman being the one that actually happened to, while the lighter-skinned one, Rosa Parks, was used for it?
Let Truth and Darvis weigh in on the topic, then we'll get back to it. If they got something to say.
I don't understand why we arguing this long over a word that can be looked up.
We already looked it up.
We use this language have a definition to it.
We already looked the words, brother. We already looked the words up. We looked them up and we still arguing. You know what I'm saying?
Why?
Because
they can't rationalize in their mind that both things have something to do with each other.
I was just asking, what was the discrepancy with what we pulled up? Nobody can show a discrepancy.
Ain't no
Listen, both things are alike, right?
Yep.
Both things are freaking alike. The only thing that you're not
being alike and being the same is different.
Only thing, let me get this off. The only thing that y'all are not describing is how y'all splitting y'all minds over this. You having two thoughts with the same word, but you're not understanding the both same thoughts. It's the same word, it's the same position, and you're causing problems within yourself of that thought because you're taking on somebody else's thought and position, and you're not positioning yourself on those two thoughts, right? Caste or class, because they're one and the same for real. They are very much one and the same. However, you're judging or placing yourselves in position or opposition of however it is, and you don't have a placement for real because you don't know how to decipher or leave shit alone. Say, you know what? They gave some bullshit to us, and guess what? I have to remove myself from that effery and place myself in the position to understand.
Grateful. Now is not the time to be passing the control tower. Remember, we're trying to get back to the video.
My bad.
I'm just going to say that Cosman said it pretty well when he said that they were being convoluted. Okay. And that's the reason why we're still discussing it. But I do believe that we reached the end of what could be discussed about that. Other than that, it's going to turn into arguing. Especially if you question why we're still we can look at the definition. We did that. And I was speaking to Darvis on that last part. So be careful of the argument because we took a detour to go down to this definition shit and understand what possibly happened with language and the definition and the word. But don't forget the main topic.
Peace. Cool. What I'm saying is, right, if we speak this language is called English. All right. There's rules of the language. We agree, right? So we use these words the way it's supposed to be used, and we have no issue. We can communicate whatever we're trying to say. But when we decide we want to place our own emotional meaning on it, then we fuck with the language.
I think like Nasu said.
Say that again, Darvis. Say that one more time.
Man, listen. This argument is irrelevant, man. I think we just go ahead on with the video, man. Or move along.
Darvis, you made a good point. Say it again.
I know I shouldn't have to say it again. I mean, it's not a real point. It's common sense.
No, we're trying to understand what you said to continue the conversation, man. Come on now. You made a good point. Super wants to hear it again. I would like to hear it again too, and I'm pretty sure the audience would like to hear it again as well. What was that about language?
He can't repeat it. Drunk when he said it.
I already said what I said. I ain't repeating that shit again, man.
You
We
can't.
look crazy arguing about something simple like this. We grown ass fucking men. Think about it now. We grown men. We
You
arguing
We
over
were
fucking
talking
can't
words
about
related to
language. It's
violence.
not
made
about
up
being
shit.
grown men and grown women. It was about
No, but
language.
I know, but speak to our ability to read.
No,
That would come to question our ability to read.
level.
We can pronounce words, but a little more than that than reading. You know
It
what I mean?
speaks to your
I
alcohol
don't think
level.
reading is the problem. I think
Yeah.
comprehension is the problem.
And that's all part of reading.
Yeah, he forgot, Sean P. He forgot. It's okay.
No, I ain't forget.
Y'all want to go back to this video?
Nah,
Y'all
he
want
can't
to?
say it.
Yeah,
You
man. I
can't
was
say
there
it.
talking about the same shit, man.
The boule.
All right, we'll go
I
back.
don't say boule. I say the Lyceum movement, the Chautauqua movement, the Harlem
Little Rock
Renaissance,
Central High School.
Brown
I
versus
call
the
it
Board of
boule.
Education,
In
and
the
the middle
episode
school
known
movement.
as the Little Rock Nine.
The NAACP.
In this case, again, the NAACP actually recruited and screened certain student candidates to make sure they were the right type to use for their cause to integrate the school. Strategically, they were officially registered to attend Little Rock Central High School in 1955. In general, the Deep South was always hesitant to integrate their institutions, but legally, with the outcome of the Brown versus Board of Education case, the plan for integration was slowly being implemented across.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, but I need context on this shit cause I don't know. The lines is blurred to me right now. Niggas calling up the majority of this shit propaganda. Other people are saying that this is an actual accurate depiction of the historical account. So I'm just, my question is this a stage prop? This niggas not being able to go to these schools? And if so, how did the white people end up in them schools? Or y'all saying, or if the white people, did they build that school? Did they purpose it for white people? Was that his first founding purpose, to educate white people? And if not, how did they end up with the school in their possession with no niggas allowed? Like, I'm trying to figure out what's the degree of the propaganda. Where does it start?
What I found, Smoke.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
What I found, Smoke, was that there were work companies, like I said earlier, who were contracting to build these places, and they would come and build those places for whomever they were contracted for. And that touches on the lumber industry, that touches on the woodmen of the world, if you would.
Also, at the same time,
I want to ask, how did white people own the schools? When I remember I went to Jeff Davis Middle School, Sam Houston High School, Phyllis Wheatley. All these schools are named after Black people.
And you got to remember, at the same time that they're trying to integrate you, you had your own schools. They had the ones they went to. You had the ones.
That's why I asked earlier, who benefited the most from integration?
They did. Because you stopped you doing your own thing and pumping your own stuff and start using theirs. Dying to get fed in that shop.
So make it make sense.
It made sense because they duped the nigga who was leading it, and he told you in the end, I led my people into a burning house.
Wait a minute, you said a nigga did what?
Yeah, said he led his people into a burning house.
Oh, okay. Niggas lead niggas. Okay, cool.
Yeah, niggas lead niggas. Never heard of Malcolm X? Ever heard of Elijah Muhammad? Ever heard of Martin Luther King? Yeah, niggas lead niggas.
For what purpose? Just to be leading them?
He said he was trying to get a brief. He walked them into a burning house. They stopped using their own. They stopped using their own and start using somebody else's.
But what I'm saying is, leading comes with the particular purpose. So why is niggas leading? Why is niggas
leading
leading
them
niggas?
to be indoctrinated with the Rockefeller education, the education to be a worker and not to be led into building business.
And they
And that's the
integrated
part of
niggas into that.
that's the part of the middle school movement that comes into play when you have a divergence between maybe some of you guys will remember because I do. I went to a middle school and I went to a junior high school.
Maybe I have to ask
Running a business is work.
I wanted to get back to your question, Smoke, but we kind of moved away from it a little bit.
I know, because everybody had their own opinion, and sometimes the trajectory get changed. That's why I try to stay focused. But look, what I'm saying is, what is compelling niggas to assume or acknowledge that they need to be led in the first place? Right? In order for you to lead me, I feel like I have to go. I feel like I have a need to be led somewhere. If y'all saying niggas was already in a certain position that was prominent, well, how they being so convinced to be led some motherfucking place?
Well, Smoke, I would ask this. Smoke. What would happen if your men went off to war? And I'm not talking about this 19th century, the 1900s, but what if your men went off to war and the only thing were left were the boys and the girls, the old and the women, and someone comes in to guide those young men, whomever that is? That's one thing, and I'm saying it's based on youth. It's easy to lead the youth. That's why when we look at the 1960s, 1950s, it started with the youth. When we even look at the freaking text from the Bible, they talk about the Joshua generation, which was also talking about the youth. And to go back to my stance, this is where you're looking at the Chautauqua movement, where these theaters, which were they did lectures, art stuff, gymnastics, whatever the fuck. And they moved all throughout the country like a moving school. Okay. So now you want something permanent after you move through and you got your people. Oh, he's going to buy this group going to buy this. And yeah, we should put a school right here. So this is how some of these other schools, in my opinion, may have come into play, but there is a whole nother history on the school system.
My question is, if niggas had the exact same quality that white folks had, why would they want to leave theirs? So it seems like there was some sort of oppression going on, irregardless to how the Negro lived in his daily life. It don't seem like it was this separate and equal was actually equal, but it was definitely separate.
Right,
and that was part of the play.
Some discrepancies in the report on both sides. I'm interested in working on earning those motherfuckers out so the story can be told accurately, or just stop telling the goddamn story altogether.
What
I'm
cool with either one. I'm saying, look on your screen right there. Look at that right there. Does that look like an oppressed person?
Hell yeah.
No. She don't look oppressed in this image right here. But what I'm saying is she's attending a school that doesn't want her there. Right. She's attending a school that does not want her there, which means she's leaving from a place where she was welcome. That indicates something.
Right.
Because they put legislation in to integrate. But if you could see in the background of this picture, if that picture was expanded, you will see a white lady back there. Those two people are friends to this day.
But she's screaming, yeah, and she's tearing her apart. And then the people that was sent down there by the government to march this young lady into the school actually barred her from it. So she had to turn around and walk all the way back down the block with all these people on her ass. You did what I'm talking about? So she's definitely.
I think this is also the one, Cosman, where they say that she didn't get the memo that they were all going to meet up and ended up by herself. That's how she ended up by herself.
That's why you don't see nobody else with her. It's supposed to be 9 of them.
And to me, from my perception, it looks like oppression, because why is a foreigner, an immigrant himself, have the authority badge?
Well, they in Mississippi or Alabama. I forget. And they ended up, the president had to get involved in this and get the National Guard and everything involved in this to get these people. They was not trying to let these kids or integrate the schools, period. And then
so how was the National Guard and people already there before how? Before
Okay,
how?
so hold on, man. There's another discrepancy that just occurred to me. If the foreigners are the ones benefiting from immigration, why is history reporting that they are the ones who are actually against it?
Say it again.
I think we got.
I'm saying if we are now
in the black schools.
I'm just saying if we are now saying that the foreigners are the ones who actually benefit from integration, why does it appear that they are so against it?
Right, because they're indoctrinated too. You got to remember, they think they better. They think they different.
I would go this way because now you got workers up, because now those educated, wealthy white folks got their nigger slaves to do their menial task. And I know
so there is some financial and economic implications, but that's coming from a higher level. That's what y'all saying? That's rhetorical. Don't answer it. I'm going back to the video.
Answer it.
The Deep South. The superintendent proposed a plan for the eventual integration of the high school, first in 1957 and then the lower levels in 1960. As part of the plan, school district lines would be manipulated between Negro and white neighborhoods to unofficially segregate the school through gerrymandering. Colored students would attend Horace Mann and white students would attend Hall High.
Great word.
The obvious problem with this plan was that the colored students who lived near Hall would have to attend Horace Mann, while the white students who lived near Horace Mann had the option to attend Hall. The NAACP negotiated directly with the school board on behalf of the students, and the continued restrictions from attending Hall High School pushed their plan to the next level. To be clear, these children were used as a test case or as guinea pigs for the precedent of integration.
They got a Horace Mann.
Their first attempt to integrate the school was blocked by Arkansas Governor Orville Phobos when he sent the National Guard to the school to physically block the students from attending the school.
See?
At the center of the crisis were these 9 teenagers, selected by the school board because of their excellent grades. The first day, 8 of the 9 went to school together, accompanied by their parents and ministers.
Hey,
They
now
expected
look
some
at these
harassment,
niggas
but no real trouble.
and look at the white crowd. Can y'all see the class difference?
The 8 children and the adults with them were turned away by the National Guard. The 9th student, Elizabeth Eckford, had missed the call to gather with the others before school. Elizabeth Eckford walked alone and met a mob.
While trying to enter the school, the 9 Negro students were met by an angry albino mob that reeked of damp Doberman. They were hurling racial slurs, screaming murderous threats, and singing anti-nigger chants. All while this is going on, Jerry Jones in the back posted with this curious look on his face, thinking to himself, I wonder how long that nigger's dick is.
8.5 inch dick. Smoke, can you pause it for a
Little
second?
Rock was out of pock and D. White was hot.
White who don't want around your.
Okay, this goes back to what I had brought to you guys about Dartmouth University and the guy who's the Dr. McGill. Again, he came from Arkansas. He went to Liberia. He came back over here. Dartmouth, actually Indian Public School or Indian Moore School or whatever, but I think it's more so Dartmouth. He went to Dartmouth to learn medicine over there. He had to tell people that he was African. That's one part of the story. But it was the white students in that school that protested him being there. And I think it's a matter of, if you heard here in this article, they're saying that these children were the brightest as far as their grades were concerned. So it was a matter of overshadowing. and I'll overshadowing their abilities. And I got something else to say on that, but I'll wait until the next interlude or intermission to say that, because that's a little longer.
You saying that the niggas were embarrassed? The white people were scared of being embarrassed?
Yes, that's where the term school butter comes from. You got into fights over that. Our folks would yell school butter to them because they were being instructed. Okay.
School butter. What is that?
School butter.
What's that?
You got to look it up. It's hard to find, but I ran into it. Looking at Hardin Reynolds and Mary Reynolds and Nancy Reynolds. But it's a derogatory term called school butter. It ended up being a fight. Now, where you would recognize it.
Go ahead.
Where you would recognize it at, because Hollywood tried to play it, it's the same story, is when, I can't remember what movie, but the brother, and I believe it was, what's his name? The one that played the last king of Scotland with the cock eyes.
Oh,
Forrest Whitaker.
School butter.
Forrest Whitaker. Yeah. Okay. So where you would recognize it at in a Hollywood version that is not going to clue you into what it is when he hit them white boys' pigs. When he was in the car with his son, with his family, he hit the pig, and they made him give him his check. And that was in The Great Debaters, one of my favorite movies. It's the same concept, because when you look into school butter and you find the story related to it, it's along the same lines. They hit his pig, this, that, and the other. It goes right into the same narrative.
Okay.
Side note, TSU just won the national debate.
I'm gonna ask Cosmo what struck him odd when they used the word gerrymandering, because you said something they used.
It's a way to move political power and to consolidate power. Same thing they did in South Side of Chicago with the Mexicans in the ombudsmen and all them. You dig what I'm talking about? They made a consolidated role. You dig what I'm talking about? A voting block. And through gerrymandering, which is how you got, imagine this part, you'll be in whatever county, but you got this part of the city, and you got one part is the north, one part is out, south, east, west, like that. Well, they open up those lines to get a greater voting block. You dig what I'm talking about? So we can't look against the whole idea that these niggas is trying to run the country at the time too. You know what I mean? Taking over after the Great World War. Basically, at this time, it's only 7 years that niggas, they didn't drop the bomb on niggas, and don't nobody want no smoke with America. You dig what I'm talking about? Nobody. So, this could just be about political domination. You dig what I'm talking about? The whole thing that they was, we getting niggas to vote and come out and do this and that and get that, beat that. You dig what I'm talking about? We gonna get these rights and all this stuff to get the vote and get the applying shit one way. You dig what I'm talking about? And it wasn't until, you dig what I'm saying, and I think this was a move on the Democrats, because niggas wasn't rocking Democrat. We was always Republican. You dig what I'm talking about? But during them 50s, during them early 60s, dealing with your boy JFK, first off, going to get Martin Luther King out of trouble when he was on that probation violation. They went and got him. They got the National Guard to go get him. You dig what I'm talking about? So from that time, they start grooming niggas, and this is like 60. They start grooming niggas to be into this Democratic movement. But it wasn't until, and Jesse tried in 70, but couldn't overthrow the House. It didn't happen till 72. And all the niggas went over there with Jesse and all them.
That made gerrymandering so clear. I got a clear understanding of what gerrymandering is. Thank you.
No, gerrymandering is just moving districts so you can have a political voting block. It's illegal, really, but they still do it. Same thing they was trying to do with letting all these illegals in. Change the voting block, the demographic.
Okay, so the official definition of gerrymandering is manipulate the boundaries of, as in an electoral constituency, so as to favor one party or class. Right. Another one is achieve a result by manipulating the boundaries of an electoral constituency.
Exactly.
For example, a total freedom to gerrymander the results they want.
And you can do that by changing a couple lines on a map and allowing some kids in this area to go to this school. You know
You can see that clearly around the city of Hannibal, Missouri.
Shit, you can see that in Detroit.
I know, but if people want to really see it, look at Hannibal, Missouri.
Let's cook, Smoke.
All right.
Eisenhower, that is. Phobos got called to the principal's office for an emergency meeting by then President Dwight Eisenhower, who basically told him to get your crackers under control. But the governor had no intention of corralling his crackers. Instead, he called the president's bluff and removed the National Guard, who had been blocking the students from entering the school. But by doing this, Phobos was hurling feces directly into the fan. Now the students would be facing an angry milk mob without military presence. Although the National Guard was blocking them from entering the school, the presence of soldiers was a deterrent against mob violence. With no National Guard on site, the students didn't have any protection against the milk mob, except for the local pigs, who really didn't even want to protect the little jits anyway. The unruly marshmallow mafia went unchecked.
The old girl behind
the
the
scene became
screen.
more chaotic.
They best friends.
And the president knew something had to be done to put down the Ritz renegade immediately.
In that city, under the leadership of demagogic extremists, disorderly mobs have deliberately
That's a nigga right there.
carrying out of proper orders from a federal court. Local authorities have not eliminated that violent opposition. And under the law, I yesterday issued a proclamation calling upon the mob to disperse. This morning, the mob again gathered in front of the Central High School of Little Rock, obviously for the purpose of again preventing the carrying out of the court's order relating to the admission of Negro children to that school. Whenever
Hey, so I wonder why they didn't try this on the East Coast and the Midwest.
and it becomes necessary
Why they go
for
all the way to
executive
Arkansas?
branch of the federal government to use its powers and authority to uphold federal courts.
Trying to manipulate the people by putting
The
something on
president's
TV.
responsibility is
The claim is
inescapable.
that most of the people
In
left from
accordance with that
Arkansas going to
responsibility,
Liberia
I
under the
have
American
today issued
Colonization
an
Society.
executive order directing the use of troops and
You want me to say that again?
Go ahead, say it again.
I said the speculation, I don't know if that's the word I use, is that they used Arkansas, in my opinion, I'll put it that way, because they say that most of the people that left going to Liberia under the American Colonization Society left from Arkansas. And then when you add, what's his name? The mafia guy and them coming down there to Bathhouse Row and the casinos and the racetrack and all of that, and the Negro Baseball League, it all goes together.
So why are they in Arkansas? Why are they doing this not on the East Coast?
In Arkansas, because the narrative is that it was the great majority of people that left from Arkansas on the colonizations with the American Colonization Society. So it left a vacuum down there. So a lot of our people were reduced, if you would, even if they weren't reduced, but it allowed them to push their agenda into that
When was
area.
I thought the American Colonization Society was in the 1810s, 1820s.
There were three of them that went, at least three of them that went. The first one, and you'll recognize it as in people saying Freemason as in 2 words, and Freemason or Freedmen. Freeman is 2 words, and Freeman as in the Freeman's Bureau. It's just a continuation, the same way that you have the several out of Africa theories. It's just a progression
what
of
you
those
saying
things.
is they was moving people into Africa in the 1940s, 50s?
That is not what I said, Cosmo. Stop playing with me.
No, this is what I'm trying to say, because you said the American
What was your question?
Colonization Act.
You asked why did they use Arkansas? Because Arkansas had a vacuum that was going on. They took Arkansas, and when they first came down there, the people owned their land free and clear, and this is the 1800s. By the late 1800s, they had taxed them people out of there. And so they were in those areas, and more than likely, they moved them the fuck up out of there. The ones that decided to leave and not go through the bullshit of going into poverty. So that's why they used it. It's a continuation. It's not one drop fits all.
All right.
Don't get it.
I don't.
Man, that's a hard number right there. I ain't gonna even ask no question concerning it, but I know that's gonna open up a whole nother can of worms.
Yeah. I mean, it just seemed. Never mind. I don't know.
Open it up, Smoke. It's the Smoke Show.
No, I was gonna ask about that tax shit, but I already know they ain't. I can't fathom that. Right, I can't. Yeah, that's gonna go everywhere. You know what I'm saying? That's
I
gonna
won't
lead
take
back
it nowhere.
to-
I'll show you the tell you where to go. What is it? Arkansas history heritage book is something that Arkansas has, and if you search in there well enough, you will find out about them coming in there and taxing them. You will find out about the first people who came into Arkadelphia and set up shop in that area. You will find out about the lumber industries and how they used our people to do that lumber, because that's what some of my people were. And then while in that area, they taxed the shit out of them and took over their industry and their places.
And then later wanted them to come in their schools. Shit don't make no sense, man. This shit don't.
Nah, I really don't. We
I
know,
don't swing from monkey bars.
We taking a good crack at it, but man, you know this shit crazy. Let's get back to some more.
We can create a narrative if y'all want to. I mean, they did, and y'all believe it for the longest, so we can create another one.
Aid in the execution of federal law at Little Rock, Arkansas.
So he sent for the real military, the acclaimed 101st Airborne, to show he was willing to use the full strength of the U.S. military to ensure the safety of the students and the integration of the school. The military stood guard outside of the school and escorted the students to class. And due to in-school bullying, each student had 2 military escorts assigned to them throughout the day. And they were taken to and from school by military escorts. They had to go through all that just to go to school with white people. But was it worth it?
Look at that little old oppressed little girl right there. She looks so oppressed.
The battle to integrate schools was at the forefront of the civil rights movement, but the second line was integrating businesses and city services. This was kicked off with the sit-in movements that began on February 1st, 1960. The sit-in movements were kicked off on February 1st, 1960, when 4 students from North
I never
Carolina
understood
A&T held a sit-in at F.W. Woolworth Company store after they had been denied service at the lunch counter. It is important to note that this wasn't the first sit-in initiated by Negroes during segregation. Several more had previously happened before, in the decades before, in places like Chicago, Baltimore, and Kansas. But this one sparked a national movement after it caught national headlines. In 1950, only 1 in 10 households had a television. But by 1960, 9 out of 10 households had a television. This evolution in media helped the movement catch national attention. The Greensboro 4, after their first sit-in for the full day until the restaurant closed, would return the next day with more students. And day after day, they continued the sit-in with the number of students swelling into the hundreds. By this time, the scene had reached the media, which galvanized other students at other universities to hold sit-in movements of their own over the next few months, especially in areas with historically Black colleges.
Some of that nasty pie.
I still feel a little bit of a chill. I heard someone say, we've just received a phone call that there are 4 of young men from A&T sitting in at Woolworths. And somebody said it's too late to get film, we'll try to cover it tomorrow. And I had the distinct feeling at that time, and it proved to be true, that was a moment the universe changed.
Within weeks, the sit-in phase of the civil rights movement spread to 64 cities and 9 states.
To have thousands of people in the street was not an unusual thing in the days that followed the sit-ins. Because at that point, you were having civil rights leaders from all over the country come here and lead demonstrators like Farmer. And when they brought in their expertise, they knew that television could help. Now, the original sit-in folk did not call a television station and say, hey, come take pictures of us, we're going to do this. But once the organizations began to arrive, they knew that the best way to get people's attention was to have the big demonstration and have it on television. And so an attorney who was hired by those people who were maintaining the philosophy that we serve only those we wish to serve was employed to represent them. And he said, he was Armistead Sapp. And he told me once that he told them that he would be their red-necked attorney and he would appear on national television espousing their philosophy. He said, however, the decision is not going to come in a court of law, and this decision is not going to come in a civil suit. The decision will come one day when you sense what the people sitting at home in their living rooms have decided. And he said, indeed, it happened that way. That one day his clients came to him and said, we think the people at home are tired of seeing this, and let's open our doors. And so therefore we were in an integrated public situation before the Civil Rights Act.
The next major demonstrations occurred in Greensboro across an 18-day period from May 11th to June 7th, 1963. Time and again, marchers, sometimes numbering in the thousands, spread into Greensboro's downtown business district. At one point, there were more than 1,400 young blacks in jail. During this period, student activists at A&T State University encouraged Jesse Jackson to accept a leadership role.
First time that I saw Jesse Jackson, he was a student at A&T, and he and Boyd Morris, who was the manager of a cafeteria, were standing in the doorway, screaming at each other, while an NBC cameraman and his sound man screamed at each other trying to cover it, with a mob of people outside. You see, he was not one of the originals, but he very, very much came to the forefront in a very, very quick way.
In the book, they're talking about the students. They interviewed the students who were involved in the demonstrations that were promoted in the Greensboro Daily that gave Jesse's rise as a civil rights leader. And it says, you can imagine the tension among those guys who were sweating through a movement long before him, said Stanley. Now Jesse was showing up in photos out front looking good. We began to swear that Jesse was showing up in the Greensboro Daily even when he was not present. He would be in the picture. And we say, quote, but he wasn't even there.
And see, he was not one of the originals, but he very, very much came to the forefront in a very, very quick way.
He would be in the picture, and we'd say, quote, but he wasn't even there.
But I am somebody. I may be on welfare, but I am somebody. I may be in jail, but I am somebody. I may be an educator, but I am somebody.
We're going to try our best to make sure that we keep these events in chronological order, even though when I'm presenting some of this information, it may not necessarily be in chronological order if I'm quoting something. Let's just keep that in mind. Charlatans Web quote, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, aka the SCLC, is an African-American civil rights organization based in Atlanta, Georgia. SCLC is closely associated with its first president, Martin Luther King Jr., who had a large role in the American civil rights movement. The Montgomery bus boycott is where Martin Luther King made a name for himself among the Negroes as a freedom fighter or a civil rights leader. Quote, on January 10th, 1957, following the Montgomery bus boycott victory against the white establishment, in consultations with Bayard Rustin and Ella Baker and others, Martin Luther King invited about 60 black ministers and leaders to Ebenezer Church in Atlanta. Prior to this, Rustin in New York City conceived the idea of initiating such an effort and first sought C.K. Still to make the call to take the lead role. There is a lot of secret information being told to you in these first few sentences. Number one, the SCLC has some sort of secret backer. Prior to this, Rustin in New York City conceived the idea of initiating such an effort and first sought C.K. Still to make the call to take the lead role.
Faggot too.
So the idea of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference was already in the works. And Rustin in New York City, he was looking for a leader. And we'll learn a little bit more about this Rustin character moving forward. Their goal was to form an organization to coordinate and support nonviolent direct action as a method of desegregating bus systems across the South. This idea was born in a goal to coordinate bus desegregation across the South, but it was born in New York. So it's not just Bayard Rustin. He's obviously representing somebody or something. In addition to King, Rustin, Baker, and Steele, Fred Shuttlesworth of Birmingham, Joseph Lowry of Mobile, and Ralph Abernathy of Montgomery all played key roles in this meeting. The group continued its initial meeting on January 11th, calling it a Southern Negro Leaders Conference on Transportation and Nonviolent Integration. When they held a press conference that day, the press conference allowed them to continue their efforts. These niggas held a press conference, communicating what they had included in telegrams sent that day to applicable members of the executive branch of the U.S. government, President Eisenhower, Vice President Nixon, and Attorney General Brownell, sharing an outline of their overall position regarding the restrictions against elementary democratic rights of America's Negro minority, and providing a short list of concerns they wish to raise with white Southerners of goodwill. On February 15th, a follow-up meeting was held in New Orleans at the New Zion Baptist Church at the corner of 3rd and LaSalle Streets. Out of this meeting came a new organization with King as its president. Shortening the name they used for their January meetings, the group briefly called their organization Negro Leaders Conference on Nonviolent Integration, then Southern Negro Leaders Conference, and the Southern Leadership Conference. King served as president, Still as vice president, A.L. Davis as second vice president, T.J. Jemison as secretary, Medgar Evers as assistant secretary, Abernathy as treasurer, and Shuttlesworth as historian. At its third meeting in August 1957, the group settled on Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, as its name, expanding its focus beyond buses to ending all forms of segregation. A small office was established in the Prince Hall Masonic Temple building
Where the white tea
on
people
Auburn
at?
Avenue in Atlanta, with Ella Baker as SCLC's first and for a long time only staff member. SCLC was governed by an elected board and established an organization of affiliates, most of which were either individual churches or community organizations, such as the Montgomery Improvement Association and the Alabama Christian Movement for Human Rights. This organizational form differed from the NAACP and the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, who recruited individuals and formed them into local chapters. I want to stop right here. Before moving forward, I just want to make a point of the name being called the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. But for all intents and purposes, this is not necessarily a Christian organization. During its early years, SCLC struggled to gain footholds in Black churches and communities across the South. Social activism in favor of racial equality faced fierce repression from the police, White Citizens Council, and the Ku Klux Klan. Only a few churches had the courage to defy the white-dominated status quo by affiliating with the SCLC, and those that did risked economic retaliation against pastors and other church leaders, arson, and bombings. Continuing, the SCLC
What kind of retaliation?
involved in political activism against social wills was also deeply controversial. Many ministers and religious leaders, both Black and white, thought the role of the church was to focus on the spiritual needs of the congregation and perform charity.
I said, what kind of retaliation were they gonna get?
I ain't heard.
He said economic, bombing and burning down.
Fresh Slay Smoke, so we can finish listening to the video, please. Thank you.
Charitable works to aid the needy. To some of them, the social political activity of King and SCLC amounted to dangerous radicalism, which they strongly opposed. SCLC and King were sometimes criticized for lack of militancy by younger activists and groups such as Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, and CORE, who were participating in sit-ins and freedom rides. Continuing, because of his dedication to direct action protest, civil disobedience, and mobilizing mass participation in boycotts and marches, SCLC was considered more radical than the older NAACP, which favored lawsuits, legislative lobbying, and education campaigns conducted by professionals. So we can see there's a difference. The SCLC was considered more radical than the NAACP. The NAACP liked to use lawyers. The SCLC was more civilly disobedient. At the same time, it is generally considered less radical than the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, or the Youth-Led Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC. Those student organizations would come along in the following years. To a certain extent, during the period 1960 to 64, SCLC had a mentoring relationship with SNCC before SNCC began moving away from nonviolence and integration in the late 1960s. Over time, SCLC and SNCC took different strategic paths, with SCLC focusing on large-scale campaigns such as Birmingham and Selma to win national legislation, and SNCC focusing on community organizing to build political power on the local level. In many communities, there was tension between SCLC and SNCC because SCLC's base was the minister-led Black churches, and SNCC was trying to build rival community organizations led by the poor. Along with the ambitious nature of these organizations to grow and become influential comes agents on both sides. SCLC also had its own youth volunteer initiative, the SCOPE Project, which placed about 500 young people, mostly white students from nearly 100 colleges and universities, who registered about 49,000 voters in 120 counties in 6 southern states in 65 and 66. In August 1979, the head of the SCLC, Joseph Lowery, met with the PLO, Palestine Liberation Organization, endorsing Palestinian self-determination and urging the PLO to consider recognizing Israel's right to exist. And urging the PLO to consider recognizing Israel's right to exist. And this is in 1979. So he comes in like a friend of the PLO, but really he's a secret Zionist.
Them niggas shouldn't have been there. Hey man, them niggas should not have been there.
Despite what the governor said,
You
there
hear
was
what he
no
said?
violence in
Secret
Virginia
Zionist.
or North Carolina. I had to leave the ride to be with my family when I learned that my father had died. Albert Bigelow was one who continued.
The first violence occurred in Rock Hill, South Carolina. John Lewis walked toward the segregated white waiting room in the terminal. Some white men slugged him and then slugged me. Both of us practiced a nonviolent attitude.
Sunday morning, Mother's Day. When we left Atlanta, I gave each of the riders a box of animal crackers and raisins because we didn't expect to be served at our lunch stop.
Bitch, I know you fucking lying. You knew we wasn't about to eat, so you brought raisins and animal crackers? See, this is exactly why you can't involve them motherfuckers with your movement.
Smoke, why you say them niggas shouldn't have been
You
there?
don't give me fucking raisins and animal crackers?
It ain't had nothing to do with it.
Get this off the bus. Kick this up. Get this off the bus, bro. She was afraid we weren't gonna have anything to eat, so I got animal crackers and raisins. She ain't no toddler. Rachel, back in the bus. We about to resegregate this bitch. Nah, we reversing that shit, bro.
Yeah, them niggas in Israel business, they throw a wrench in the game. Like, what the fuck? Y'all supposed to be over here worried about getting the community back in order or legitimized or whatever. Fuck. That Palestine? Israel? So what the fuck they got to do with the Southern Christian League? Muslims.
So how long this play been being run?
I don't even understand the implications of what the Southern Christian League.
The Southern Christian League, all those different Zionist movements, the NAACP, all ran by the same people.
Yeah, but that Palestinian Israeli shit, that's all political and religious, right? And the politics and the religions don't line up with the Southern Christian shit by any means. So I'm saying
they were the ones behind those movements.
I'm just saying, bro, there's something going on for that to even be in association. Like, how they even associated? Like, they got two whole different. I'm talking. They're from two different.
Just put it on play.
Atmospheres, bro. One is supposed to be fighting for the rights of niggas in America, and the other ones is disgruntled inhabitants of a land that's being taken over by a whole different state with the United States help. And the Southern Christian League is supposed to be standing up for people who having a discrepancy with the United States. I don't see how that networking even happened. That don't make no sense to me, but it is what it is. I'm just saying. But I'm trying to piece this shit together. It seemed like to me that the social construct that was constructed grew larger than the original contracting parties could have ever imagined. And then they had to seek the help of the people who it was intended to disenfranchise in order to hold it all together. But that's what I'm piecing together about this whole civil rights thing and shit, this integration shit. All right? So I'm not saying that niggas is not a guilty party. I'm saying the niggas that is a guilty party had to run back to the niggas who they was trying to disenfranchise in the first place to help contain the fucking mess that they made, and was under the impression that they didn't have nothing to do with the fucking mess in the first goddamn place. That's just my impression of how this shit got so sloppy as to where can't nobody figure this shit out. But we can get back to it.
Hey, get the white to the back of the bus, bro. Nah, kick her off the bus, nigga. Nah, bro. Let's reevaluate this whole motherfucking movement, bro. Let's go back to segregation. Who invited Susan, bro?
The armed might at the bus station waits not to fight, but to protect them from the white population. For unlike Montgomery, Alabama, Jackson, Mississippi has decided that by protecting them, they will also defeat them. But everyone, the police, the troops, the town, knows that the riders are only a symbol. The real invader is integration, and he has been long on the road to Mississippi. Other states have bowed to integration either partially or completely, but not Mississippi. Not until now.
This movement gave birth to the early student activism of the 1960s, leading to the creation of student-run organizations like the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, aka SNCC. Many of these student organizations were part of the Second Freedom Rides, which was a strategy to integrate interstate travel. Segregated buses had been ruled unconstitutional in 1960. And yet the southern states continued to run segregated bus lines. And the Freedom Riders planned to challenge the southern standard by riding in integrated buses along with white people through some of the most racist places in the Deep South. And as foolproof as these freedom rides would seem to be, you may be surprised that many of the riders still ended up getting harassed, beaten, arrested, and jailed.
They started to kick and hit me. I tried to protect myself. I was able to roll over on my stomach and tried to crouch out, and then somebody kicked me right in the fanny, sent me flying. I rolled over on my stomach, and so the foot came down and got me across here. It's the last thing I remember until I woke up in the taxi.
It's not just traveling through Alabama in interstate commerce or interstate travel. They're buying tickets from town to town and getting off in each town and seeking through mixed groups, Negro men and white women. Negro men and white women.
That's what this shit has been about the whole time. Going all the way back into the renegade black rapist. This issue is still rooted in the underlying fear of yo dick, my nigga. Negro men with white women getting off the bus, walking around in the streets together, trying to eat food together. You're playing with fire, buddy. Who told these niggas that was a good idea? Somebody told these niggas, let's go poke the pig, because we can tell that these ideas have been co-opted from somewhere. Hey guys, let's get on a bus. and let's ride through the most racist places. And why are we doing this? We may go to jail. We may get beat. We may die. We got to do this for future generations. To ride buses? No. It's not about riding buses. It's not about riding buses, okay? Because, in theory, you could get your own bus. We're doing this so we can ride beside Becky and Phil whenever we want to. Oh, okay. What else? I don't get it. So we're doing all this just to ride a bus with Becky and Phil? Yes, my nigga. Well, I don't want to go then. No, you don't understand. If we ride the bus with Becky and Phil, one day we get to smash Becky. Oh, well, shit, nigga. I'm all the way in. Nigga, you should have led with that.
This nigga
I
true.
get it now. You see? That's what it's about. If they let the niggers on the bus with Becky, then eventually niggers will be able to smash Becky all out in the open, and then what happens?
Negro men and white women to force themselves into situations which tend to inflame the local people and incense them by going into waiting rooms, restaurants, cafes, lunch counters, which are traditionally and in many cases required by city ordinance to be segregated, and pushing themselves on to people who are citizens of those communities in such a manner as to incense them and enrage them and to provoke them into acts of violence. That's what they are doing.
But this was just a small price to pay for the privilege of sitting beside a white person on a bus.
And they rode 2 buses. Birmingham police escorted them to the city limits.
Hold up, nigga. Hold up 1 second. Look at this nigga right here. Hold up. Stop the tape, nigga. Go back. Marcus Luther Garvey. What the fuck? Yo. I'm about fucked up off Marcus Luther Garvey right now, bro. I gotta reevaluate the whole movement. These niggas got Marcus Luther Garvey involved, nigga. I want to know the Marcus Luther Garvey tapes, my nigga. I know somebody got them.
Alabama and Mississippi, considered 2 of the most racist states in the country, was the epicenter of fuckery for different forms of violence committed against Negroes. In both states, before and following the years after the sit-in movements and freedom rides, several churches were burned or bombed. In many of these incidents, the Klan was directly or indirectly involved. The murder of Medgar Evers ignited the protest to the next level. Edwards was an NAACP leader in Mississippi and the acting field agent. He had been under consistent threat from white supremacists, especially in the months before his assassination. Evers was a decorated World War II veteran who served in a segregated unit during the Battle of Normandy, and later enrolling at Alcorn A&M, where he earned his bachelor's. His journey led him to Mound Bayou, Mississippi, a Negro-run town founded by Isaiah Montgomery, a haven for independent Negro entrepreneurs and professionals. Mound Bayou is a historic, independent Negro city in the Deep South. Evers joined T.R.M. Howard's Regional Council of Negro Leadership before becoming the first field secretary of the NAACP in the state of Mississippi. This position put him directly in the Klan's crosshairs. After his murder, thousands of people marched from the Masonic Temple in Jackson, Mississippi, to the Collins Funeral Home. Evers himself was a 32nd degree Freemason, a feat he accomplished before his 38th birthday. His memorial service was held at the M.W. Stringer Grand Lodge. Among those who were marching in Jackson that day, Roy Wilkins of the NAACP and Martin Luther King.
Outwardly, they have shown little interest in the battle against integration. There were no Mississippi Negroes among the Freedom Riders. Jackson Negro College students have attempted to use the White Library, but even this drew no positive support from the rest of the Negro community. But it is difficult to say what they think, for they have no voice. The nearest to a Negro voice in Jackson is Medgar Evers, for 7 years local secretary of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Just how many Negroes Evers speaks for is open to question, but certainly the majority are not NAACP members.
Well, there are many reasons, I suppose, why we have not had, should I say, the aggressiveness that they've had in Alabama and some of the other areas. One of the reasons is that many of the leaders that have come on the scene have decided to leave and go north and other places. And we are constantly building new leadership here in the state. We feel now that we have gotten to the point that the leadership has become stabilized, and it's a matter now of developing it and refining it. Certainly, there has not been the aggressiveness on the part of Negroes as has been in other states, but this is coming into the fore now, especially with the younger people.
There appears to be a lack of leadership among the Negroes, and openly at least, they have not asked for leadership. But leadership is on the way, if not from the ranks of Mississippi Negroes, then from elsewhere. One of them is Charles Oldham, National Chairman of the Congress of Racial Equality, known as CORE. CORE is the sponsor of the Freedom Riders, and Oldham their spokesman in Mississippi.
You say they didn't want no leadership.
Our organization is the elimination of discrimination against individuals because of race or color. And this is what we are going to do for America. And we feel it is essential for our own welfare and for the welfare of the citizens of the United States. And so that this is our purpose, and we will continue until it is accomplished.
Against this charge,
You say
of background,
welfare.
the issue came to a head.
Who's on welfare?
A bus carrying a mixed group of whites and Negroes started across the South with the announced intention of testing segregation in bus terminals, which had been ruled out by the U.S. Supreme Court. The bus was attacked in Alabama, its passengers injured. Next stop, Jackson. Mississippi had observed Alabama's handling of the riders and decided upon another course. The bus was loaded with armed troops and followed by 16 patrol cars and an airplane. All this at a cost of thousands of dollars a day. Jackson citizens watched by the hundreds, jostling each other for a better view. Swamped by the Khrushchev-like protection, the Freedom Riders stepped off the bus, some still bearing the bandages of their encounter with Alabama. They made their way through the surrounding crowd to the inside of the station. Some walked to a restroom marked white only, others to the white-only coffee shop. A policeman ordered them to move on. They stood quietly. Another order, then each was arrested and led outside to a waiting paddy wagon. There was no official mention of segregation or integration. The charges were breach of the peace and inciting to riot. The trial was short. The sentence, a $200 fine, which was suspended. The suspension was refused, and the riders elected to work it out on the county jail farm. Observing Alabama teeming with federal marshals, Mississippi had devised a new method of handling the buses on their way.
Getting back to Bayard Rustin, the man who helped form the SCLC, quote Charlton's Web, Rustin was an American political activist and prominent leader in social movements for civil rights, socialism, nonviolence, and gay rights. He was the principal organizer of the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. Not only did he help organize the SCLC, he also helped organize the March on Washington, some of the Freedom Rides, and the Montgomery bus boycott. Continuing, Rustin became the head of the AFL-CIO's A. Philip Randolph Institute, which promoted the integration of formerly all-white unions and promoted the unionization of African Americans during the 70s and 80s. Rustin served on many humanitarian missions, such as aiding refugees from Vietnam and Cambodia. He was a gay man, and due to criticism over his sexuality, he usually advised other civil rights leaders from behind the scenes. During the 80s, he became a public advocate on behalf of gay causes, speaking at events as an activist and supporter of human rights. Continuing, in 1932, Rustin entered Wilberforce College, a historically black college in Ohio operated by the AME Church. Rustin was active in a number of campus organizations, including the Omega Psi Phi fraternity. He was expelled from Wilberforce in 1936 after organizing a strike. He later attended Cheyney State Teachers College, now Cheyney University of Pennsylvania. Cheyney honored Rustin with a posthumous Doctor of Humane Letters degree at its 2013 commencement. Here we go. Let's talk about these New York connections, because he hasn't hit New York yet. But we know he came down from New York to form the SCLC under the guise of integration. So who is secretly backing Rustin? Continuing, after completing an activist training program conducted at the American Friends Service Committee, Rustin moved to Harlem in 1937 and began studying at the City College of New York. There, he became involved in efforts to defend and free the Scottsboro Boys, 9 young black men in Alabama who were accused of raping 2 white women. He joined the Young Communist League in 1936 and left in 1941 after the Communist Party USA reversed its anti-war policy in response to Nazi Germany's invasion of USSR. This conflicted with Rustin's anti-war stance. Soon after arriving in New York City, he became a member of the 15th Street meeting of the Religious Society of Friends, Quakers. They say he left the party. They didn't say he stopped being a communist. Continuing, the plight of the Jews in the Soviet Union reminded Rustin of the struggles that blacks faced in the United States. Soviet Jews faced many of the same forms of discrimination in employment, education, and housing, while also being prisoners within their own country by being denied the chance to immigrate by Soviet authorities. After seeing the injustice that Soviet Jews faced, Rustin became a leading voice in advocating for the movement of Jews from the Soviet Union to Israel, and worked closely with Senator Henry Jackson of Washington, who introduced legislation that tied trade relations with the Soviet Union to their treatment of Jews. So I just wanted to read that part in order to draw a connection between Rustin, communism, and Zionism. Rustin was not only a gay man, he was a communist and a Zionist. Continuing, Rustin was at the forefront of the freedom struggle for African Americans, but parted ways from activists in 1968. He was considered an Uncle Tom by some as he started to fight for equality for all and not just blacks. In an incident in the summer of 1964, in which a police officer killed a black child led to violence, when he urged blacks to resist with nonviolence, they spat at him and shot back, "Uncle Tom, Uncle Tom." Rustin's views of the protest were to urge them not to behave with desperation, but politically and rationally. He would later switch from radicalism to a truly collaborative approach. Rustin wanted blacks to align themselves with whites to see progression. So for Rustin, it wasn't only just about the rights of black people, it was also about the other marginalized communities. So it was about gay people or women or minorities. It wasn't just about black people with Rustin. So the question is, where did Rustin's influence in the South?
What are the Democrats pushing today?
He also argued that the African American community was threatened by the appeal of identity politics, particularly the rise of black power. He thought this position was a fantasy of middle-class black people that repeated the political and moral errors of previous black nationalists. while alienating white allies needed by the African American community. Nation editor and Harvard Law professor Randall Kennedy later noted that while Rustin had a general disdain of nationalism, he had a very different attitude toward Jewish nationalism and was unflaggingly supportive of Zionism. Black nationalism, bad. Jewish nationalism, great. And of course, he was a Zionist if he's advocating for Jews in Russia to immigrate to Israel. And I want you to put in perspective the fact that Israel has only existed for about 20 years at this time. Israel is a young country as it is. But at that time, Israel was just being formed. Israel just formed in 1948. We're talking about the 60s. Israel is less than 20 years old. Rustin took leave from the War Resisters League in 1956 to advise Minister Martin Luther King Jr. of the Baptist Church on Gandhian tactics. King was organizing the public transportation boycott at Montgomery, Alabama, which became known as the Montgomery Bus Boycott. According to Rustin, I think it's fair to say that Dr. King's view on nonviolent tactics was almost non-existent when the boycott began. In other words, Dr. King was permitting himself and his children and his home to be protected by guns. Rustin convinced King to abandon the armed protection, including a personal handgun. In a 1964 interview with Robert Penn Warren for the book Who Speaks for the Negro, Rustin also reflected his integrative ideology began to differ from King's. He believed a social movement had to be based on the collective needs of the people at this time, regardless of color, creed, or race. The following year, Rustin and King began organizing the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Many African American leaders were concerned that Rustin's sexual orientation and past communist membership would undermine support for the civil rights movement. After the organization of the SCLC, Rustin and King planned a civil rights march adjacent to the 1960 Democratic Convention in Los Angeles. This didn't sit well with that boy Adam Clayton Powell. Powell threatened to leak the press rumors of a fake affair between Rustin and King. King, acting in his interest, canceled the march, and Rustin left his position in the SCLC. Whoa! That boy Adam Clayton Powell said, I ain't playing no games, nigga. You trying to fuck my party up? You trying to throw a party the same night I'm throwing a party? All right, fuck it, y'all gay. I'm putting it out there. The nigga, he ain't come from the mud, but he'll play in the mud, though. King received criticism for this action from Harper's Magazine, which wrote about him, lost much moral credit in the eyes of the young. Although Rustin was open about his sexual orientation and his convictions were a matter of public record, the events had not been discussed widely beyond the civil rights leadership. Rustin did not let this setback change his direction in the movement. So it wasn't until the possibility of a gay rumor being floated out there by Adam Clayton Powell of an affair between Rustin and King did Rustin leave the SCLC. So not only did it not stop his influence in the movement, he still remained very influential in the movement, planning the March on Washington, which would probably be the crowning moment of the career of Martin Luther King. Quote, FBI declassified documents. Quote, Bayard Rustin is a former advisor to King and a one-time assistant secretary of the SCLC. Rustin has publicly admitted affiliation with the communist movement in the late 1930s. He was also one of a selected number of observers permitted to attend the Communist Party USA's National Convention in 1957. So the boycott was in 55. Rustin was already a member of the SCLC. At the very same time, he's attending the Communist Party National Convention. King said he had to let Rustin go because of problems arising from his homosexual activities. Rustin has long been so inclined, having been arrested in New York City in 1946 for offering to commit a lewd or indecent act. Rustin was again arrested in Pasadena, California in 1953 for offering to engage in an act of sex perversion of a homosexual nature, which he admitted and for which he was sentenced to serve 60 days. It wasn't just because Rustin was gay. It was because Rustin was bad for business. It's because Rustin was a pervert. We also must understand that these were different times where homosexual acts could actually be prosecuted. Sodomy was a crime. In many states, homosexuality was illegal under sodomy laws. So if a gay man admitted to an homosexual act, he could be arrested for sodomy. So the whole reason for getting rid of Rustin is a lot deeper than just him being homosexual. It's because he had been arrested for perverse homosexual acts, for sex crimes of a homosexual nature. So yes, Rustin was a liability.
The executive director of the March on Washington, the man who organized this whole thing, Mr. Bayard Rustin.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first demand is that we have effective civil rights legislation, no compromise, no filibuster, and that it includes public accommodation, decent housing, integrated education, FEPC, and the right to vote. What do you say?
A close friend of Martin Luther King was Rabbi Jacob Mortimer Rothschild of Atlanta. Rothschild was descended from Polish Jews who had immigrated to New York in the early 1900s. He had been a close friend of King since at least 1960, according to his wife Janice. Rabbi Rothschild was the religious leader of Atlanta's elite Jewish collective, and he served as the emissary between Atlanta-based Jewish philanthropists and King's SCLC, as well as other civic organizations. Rothschild organized Atlanta's first integrated event, a ceremony to honor King, winning the Nobel Peace Prize. This white man is Stanley David Levinson. Levinson is considered best friend, confidant, and ghostwriter for King. Some people may be surprised to learn that, like Drake, MLK didn't write his own lyrics. Levinson actually co-wrote King's most famous I Have a Dream speech along with Clarence B. Jones.
Hey, Super,
Levinson was a well-known communist and financial coordinator for the Communist Party leading up to the years he was introduced to King. A man of wealth and international connections, he became the financial backbone of the SCLC by serving as its accountant and agent for fundraising. When Levinson was a member of the Communist Party, he was legal counsel for the defense of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, the two Jewish communist agents who were charged with espionage and found guilty of being spies for the Soviet Union. They were executed by the US government in 1953. This happened just a couple of years before Levinson started working with King. According to the FBI, Levinson left the Communist Party in 1957, but by then he had already began working with and fundraising for King and the SCLC. Quote, "The reason King enjoyed his close relationship with communists is best explained by the fact that Levinson, in February 1962, passed the word to Gus Hall, General Secretary of Communist Party USA. Quote, King is a wholehearted Marxist who has studied it, Marxism, believes in it, and agrees with it. But because of his being a minister of religion, does not dare to espouse it publicly. Further, in March 1962, Levinson told a Communist Party USA functionary that King was concerned about a communist label being pinned on us, but that at the same time he wanted to do everything possible to evidence friendship toward the Soviet Union. In addition, King has been described within the Communist Party USA as a true, genuine Marxist-Leninist, from the top of his head to the tips of his toes.
God.
The feeling
damn.
within the Communist Party USA at that time, and still is, that King definitely follows a Marxist-Leninist line. Quote, FBI declassified documents. Another complicating factor in the picture is the degree of communist influence on King. One of King's principal advisors is Stanley David Levison, ostensibly only a New York City attorney and businessman. Levison is in fact a shrewd, dedicated communist. Levison has spent the major part of his life advancing communist interests. Levison gravitated to Martin Luther King Jr. in 1956. He has been as dedicated in his support of King as he has been in advancing communist goals. He has actively involved himself in fundraising drives for King, served as his legal counsel in certain matters, suggested speech material for him, discussed with King demonstrations in which King was involved, guided him in regard to acceptance or rejection of various public appearances and speaking commitments, and helped him with matters related to articles and books King has prepared.
So
Levison
King
edited
was
most
a-
of the chapters
King
of
was a
King's new
whole
book entitled Where Do We Go From
motherfucking
Here, Chaos or Community. Levison
Who had
wrote
a-
one chapter of this book, and the publisher's representative complained to King and Levison that it was obvious certain sections of the book were written by different
Who got something
individuals.
to say? What's that? What's up?
Stanley Levison has told
Nah,
Clarence
I
Jones,
said-
another
I
advisor
said-
to King,
So King
that
was a
under
whole
no
motherfucking
circumstances
CIA
should King
agent
be permitted to say anything
that was working
without
for
their
the
approving
goddamn
it.
communists.
Under no circumstances should
Convinced
King
niggas to
be
be okay
permitted to
with
say
taking baths
anything
and showers with
without
white
their
people.
approving it. Levison also informed Jones that King is such a
I
slow
don't know, man.
thinker,
To say
he is usually
to
not
say he
prepared
gets
to make
sophisticated
statements without
just to
help
get some
from
pussy,
someone.
man. That's kind of,
That lets you know
you know
all
what
you
I'm
need to know
saying?
about Levison's respect for King.
Got to be something more deeper than that.
Levison is actively participating
Shit,
in the
I mean,
planning
that
for
nigga
King's
got a
Washington Spring
street in
project.
every city in America
Not
named
only was
after him
Levinson a
behind this
communist
shit.
attorney, he was a Zionist and treasurer of the American Jewish
You got
Congress.
niggas to this day talking about I
So
want to
you
be
know he
judged
had
by the
pockets
context
deeper than
of
the
my
Mariana.
character versus the color of my
Old
skin.
Marty Marr was
You
getting that
niggas
Jewish
believe
money.
that shit? That
So
shit is
everything was
crazy.
kosher, except for the actual diet of the SCLC. But that's a whole nother conversation. With the new Khazarian war chest at his disposal, King could take his movement to the next level.
The Khazarian war
But
chest?
this was a troublesome friendship for King. Due to his communist involvement, then President Kennedy personally urged King to break ties with Levinson. During this time, J. Edgar Hoover was on a Negro communist witch hunt. Drag Queen Jedgar was an expert in disguising his racism against Negroes in vague communist speculation. And he used this relationship to label King a communist with hopes of undermining his support base.
One
There was
Hoover
enough
nigga.
harassment
That
being brought
nigga
from the
said the
FBI around
Khazarian war
the
chest,
communist
bro.
ties to cause Levinson to
Hey, no,
publicly
no, no,
distance
Super.
himself
Hey,
from
hey,
King.
hey, Smoke, we got to deal with that, bro.
However,
Hold on. Because I'm
they
in
would
traffic
still
right now.
remain
All I can
secretly
do
in
is just come.
contact
All
Okay,
I can do is
until
I'll
his
yield up. Go ahead.
assassination.
Go ahead, bro. You got it. I'll yield up.
King's relationship with Stanley David Levinson would be one of a few questionable friendships King would have
Take a note,
throughout
Chief
the course
I am.
of his career. Was
Chief I am,
MLK
look
a
at you out there in
communist,
your Sunday's best.
or was he just a tool for the communist agenda? Was his brand of civil disobedience a communist tactic? Would it have been possible for the SCLC to survive without financial support from the communist collection plate? Who was the secret hand funding not just King, but other civil rights leaders and organizations. What is to be made of the Jewish influence over the top civil rights organizations? Not only was the SCLC financed by communist Jews, but also the NAACP was funded by Zionist Jews. Did King choose to surround himself with Jews? Or did Jews choose to surround
when you
themselves
ask who
around
benefited
King?
the most, guess who I think benefited the most right
It
there?
wasn't just Rothschild and Leveson. It was an entire secret cabal of Jews. Joachim Prinz, Rabbi Herschel,
smoke.
Jack
There you
Greenberg,
go.
the American Jewish Congress, and the Anti-Defamation League had all affiliated themselves with him. So the question must be asked, was Martin Luther King a Zionist puppet? And if he wasn't, how successful would he have been without this secret Jewish hand? And would his movement have looked a lot differently if it had primarily been funded by Negroes?
Who funded hip hop?
What was the benefit
same Jews,
of including Jews?
the same people
If it
that,
wasn't for
that
their money,
funded your
what
engineering
other reason
program that you
could there
stand so
have
high
been?
on.
But what was the benefit for them? Perhaps they can use their participation to say they stood side by side with you during your fight for civil rights. And when the time comes to support Jews, no matter the issue, they expect you to be their black bulldog. Because you owe them. After all, they did finance your little movement. Don't be ungrateful. The animal crackers and raisins are free, bro.
Chief, I am who Farrakhan be meeting with.
Same motherfucker. All you niggas is compromised. That's why ain't no coming up.
Hey, what fraternity is Farrakhan in?
The same one you in.
Was integration truly the best thing for Negroes in America?
Now this nigga's not a Freemason no more. That you be using.
Yes, it is
that
true
the Freemasons
that
ain't
separate
is full of
institutions
shit.
are inherently unequal.
Oh, wanna be Jew ass
But
nigga.
the idea of equality is a myth in itself. No two people or
What did he
races
just
on
say?
earth
He
are
said
equal.
equality is a
But
myth
that's
in
what
itself.
makes us unique.
It's a myth.
It was never about equality. It was about equitability. It was never about equal schools. It was about Negroes having an equitable share of resources allocated for education. The fight should not have been about integrating colored children into white schools. It should have been about demanding equitable resources for Negro education. This doesn't mean that on some level integration wasn't necessary. Coexistence by different people in the same land is a must in order to maintain social sustainability. Did integration offer a better education or a different education for Negroes?
Hey, when did the Board of Education form?
Or less black teachers? In my own experience, I didn't have a black teacher until I was in college at an HBCU.
I don't know about the Board of Education.
Do you think it benefits colored students to be instructed
Right,
by
Trump just
predominantly white
disbanded the
teachers
Board of
in
Education.
settings where there are no men of color? Did integration elevate the overall number
Yeah,
of
but I don't know when it
distinguished
started.
Negro institutions?
1979.
Or did it allow the most distinguished Negro intellectuals to be siphoned into white institutions?
1979.
What
That's what
happened to the
11
black
years
bus
removed from
companies
this
after
conversation.
integration? Did colored people abandon business in their own community to support white business? Or did integration pave the way for more Negro entrepreneurs? When those college students sat in those restaurants, were there any Black-owned restaurants they could have supported instead? How many Negro restaurants closed after integration? You may have heard the saying that the white man's ice was colder, but apparently his food tastes better too. Imagine a Negro-owned business that was so booming, white people would protest and rally just to get them to accept their money. Crazy concept, right?
Hey, Super, is that a crazy concept? This whole shit is talking to Super. This whole goddamn documentary is crazy.
We gonna watch the whole thing.
What of the Boule and the Freemasons and their involvement in the civil rights movement? When it comes to the men at the head of the movement, again, the question isn't who was a Freemason. The question is who wasn't a Freemason. In this video, we've referenced a few. Thurgood Marshall of the NAACP and Supreme Court, John Lewis, Andrew Young of the SCLC, Medgar Evers of the NAACP, and Jesse Jackson of the SCLC, whom we didn't discuss in this episode, but will in the next. All of these men are presumably self-made leaders who earned their way to prominence. But was there a secret agent of influence that was choosing Black leaders?
Yes, there was. Just like there is today. And all
on the next episode of Boule, The Bullet.
For you people, I apologize, but that is what it is to be colonized. Great Malcolm, Great Martin.
Man, turn that shit off. The fuck?
On behalf of you people, I apologize, but that is what it is to be colonized.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow. And don't you ever again ignore me in your life. I just want to know why the TV barely came out in 1950 when technology is old as dust. And what was y'all doing before 1960? If y'all didn't have the TV, like y'all was going to theaters and stuff like Smoke. You the oldest one on this panel. What was you doing before they brought the TV?
Damn.
What was y'all doing before they brought the TV?
They had real shit. Nami, I think that's Super. He's 70. He's 70 years old. Super 70.
Yeah, they had TVs. They had TVs in the 70s, black and white.
Yeah, but why did they just bring the TVs out in 1950s? They said.
Well, shit. I mean, I guess that's when they first got popular.
Well, you gotta think about it, Nami. They had to make sure that niggas was okay with buying TVs from white people, right? There was that whole process.
No, that wasn't it.
Shit, it sounds like niggas didn't start doing business with white people until shit.
Nah, niggas. I seen when niggas created the movies first. What's his name? Oscar Melville. He had his own film and production company, so niggas didn't need white folks to get TVs from.
Shit, so is the white man's ice colder or is the niggas ice colder?
Hey, Chief, I am. Don't go too far. I'm still here now.
Oh,
have to keep in mind.
Whose ice is colder,
We have to keep in mind, prior to the conception of TV, people were going to short theater films.
Y'all just
They
gonna
had.
skip over all the shit that we just watched.
Yeah, y'all trying to go to the TVs and shit. The fact of the matter is
No,
that
that
anybody,
came before it all. The TVs. I just can't believe that y'all didn't get TVs to the
It was short
1950s.
films, man. That was short films. That's where you get your I hate to use these things, but I want you to think of like who is that? Carl the Marx Brothers with silent movies and everything like that. Stuff like that. These were what
Okay,
they would
so
consider.
Smoke, let me
What was
ask you, straight smoke, let me ask you, if y'all just got the TVs in the 1950s, why is it so hard for niggas to believe that niggas got programmed from the TV and the radio? If they just got the TV in the 1950s, and when the truthers come out here and say that you're being programmed by sound waves, frequency, brainwashing, programming from the media, the TV, niggas act like motherfuckers is crazy or something.
oh, that's simple. No, I mean that's money.
Okay.
A
Is your
nigga
name say
having a little bit of money, he believes he's not brainwashed. He believes he is the creme de la creme. He is the top. Yeah, nigga believe his own. He believe his shit don't stink. Yeah,
Okay.
hell yeah.
Thank you so much. But what I was going to say was this. Prior to the conception of the TV, they had film. Period. You were going to go and watch this stuff on a short length film that was usually like 2-3 minutes. It was all commercial ads, really. That's how they got the everything across to people. Before that, it was only in newspaper, and that was only for people that could read.
You forgot the shortwave radio, brother.
No, I did not, bruh.
You didn't say nothing about it.
Because of one thing. Who was the shortwave radio really used for, sir?
Shit, everybody in America. Everybody was using the radio to listen to their news.
You're still missing what I'm saying. You're still missing what I'm saying. Before the shortwave radio came into play, the only way that they can conduct anything in that nature was to be in a theater. Prior to that,
it seems like y'all deviating into devices that are being utilized for communication instead of what's being communicated.
Right, I agree with you, Smoke.
Hey, what happened? What happened before the TV was mostly radio. That's how the War of the Worlds got people jumping out of the window. People were just listening to AM, not too much FM, but mostly AM radio. AM radio is what all the movies came on, Step and Fetch It, all of that stuff came on AM radio. And what they said about 1950s is that 1 out of 10 households had a television. Not nobody, just 1 out of 10. And by 1960, it was 9 out of 10. But before the television became so popular, everybody listened to the radio. Everything came on the radio. And then, of course, like my man say, you can go to the theater and watch some theater if you want to go to the movie house.
Yeah, but you could only go to color theaters.
So what? That's where we went. And my mother worked at a color theater, and we enjoyed it. We ain't had no problem going to a color theater.
Wale, I'm not saying we didn't.
That's where we
I don't mean to be disrespectful, OG. I didn't mean to be disrespectful.
Wale, you're right because
Superman still over here.
Because Wale, you right because Orson Welles sent the whole nation into a frenzy.
Nigga, I said the radio, nigga.
Hey, but about the Martin Luther King,
I'm not worried about who
You
right
said
or
the
wrong.
shortwave
It's not a
radio.
right
You
or
said
wrong
the
thing.
shortwave radio. You said the
That's a grown
shortwave
fucking
radio.
goddamn
That's a whole different thing. Shortwave radio is much like fucking what they call it when you're just calling somebody personally. That ain't the same as broadcast radio.
Like a CD.
A walkie-talkie. That's a walkie-talkie.
Yeah.
Yeah, you talking about
tomato,
Hey, somebody finna say something
nigga,
about
you
Martin
got
Luther
me.
King. Somebody finna say something about Martin Luther King. Who that was?
Hey, yeah, I was just wondering about what y'all just watched. What y'all think about the whole MLK spill out?
That
I
nigga
think,
was an agent working for the Jews to
yeah,
turn
yeah.
America into fucking America and not Jerusalem. Yeah, that nigga worked with them people. Yeah, he was all in with them people, nigga. He wouldn't even have
Yeah,
rose
you
to the
blind,
success
Chief.
that he rose to if it
Yeah,
wasn't
you
for them
blind,
people.
Chief.
Somebody explain to me why it's such a hush-hush policy when it comes to the Jews.
Cause every nigga who got something got it from them. Yeah, that's
I mean,
easy.
You missed the whole play,
if you're
bro.
gonna
You missed
continue to
the
talk,
whole
nobody else
play.
to talk because you know everything, right?
You said what? Say that again.
Chief, I am.
I
You
said,
missed the whole play, Chief. I am.
No, I did not, nigga. You missed the whole play. Go ahead and tell us about your education again, so I can tell you who gave it to you.
So
I want to know
why was
why a
nigga?
Hebrew Israelite killed Martin Luther King's mama. What was the reason for them killing his mama?
I think that's what they told us.
The slavery
I don't
thing
think that's true.
started with the Jews. They started slavery in the United States under the name Dutch. They were called the Dutch. The Dutch ran the system until the English and the Spanish came, but mostly it was the Dutch.
Right, but the Jews of that time are not the real people of the book. They are Khazarians. That's what y'all missing. Who these fucking people actually are.
Nobody the real people of the book. The book is a fairy tale. Ain't no.
Well, that's
people
what
of the
you
book.
say. I don't
Hey,
agree
he
with
just
you.
went straight to punching on you that time. He didn't need to beat around the bush.
Yeah, you could try to punch. You can't punch up.
I'm
Still
just
punching.
saying that
Your arm's gonna get tired.
it was the Jews under the name of the Dutch, and whatever else about books I ain't really interested in. I'm just telling you about what happened. That's all.
So how did you know that the Jews came in as the Dutch? How do you know that?
All you got to do is read up on it.
So
and
you got
can
it from
see-
a book?
All you have to do is read up on it. And
You
see
said you got
for
it from a book then.
I said all you have to do is. I didn't say
But you
that.
just said you don't care nothing about no book. So which books do you care about?
You keep saying that about a book. I'm not talking
No,
about
you
books.
just no, Wale, you just said you talking about a book and I don't care nothing about that. Verbatim, that's what you said. Now you talking
Exactly.
about
I
another
said-
book.
And no, I'm not talking about another book. You are.
Which book
You
which
keep
book
talking
told
about
you that which book told you that the Jews were the Dutch, brother? Or did you?
Ain't nobody told me that.
Nobody told you that?
I say ain't no book told me. I'm stop
Okay, so
talking
how
to
did you figure that out, Wale?
Can y'all not get emotional so we can hear what both of y'all saying?
I'm just trying to legitimize his statement, whether it's legitimate or not. He's saying he
Well,
ain't fucking
he's
with the
saying
book.
that he reads multiple items to get real truth, and you're saying that you only read one book.
No, I didn't. I never once said I only read one book, brother. You said that.
Well, how you say it is the book. The book
No, he
don't say
said
that.
he said he's not rocking with the Bible. I said, okay, who told you that the Jews were the Dutch? And he said a book.
No, I did not. I never said
Okay,
that.
so
You're
who
lying
told
on-
you that the Jews were the Dutch then?
That's why I stopped
Okay, all
talking to
right,
you.
so
You don't
forgive
even
me.
understand. I'm talking English. And
Who
before
told you
5
that the
minutes
Jews
passed,
were the
you didn't
Dutch?
say a word.
Hold on, man. Wait a minute. Hold on. Chill out. I think what he's saying is, like how we say Indians and niggas is the same thing. He's saying Jews and the Dutch. Same thing. Ain't no book you can read that's going to say that. You got
So
to piece it
how
together.
did he know it?
Hold on. It's something that has to be pieced together. And I think he's saying that he pieced it together. Now, if you want to see where he get that understanding, right? But it's not a book. See, books and a book is two different things.
Okay, so is the word Khazarian in the Bible? No,
Not
it's
that I
not.
know of.
So how do
Not
we
that I
know that
know
the
of.
Jewish people today are the
Hey
Khazarians?
man, you were in a constant state of deflection. Why come you didn't even let Superman say how he thought you dodged, how you missed the play? You see, you didn't
Because
want
you
to deal
won't be
with
the
that.
bang with Superman. He can't box with God. I
I just want to know what the play was, because that's back on the topic.
Okay, well go ahead. Let's rock with Super then. Let's do it. Go ahead, Super.
Why y'all didn't
You said
let
the
Wale
whole
finish
video.
what he was saying?
Go
Y'all
ahead,
be all
Super.
over the place.
She's looking for she's looking for a magical book. Ain't no magical books, nigga.
No, I'm not looking for a magical book, Smoke. All I'm saying is that he led with the statement. He said the Jews are actually the Dutch. And before he made that statement, he he spoke upon what I would assume was the Bible, as if he doesn't believe that book. That's what I
assume. You said assume.
Okay,
you
we
fucked
get-
up
we
right
get-
there.
we got- I may have assumed incorrectly. Was that correct, Wale? Was that
Yeah,
correct?
I don't deal with that.
apologize?
I don't
Can I
deal with that,
apologize?
but you know, as a
Can I-
story, like it's a story.
Can I apologize on behalf of Wale for disrespecting your scriptures, bro, so we can move on?
You
can't he ain't gonna apologize.
Nah, fuck that Bible. You ain't gotta apologize. Fuck that book.
Yeah, but I
Everybody
wanna
ain't gotta
move on,
believe in that
though.
bullshit.
But I want to
What you talking
move.
about?
Move on. Though. He's not gonna
I
move
knew
on.
you was coming, Nami. I knew you was
He
coming.
not- He don't want to move on long as he thinks somebody is against the Bible up here, right? Even
what
though
I'm
we
saying-
all are,
all I
but
was
I don't
saying
want to. I don't want to dip into a biblical defense mode when we ain't got to. We just move the fuck on.
So
And
hold
get
on,
down
hold on. We just watched a video that was an hour and 44 minutes long, right? The root of the video is saying that Martin Luther King, as well as the civil rights movement, was established by the Jews, who are claiming to be the people of the book. But they're not, right? This is one group of people doing this. We all agree that that's what the video said, or did anybody else?
No, we
hear something else?
disagree, nigga. That's what I'm trying
Okay,
to
so
get
what was the
to.
video saying? Who
That
was
the
Martin Luther
niggas
King
had a
working
book.
for? Who was Martin Luther King working for? Super.
Are you gonna be able to be quiet and listen?
Well, yeah, it's a quick answer. Who was he working for?
Okay, just be quiet and listen, bro. Damn.
Somebody, quick answer. Anybody? Who was he working for?
God damn.
He was working for. Damn. I don't know who the fuck he was working. The CIA.
He was working for the Jews. He was financed by the Jews. He had a team full of lawyers that were all Jews.
All right, I got a question
The
for you, Chief.
NCAA was financed by
Chief,
Jews.
all right, he ain't gonna let nobody else talk.
Go ahead, bro. Y'all niggas always want a nigga to be all the way quiet so y'all can have a.
Shut the
Come on,
fuck
man.
up, bro. You steady running your mouth. Just
Well,
relax.
nigga, you not saying nothing. Say
Okay,
something.
how about this? How
What
about this?
happened?
Go ahead.
It
So
sounded
being
like you was about to say God, turkey.
So being funded,
Oh,
being funded or endorsed by someone that does mean you working for them, right?
Absolutely.
Well, these games was funded. These games was funded by the same people that funded Martin Luther King organization. Are they a part of it too?
Absolutely. Thank you for saying
Oh,
that,
okay.
sis. Thank you for saying that.
So did he go to them for funding, or did they go to him to fund him?
okay. Who on this panel are not funded by the Jews? I want to hear that now. I mean, right now, this second. Who are not?
I am not funded by Jews. I am
So
not
you
funded
don't
by
get.
Jews.
Okay. Where you get your funding from? I'll just go through it one at a time, because it's gonna tell
Very
me
simple. I get my funding from the people.
what people.
The people that I serve on a regular basis.
I'm saying what people.
It depends on the people that want to come get the food. How about that?
Okay, you're talking about serving food and a what they call it, a consumer market. You're talking about a consumer market.
Yep.
Go back to your findings, Gamon Gator. Did the Dutch come here, or did we go get the Dutch? How did they get here to start slavery, or whatever you said they was in?
Why you change the subject? He's talking about being funded by these particular people. You going back
Nami
to
don't
the
want me to
Dutch.
talk, so I'm gonna shut up until she leave, y'all.
Because he can't fight, Nami. That's why he changed the subject. That's why he
That's
changed
why.
it.
Ain't nobody fighting, man. Why you want to fight? What is this fighting for?
Because we have to fight. Because you niggas come with fucking rhetoric that makes no goddamn sense. So somebody
You
has
ain't
to
let
beat you
nobody
niggas
talk.
up.
So how can anybody else come with rhetoric besides you? Let somebody else talk. Go ahead and talk, Wale.
I was saying that the thing that happened was King was attempting to work for the people. First off, there was no civil rights movement. There was a freedom rights movement. It became a civil rights movement when all them Jews came in because they had their own civil rights movement to do. In the United States at that time, Jews were persona non grata. The placard on the wall where I was at in Florida said, "No dogs, no niggas, no Jews." They were not
There
present.
you go. There you go. Right there. Stay right there. Go with it.
So, and what they did was they wanted to get into the influential places in New York where they were hanging out.
Hold on, man. No dogs, no what, and no Jews. I ain't hear the whole thing.
No
Here he
dogs,
go playing
no
Super
niggas,
Treva.
no Jews. That's what the sign read on the door when I was a youth. Now I'm saying simply that the Jews up north had a problem with that same problem of being discriminated against. And so what they wanted to do was set precedents in the courts. They set up all that civil rights stuff. They set it all up for themselves. King,
whose sentiment was that, bro? Whose sentiment was no dogs, no niggas, no Jews? Whose sentiment was that?
The crackers that put
So
out
the
the stuff.
crackers were discriminating against the Jews. I thought the Jews
They
were more
still
powerful than the
do.
crackers.
The
I
crackers
thought
still
Jews
do.
was crackers, nigga.
Yeah, but you don't know no better. The Jews, the crackers
They not listening. They not listening, Morgan Gator. They not listening.
I'm gonna help you
They
out.
not listening, Morgan Gator.
Right now.
You niggas
I'ma
don't
help
know
you out
history.
right
Y'all
now,
don't even
Wale.
know the difference between a white man and a Jew man. That's fucking nuts. How you over here saying there's a difference between a white man and a Jew? And they all
Bro,
look
he just
good.
said they was persona non grata. They couldn't
Nigga,
get
I don't give a
nothing.
fuck about no persona non
They
grata.
couldn't get no
If the white
loan.
man
They couldn't
created
get
Calm
the
down.
nothing, bro.
if the white man created the NAACP, the white man also, the Jew, the so-called Jew
That's why.
created the
That's why I
NAACP,
asked
right?
who benefit, and then Smoke said they benefited. And he pointed with
The Jew
was
benefits.
behind,
No, it's
right.
one particular group of people. Why are you not
That's
understanding
never
this?
Jews.
So
You want to know
you saying Jews
what
are
is
not
it,
white people?
who is the person that set it up? Who is
oh
the
hell
person that
no,
set
they
it up?
not white people.
Hey,
It
peace,
wasn't. It
to
wasn't.
Jews
that.
are definitely not white people, brother.
You are
Peace,
a
Bab.
fool if you believe
What it
that.
do, Bab? Calm
Peace and love.
down. Let other people
Peace and
talk.
love.
Peace
Peace and
and
love,
love.
everybody. Peace and love.
Hey,
Peace and love.
balance out.
Balance, family. Greetings to the mere mortals. Shout out to the gods on the panels. Peace and
Hey,
love.
AP.
What's up, Smoke? What's up, Wale? What's up, Chief? I am Smoke. Straight Smoke. You barbecuing over there, nigga? Super. Copper Draco. Big Nami in the building. Who else we got up in here? Navi. Oh, what's up, Navi Poet? What's going on, gang? Oh, shit. Who else in here? I think I might be forgetting somebody. Absolutely.
What's up, man?
Bang, 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 bang.
I do want to
Happy 420.
congratulate. I do want to congratulate you niggas for getting through a video in record time. Appreciate it. Y'all got it.
Man, peace and love. What y'all on here building on, man? I see y'all talking about a whole bunch of stuff.
I'm just trying to get across back to
We talking about
to
these scam
everybody.
folks.
You got
Yeah,
it.
we really
Martin Luther
definitely.
King and the communists and the globalists and the booty bandit boule.
Yeah, but it's all based off whether or not racism is what it is, or is it just something propagated? Right. This is what this whole
Oh, I want to
debacle
talk about
is
that.
about.
Hey, you know, y'all were talking about caste, class, and race. And I thought about it because I had to go out. And I came back and I remembered that caste has classes inside the caste system. There's three caste, like he mentioned India. And my experience with the Indian, the way they explain it to me is they have three castes. CASTE. They have three of those castes. Of each caste, there are three or four classes inside each caste. Like the Brahma, There's the priest Brahma, there's the money Brahma, and there's the scholastic Brahma. And under the Sikhs, there's they got different classes under that caste. And even under the lower the last caste. But all of these castes started under Rama, under the Ramayana. They started as a result of the Ramayana, they call it, is the story of when the Aryans came into India and how that whole thing panned out, and now you're seeing the results of it. That story is in their historical mythology called the Ramayana.
Well, can you speak on the caste and the class in America?
Go ahead, Wale.
Hello.
I'll wait.
You say
I'll
speak
wait.
on the what? You say speak on the who?
The caste system and the class in America.
America.
Because you
They
just
used to
said
be
the
a-
Jews and the white people are different groups, right?
Oh,
So
yeah.
can you speak on?
Okay, so when the
Go ahead.
1960 and stuff, we were doing the freedom thing, right? And we had momentum and stuff. So when they started coming on television and stuff, the Jews got the idea, hey, we could use this momentum these niggas got going, and moved it through the court. So they came down. I think it was 3 of them. They came down into the southern regions, talked to all the niggas down there, because you know niggas let to talk to crackers and shit. And they were Jews, so they felt impressed, like they thinking the Jews are the original, that Bible stuff. Anyway, and all of them Christians, you know that, right? They all Christians, so they all into they got them by hook and sinker right there already. So what they did was say, hey man, let us do this civil rights thing. We're gonna take y'all thing through the civil rights, take it through the courts. That way y'all don't have to get all this other kind of stuff. That's why they started doing all the stuff like the bus ride and having the cops come. Ha 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 ha. Who had all them cops come protect them niggas? The Jews. They set it up to the legal, because they into the legal. They almost every judge, lawyer, and anybody in the court system that you see today is going to be a Jewish guy. That they'll tell you that in a minute. Accounting, all that. They just picked up on those particular areas. Now that's what I'm talking about. Caste. They pick up on certain areas in the society that they gonna function with it.
Hell no, all white people are the same, nigga. Stop with the lies. What is wrong with
all
you?
white people are the same. This is another thing. To say all white people are the same is the same
all the
problem.
same. The Jews, the poor cracker, the rich cracker, the poor Jew, the rich Jew, they all the same. What is wrong with y'all? Why y'all pretending that y'all can tell these motherfuckers apart?
Who is the
There ain't no
originator?
pretend, man. You just can't get it.
So you telling me you could tell a Jew from a motherfucking white boy from Mississippi?
Who's the originator?
Oh yeah.
A Jew from New York. If you see a Jew,
matter of fact, I can tell you a Jew
you a
from a
liar, nigga. You don't. He would have to tell you he's different. You wouldn't know it.
Name somebody. Name somebody.
You wouldn't know it. You lying.
I can get okay.
Yeah, whatever you say, man. That's why I don't talk to you, because you're a fool.
I'm not no fool. I'm saying they all the same. I'm standing.
No,
on
what
it.
he's talking about is dominant and recessive genes, and Wale is talking about caste and class. It's 2 different things.
And I'm not talking about none of that shit, because that's all foolerism. You talking about one group of people. You talking about one group of people who have used strategy.
Chief Ian, can I ask you a question?
Who have
Chief Ian, why you
strategically took
hollering?
everything
Chief
from
Ian,
you.
stop
You niggas
hollering
gonna
at
divide them and say they think
Let me ask you a question, Chief Ian. Have you ever heard of a Jew fro?
Yeah, I heard of a Jew fro. That's a Jew with a fro.
So do you
What that
think that
mean?
Donald Trump can grow an afro?
I don't give a fuck what he can grow.
Oh, okay, cool.
Why does that prove your point?
Okay, absolutely. Can you do
I'm
me a
all
favor?
ears.
Come on, man. Y'all gotta stop. This is why niggas is losing. Niggas want to say that one group of white people.
Niggas ain't losing. Niggas ain't
Yeah,
losing.
you niggas is losing.
Niggas ain't losing. You
Niggas
losing.
is losing in America, man. Stop it, man. So now niggas is winning in
Niggas
America.
ain't losing. Niggas
So
ain't
hold on. So
losing
Wale,
nowhere.
niggas is winning in America,
Niggas
Wale.
niggas ain't losing
Absolutely.
nowhere.
Can you hear
Yes,
me?
we
Niggas in
are
America
winning.
below the
Yes,
poverty
we are
line, bro.
winners,
What the fuck is wrong
and
with you, bro? You
everybody
invented
knows the
everything and
truth.
you own
And we
nothing.
are
Oh
winners,
my God.
and we always been a winner, and we will
And you
continue
are
to be a
winning at
winner.
what? You winning at losing?
Absolutely.
No,
Can you
you
hear me?
are the loser. You
No,
are
you
loser.
winning at
Take
Yeah,
that by
losing.
absolutely.
Oh,
take
okay, well
that
then I
L by
agree then.
yourself.
If
Take
you
that
saying
L
niggas
by
is winning
yourself.
at losing, I
Don't
agree
be
then.
messing with us, niggas,
Nigga, you
The
don't
because you
own
ain't
none.
no
You don't.
nigga.
You're not even
You're
in
a
the
loser.
race. You're
You're
not
a
even in the
loser.
race for
Ain't no
economy.
race.
You're
My
not in the
race is
race
the
for resources.
220.
How the fuck are you winning?
My race is the 220-yard relay.
Man, how are you?
My
How are
race.
you? You're not even in the
Sometimes I
race.
do the
Okay, yeah,
100-yard
all right,
dash,
nigga, shut the fuck
but
up.
mostly I
Shut
like
up.
the
Damn.
220.
Absolutely. Please look up the first Hungarian Jew. The first Hungarian Jew.
And you think that's gonna be online? Shut your
Nigga,
goof
shut the
ass up.
fuck up.
Now we
Shut the fuck up. I'm
Hungarian.
trying to do something. I'm trying to do
I know
something.
you always
I'm
trying to do
all right,
something,
you
nigga.
see him come out? See,
And
you
I'm
know what
trying
I'm
to
saying?
tell you niggas to stop living in
All
La
I'm
La
trying to
Land,
tell
When I
nigga.
you,
hit him with
you
that whip,
always gotta
y'all,
run
he
your
go
mouth.
crazy.
Damn, just relax. Relax. I'm trying to get something out.
You
If it's
been
possible.
relaxed. Didn't you see yourself on the bus?
Oh my God. Damn.
Niggas been
Absolutely.
relaxed. You niggas ain't
Look up,
relaxed enough.
if you could, oh God, if you can look up Hungarian Jew.
Okay,
Hungarian
I'm looking at it right now.
And while you at it, look up Ottoman Jew. And then while you at it, look at French Jew. Fuck is wrong with you, nigga? There's white motherfuckers everywhere around the planet, nigga, claiming to be Jews, nigga. What?
You're missing what I'm saying, but it's okay. You can talk
Yeah, I
however you
know, bro.
want.
You can't even talk to me about this shit. You don't even know enough.
Okay, you can say whatever you like, sir.
Yeah, nigga, because why would you? So you okay, hold on. Huh? You know what? My bad. Go ahead. Prove your point. Go ahead. My bad, brother. My bad. Forgive me, brother. Again, forgive me.
No, it's what's understood don't need to be explained. It's all good.
No,
Absolutely.
we need to explain it. You
Talk
got
what
to
I'm
show
talking
us
about,
the
right?
first picture of a Hungarian Jew, and that's going to prove what exactly to us.
It's I just
What
looked up the
does it say?
Hungarian Jew, but this guy won't stop talking, man.
Absolutely. What does it say? Absolutely. What does it say about the Hungarian Jew?
I'll just read right here. This says, where did the Hungarian Jews come from? It says most Jews in medieval Hungary must have come from German-speaking lands, maintaining family and trade connections, and occasionally forced to migrate due to anti-Jewish laws. The population of the towns in which they resided included a large portion of German, besides Hungarians, Italians, and other ethnic groups. So there's a bunch of different mixed up people, I guess, just serving one.
I know where you're going with that straight smoke.
I'll go where you
But
going.
go ahead. Nah,
Go ahead,
let him
Straight
do
Smoke.
it. I'm gonna let him do it.
It said the earliest Jewish presence in Hungary dates back to the 2nd century CE. However, it also says before 1095, it is not definitely known when Jews first settled in Hungary. During the Rome, and they settled in the Roman province of Pannonia. It's believed that some Jews settled in this area, which included parts of modern-day Hungary, as part of a Roman legions.
Man, that shit sound made up, bro. I'm sorry. That shit sound made
Yeah,
up.
I'm just reading what it say, man. I ain't making it up. Shit, it ain't my makeup.
So
Straight Smoke, what's going on with this Hungarian Jew? What was the point?
Okay, so what I'm trying to get to you, absolutely look up the leading Hungarian Jew.
I got a list of Hungarian Jews in front of me, but I'm not too sure if this is what you're looking for. I got a list of them right here.
Are they? You got pictures? Absolutely.
Who's at the top?
Who's at the top? We got Leo Frankel, one of the leaders of the
I
Paris
still didn't hear
Community.
the answer to the American caste system either. Why y'all niggas always getting off track?
Exactly, man.
I'm trying to get to it, Smoke Signal.
Okay, I
I'm
got
trying
you.
to get
You're taking a long time.
It says Leo Frankel, one of the leaders of the Paris Commune. Then you got Guala Germanus, Ismaologist, non-Jewish mother, Jewish father.
Mm-hmm.
You got Ignat Gozier, Ismaologist, Islamologist. So are
Hey,
these
are these all white boys?
Islamologists?
Are these all white boys? Absolutely. Did I
Every
catch
one
you?
of them.
Every one of them is crackers. Ain't that some shit?
See, the thing is, though, where we at? Is though, not only can I tell the difference between the different crackers, but crackers can tell the difference between the different crackers. They've got us in a group called us all black, like we all the same, and that's why
So
we
you
hear
telling
stuff.
me, hold on, Wale, you
Shut up
telling
a
me,
minute, man. You talk too goddamn much. Will you shut up a minute? That's why they
woo,
say
that was gonna bring that fire.
all skin folk ain't kinfolk because they got us lumped into something about all blacks are the same. We not all the same. Just like all crackers ain't the same. They not all the same. We
so
have to
that's
be able
reverse
to
racism.
differentiate, and we have to realize that we are not all the same. That race is some bullshit they came up with in order to identify us in the United States, firstly, and then they started doing that system of classes. And even
So
in
you
the
telling
crackers,
me, so Wale, you
in
telling me,
America, is that boy talking again? In America, they got the upper class, middle class, and lower class. That's the class system in America. Besides that, because that's all for crackers. Besides
so
that,
can
they
you, so Wale, you can tell the difference between a Yugoslavian and a Croatian? You can do that? You know how to do that? Or you just
Hell
lying right
motherfucking
now?
yeah. Yes, I do. Yes.
So you
You
telling
can't.
me you niggas know the
You
difference
Cause
by
you're
just
a
looking
simpleton,
at crackers
nigga.
between a
You're
Croatian
a
and a
simpleton, nigga.
Yugoslavian and a
You have
German?
never left the United States, you bitch
You're
ass
a
nigga.
liar.
All right,
Can
man. Hold
y'all
on,
please
bro.
stop
Hey, man.
yelling?
Come on,
Can
bro.
y'all please
Hey,
stop yelling?
hey, man.
My bad,
Calm down.
Nami, my bad.
Calm
I'm
down. We
getting a little
talking.
carried away.
We
This is
talking.
comical to me, yo.
We talking information, man. Come on, bro. Y'all acting like you niggas finna knock sticks off each other's
Hey,
shoulders. What the
Smoke,
fuck is
can I ask
going
you a
on?
question? Can
Let
you tell
me
the
ask.
difference between a Yugoslavian,
No,
a French,
no,
and
I
a
can't.
German?
No, I can't. I can't tell the
Okay,
difference
but
between a
Wale
fucking
can though.
Yugoslavian. Right, I'm gonna be real, bro. I'm gonna be real. But look what we
Yeah.
have here. Look what we have here. A fucking Hungarian. This is what Alabama was always saying. A white nigga with an afro. What the fuck? How did this happen? How did Hungarian shit happen? How did it happen, bro? Explain it to me. Explain it to me. Come on, man.
The
Somebody hit me
original
up.
niggas in Hungary, the original people in Hungary was niggas. That's
Okay, I can
probably
go with
how it. You want to talk about the Afro part of it? The Afro part of it is just a way to
Huh?
get past.
What?
Get past
Shut
the
up.
fact
Stop
that
lying. You making up shit. I'm
I'm not
sorry.
making
I'm
up shit.
going
I'm
back over
saying,
here.
listen, hold on. Who said that? Who said that? Who said that? Who said I'm making up shit? Who said that?
Hey, and I also found some
It don't
other.
matter who said it. It don't
Okay,
matter
so
who
I'm
said
at
it.
whoever said it. I'm gonna ask them. Can you today draw the difference between a French white motherfucker, a European or white motherfucker, a German white motherfucker, and a Yugoslavian white motherfucker? Can you tell me the difference?
Can you explain the Socratic method, please?
Please answer the question before you ask me about the Socratic movement.
I can.
Socratic method. Shut up, Wale. I didn't ask you. I don't volunteer. This is about him and the
this is
bullshit that
Navi
he's doing
Poet. I
on this
love Navi.
goddamn
She love
panel.
this shit. Navi, can you tell the difference, please?
No, I can't. And I'm not gonna
Okay,
discuss it because we were talking about King and what happened in the 60s, and now y'all motherfuckers are over in Hungary.
Well, no, because I'm telling these
No,
niggas that
you're
all
doing a
white
bunch of
people are the
bullshit
same
up
people.
here. You're doing a bunch of bullshit up here.
No, I'm saying that all white people are the same people, love. That's all I'm saying.
Nah, man.
Okay, so if you said it, say it and let them have the goddamn conversation.
All right, you got it. My
Wasting
bad,
too much
sis.
motherfucking time up here.
Forgive me, sis. Forgive me, sis. My bad. I didn't mean to get you triggered. My bad.
Now, but she right though. But you are going somewhere with it. You're saying that he was funded by these Jews, but who are the Jews is where you guys were trying to go with it. But you guys are stick on one goddamn dart on the wall and won't take it out and throw the dart or something. You just get stuck there. But I see what he's saying about the Hungarian Jews. They had to have afros. So who did they mix with over there in Germany then to say they came here? How did they get here then if they funded Martin Luther King just recently here?
Well, like I was saying, the Dutch Indies. Have you ever heard of the Dutch Indies? The Dutch something company. I forget the name of their little company and shit. They were before the
it was the East India Company. Dutch.
They were owned by the Dutch. Right. They were owned by the Dutch, right?
Hey, I got a question for y'all OGs, man. That's on the panel. No disrespect. How y'all doing?
Peace.
Why is everybody still keep going off of the old shit and not understanding the shit?
What you mean
by
that?
No, go on, help us understand. Go ahead, break it down.
Why we still keep battling through this shit? You know, like we know what the fuck was told to us, and we know it was lies. We went through school, we slept through that shit. We ain't even go to class and shit like that. But we gonna come back to the same old books and shit and try to understand the shit that's written. Like it don't make no fucking sense to me at all, whatsoever. Why does everybody keep doing that shit?
Break it down.
That's what I thought.
Break it down.
That's all. I'm confused. I want
They
to
not
understand.
talking about books. They talking about the civil rights movement and who funded the civil rights movement.
Nah, but that come from books and scripted shit that was told to a motherfucker instead of using your own mind that you got in your brain and coming up with your own conclusion.
I don't know when you came in on this, but but this whole thing is centered around what the fuck racism is. Is it based off race? Is it based off class? Is it based off something else? I think it's based off what the fuck.
It's based on. My bad, Smoke.
No, well, if you know, go ahead. What's it based off of?
It's based off of bullshit. Everything.
Oh, man.
What's the bullshit is based off of, brother? That's what we're trying to figure out. What is the bullshit that is based off of, my nigga?
Shit, everything that everybody's saying because it's repeated.
All right, well, just let us say it then. All right, just let us say it, but don't ask us why we saying it. Because if it's based off that, it don't matter what we saying, right? All right, let's get to it. Wale.
All right, so Wale was talking about the Dutch company ruling something. Why did you bring that up, Wale?
I simply because I was relating it to the fact that they already had their hooks in and how niggas thinking and controlling them through that Bible concept. Because all of the people you're talking about are Christians. Everyone they mentioned in that video that I heard anyway, they were all Christians and stuff. So they have that background, you know what I mean, to that they can go back to and get their, how do you call it, their confidence. See, that's where the confidence.
About the biblical narrative.
They can come in, you know, they're Jew. The people gonna give their confidence to them immediately, and so that's what they did. And so they thought they can. That's why that boy said, "I think I done led my people into a burning house" or something like that. He was talking about having followed them Jews. He had followed them Jews for about 7 or 8 years before he realized they were in it for themselves. He didn't realize the big picture of what was going on. He was looking at just this small myopicness that he was accustomed to.
I think somebody had the echo.
Christians cretins.
When he saw the big picture, he said, "Oh man, what's going on? I see what's going on. I done led my people down the wrong way," because he had made a detour. We were on a freedom. We were on a freedom rights movement where we can free ourselves. We were on a freedom rights movement, not no civil rights movement. The civil rights movement, once again, put us under the U.S. government jurisdiction right away.
All right, so you're saying so now we need to figure out how did these kids become mixed? They look like they're like grandparents were probably one of their grandparents were probably full-blooded Aboriginal from somewhere, but those Jewish-looking people with the froze, they're definitely somewhere down the line got some Aboriginal in them. So how did they get that Aboriginal in them?
That's what I'm saying. The thing that you call race is a figment of your imagination.
Man, why are y'all focusing on
This is about the
froze, nigga?
education system.
These are
saying
fucking the
This is
same
about
people. It doesn't matter where in the world they
race,
come
they
from.
threw all the
You
dark
niggas are
skin.
crazy as fuck. This is why you niggas can't get ahead. You
No,
over
we're
here
just
talking
trying to
about
place them in
froze and shit.
America.
What the
We're
fuck
trying to
is
place
a
these
froze?
people in America, though.
Around
All right,
1816.
Chief, you on time out for a minute, nigga. You can't control yourself. Just chill out, man. Gather your
Around
composure.
1816, Aboriginal power, and I was just talking about it, where they came in and made everybody white. When they hit the deck, they became, them crackers wasn't crackers till they got to white until they got to America. And then everybody turned white when they got to America. And that's what they were doing. It ain't no such thing as white people and black people. They made every dark-skinned people black. That's how come the dark-skinned Indians are black, the dark-skinned Africans are black, even these doggone so-called swarthy Germans are black.
But it looks like this just happened though, Wale, in the 1950s and 60s. But you're going back to the 1600s.
No, I'm going back to the 1800s just now.
Oh,
and I'm
okay,
bringing
1800s.
talking about this 1960s. What
Hold
about
on,
the
man. I got a question. I got a
That's what I
question
was-
because y'all like to breathe. Y'all like to make statements and breeze over. All right. What about the light-skinned Americans? Did they get classified as white? Because y'all saying that the light-skinned Europeans and the light-skinned Asians and the light-skinned Africans got classified as white. What about the light-skinned Americans? What were they classified as?
I never said that. I don't know where you got that.
No, but you said people weren't considered white until they got to America.
Right, and that's what I was saying. Even if they were Irish,
Right.
they Irish.
What?
If they're
What?
Rich, they rich.
What I'm
But
talking
when
about,
they
what
get-
happened? What I'm asking you, what happened on the boat ride over here? What happened? How did they go from whatever the fuck they was before they got here to white when they got here? What made them white? What made
when
them
they,
white?
I'm saying the governmental and the social structure of the United States of America made them white. They're
But
not
only the
white
light
when they
skin, but only the light skin was right.
What you mean light skin? When I have to, that's
Cause
what
bro,
I
you
just
said
now you're talking
you
about two
said
different
like you
things.
said like I know, but you said light skin though, bro. You
I
said
didn't
this
say
white
nothing about
thing.
no light skin.
It was as if though you saying this white thing couldn't have happened had it not been for some light skin.
I didn't say none of that.
But no,
No,
that
no.
was but it was implied. It was implied because you
I
said
didn't imply-
light skin. hold
No,
on.
I didn't imply
Why did
none
you-
of that.
Why
I
did you
said the word
why did you bring up light skin as opposed to dark skin? Why did you bring that up, brother?
I did not do that.
Yes, you did, man.
I simply said the crackers that are sometimes called swarthy. That was my reference to any kind of skin color. And I say the dark-skinned people were said to be black because that's how they did the racism. They just put all us in the same category, whether we friends, relatives, or nothing. You're all dark, you're all black.
Okay, so now I need to ask you what is implied by dark skin, brother? What is implied by
Dark-skinned,
that?
anything on the average, a brown or darker.
So dark skin varies. Tawny, swarthy.
I don't use them terminologies, but crackers do. I don't use them terminologies.
Yeah, but we talking
don't-
about crackers. So we can't act like we don't. Right, if we talking about crackers, we'll never be able to identify crackers if we can't use their verbiage. Shout out to Grateful.
So I didn't understand if you're asking me about niggas or you asking me about crackers. I'm kind of
I'm
confused.
asking you about white, brother. What is white,
Okay.
my nigga?
White is
What is the
as that
color?
I've heard it, any European or of European heritage.
So there were no dark skinned Europeans.
Oh, I didn't say
I
that.
mean, right, because if you're gonna say, hold on, wait a minute, man, hold on. If you're gonna say this white thing is based off not being dark, then you say, well, Europeans. Then I ask you, are there any dark-skinned Europeans. Come on, bro. Like this shit.
I mean, listen to what I'm saying. Okay, there was the guy that came from Sudan. I think it's Ethiopia or something. And he got mad because he got to America and they said he was white. Nobody is white till they get to America. They don't nobody even mess with white till they get to America. That's the only place it's germane. It's germane nowhere else in the world.
This is what I'm trying to figure out. But you're not gonna be white if you get to America and you dark skinned, right?
I didn't say that. I said you asked me what make the white people, and I said of European heritage. That's why I mentioned the Ethiopian. I think it's Ethiopia, Sudan, or something like that. And when he got to America, they say he was white because of his lineage.
Okay, so
even though his skin was darker than mine,
he was a light skinned dude.
All right, dude. That's all I was trying to get to. You saying European and white is synonymous. It don't matter about the light skin or the dark skin. You know what you're saying?
I'm saying when they get to America, that's how they were hooking it up. That changed. I don't know, in the 70s or something, when they kept arguing about this and that, who's white, who's not. The Chinese, they want to be named yellow and red and all that. They gave up all them colors. They ain't want to be all that shit. They didn't even want to be Oriental no more. They say they're gonna pick their own shit. They're gonna be Asians, and they picked that out for themselves.
Look, man, we know.
I think he's making all
in
that
the
up.
United States, we know that in the United States, they hard pressed on two main categories, black and white. Right? We know. I know. I understand. They couldn't really pull it off because of the implications. Right? Some people didn't want to be classified as something that they fucking not. Right? So this shit never would. This shit never did really go over quite well. Right? You can't call multiple peoples just black or white, right? Because everybody ain't gonna want to be identified the same, especially when they know they not the motherfucking same. All you old humanist ass niggas, people understand that they not the same. When y'all want, it's just one motherfucking race, okay? But there's plenty categories of it though, right? Plenty categories.
So many shades,
right? Like you got Rottweilers and you got Dobermans. They all dogs. We did it. They're not the same kind of motherfucking dog. Right?
You shake their ass down, they're gonna be pink.
Y'all got it, bro.
Man, these motherfuckers is crazy, man. Respect to you, Smoke.
What I was trying to do was show everybody the funding and where it came from, because this was, as Wale put it, this was a caste system that was put into place during World War I and World War II to subsequently take over in here. And I know the major player that did it, he tried to collapse not only Europe, he tried to collapse Russia. At that time, it was USSR, and this is the trending effect of this one particular person. But he went around and sold and spotted out Jews to Nazis and called it happy making.
So white people was called swarthy then? Is that what you're saying?
He don't want to talk to you, Wale.
See, this that rabbit hole type shit, bro.
I mean, that nigga said white
saying,
people called
when you're
swarthy.
talking in terms of
White
crackers,
people called swarthy.
when you're talking in terms of Europeans, and you'll find that word used in different phases, especially.
Where does it say that it means a pale person?
In Ben Franklin, and Ben Franklin's letters about the.
You're lying. He's talking about black people. He's talking about so-called black people.
I just read the Ben Franklin. Hey man, you know what? I'm gonna leave you alone, man, because I'll stop.
No, let him get it out. Come on, man. You can't ask him a question and not let him get it out. Go ahead, get it out, Wale.
Ben Franklin had in his record about the language of American language and how it should be written and all that kind of stuff. and the different people coming in, because at the time of 75, excuse me, Ben Franklin was complaining that the Germans did not want to speak English, and they were refusing to speak English, and they just make it just there. And he had a problem with that. That was in
even though
17.
English is supposed to come from the Germanic language. Okay, go ahead.
And then he also talked about swarthiness. He was talking about the Germans, and he was referring to them as swarthy. That I have never heard anyone use that terminology, swarthy, except talking about Europeans. I don't know. I never heard of a swarthy Chinese or a swarthy Japanese. No, nobody else. It's described by those kind of words.
Okay, so who was they describing when they used the word swarthy? Who were they describing, and who was doing the describing?
Almost any crack could do the describing, and they were describing a certain group of their people, and Ben Franklin called the Germans swarthy. Wow. So I can just say that right there. He was
just a big ass liar.
Ben Franklin said that in 1775, and he said the Germans. Yeah, man. If you read the paper he wrote, he said that.
You didn't read the paper. You didn't read the paper. You just heard some shit some Pan Africans said, and you took the narrative.
Okay, I see. You see this guy here smoke. You see this guy here smoke.
I got you. But look, we just went over what the fuck Ben Franklin said in that something about I forgot the name of this bullshit. Something about man what's the name of that goddamn Ben Franklin? I had to look it up. I forgot the name of it. Fuck, we were just going over with Sister Betty. We were just going over it with Sister Betty the other day. About the shit Ben Franklin was saying about the sons of Africa and
being all
black and black and Tony. We just went over that the other day, bro.
So he lying. That's why I know he's lying.
It said, Smoke Signal, it said that we will not bring over more of that
over here, right? Basically.
Over here. They needed to ensure their white dominance, or DNA, if you will. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And that nigga seen that shit several times too. And he gonna sit there and just tell that bald face ass lie.
Bald face ass lie.
What are you talking about?
That nigga said white people was
About the
called swarthy. And never in history has they called no white people swarthy. They called the swarthy Europeans.
I'm surprised, Wild Savage. I'm surprised you going against that because you was on here caping last night for white people, screaming at the top of your lungs, talking about some white power.
Hold on, Ronnie.
White power.
Ronnie, don't run up on me, Ronnie.
Just saying. What's that about?
I wasn't capping for no white people. I just tell the truth.
You must got a white girlfriend or something.
I don't deal with white girls.
I had said 1775,
but I gotta be true.
1750. Benjamin Franklin expressed alarm over the Pennsylvania Germans' alleged refusal to speak English in 1750s. They're saying his complaints about bilingual street signs and stuff like that, and he felt that the English should be the language of America, not this bilingual.
That ain't got nothing to do with skin color. What was the skin color? We're talking about skin color.
Okay.
And
Well,
Smoke.
is it skin
I
color
think
or is it genetics?
Skin color. Fuck a genetics. He was talking when swarthy is describing a skin color. Tawny is describing a skin color. Copper color is describing a skin color.
yes,
Okay,
it's definitely
so
go
Wale,
ahead.
absolutely The reason
Yes,
I brought
sir.
up the Hungarian Jew, the reason I brought up the
Dude,
Hungarian Jew, nope, it's one person, and once I say his name, you're gonna be like, oh shit, George Soros.
okay, I can see that in modern times for sure.
Okay,
A real fascism or
I know how
fascism.
he, I know how he got his, I know how he got his money. That's why I brought up the Hungarian Jew.
I do
If you
tell.
could, absolutely, if you could, pull up the 60 Minutes interview
Man,
of
come
George
on with all this pull up, bro. Just tell us. God damn, straight smoke, knock that off.
You know, damn, I can't even. All right, man, fuck it.
So what you're saying is that George Soros is a main player. Like he still has to have a right hand, like black what you call it, a black pope next to him though, to make sure moves are being made. So George Soros has who next to him, like a MLK, so to speak, or MLG, Marcus Luther Garvey.
Exactly. What I'm saying to you is this. That was the movement that was sponsored that you saw in the video today. That's the person that sponsored that. I'm trying to get you to
Even back in
understand.
those
That's
days?
the person back in those days. The man is damn near 90 years old. I'm serious. Look it up.
Well, I do know that at one point in time they brought out news like they were looking for George Soros just this year, just for questioning reasons of funneling money or something. But nobody's actually seen George Soros, according to the news right now, I guess. So it's funny you say that.
Bro, there is no one that can actually speak this man's name up because he is a donor. He has put judges in seats, DAs, senators, congressmen, all of that. He's done all of that. I'm trying. I don't know. I don't understand how to do this, and I'm trying to figure it out. I know for a fact this is the leading person that has subsequently given MLK his money and put front people in front of it. As a matter of fact, if you don't believe me, go look up the PAC name that it was called at the time. I guarantee you're going to find out who I'm talking about.
Okay, I just want to make this insertion real quick. This insertion. That article we was reading out of was called an observation on the increase of mankind. And Swarthy was not mentioned. Right? Swarthy was not mentioned. So while they might be making a point when it comes to this Swarthy shit. So I don't know. But y'all got it. Go find Soros. Let me know when y'all got it.
All right, so I do know that Soros
Man,
also
niggas are looking for support for their theory instead of looking into it and trying to figure out what's going on. They already came to a conclusion. They're looking for all the evidence that's going to support that shit. Instead of just looking at it and saying, this is what it is.
What?
So what's your outlook on the whole MLK movement that got us to this point we're at right now? As far as we can just go back to the 60s, we ain't even got to go back to the 1800s. What do you think about who actually funded him during that time?
Me personally, I know exactly who funded him.
The Jews funded him, but the question is, why would they do that?
Jews. It was only one faction. How many
All right,
factions?
well then why would the Hungarian Jews? Why would the Hungarian Jews fund him?
Because of one thing. The one thing that has to happen is subservitude and dominance.
Make it make sense.
Okay, so guess what? You're not smart enough to do the work. You're not smart enough to have the money. I'm gonna put the money behind you, and I'm gonna put somebody in power for you to they're going to speak for you, and you know what? You ain't gonna say shit as a population.
And why would they
So
do that?
Martin Luther King was Pinocchio.
Pretty much.
Why would they do that? Don't listen to that nigga. Why would they do that?
Man, fuck you, nigga.
Because
You ain't.
because of two things. Because of two things. Why would they do that? Because of two things. As it was eloquently put earlier, I'm backing you. So when it's time, you have no reason not to support us. Number two.
Oh, okay. Now we're getting to it. What support them into what?
Whatever. It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't make
Come
a
on,
difference.
bro. It was right there in your face.
I'm trying to tell you.
Palestine.
I got one better for you.
Why is that always on niggas' lips?
It's your Israel. Palestine and Israel. You got me with Palestine. I ain't gonna lie, but I'm looking at it more so as Israel.
Man, you can look at it how you want to look at it, but you ain't looking at what's in front of you. You trying to support your conspiracy theory.
Nah, Superman. Do me a whole solid favor. I got a buddy of mine that I've been knowing for over 40 years. He's from Palestine. I get that already. I get the fight already. My whole thing is that if you don't see the suppliers of the war that's creating the war, what are you doing?
Man, whatever you tried to do with that bullshit, it didn't work. Try again.
Say what?
So what's your answer, Super? How you feel about how he got funded by these Jews? Because you also feel like the Jews funded
Straight
him.
Smoke just said it. They funded him, so when they need backing, they got somebody they can turn to.
But what was he backing them for?
When they need somebody to help them fight, they got them niggas that they already paid off.
Isn't that prevalent right now?
Duh, that's what I keep saying, nigga. It's the same shit.
Oh my God. Okay.
But y'all trying to make it this what it ain't, man. Just look at it for what it is.
I'm not trying to.
Ain't nobody for to come give no niggas no money for nothing. Why would they give these niggas this money? Why?
Okay. You want the
follow
answer?
the money, bro. Always follow the money.
You gonna keep talking? You want the answer? You want to keep talking? I don't even think that you're gonna accept the answer when I say it. I'm gonna say it anyway. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Ever heard that one before?
Make it make sense.
Guess what? There's some white people that don't like other white people. They don't mind using you as a pawn to get to the higher agenda. They don't mind using you as a pawn. What don't you get about that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking to Superman. You're not even of this atmosphere. Never mind. Fuck it.
Man, I don't know where y'all was at. What nigga? What
bro? That's why I was saying. Listen to Wale. He was saying when these people came to this country, they were persona non grata. They couldn't get no loans. They couldn't get nothing, no real estate. They couldn't get no deals done. So they turned to the niggas.
Well, that's what would happen, right? If the niggas ran the land, you would only have to come to the niggas, get a piece of the land.
So, Super, you saying that they just got here like recently and did this?
Man. I mean, shit. Well, where was Martin Luther King around, bro? Some people were still alive then doing that. Wale was still alive during that time.
He say Wale was still alive during this time.
Hold up, Wale. You said you saw a sign when you was a kid and it said nigga on there like NIGDA.
Yeah, is this thing on? Yeah. NIGGER. I don't know no GGA.
Right,
That's what came up. That's something y'all came
not
up with
A.
in the students with your
We got
rapping and
racist
shit.
stuff all over the place.
And you were in Florida?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Show these
All
niggas.
right. And about what year was that you saw that sign?
In the 50s.
In the 50s. So we were being called nigger in the 60s as a slur.
If you want to take it that way, but we didn't take it that way.
What were you
We took
called
it.
before then? Like, what was
We
your
was
mom called as a slur?
Boy, y'all niggas can't stay focused for shit. Then y'all gonna go back to trying to talk about Martin Luther King and these Jews, and niggas gonna be thrown the fuck out.
You ever heard of a rabbit?
Fuck it.
You ever
Fuck
heard
it.
of the
Fuck it.
rabbit telling the
Y'all see
the
that
thing
right
to
there?
throw the rabbit in the briar patch? You ever heard the throwing the rabbit into the briar patch?
Man, you can keep that shit.
No, y'all don't know.
Wild Savage, you need to put
Yeah,
the
I
books
do
down
know.
and go
Don't do that.
meditate.
Blur. That's the thing. Nigga was what it says. It was the original Indian in America. The original American Indian is a nigga. You say it's a slur. That's up to you, man. If you want to carry it as a slur, do so.
Not what they were called, and you know that. That's not what they were called, and you knew that.
Talk to him, Smoke. You argue with this man. I don't argue with people.
Hey, can y'all say that everybody is trying to go off the old shit and still keep doing it?
No, I'm still
How do you think people move forward without learning what happened in the past?
This just happened a couple of grandmothers ago, a couple of great grandmothers ago. But this shit ain't happened a whole
And
long
it's
time.
still happening, man. They still trying to get niggas to be concerned with Palestine.
Because we're not looking at the situation as it were and as it is, and we keep seeing ourselves in different positions and without recognizing where we are positioned at. We keep thinking we losers, we in the bottom, all these different places, and we're not in none of them dumb places. But we believe all of that stuff because that's what we've been instituted to be taught and stuff.
Please,
that we'll be
Nabi.
late and stuff. No, we not.
Please, Nabi.
No, I was just asking
Please,
about the
Nabi,
60s
Nabi,
because that's
Nabi.
when
Please,
integration
Nabi,
happened.
Nabi.
And that's when also Israel immigration happened as well too. So what I'm saying is there was a double play going on. Like I think Straight Smoke said earlier, there's a double play going on. So how are the Jews numbering enough to make sure that they're in America and moving people into Israel at the same time? That's supposed to be the same people doing both in America in this little spot. Yeah.
Oh, you
can
don't
hear
know
me?
about the Jews, man. The
Yeah,
Jews, the
thank
second largest population of Jews outside of Israel is Argentina. The second largest population of Jews in one country outside of the United States, that's why I'm saying the second, who are not part of Palestine, is Argentina. South America has a large population of Jews. Almost every place, even the Mexican
Those ain't
president
Jews.
is a
Those are not
Jewish
Jews,
woman.
Wale. In Argentina, those are not Jews, Wale, and you know it. Those are not Jews. You're not
What's
about
a
to
Jew?
do that with me
If
around.
a person say they're a Jew, I say they're a Jew. I ain't got time to argue with whether they're a Jew or not. What makes them not a Jew?
So he's saying they're Germans. Hold on. You, whoever that was, you are very robotic-y. Your mic has probably failed you. If you can give me 1 second, please refresh. Please refresh. Please refresh. Wale, are you saying to me that the biggest spot in Argentina is not German?
No, cousin. I'm saying to you, I looked up the Jewish population around the world in different countries. That's all I'm saying. I ain't talking about who ain't and who. No, I'm just telling you what I said. This according
I'm
to
sorry.
maybe I got the wrong.
Uh-oh. Damn, Wale was massive. Everything good, Smoke? Everything good, Smoke?
Yeah, I can hear y'all. Y'all good. So, so this whole Jewish empire again, this is like an empire now, financial empire is what y'all guys are saying, and they had enough money to traverse the world, but at the same time take over the major empire here in America. So, are you guys saying that these guys were foreigners, or they were inside America and they did this?
All of the above
Bro,
with me.
bro. Martin Luther King
All
started
of
out
the above.
doing what was he associated before he got tied up with the Jews?
Baptist preachers?
Homo.
Communism, bro. Communism, right?
Okay.
Communism is basically
That's what put them.
socialism.
But
Go ahead,
Superman.
bro.
That's what put him on the Fed watch. At that time, that's what put him on the Fed watch. You're right, but that's what put him on the Fed watch. You got it. I ain't gonna lie. That's what put him on the Fed watch. His communistic ties. He did not vet his people. You got it.
And my thing is with this whole Jewish people backing somebody, this is a biblical story character coming to life, making this whole church theme blow up even more to say that these so-called Jews from this Bible now that's being put into our story, whether we want it in there or not, but I keep calling these people Jews because the only other Jews are the ones from the Bible, and that's who they say they are. So it's almost like you're talking mixing biblical life with reality. I don't know if you guys can actually hear me. It keeps going quiet. So you guys good?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. So what do you guys think about that? How this is being mixed with bibliography at the same time, unbeknownst to our conversation, it's still all biblical. Because we still have to put in the same time. I guess.
Whole
Go ahead.
things. Whole things. Y'all
So what
got
do you
it.
think about that, Super? It still ties back to a biblical war. It still makes their story true from the
Where do
biblical
most niggas
standpoint.
where do most niggas meet?
In the South, at their grandma house, or maybe now their auntie house now.
All right, bro, you got it.
Where do most niggas meet? They meet in the church, though, if you want to be honest.
Wow.
Well, goddamn, let's be honest. Okay, then, where would you be able to talk to most niggas?
In the church, for sure.
Oh, okay, cool. That's why.
Wow. That's hard. That's hard to hear.
I like it though. So we just got to break down every subject that we're talking about. So now that's a great subject to hint on because again, Martin Luther King was a Baptist preacher. Was Marcus Garvey any type of preacher?
Not at all.
But he did
Not at
deal
all.
with the wave of what do you call it down in Jamaica?
What does Marcus Garvey got to do with the Jews?
Absolutely nothing.
So why are we talking about Marcus Garvey?
So
That's
the Jews
what,
wasn't around back then?
What he wanted to say.
Y'all
It
got
doesn't make a difference. Where did Marcus Garvey
Yeah,
come
they
in?
was around. He was
We're talking
involved
about
in Rosicrucian and Knights of Malta and those other Jewish cults that they had. So yeah, they were around then. Absolute.
Yeah, I'm just
right.
trying to
So
make
they
the
brought him up.
connection because
They
they
brought
keep funding people.
absolutely, absolutely. Again, I'm gonna say this: they brought him up in that video to let you know how well they was able to usurp and compromise these people. They're
So who
only
would be
letting
our
you know
modern day like MLK?
how well was they invested in these people. For real, for real. Think about what I'm saying. I'm not saying this for no reason. I'm trying to really say this.
Modern day MLK is called.
Bro, these people were, hold on. Where he get his money from? What is the year? What is the year? Hold on. Let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Y'all got it.
Let's be honest. Watch this. Watch this. Hey, absolutely. Where did where did Martin get his money from? He was
Now
paid
you
by
guys
who?
just said you guys
Paid
just said
by
the Jews, specifically the
okay. No,
Jews.
it's not us that said that. That was that video. But at the same token, I know personally, I can point you to the person that was doing it. I know it. I
Well,
know it
can
for a
you
fact.
personally tell us? Because you giving Blues clues, and we not on the hunt right now. We not Dora the Explorer. You
George
speaking on it, so
Soros.
just say it.
George
George
Soros.
Soros is one person. It takes more than one
No,
person to fund
no.
a
George
movement.
Soros almost collapsed Russia and Europe on their actual currency. It don't take more than one person. One person actually almost did that. That's why he can't go to certain countries. That's why he can't do certain things. So why is this man allowed in America? Who's taking that kind of money? Oh, I see who's taking that kind of money. It's that simple. You follow the money, you understand the act, and you understand the policy because these are policies implemented to create what they want, not what's in your best
And
interest.
what cult, what organization is George Soros being funded by? Who is he associated with? Because the one
Oh, I'm
man
sorry, not
can have,
associated
not
with.
one man can
No,
have
this is
all
what
that
he
power.
owns. Oh, okay. This is what he owns, not associated with. This is what he owns. Open Border Society. Uh-oh. Let's do one better. Build Back Better. Uh-oh. Something's wrong with this. Now, I'm sorry, back then, it was called the Clinton Foundation. It was called the Bush Foundation. It was called every Act Blue. Act Blue. Go look that one up. That is the premier one right there. Act Blue. I'm not telling you nothing that I don't know. I'm telling you for real. This is systematic money that is transferring and doing what it needs to do in your society. People are taking that money for real. People are taking that money and they don't give a fuck. That's why you see people act up there acting stupid. That's supposed to be on some real business shit. They can't be on some business shit because you got paid to be a clown. That's what I'm saying. It's there. It's showing. They're showing you. The world is a stage. How much of a participant are you in the bullshit? That's all they want to know. How much of a participant are you in bullshit? Think I'm bullshitting. Don't really care. Don't really care. Just keep that travel device, which you call a cell phone, and see how much they know. Just keep doing that.
Hey man, y'all slipping in the darkness, bro. Like I'm talking about what the fuck is going on?
I mean, every time somebody start talking, here comes Straight Smoke with the conspiracy babble. So we just let him go. Come on
Boy,
to the
you're a
altar.
motherfucking liar. You a
Come on
motherfucking
to the
liar.
altar. Let it out. Let it out, bro. Get it
Damn
out.
lie. That's a whole lie. Why would you even say that? Damn.
So we
Man,
back on
y'all
these
talking
Jews in
about
the
repeated ass shit.
1960s
Say,
and how they funded MLK and everybody else during that time. So we just got a group of people that we can't really do nothing about, but let them keep funding certain foreigners that look like us. Now we know them apart, so they have to put different foreigners in those places now.
Yeah, absolutely. You asked the question, who was the modern day Martin Luther King?
Yeah,
It's called hip hop.
I like that answer. Yeah, that's a beautiful answer right there. I can see that. I was along those lines as well too, as far as what would be the ultimate leader for us today, and it is our music.
No, I would say this. I really want to say this. I'm not.
I
I'm
know.
trying
Come
to
on
add
to the
to.
altar. Come on
I'm
down.
trying to.
Lay your
All right.
burdens down.
I'm going to add to the one thing that I positively know. If you follow the money, you'll know how your politics lead. You know how your limitations, everything that's dealing with your freedoms that you call freedoms, which is an imagination, but it's not. It really ain't, but it's not. It really is not. It's something that you gotta be about. But all I'm saying is this: please understand that if you just give yourself time to actually
You're
do that shit.
babbling. You're babbling.
And I got a little bite back really on that whole Jewish thing. I don't believe in the whole Jewish thing at all. I don't think these guys actually funded MLK, some Jews. I only because I just don't believe in the biblical story at all, it being real. So there ain't no real Jews. I know you guys know that as well. So I can't say Jews actually funded MLK. It's some Americans that are doing this. I mean, some indentured servants turned Americans of the United States now that are doing this, and they're making up these
Did you look up
characters
the
and
values
sending
of
them out.
MLK?
Hold on.
Did
So
you
you
look up
don't
the
think
money?
you don't
Did you
think
look
that
up the money? Real talk. Real talk.
so you don't
Absolutely.
think the
Did you look
Jews
up?
you
Did
don't
you
think
look
that
up
the
his
religious sector of
paperwork as
Jews
far as
exists?
his donation? It's there. It's there.
Absolutely.
It's there.
No, I don't think the whole biblical story is real. So any character saying that they are the people of that book
What
is
about the
also
Moors?
fake.
I don't know about no book.
What was
What
that?
about the Moors Zionist Jews?
Definitely some faked also. It was like different sectors that were started in America first. I mean there's lineage that the whole go ahead.
No, I agree. No, I'm saying I agree. It started in America, but I'm just saying them are a sector of people that that was about
What
some money,
what about Norse people? You think it's some real Norse people? Norse?
and I think they
Yeah, you
was.
mean like Norwegian? You mean like
No,
Norwegian?
yeah, like the
I don't
people with
know. I mean, I
the
gotta
people with
look at exactly
Thor
to
and
each
Odin. They got Thor and
what a person
Odin over there,
was,
but it's the real people.
I just remember
Man,
I
Even
know
though
y'all
they
it was
got
in New
poor
York.
detective work.
even though they
It
have
was
a
Y'all can't
mythology,
stay on the
they still
case.
the real
Y'all
people.
so easily
I don't
distracted.
understand
Y'all can't stay
how
on
they
the
go.
case.
Hey man,
How
I'm
you
not
gonna
watching. I'm
they
not.
got
I'm
them?
not. I'm not
They
watching
not.
UBT with you niggas no more. Next video gonna be Dr. Seuss. Maybe we can get some
Hey,
answers.
hey,
Dr.
hey,
Seuss novel, we
hey.
might be able to get some answers. UBTV too deep for you niggas.
Smoke, we watched the whole hour and these niggas talking about the Norsemen.
I'm saying that the Jews is made
Somebody
up
is saying
characters after they made up the
nobody
Bible.
made the Jews. I'm
Boy,
saying
these
they
niggas
got
so
their
easily
own stuff
distracted.
made up. They're still people. It don't even matter. They
What was the
claim to be
subject? What were they distracted from?
Yeah,
Man, it
You
don't
missed the whole
matter.
time,
Hey,
nigga.
it
man.
was
You
They
niggas.
missed the
were
whole
It was
distracted
time, nigga.
from.
You been
niggas.
playing soccer.
ourselves up so that we can function
Eh, don't
inside of
worry
this
about it. Hey, man.
world
What
and
about
what we're
what do you
doing.
say? What do you say,
But we
Smoke?
got so many different people.
This
Everybody
is how the
all
1%
as
is
a we are.
possible. Y'all like cats.
Okay?
Y'all got the attention span of goldfish, and y'all don't think that somebody who can concentrate on some shit for 4 years can beat you niggas? Y'all sick.
What are you talking about?
Hey, Super, have you ever
The
read the
way the
book?
Boule get in control is because they study one thing and control that one thing and put it into y'all life, and you motherfuckers can't stay focused for 10 seconds. That's how y'all get beat.
What one thing is that?
It don't matter, nigga. It can be real estate. These motherfuckers go into real estate and master it. These motherfuckers came to the country and they were persona non grata. They couldn't get shit,
though,
and they
'cause you made
turned
that
to the
claim because
niggas.
they put one thing in front of you.
They turned to the niggas and made some money.
I agree
Now,
with you.
Super, where did they come from?
No,
Where
man,
did
you
these
can't
people
agree with
come
that
from that you're
bullshit.
speaking of, Super? Not to go against you. I'm just trying to say who
Yeah,
are
go against that nigga.
Yeah.
'Cause I was gonna add, boy, you find everything he say beautiful.
Super, on that, I agree with you, Superman. The power
so
of
Wale, where did these people come from?
Absolutely go against him.
Well, we had a Jew boy called Marvin Zilla in Houston, Texas. They couldn't do shit. He turned to the niggas and he was selling them jewelry, just like Johnny Dang.
Yeah, but where was he located at when he started getting with the niggas? You gotta like meet him and greet him.
Not
He
nothing
knew
matters.
exactly where to go with the target.
Nah, nothing matters.
That was a targeted man. Are y'all not understanding that part? That was a targeted thing. He knew exactly where to go get the
No,
money.
man, you are very abstract and obscure in your rhetoric. We cannot understand you, bro. You never direct.
I agree with
I'm
Smoke.
following Soup on what Soup was saying. I'm saying the whole conversation. That man that he brought up, that was a very direct attack.
What man?
He knew exactly what he was going to do. He knew exactly he knew exactly what he had in front of him. The
So do you
location.
know that? Do you know that
He
man's
knew it
back?
all.
What man? What
That man
man?
that you're talking about.
I'm
Do you know
telling
his
you, what the fuck is y'all
backstory? Straight
talking
from
about?
What man?
hold on, chill out, Voodoo Don. That man that you talking about, Straight Smoke. Do you know his backstory?
Yeah.
Okay, can you break it down to us so we can be informed of why you're
Man,
saying?
you should have read the room on that one. You should have read the room on that one. Go ahead.
Hey, what is the Dutch? What is the Dutch known for, Morgan Gator? What is the Dutch known for?
Sailing.
They are known for being, yeah, that's true. Built a boat
Navigation.
building and challenge.
I thought there was tobacco.
That was the money ran. That's what who ran the economy before the
Have
British.
y'all ever heard of Swiss watches and Dutch chocolate?
Yeah, chocolate. Yeah, but where they get?
That's okay, man. Y'all got it, bro. Y'all go back to the Norsemen.
Yeah, don't know chocolate grow in their hometown.
Bordeaux Glimp.
Right, and none of the minerals that they make the watches, man, they are.
You weren't supposed to bite on
They take
that, man.
other people's raw materials and make shit out of it.
Bordeaux Glimp.
Super, are you familiar with the science called geomancy? Geomancy. It sometimes goes under another name like geo something. I forget the next name. There's some kind of call, but it's where on Earth you could find large deposits of certain minerals and minerals and what else you said? You just said it. Yeah, but it's called geomancy. Are you familiar with that at all?
Yes. What? Go into it for me.
Yeah, well, if you like in Argentina, I mentioned Argentina and places like that. South Africa, I mentioned that too. In America, you could mention that, but a lot of South America had big diamonds. The biggest diamond was from South America, out of Brazil, and that's what I mean about geomancy. That place got diamonds, just like South Africa got diamonds. There are places around the earth that got different things. When you go into a place, it has certain already there. It has a vibe there. And the vibe is created by the things that are there. Like some places you'll go and they just got gold. And it's around the earth. I mean, different spots in the earth. And they go deep. Like now they find this place got oil. And they oil all the same.
What was that Dutch East Indian Company about?
The Dutch East Indian Company was about them running out. That's the ones that started with the slavery thing. with the Dutch East, and that was the one I was saying earlier. They used to run the stuff before the British came in to run the stuff. And most of the time, the Dutch, I met a Dutch man before I knew what a Dutch man was. That was fantastic. He looked at me, he said, I'm Dutch. Like I was supposed to know what he meant by that. And I did not.
So would you say that the Dutch and the niggas been in bed doing business?
I wouldn't say none of that. I would say we've been, everybody been doing business. We did business with the Chinese, the Germans, and everybody else. There ain't no in no bed. That in the bed thing, I don't know where you coming up with that. I don't need that in my life.
Bro, I was just making reference that they've been doing business with these people for a long time.
The Quakers been doing business with the Quakers for a long time, with everybody for a long time. What I'm saying now is that a lot of this stuff is prejudice and racism, and we have enjoyed it in our lives and have taken it on like it's real when it actually is an illusion. And we're
what I was saying
behaving
about the bed, it's a saying that politics make strange bedfellows. You ever heard that?
Yeah, but I was talking about business. I ain't into politics much. Unless you want to get into
Okay,
politics,
cool.
and politics is based on that Bible thing you're talking about. Or either they just doing their own thing, like they kill their daddy to become the king or something. That's politics. That's how they do their thing. They kill their daddy so they can become king. They don't mind killing their brother too. They tell you that from the beginning. They kill their own brother. They just come out starting out killing each other. That's how they do. That's what they are. That's how they get down, as I heard the sister.
So who y'all saying ran the Dutch East India Company? That has something to do with the Jews also, you guys are saying?
Oh, them are definitely Jews.
And what makes you say that? These are the same Jews that you guys actually say came to America also and started their system here and funded the so-called black men? That's what this conversation is about, right?
What was the last thing you said? Because two of the things you said I agree with readily, but that last stuff you said, I don't even know what you had actually said.
So you're saying that the Dutch East India Company also led up to what we see happening in the 1960s, where these people were being funded to start an integrational movement. So that's all backed by VOC people, right?
So y'all think that these black churches was broke? They ain't had no money.
Let me ask you something. Why a black church? When did niggas pick up on church? Church was forced on niggas. That was the only place niggas could come legally in some states legally without being harassed and molested or gather. They had in states where you couldn't have 5 niggas together, period, without a cracker around, or you would be molested or harassed. And they might still have that on the books in Florida. I grew up under that law.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Is there some type of city municipality ordinance that a state regulation that's in the Constitution? Where'd it come from, bro?
I first found it in Virginia in 1930s. They say no niggas can get together. No niggas can get or Indians who are not in enmity with America, American government, can get together more than 5 of them together. Because they were talking about the things was happening was insurrections and the niggas was taking over.
I was gonna ask you another question, man, but I was gonna ask you another question. But you didn't finish though.
I was saying in the 1830s, Virginia, they were saying the same thing. That's where they started. Because they would have all these revolutions, the Haitian Revolution, the revolution. There were a lot of insurrections going on.
Okay. I get you. So in order for them to come up with that type of policy, niggas had to be doing something in order for that to even. It had to be an issue with more than so many niggas gathered. What was the issue that led to that type of policy? What was niggas doing when they came together? was happening.
They were creating insurrections, taking over towns and shit like that. And taking their shit.
Oh. Why were niggas doing that?
Because they were tired of them crackers telling them what to do and acting like they gonna run everything. That's how cracker, man. Even on this panel, when a cracker come on, he immediately assumes the role of him running shit. Every cracker I've seen come on any one of these panels.
Damn lie, man. Quit speaking that damn bullshit.
Wait a minute, hold on. You saying there wasn't no policies where niggas couldn't gather more than so many in a number? They never existed.
I'm saying they made policy in the early 1800s. They started making policy.
I heard what you said, but Wild Savage said you lying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he say that often. Go ahead. I'm good.
So he didn't find it in the Virginia statute or some shit? You saying he lying?
Yeah, I think he lying, but you asked him about Florida. So I was trying to hear about Florida. And then when he said, when we got to asking about Florida, he went to Virginia to verify something that supposedly happened in Florida. So that's why I'm saying he lying.
No, I get that. I get how something can be passed in one state and then it's sit like a president in other states pick up on it as well, like Terry versus Ohio. Right? That originated in Ohio and other states. Kind of adopted policies behind that. So we know how that works. But I'm just saying, do they actually exist in the record?
Oh, yeah, You could actually, you might be able to Google that.
In certain areas, there are them type of policies enforced. Like
okay, so is it based off? Hold on, is it based off that no niggas can gather? Or is it based off no niggas can gather and participate in such said activity? Which one is it?
It was really based on the drug and gang activity, so-called gang activity.
Because that sounds unconstitutional, right? Unconstitutional. The right to assemble. Y'all remember that one? Is that a fucking amendment? Let me see. Hold on.
It's on the books in Florida in 1960. I know that for sure. You can probably Google this information.
It's a right to assembly in the Constitution somewhere. I know I seen it somewhere.
In 1830.
The first Amendment, Smoke, freedom of speech.
Even now, if you try to get
the right to assemble. So how they come up with some that should be without standing, nigga. That's going directly against a fucking amendment.
So when it's 4 or 5 little niggas sitting on the block, the cracker comes up in his cruiser. He calls it a cruiser because he's still doing that doggone slave patrol. When he pulls up in his cruiser, what does he do? He'd be like, "How y'all little boys doing? Y'all so nice." Get the fuck out of here.
Man, you get the fuck out of here. It ain't just crackers. Niggas do that shit too. This niggas pull up in the hood and hop out on niggas.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm talking about
y'all the one stadium niggas been selling y'all out for so long, so I can imagine a nigga cop doing that.
Yeah, y'all keep that. They just start making nigga cops, man. Since before y'all just hey.
I looked that up. It's several interesting laws that they put up against the black man throughout several states.
They call them the black codes, black laws, all that shit, man. He's talking like that shit isn't even
Carolina, Virginia,
I'm
Alabama.
Definitely,
Alabama got sued.
We split in the 1860s from the North and the South split. That was we giving those guys freedom, but we doing our own thing in the South. So over time, they started rewriting history leading up to 1884. So what I'm saying is this whole Jewish story is actually a fictional story made inside of America. First Bible being printed like 1920 or some shit in America, really. For everybody to have. So churches didn't come till later. Nobody was congregating in a church in the 1800s.
Hold on.
That would be
That don't make
1790.
sense. That don't make sense for a Bible to be
That's
in
funny, though. It's funny you mention that, Monty Gator.
20.
This is where the
We got
sundown
churches
towns
early
comes from.
early 1800s, late 1700s. So
That's where
how
we
will
get that term
first Bible
sundown town. Interesting.
Yeah, so it wasn't no biblical concept until after the 1880s.
1719 was when they opened the first thing they called the African Methodist Episcopal Church.
AME or some shit.
One in Savannah, Georgia.
Oh, y'all want to talk about the Bible? I told y'all niggas are really Christian. Y'all be one. Y'all be one.
Before 1880. That's a long way before 1880. 1790.
Are you talking about the one in Georgia? That's what I'm asking. Wale.
Oh, you're talking about only in Georgia now? When you're saying they
I'm
no churches,
asking the church that you're talking about. Is it in Georgia?
It might be. I ain't really say
You talking
where
about the first one? That's easy to look up. The first AME.
It's supposed to be it's the dude from it's the dude from down here when I did that thing on Port Royal. He was supposed to be the first black pastor of that church in Savannah.
Okay.
But I'm telling you, those weren't churches back then.
Hold on.
Those weren't churches.
They weren't churches. They just saying they were churches.
Well, he was a pastor. Daddy was a pastor.
Can I ask you 1791 as AME niggas a question, bro? Because absolutely, he said the Bible wasn't here until 1920 something.
And then he said they didn't even church.
What the fuck was they talking about in the church in 17 something? There wasn't no Bible here until 19.
Absolutely answer that. He said they wasn't even churches. What the fuck were they?
Strip
Now,
clubs.
I'm bang all the way with you, absolute, but I can't bang with that one.
I'm just saying there wasn't no churches back then. We weren't doing church back then. That is a modern concept. Nobody was hiding in no church to talk things out if we were running America.
What were they?
There were meeting grounds. There were like our city halls and stuff like that. They're telling you that they were churches. They were not. They weren't churches built that immaculate,
So
bro.
they got more than one city hall because you know churches be all over the city.
No, that's a concept of what you see today. You putting churches all over a city. That's their concept biblically.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
we
meeting hall sound like a church. They meeting.
see, you're hypnotized. You think that these
I ain't
buildings are
hypnotized.
churches
I'm
because the
just trying to
story
figure out how
behind
you
it.
know there weren't churches.
I
Like
got all of
what were they?
Of it.
You know what, too, though? I found that several of the churches of the Quakers and the other crackers that actually came and put up their churches, they put them up on sacred grounds that were already religious grounds.
How did he know about the sacred ground, Wale?
He just lying, bro. If you can't show
Even if they did do that, they still were churches.
How do they know about sacred
I'm
grounds?
gonna pull a straight smoke. What's another term for going to church? What do they call that?
A meeting hall.
Bible study.
Going to Sunday meeting.
But it was church still.
But
it wasn't church, bro. They wasn't using like that as a church. That's
Well,
like
let me ask you a
saying
question.
that you're giving reverence to something. It
ask
wouldn't.
you a
So we
question.
weren't hiding. So y'all saying church was for us to meet, really?
Let me ask you a
But
question.
church is a concept spiritually now. So which one of you guys saying it was?
Let me ask you a question.
Gathering.
Do you disagree
of
with
our
the Indian
people
argument
that
that
was
they were
shuffling money.
forced?
The same thing the church is for now, except for it's less brainwashed. It was for niggas
No,
to
man,
meet
we
up,
were not worshiping the Bible and reading the Bible
wash,
in a church.
wash
One of the
the
main
money,
reasons
wash
y'all
the
lost
money,
the
you know what I'm
main
saying,
native tongue
and distribute and
and
plan
enforcing the church.
strategies or whatever we want to do in the back. This shit ain't
Damn,
new.
man, is there anything that niggas just know absolutely? Because we don't know if the church is church. We don't know if the Constitution real. We can't tell if racism actually exists. Motherfuckers, it's an argument about what motherfuckers gotta go to school. The history fucked up. The verses is controversial.
Science
God
don't
damn, The old Mex ain't niggas. Come
Math
on, bro.
ain't
Like,
real.
is anything? What the fuck?
Mental
Question everything.
shattered, fractured.
Don't leave after white people with tails.
Smoke.
Absolutely.
They won't question their own narrative.
Absolutely.
They gotta look for something to
How did all
support
the
it.
Native Americans lose their tongue? The native tongue.
Well, I don't think we ever lost any tongue. If you're talking about the people that are originally from here, or you talking about the native people from overseas, the
So you
Afro-Eurasians?
believe the Algonquin Seminoles, the Iroquois, all them spoke the same English language, all one language?
I can't
This
say
nigga talking about how did niggas lose their native tongue? Where did
out
that
of the
question
blue.
come from? Where
We're
did that
talking about
question come
Jews,
from?
though. You gotta keep it on Jews.
That's coming out the blue. That's coming out the blue because people been telling him that that's what happened.
Because
That's the only reason he know that. Somebody told him it happened. But the people that's telling him it happened can't give you the version of the tongue that they lost.
But the main argument,
Right, he never questioned that. He never even questioned that. He come to us asking us the question. He should have asked the motherfuckers he heard that from.
I'm asking absolutely.
Absolutely, you said that we lost our native tongue. Niggas lost their native tongue.
No, he was just asking me. He's just asking me if we did.
No. This is what I'm saying. It's a
I will say this.
around. Right. And one of the major arguments was these Algonquin was forced in the
You just gotta
church
treat him like a child because
and
he's in the
was
child
forced
mode.
this Bible.
Say, man, look.
Stuck in a toddler body.
This Bible is forced down their throats.
By who?
Don't say Jews.
Was the
Don't say
what's
it.
his name? Elliot.
They cut their native tongue out and then forced the Bible down their throat.
Oh, they got baptized and was reborn again.
Didn't he just say some of them damn laws?
Man, y'all, you got it, hey, bro. You on the trail, bro. You about to give us all the answers.
Niggas can't gather unless they in church.
Is that your opinion on the subject? You gotta have a church around for niggas to gather?
I'm saying they passed a law. That ain't my opinion. I'm telling you the laws they passed. And you claiming they're not churches.
When did they pass this law?
Man, 1865 black codes. You got 1748 Virginia slave code. North Carolina 1830 anti-literacy laws. Say, bitch, y'all can't. Many states ban back religious or education gathered to prevent literacy. They ain't want y'all to read.
But you know what?
Read that again. Read that again.
Hold on. Let me.
The literacy law in New York.
Virginia, South Carolina prohibited enslaved black people from gathering without a white person present. Virginia 1748 slave code made it illegal for enslaved people to assemble in groups larger than 5. Many states ban black religious or educational gatherings to prevent literacy.
So you saying that niggas was enslaved and they couldn't have meetings?
And illiterate?
In the year, wait. In the year after slavery, 90% of niggas could read. Make it make sense.
Hey, throw that source away right now.
That makes sense. In the same year that you were talking about, in, where they say the literacy law, they had a literacy.
Why would they give books to niggas who can't read? Ain't the Bible a book?
The literacy law in New York.
They banned the Bible at some point.
The literacy law in New York.
Y'all know.
Law at the same time there was a literacy law.
Listen up, bro.
Somebody's mic messed up. Why lay your mic?
Yeah, when there was a literacy
your mic is horrible.
Also a literacy law in New York.
Hey, unlucky Mike.
New York was different than the literacy law of Virginia. The literacy law in Virginia say they couldn't teach.
It is your mic, Lucky. Your mic,
It is your mic though, for real though. You good, Lucky, but your mic statics when you talk.
the literacy law in New York said they had to teach the slaves how to read. Same year, same time, same country. Virginia said, don't teach the niggas how to read. New York said, you had to teach the niggas how to read.
Okay, so you're telling me that the white people had to teach us how to read now?
Language and say
How to read English? Yes.
No, we English is A-N-G, and we didn't need to learn how to read our English that we were already speaking here, Wale.
Oh, that's what you say. That's your contention, and you're welcome to have it. I just don't agree with it.
This is a devastating.
So you telling me that they were already speaking a form of English when they came here, Wale, from these lands they came from? You talking
Smoke,
about
this the State of the Union right here. Smoke.
That's my understanding. Yes, of course.
I don't believe they
dumbest shit ever.
Before the European.
That's why I say, bro, like to be that old and to be that motherfucking naive, like, bro, you really got to quit listening to damn Pan Africans, bro.
No, bro.
Like,
yeah, well, you showed me in the 1300s. You showed me that the Anglo-Saxons is not where the language come from, and then I'll be all that bullshit you trying to accuse me of. I'll be honest.
Man, I got to
wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute, bro.
I don't see it.
This is what y'all fail to realize. In the 1300s, the English that they say was being spoken was heavily influenced by a whole different language, right? And it was called Old English. And when you visit what Old English is, it don't sound nothing like what the fuck we speak. So you can't be using no 1300s talking about nothing over there because they weren't speaking English, bro.
You're telling me that if I was to recite something in Old English, you wouldn't know what the hell I'm saying?
Recite it right now. Recite it right now.
Hold on, I'll pull some up on the thing and just read it, man. Because I was reading Ben Franklin. He writes in Old English. Hold on, I'll just pull his words up.
And nobody in Germany talks like you're about to talk right now. If you're about to read some Old English, those people do not say cough like we say cough. They don't say talk.
Try to read it, but he's not gonna read it how it's really sounded.
Man, would y'all let the man read it, please? I want to hear this.
I ain't got nothing in it, man. I don't even.
I want to hear it too. You're right. I want to hear it.
I'm just telling you what the people say about Ben Franklin, not me. This ain't got nothing to do with me.
And we're going to talk about how these so-called white people actually got to that part of West Europe, we'll call it. Western Europe, where you got United Kingdom, Rome, and Spain. They were actually indentured servants. So they were still speaking a Slavic language, sir, when they came here.
This is why Kanye West is spazzing out.
You know, you asked me a lot of stuff about crackers. I don't spend that much time up in cracker business. I learned a little.
No, dude, you sure got a lot of reverence for the cracker. You don't mind telling us that the cracker took over something over us. You got the cracker in your mouth.
Take your thumb out of your ass.
The cracker did something.
Take your thumb out of your ass.
What did that Jew boy say when Kanye West told him he was a Jew?
Okay, Benjamin Franklin. Okay, here we go.
Man, Kanye is a rapper.
You believe Benjamin Franklin was a cracker? You reading what the so-called cracker say now?
Hey,
you don't look what the cracker say.
Hey, man. Yeah, whatever you say, man. You need to put your thumb back in your mouth, man. Take it out of your ass and put it back in your mouth.
Double tongue talking.
Take it out of your ass. Take your thumb out of your ass. Take your thumb out of your ass.
You a voodoo 69 priest.
Man, why you messing with old man? That's your
he always lying. He hang around y'all niggas. He come over here lying.
Back in your mouth and take it out of your ass. Put it back in your mouth, man.
Don't be disrespectful.
Take your thumb out of your ass and put it back in your mouth.
I ain't disrespect. I just call
take your thumb out of your ass and put it back in your mouth.
That's what you weird island people
take
do.
Your thumb out of your ass and put it back in your mouth. take his thumb out of your ass and put it back in your mouth.
You a foreigner.
Damn.
Take your thumb out of your ass and put it
That
back in your
nigga came with from the '60s with that one on your ass, Wild Savage.
Bro, please.
Yeah, after Bushes.
Shit.
But he used to wiping his ass with it.
Very sensitive when it comes to shit like
No
that.
toilet tissue using ass nigga. I made my own toilet paper. My left finger. Looking ass nigga.
Y'all niggas crazy.
We were just about to figure out what the Jews was doing to this shit.
Man, I'm trying to make this goddamn.
Hey, go ahead, Wale. Yeah, Wale was saying something about these Jews. We're just trying to figure out how they got to funding.
Jews, man. I'm trying to keep up, bro. I thought y'all was the Jews.
Listen, somebody said something about Palestine a few minutes ago. Palestine is a small, like a little petri dish. You can see how this shit works. They did it in South Africa. They did it in America the same way. They come into a place, they colonize it up for a while, and then they start killing the people around, and then they take it over. That's how they did in America. That's how they doing in Palestine. That's how they doing in South Africa. Same game, and they all work together. You see, Elon Musk is over in America doing what? Because they work together. Them put their, hey, I'm telling you, that's how they played it. And then who is supporting Israel? America. They did the same thing. They go into a place where people are, and then they colonize it, and then they slowly take it over, and they get help from their friends. They get help from their friends outside of the country even. They'll get the help from the other different crackers to help them to kill the people that they've taken over their land.
You talking about the Zionists, Wale? You talking about the Zionists, right?
No, I'm talking about Palestine. And I'm talking about South Africa. You like to separate me under these little names. Them little names.
Responsible.
That nigga talking about that lies. And if you believe them niggas, you gonna get a rabbit chef stuff.
Now I must figure out who's
forever ending corn maze with no ending.
Meanwhile, they took over Palestine, and they then took over America, and they almost done with this.
Ain't nobody took over America.
They got a crack up there talking about shipping people out of the country. Yeah, they got a crack up there talking about
nobody
shipping
took over America. You shaky ass nigga. Go build some.
That nigga did say that though.
And pray, nigga.
That nigga said he gonna ship out the homegrowns.
So, Wale, you're saying that they were speaking English when they got here, right? And you're calling these people European.
The Anglo-Saxons, yeah.
Okay, so the word European was just created in 1814, so to speak. So there was no such thing as a European until they got to America. That's just like the word white. So again, that's 1814 for the word European.
First of all, England and Ireland are not part of Europe. They're islands.
They had a story with Tuscaloosa speaking broken Spanish. They ain't saying nothing about no English though.
My Lord.
When
was it called England over there, sir?
I have no idea. I ain't never been over there.
Right.
To be asking them
About 900 something AD when they first
I've been to England. I have actually been to
Quit coming over
England.
here with your Dr. Seuss theories, man.
900 something AD.
I've actually been to England, but I didn't
You ain't
ask
been
about
nowhere. You just twiddling your thumb, nigga.
England, when they became England and all that old shit.
I'm on my fourth passport, man. You don't even know what's up.
Now, we're in the now though. What we gonna do now?
Yeah, you going around the world.
The word European.
Man, I do voodoo.
And the funny thing about my bad, wow. Go ahead.
My bad. I'm just talking about.
Yeah, but the funny thing about the word European, you know, the word "po" means thief. I mean, if you say the word European real slow, it means you're a peon or you're a thief.
In what language does it mean? That sound means thief. What language?
It is an absolute.
In your voodoo language.
Absolutely. Mine.
You worship.
No. That's like that. That's really the etymon of the word "po," P-E-O, and then of course you're adding the "n" as the last consonant sound. But P-E-O means thief.
In what language?
Oh, me what?
And Indo-European.
Indo-European.
And your voodoo
And that-
language. You know, we don't call it voodoo over here. We call it voodoo.
Whatever you, yeah,
Yeah, you them
you
Europeans
still
call
got your finger in your ass.
that's why
I ain't
I
talking to you.
voodoo, because you a swarthy European.
You still got your finger up your ass. I ain't talking to you, man. Take your thumb out your ass and put it back in your mouth.
Those are three major countries. One or two major countries.
You derive from a swarthy pale European.
That's the only time you stop talking, when your thumb in your mouth. Take it out of your ass and put it back in your mouth.
Hey, sir, keep your gay jokes, okay? They're not funny, okay? Go thread you some Goodwill thrift store clothes together. How about that? Now, how about some leaves? Go gather some leaves and sew your outfit together. Natural ass nigga.
Natural remedy.
Yeah, but just going back to this word European just created literally in the 1800s. So ain't no such thing as a European empire or European person. This was something that came from mythology. This is how they got the name Europe. This is written into history in the 1800s. There was no word Europe before this word was created in the 1800s. That's all I'm saying. So we just got to rethink these stories about this whole Jewish thing. If there was no European story, how we get Jews anyway? If the Bible wasn't printed until like 1900s, the one that you guys are using, the King James version, most people are still all the Bibles really, because they're all built off the same story.
Man,
so there ain't no Jews
version before King James, though, bro.
Ain't no Jews, bro.
I don't know about the
Jews. What was France called before it was called France? What was France called before it was called France?
Now, if you know the answer to that one, you're gonna have to tell me.
And what is the Normandy? What is the because they call them the Normans. The Normans invaded the English Isles and stuff like that. Those were the Normans. That's French. They were Catholics. The Catholics invaded them. And they made them all Catholic. They converted them from their pagan religions into Catholicism. Later on, one of them people over there decided they wanted to do something outside of Catholicism, and they called them protesting, because they were protesting against the Catholicism. So they call them Protestants. And that's how that came about. That's my understanding now. Of course, like I say, those are not my people. That's not my heritage. I'm just reciting what I heard from their story.
Before it was France, it was called Gaul. The Roman Gaul, and then the Frankish kingdoms.
Mm-hmm. You know the House of Orange? Are you familiar with the House of Orange?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the House of Orange?
Basketball team. I bet on Euro basketball. I bet on all the world leagues. But
so are you familiar with the House of Orange?
Not familiar with it. I've heard it.
You're familiar with the Habsburgs?
Who?
The Habsburgs.
I've heard of that, but I'm not familiar with them.
These are they changed their names too. Their names weren't always Spain. Spain was in De La Luz or something like that. They just start naming it Spain.
I show y'all names and words and shit change. That's why you can't be attached to the labels. They're gonna change. The labels are gonna change.
They keep changing it on, and that's on purpose, man. So you don't, so you can't keep up with
just
one
natural. It's different.
Okay, whatever.
I mean, it's just proven. Language. Why would language even change, man? Why wouldn't it be the same language since the beginning?
And to say that Jews, hold up, guys. Lucky your mic again, but hold.
I just want to make.
Hey, Lucky, your mic's still messing up.
Yeah, you got static. But you might.
Hey, all right. So you guys are saying some Jews,
in the dirt.
So you guys saying some Jews were selling around but they brought some English speaking people with them because Jews didn't speak English, right? They spoke a form of Yiddish, right?
Man, we don't know that's right.
No, I'm just saying, as far as the story goes, if that's a
That's right.
No.
Look,
Yeah,
man, this is what I was trying to tell y'all in the beginning, man. All white people are the same people, man. Stop with this bullshit,
No, they're
man.
not. That's like saying all black people are the same people. Stop saying that.
No, nigga. I've been listening for an hour in the background trying to come
Bro,
up.
all
I've
white
heard
people.
Wale go around his elbow to come right back to his thumb. Now you trying to butt in, Chief Bubba, because you hear my voice. Nigga, stop the cap. Can't no nigga on this line
All white
differentiate
people.
between one white man and the next. So for you to say
Yes,
that
you
one is
can,
a
bro. Again,
Hungarian,
that's
for
what I
you to
was
say
looking
that
at.
one is a Hungarian, one is a
They're
fucking
different. That's like
Frenchman,
saying, oh,
you
you can't
don't
tell the
know
difference between
that.
a black American and an African
And
from
all we
Tell
do,
the
from
though,
Uganda.
all we do,
Somebody's phone staticky. Fix y'all
that's
connection. Y'all making too much noise. Y'all
that's
wires
Chief
tapping.
Bubba ass. That Bubba ass. All we do know
Ronnie,
is
what
that
you gotta
since
say,
our
Ronnie, about it?
contact with them, they have been utilizing deceptive practices, right? Lies, conjecture in multiple scenarios to trick us and beguile us out of what is ours. That is a fact. So for you to say one is a
Are
white
you
man,
speaking medieval? Because as I
I'm
thought, you
talking
a
about
Bible thumper. You a
2025,
Bible
love.
thumper.
I'm
You
talking
the
about
biggest.
two.
You've been tricked the most on this panel. But I got a question though.
Okay. So all right,
I got a
I'll
question.
rock with you
What
on
did y'all? Hold on. Where did y'all men get that saying thumb in the butt? Where that come from? Y'all. Where that come from?
That's
That
that voodoo
nigga,
shit. That's that voodoo. You see what niggas do? Niggas bring a
But
whole
I
nother
heard.
god
But I
in it.
heard Future say it too. So where you men get that thumb in the butt thing from? What that is that medieval?
I told
Is
you
that
that's
from
Yeah,
ancient
you just
times?
said
I'm an
you just
electric
made it
being. I
medieval.
don't
How
do
you
man
gonna take
things.
me to medieval and I'm trying to clean these niggas up?
actually how
That's
you hear me.
crazy. Why you don't never let me live, Nami?
too godly.
Why you don't never let me live, Nami? Why you don't never let me
Because
just
you up
smack
here
these?
talking about these people tricked us. You want to talk about white men, but you don't want to talk about how indoctrinated you are.
No,
You talking about we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here
I
if it
didn't get
wasn't for
us
the
here.
scriptures. Like the
I didn't
scriptures
get
got a
us
push
here.
or something. Like
No, I didn't get us
what?
here though, Nami.
What do the
I didn't
scriptures
get us
got to
here.
do with my people? And Wild Savage, how you an Indian being a Bible thumper, defending the Bible? That's how they took our land,
Whoa.
religion.
You are under
I'm
the
talking to
impression
Wild
that
Savage.
Indians
I'm
didn't
talking to Wild
create the
Savage.
Bible.
Hey, I can't shoot both of y'all down at the same time, one at a time. You
Hold on. You didn't even let
indoctrinated.
me finish my
Chief,
thought. You
I am.
just
You
came in.
indoctrinated, talking about we wouldn't exist without the scriptures. And Wild Savage, you supposed to be a wild
No, I
Indian,
said you can't even.
taking up
No,
for the
see,
Bible.
you can't. What I said was, Nami, what I said was in the chat was, y'all can't even have a conversation without the scriptures. So y'all, the points that y'all stand on, which is y'all foundation, y'all
I
stand
believe
on it, but y'all
Navi.
use
I believe Navi made a comment right after you said that. You said we wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for the scriptures.
Okay, so show me where you exist at then. Give me your
You
existence without
said we
the
wouldn't
chronology
exist
of the
if it
scriptures.
wasn't for the scriptures. We existed
That's right.
way before that doctrine got over here.
Okay, you say that, but can you prove that?
How can you prove that?
You can't prove
How
it
can you
then,
prove?
nigga. Shut up. I'm sorry,
Exactly.
It's okay
Exactly.
to admit that you don't know what the fuck you talking about. It's okay.
Why would I
No,
admit that? You like
it's for
projecting a
you
whole
to
bunch of shit,
prove.
don't you, nigga?
It's for you
You
to
can't do
prove.
without your
For me to say
prescription.
fuck
Can
the
you exist
Bible.
without your prescription? That's what I said. Motherfucker, you got
Okay, let's
Tourette's.
do it.
You got fucking Tourette's.
Look, it ain't Tourette's. I've been in the
It's
I've been in the
Tourette's.
chat.
I've been right there with you.
I've been listening. Wale had the opportunity to explain the different Jewish motherfuckers, and all I've
Yeah, that
said
was Tokyo
is that
Drift.
all
Okay.
these white motherfuckers are the same. Do you disagree
Then that
with
means
me,
them white
Navi?
motherfuckers are your God. If you giving them all,
Navi,
they're
are
your
all white
God. That's
people
your
the
God,
same?
ain't
Yes
it?
or no,
Come
Navi?
on, admit that. No,
Navi,
they're
are
not.
all white people the same? Yes or
No,
no,
they're not.
Navi?
That's
They
right.
come.
No,
No,
they're
they
not.
not. They come from
So
different
tell me again.
places.
Okay,
They come
No,
from
they're not.
different places. So they
okay,
not
so
the same. You got rednecks. You got rednecks. You got wannabe Jewish people. You got people from Ireland. You got people, all kind of different kind of white people. What you mean? They got the same
I
genetic
understand.
sequence?
So
Yeah, you got hillbillies.
let me ask you
Go
this:
ahead.
do the white people from Ireland and the rednecks, do they not all prosper off of the movement
Hell
and
no. Hell
of the
no. Because there's
so-called
some
Jew?
poor white
They
people, mostly Irish, that I see every
A
Sunday when
social
I
movement is
see
not
the
an
Irish
ethnicity,
and
bro.
they're poor.
She
Yes.
said they
So
Irish. She didn't talk about how. Come on, bro. You missing what she said, nigga. The Irish is not the Germans,
I
nigga.
know
Regardless of if they
that they're
both
going.
broke or not,
I know.
they two
Listen,
different
this is
people,
what I
nigga. That's why I
know.
said an American Negro is the
I know
Uganda
that if you
African.
all admit right
Hey, I
now
know ain't no
today.
Aboriginal on this panel co-signing that. That
Hold
you
on,
might as well
let me
just say
finish
the
what I'm saying.
African and the
I
American
know this
Negro is
for a
no
fact.
different.
If
Because ain't
every
no
nigga
difference
on this
between the two
panel
whites.
admits
That's
today
what your
that
dumb ass just
all white
said, bro.
people are the same, then we
No,
know
think
our
about what your dumb ass is
motherfucking
saying right now,
problem.
bro.
they all
But
don't look
y'all
the
don't want to
same,
admit
and you
that.
can't knock
Y'all
Wale
want to
because he
debate.
can
Y'all want
identify
to
them.
say y'all.
Can you
Y'all want to say.
identify the skin folks that's not your kin folks? Are you good at deciphering what's you and what's not you? Because if you think that all white people are the same, then that tells me you lack identifying who you are to other people that look like you.
How does
That's
me
not you.
saying all white folks are the same
Because
make me like myself?
I agree. Cause you can't
How does
tell.
that make sense?
it
Cause you
makes
don't know
sense
who you
because
are. You don't know
you're
how to.
saying they all the same. They not all
They're
the
all the
same.
same. Yes, all white people are the same. Yes.
I got a question.
So
I got a
are
question.
all black people
Hold
the
on.
same?
I'm not
I got
talking about black people. I said white people.
I'm talking
Why are
about
you
black
bringing
people.
black
Are all
people
black
into it?
people the same? I want to know what
Why
you
are you
think. Are
bringing
all
black
black
people
people the
into it?
same? Are
Why are
all
you
black
bringing
people the same?
black
Because
people
I
are
want to know what you
93?
gonna say. Are all black people the same?
I'm gonna answer your question.
Are black people the same?
Unequivocally, no.
Are
Black people
you
are
Kubian?
93% of the world's population. It's no way they could all be the same. You see what I just did? I hit you with statistics, which if you research them, you would know that they are true.
So that's your
Boy, you sound
final
like
answer.
Skip Bayless. Boy, them is not the right
Black people are
statistics, boy.
93% of the
Is that
world's
your?
population.
So you're including
93%.
black. You're including everybody as a black person that has dark skin. That's what you're saying.
I said black people are 93% of the world's population.
So
That's
you're
what I said. Now
saying
tell me I'm
that
wrong.
the world's
Tell me I'm wrong,
population
Nami.
of
Tell me I'm
dark
wrong, Nami.
people are the same people. You're
I didn't
wrong.
say that. I didn't say that.
You getting deported, nigga. You going straight back
No,
to Africa.
nigga,
Where do you think you
you're
come from?
getting
Over there.
deported with your white zaddy.
You and your Bible is getting kicked back to the east.
Let me help y'all
Guess
out
what?
though. Let me help y'all out.
If my Bible is deported with me, then that
let me
is
help you
the
out,
end
bro.
of this motherfucker.
Let me help you out because I kind of take your. Let me help you out because I kind of take your position on that. Not the way you convey it, but the sentiment. All right, you have a deplorable approach. I keep telling you that. You need to work on your approach, bro. But in my opinion,
No, you ain't taking this nigga side. Excuse your motherfucking manner, smoke signal.
Well, let me explain why I'm taking this side. Because
Why?
in my opinion, what we call black people would be the original people, right? That's what I'm saying. And these people we call white, well, they something else. So I would say, yeah, white people are all the same because they something the fuck else. All of them.
So white people not Africans. White people not Africans.
Yeah, but they not original. Why are you in my ear, man? Yeah, go on. That's my opinion.
So yeah, I don't agree with him
White people are not.
when he say.
White people. What I'm saying, white people are not white people are not the original people. And for anyone to say that they're not the
So
same
Africans,
people,
are you saying Africans the original people?
Let me ask you a question though.
Are Africans a part of the original people? Because he said 93% of the world. That means he's including Africans in that percentage. Do you think that they are the original people?
I think that it was an original group of Africans. I'm not saying that all the people that's in Africa now are the original Africans, but they are original people from wherever whence they came. I believe it's an original. I'm under the impression that there is an original stock of Africans that have always been in Africa, but there are some Africans there that came there. That's how you get this genetic diversity in Africa.
I did a fact check.
White people on original to anywhere. Well, and if you're gonna say that they're not all the same, then you have to explain. You have to explain how they're not the same.
You want me to
I
explain
can feel why you say that when you categorize the original people as a group of Africans being original, a small portion of them, but he said 93%. So in his opinion, that we are included with that 93% with the originals that come from Africa. He's saying that we all the same people, which is black, and I don't agree with that.
Yeah, we are though.
None of that's true though.
That's not what I said, but okay.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true. No, that's not true. Anybody saying that is true, prove it.
I just checked it.
The question is, can you tell the difference between a French, a German, and a Yugoslavian? I mean, can you do that?
There's 8 billion people on the planet. Of them 8 billion, the Chinese make up 3 billion of them, which means 93% of them being whatever he said is impossible, because just the Indians and the Chinese make up 3 billion of the 8 billion that live on the planet. It ain't no 90.
We know what he said. Hold on, man.
Hold on.
He's saying all 93%, nigga.
I know, man, but y'all trying to have y'all finna come to fisticuff based off somebody else's narrative. I don't even think it's that many motherfucking Chinese. I think them numbers are skewed as a motherfucker, right? And I'm not gonna believe that to one of you goofy ass niggas go over there and start counting them, right? I'm not gonna hold on, just for real. I ain't gonna believe that to one of you goofy niggas go over there and start counting them and just stop going off some statistics that somebody is presenting to us. But what I'm saying is this: black does not mean African. We just found that out last night when I pulled up the old mix. Don't mean African.
So how do you take the position, Smoke, that all white people would be the same? Can you explain that for me again? Because it's too much bullshit going on.
He said that white people are all the same because they're not the original people, but they're not all the same. Yes, I can tell that the difference between an Irish white man and a German. I surely can. I know a German. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I worked with a German and an Irish man before, and I could tell the difference. They may smell the same, but they don't look the same.
Bro, they definitely are.
You
different,
don't even
bro.
lie to prove points. Why
But
did you just lie
again,
tonight?
let's focus on what Smoke is saying. Stop trying to get into this. Come on, bro. She already debunked you, bro. So Smoke.
Shut your whole ass up and go back to the half breeds, nigga. This is the full blood.
My nigga, you lighter than me. Hey, so Smoke.
Nigga over here trying to
You lighter than
get
me,
in
bro.
on the
Relax.
conversation. Nigga, ain't
Yeah,
you a
that's
half
fine, brother.
breed? Ain't you
No,
a
brother.
half breed, nigga?
No, brother, I'm not. You lighter than me, though. You can keep trying to use
Yo,
shenanigans,
nigga,
but we
you're
can
a
get back.
half breed. I know.
Come on, you drunk
you
already,
told,
brother. It's
told,
only 10:45, brother. It's not a good look for your brand. But listen,
you told what's his name? Lobis.
So basically
Lopez.
what I'm
You told Lopez
Nah.
that you was a half blood. You told him that.
Nobody told nobody none of that. Nobody even talks like that. But again, so Smoke
Nigga,
said. So
Nah,
Smoke said.
niggas don't talk like that. Nah, this nigga.
Niggas don't
okay,
talk
go ahead,
like
bro. Go ahead, make your
Come
point.
on,
Go ahead.
get you another cold one, brother. So Smoke.
Nigga, don't need a
So
cold
what
one,
would
bro. But it's okay.
man,
I understand when I'm
amazing.
spanking niggas, they want to
It's
say I'm
amazing how
drunk.
people want the
But
world to
it's okay.
revolve around them when it has nothing to do with them. So Smoke,
Well,
man.
I'm telling you, all white people are the same. Prove me wrong.
I'm talking to Smoke Signal right now about what Smoke Signal just said.
I said it, nigga. I said it.
Wonderful. So Smoke, what makes you say that all white people are not original? What
He
hold
didn't
on,
say
because I
that,
heard you
nigga.
hold
I
on,
said it.
God damn, I'm trying to figure out what I'm saying. Because I
Well,
heard
nigga,
you say,
if you gonna ask
hey,
a
can you put
question,
this
give it
nigga
to the
in the
right
back notes
individual.
for real, bro? Like, as you can see, I'm clearly being patient trying to ask a real question.
I don't
Like,
give
what
a
is this
fuck
nigga?
about your patience, nigga. Your patience is a
So
motherfucking burden, nigga.
so
How
yeah,
about
so I don't
Don't get it off because he's not interested in letting you get it off by any means. Hold up, Chief.
yeah, all that you know I can do that with the best of them, brother. But I'm trying to be smooth right now. So what is your position as them not being original? But you take the position that some Africans can be original to over there. So what let me finish what I'm saying, 'cause I'm making it a long question. What are those other land masses originals, and what would they be represented in today?
Okay, so the original people would have certain pheno characteristics, and I'm saying those characteristics are now what we know as Negro, the original people, right? So if you don't fall into that particular phenotypical characteristic, you're not a part of the original people. I don't give a fuck if you Asian or white or whatever else, Australoid. None of that shit is original.
Okay, so Australoid is not an okay. All right, so that's
Wait,
another.
how you say the Australoid is not original, but the African
Yeah, I didn't even
is?
want to
I'm
go there. I wanted
confused.
to focus on what he said, but that was just so egregious.
Yes,
And it
because
was the last
Australoids
thing he
have
said.
straight. Australoids have straight hair. They're not original.
Okay,
Those are.
okay,
It's a
I
mutation. It's a
okay.
mutation. I hate to bust y'all pretty little motherfucking bubbles, but I don't fucking mind because they need to be busted.
No, I was just asking for the clarification because you are not the
Oh, you
pejorative
ain't
of the
busting no
aboriginal.
bubbles over here, sir.
Oh Lord, there it is.
Ain't no bubbles getting busted.
There it is. But yeah, so okay, so you're of the position that every person that's not of Negro phenotypical traits, they are not original. So one
No,
would
not
then
to what we call Earth. They may be original, but not to Earth.
okay, so then now we
Oh,
got to get into the conspiratorial realm because now we're saying where they came from Mars, what they came from the lab. Now we're going into that bag. But
No,
I'm just trying to.
They could have came from the ocean or something or under the ground. But Earth is very specific. It's the ground upon which we walk, and they are not original to that.
But okay, so where is your
So
okay?
do
Wait,
you
hold
think
on.
that the white people hold on, Lucky. Do you think that the white people are mankind?
Yeah, they some like man, but they not man.
So they're kind of like man.
They're kind of like man, and I don't know where they came from.
Thank you, Nami.
Right?
Thank you for that, Nami.
Hold on. I don't know where they came from, and if you ever tried to ask one, he won't be able to tell you either. And if you ask him, are you from the original? Are your people aboriginals or original people? They won't be able to tell you that either.
See, that's where I descend on this conversation at, where I don't agree at that because you're basing your understanding on what you're seeing on the surface or what you're saying is phenotypical traits and this and that. But
yeah, shout out to phenotype because phenotype is the outward expression of the genotype. And you
right,
get your
but they come
phenotype
from each other.
from your
No,
genotype,
wait.
brother.
But the genotype, everything in your genotype is not going to be expressed in your phenotype.
I didn't say everything, brother. I never said everything in your genotype is expressed. I said your phenotype is the outward expression. I mean, your phenotype is the outward expression of your genotype. I never said every gene is being expressed.
Okay, that's great. But what I'm saying is the genotype is what we really need to be talking about because the phenotype.
No.
Hold on, bro. Let me. Damn, I ain't even get my sentence out. You saying no?
Hold on. Hold
To
on.
understand my position, bro,
Brother,
you gotta
hold
understand
on,
what I'm
no,
saying.
nigga, you lying. You lying because the phenotype is already expressed in the genes, so we don't have to go into the genotype because it's already being expressed. It's self motherfucking explanatory. We don't have to go
Are you
beyond
ready?
it.
No, let me say what I'm saying now. So the reason why I'm emphasizing the genotype is because very simply, the genotype is the basics. The phenotype is what's expressed, but like you said, everything in the genotype is not expressed in the phenotype. So you could have, for instance, somebody might look a certain type of characteristics. They might look like they from, let's say, Hungary, right? However that may look, and then you search their
Man, you finna get
genotype and
beat
they
up with
have
all this
wait,
talking, man. I advise you to keep it short and sweet,
y'all
brother.
be letting these niggas ramble forever. Then when I'm making some sense trying to ask you a question, you can't hold your water.
You ain't asked the question yet, is what I'm saying.
Bro, I'm trying to get you to understand the logic because you wouldn't even accept
I already
genotype.
got an
I started
understanding,
talking,
my
you
nigga.
started
I
talking,
got
bro.
an understanding. You trying to give me an understanding when I already got one. Just ask the question, my nigga.
Bro, genotype is more important. So, would you
No,
disagree,
it's not. No, it's not. It's a symbiotic
bro?
relationship.
Is
The
I'm gonna ask the
phenotype,
question or
the
what, bro? What are you
phenotype.
doing?
Hold on, cause no, brother, you're not gonna change my mind on this. You're not just gonna say something and change my mind, right? Science has already concluded that the phenotype is the direct expression of the genotype, whether or not every gene is being expressed. So you
Great.
can't change that, brother. You cannot
Great.
change that phenomenon. So why
I'm
you
not
keep trying to
changing that, bro.
reiterate
I'm
that?
changing
Why
that.
you trying to say? Why you trying to say? But the genes are more important than the
You're not
phenotype.
listening. I'm not
No,
changing
nigga,
that,
it's a
bro.
symbiotic relationship.
No, you're not listening. You're not. You trying to change it because you want to fight for no reason. You
No,
want to give
I already
yourself a
said what
headache.
I
That's because
said.
that
I'm waiting.
nigga's a mulatto.
I'm waiting on
That's
you
what
to
it
ask.
is.
Phenotype.
All
That's
I'm
what
doing
it
is
is,
waiting on
Smoke.
you. All I'm doing is waiting on you to ask the question based
You
on
can't
what
be
I
waiting
said,
and talking, bro.
instead of trying to change my mind about what the fuck I said.
A genotype, bro, first of all, refers, like you said, to the genes inherited, but that will be coming from both parents. So that pertains to what I'm saying about expressed genes. So you saying these white people don't express Negro phenotypical traits, but if they got Negro genotypical traits, then what would you have to say to that, bro? You trying to fight the power and you ain't even got no choice.
Brother, it's a symbiotic relationship, right? It's just
Go
like
ahead.
you asking me. It's just like you asking me. Well, if a lion or if a hyena has some lion genes, why is it not expressing them? We should look further into the goddamn hyena that we observing because of its phenotype being expressed by its genotype to find out whether or not it has lion genes. No, nigga, I'm not that fucking stupid. I'm not that goddamn slow. The genotype is already being expressed by the phenotype, so we don't have to go no further. That's the whole reason why the genes are being expressed through the phenotype. So you don't have to go that far into it. Dumbass nigga.
Hallelujah. Amen.
If that was the
Dumbass
case,
nigga
bro,
times two.
this is how silly and disingenuous that statement is. Because if that was the case, you niggas would not be focused on genealogy and you wouldn't say all skin folk ain't kinfolk and you wouldn't be checking the nigga paperwork at the door because it wouldn't matter about the full genetic makeup because he looks like a Negro. He fits the
So
description
you're saying
of
that
the genetic
genotype and
phenotype.
genealogy are the same
I
thing?
can't beat him up, man.
Is that what this is?
Man, now we getting
Oh,
somewhere,
my
bro.
bad,
See?
Smoke. You got it. My bad. You got it.
I'm just trying to beat him up. Because every time I hit him with a gut shot and he bend over, here come the uppercut. Every time. Go on, man. Say that shit again. Say how it didn't make no sense.
It's in the butt.
Come on, bro. Don't get
Nick,
scared now.
Lucky, you let him beat you up like that.
This is hilarious. This is hilarious.
I laugh for
Because
you.
the fact that y'all have these arguments every day.
Stay in the fight, Lucky. Don't
It ain't even no
deviate,
point.
bro.
It ain't even no point. Once you realize
Lucky,
people are
stay
not
in the
like they
fight,
can't
bro. Don't
understand
do
it,
that.
then that's when you realize, oh, you don't have to waste your breath. They can't physically understand
Come
it.
on, Lucky,
You
man.
see what I'm
Fight
saying?
back, nigga.
Bro, this is not a fight. This is what I said. Y'all still stuck in this old 2021.
Come on,
Y'all ain't
Lucky.
seen
Don't
all that
argue
shit
with
go
me.
down,
Get
bro.
back to smoke, bro.
That's
Get back
over
to
with,
smoke.
bro. That type of content wave has been over with, bro. I've been trying to tell y'all that. Y'all still stuck in that 2021 wave where it sounds
Come
cool,
on, Lucky
yelling,
man.
jumping,
This way
screaming,
you
getting
learn
more
how to
information.
fight at, bro. Don't run
That
behind
lose
some
funding. That's
bullshit.
why niggas ain't got no money out
Damn,
here.
Smokey.
It's a million people up here, bro. Y'all know what y'all doing, bro.
Peace, Akon. Peace,
Listen, bro.
Akon.
If
Lucky,
it
you
wanted
got
to be on
knocked
the big
out.
screen, bro,
Shit
we could have
talking
been
ain't
put y'all on
gonna
the big
help you
screen. Y'all
breathe.
see, no jumper had put the little Hebrews on it. We could have been put y'all up there, but y'all is like low budget.
He all yours, Chief. I am. He don't want to box no more. Y'all got it.
Bruh, he don't. He talking shit. Can't even fight.
Just wanted to
Y'all want
express
y'all don't want the information, bro. This what
the
y'all
Jews
want. Y'all don't want
condoling
information.
No, you want to make
Then
up the
y'all
information
pushing
to fit
Karens,
your
bro. I
narrative.
focus it.
You want to
Y'all
make
Hey,
up
Lucky.
the information
Hey,
to
as soon
fit
as I
your
get the
narrative.
information, y'all
Hey,
try to do the
We
y'all
not
try to do the
African.
debasing and shit. Then when
We're
I do
not
hey,
that,
Lucky.
African.
then
Hey,
y'all play Karens and be victims. Come on, bro.
Hey, Lucky.
This is what they be
I
saying.
just want to express
This is what they be saying about black people. This is what
my
they be saying.
condolences to the victim, right? The murdered party. I just want to express my condolences
Hey,
to
Lucky.
the family of the victim.
Hey, Lucky.
Hey,
Don't
let me
come
know
like
when you
this.
want to have a real conversation, Smoke, cause
Hey,
we
Lucky.
know you faking this one.
Hey,
You
Lucky.
ain't
Don't
trying
come
to have
like
a
this.
real one.
Hey, Lucky.
You
Don't come
ducking
like this
every fade I try to line up with you, bro.
Look, he on the podium.
Come on, bro. When we gonna
He
line
on the
something
podium.
up, bro? Cause you
You
ain't
know
gonna
you got
let
the
me even
podium.
talk right now,
Nah,
bro.
right. I was about to mention, don't come like this in our English debate, bro.
You not even gonna win, bro. You ain't even lined up.
I'm gonna need you to be a little more astute when we have our debate, bro. I need you to be a little bit more
You can finesse.
astute,
You can
my
finesse
nigga.
better for these 48 viewers, bro. Stop doing that. Listen, bro. When are you gonna give me the date? Cause you're not gonna let me speak right now. That's why I
Why
ain't
you
even.
talking about his viewers if you here? You a viewer, right?
Ma'am, I can take this and put this on and restream it.
Don't
That's
call
why.
me ma'am. Call me Big
That's
Mama.
why. That's why.
Don't
It's
call
not
me
about the
ma'am.
first
Call
viewer.
me
It's
Big
about the
Mama.
next viewer.
Okay.
I know I'm finna get put off on this video.
Now go in the
Y'all
corner,
gotta have some
rest,
emotional.
get
Y'all
you
don't
a
have
sip
no
of water,
emotional
and
intelligence,
come back and
and y'all don't
fight.
have no book
Come back and
smarts.
fight. You don't either.
It's terrible. It's
You
just
don't
like
either. You get
it's an
up here
uphill
and
battle.
specialize in shit talking.
Y'all have no integrity.
You get up
Then
here
when somebody
every
get to the
night and shit
information,
talk.
y'all just want to cuss and scream. Then when
You
I
have a
address it,
channel. Go
you act
present
like I
your
don't want to
information on
initiate it.
your
You see what I'm
channel.
saying?
Y'all
It's
come over here and
disingenuous.
complain about somebody's channel when y'all
I'm
got your own
creating
channel.
content, right? But I'm not on your channel though, bro.
Why
That's
you
the
do
thing
slick
about it.
hate though?
This is my channel.
Why
When
you
I'm on the
slick
panel,
hating
this
though?
is my channel.
That's
Why
You
are
didn't
you
know
niggas
that?
like doing
You
all
a
that slick
visitor.
hating?
You got a visa on this channel.
that nigga got a visa, huh? Cut.
Y'all
That
stuck in
nigga needs
2021.
clearance to come into America. Hey, where are you from, Lucky? What continent you from?
Keep these narratives up. Nigga, I'm from America, bro. You
He from
lighter
El
than me, bro. This is
Salvador.
what I'm saying. Y'all just make shit up. Y'all can't fight
From
real
El
narratives, bro.
Salvador.
When a nigga say, hey, bro, line
What
this
part
up.
of the
When
continent?
a nigga try
What
to
part of
Lucky, you
disprove
should
America?
have
anything that
stayed in
you're
the
saying,
fight,
What
bro.
part of
Now
when a
you
nigga
America?
getting
try to
packed
line up and
out,
say, hey,
bro.
let's prove what you saying,
What part of
you
America you
joust and
from,
do this
nigga?
type of stuff. You get a million people to
Huh?
co-sign bullshit. Let's get
Hey,
into the
what's the weather
information.
like in El Salvador right now?
Huh? I've never even left. I don't even know what niggas is talking about. Again, what's amazing about this is
What
it's
El
only funny.
Salvadoran?
It's only funny to the
Like
niggas
an
who
El
agree with
Salvadoran
y'all.
in the
But
hood.
who really is laughing is everybody else who's watching this. Anybody else who sees a
Yeah, they
playback, they gonna
laughing
And
at
we
think
you.
these niggas are
laughing
dumb.
at them too because they watching something they're
They gonna
not
think these
interested
niggas
in. They
are
just want to
dumb.
get up here and talk shit about stuff that they put their energy into. You
No,
get on
I
the
actually
panel
trying to get
farting
into the
and burping
information,
and
but y'all
shit
aren't
like
smart enough.
trifling. You can't
Y'all
make
not
us get
smart
to know
enough to get into the
information. If we want
information.
to have bingo night, nigga, you gonna stop that?
If I'm
Yeah,
having a back and forth
I like
conversation
you,
and this is
Nami.
what
I
this
ain't gonna
turns
hold
into,
you.
then
You
this is
know
what
what
this
your
turns
shit.
into. But stop being a victim when I start doing what y'all doing. Then you act like
Nigga, you
I'm
are the
Why
doing
are
too
you
victim.
much.
hanging around a
Not
group of
being a
people that
victim.
you don't agree with? Who's the
It's
victim?
called content. This is online. You're not hanging around. Y'all gotta look this stuff up.
hanging
Stop
around
saying
on
this type
Smoke
of stuff.
Channel and you come on the
You're not
channel
on the
to complain
phone.
about
You're
what we
on a
doing.
social media site. I'm not in your living room. I'm not on your street. I never met none of
And you
y'all.
have a choice to log off if you don't like the
This is
conversation.
content. And
You
Smoke
get up
Signal
here
has a
and complain
choice.
about what everybody else talk about, but you ain't
Smoke
talking
Signal
about
has a
shit.
choice to decide if
You
he's
ain't
gonna
talking
ask
about
for smoke.
shit. Smoke,
That's
drop
what be
his
so
ass
amazing.
and put him in timeout. I bet you come back tomorrow. I bet
Smoke,
you
if you
come
didn't
back.
want no smoke, just
Smoke,
don't let me
drop his
on the panel.
motherfucking ass and let him
This is
learn
weird.
that it's a
This
choice
is what I'm
to be
saying
on
for
this
you, Nami. It's
motherfucking
really weird.
panel.
His ass. Drop
Smoke,
that.
drop him.
All right, I got rid of the food. I hope everybody ate. I hope everybody ate,
He
Will.
be back tomorrow. I bet you he be back tomorrow. And not a coincidence in the bushes, cause they ain't shit without not a coincidence. Him or Shay Son or Big Back Willie. They need not a coincidence, cause not a coincidence be in the books, and they don't. Period.
All right, where we go from here?
Big Mama checked him. She got to spearhead the next move. Get him, Big Mama.
Keep it cool, Wild Cabbage, cause I'm still on your tail from last night,
You know I
hollering at the
love
top of your lungs for them motherfucking slob.
you know I
Goddamn
love my
wild cabbage.
Hey, you know I
Damn,
like
wild
cabbage.
cabbage is crazy.
Hey, wild cabbage is good. What you talking about? That
Hey,
red
that
cabbage.
shit sound like it'd be good with some turkey in it. You know what I'm talking about? Some wild cabbage.
She slim at me, huh? You gonna cook me something, Nami?
Yeah, I cook you some.
Okay,
You want some
thank
sausage in it?
you. How you do it? Nah.
You want some ham hocks? You want some ham hocks? Some pork and beans? Some
Hell yeah.
yams?
Abstain, brother. Abstain from the pork, brother. Abstain.
Man, that little pork ain't gonna hurt nobody,
What
man.
y'all do? Beat Lucky up, man. Where Lucky go?
Nami
Going
kicked him out of here.
surfing. He went to go surfing. And they said, fuck
Damn,
this
I
shit.
want to ask him what do they put on the El Salvadorian hamburger?
I didn't even know they made hamburgers in El
Picante
Salvador.
sauce. Super, you heard me. They put picante sauce.
Picante.
God.
Hey, Nami, what was that commercial about the picante sauce? What was it? The old commercials about 10 years back. What was it? New York? New York? Remember that shit? Y'all remember that?
Get a rope.
Yeah. Kill yourself, nigga. All these white people are the same, man. We got to stop this shit.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
OG, do you think all white people the same?
Much love, Nami, Smoke, everybody on the panel.
Much
Yes,
love.
yes.
Balance. Bang, bang.
OG,
Who
say
think
more.
not all white people the
All white
same on the
people are
panel?
not the same. I don't think all white people are the same.
I say all white people are
Kind of
not the
super
same.
with me. All right, Wild Savage
Man,
with me.
no, all white people are not the same. Man.
Okay, so can you explain what differentiates them? Exactly.
They stick together
Phenotype,
like they the same.
phenotype, accent, head shape, structure, all that. It is different. Have you ever really met somebody like over there in Germany and shit like that, Russia? Like
Shit,
they're
you know
totally
how many
different
motherfuckers in
than a
America
damn.
is from Germany? What? Yes. Yes, I have met a German American nigga. Yes.
No, I'm not talking about a German American. I'm talking about a person that's from over there that never been over here. People's never been over here and just came over here. It's totally different.
Well, that kind of changes the context of the question. Have I been to Germany? and met a white motherfucker, that
I
would be a
said
no.
came over here. I met motherfuckers over here. Like
Nigga,
even the England motherfuckers, that they don't know. They're totally different.
20%
All
of the
that
so-called
AMEC,
population of white people are German, bro.
I mean, they don't look like regular white people.
But 20%
Our
of all
hillbillies,
white people
they
in
don't
America
look like
are
our
German.
hillbillies.
But you didn't hear what I just said. 20% of all white people in America are German. So what does that mean
Okay,
about
so
what the fuck you're talking
Smoke,
about?
Smoke, why you
out of
say they all the
so out of
same,
20,
Smoke?
Because I can't imagine them coming or being in separate origin spots. Like, I don't think some white people originated in Australia and some in Europe, or some in Africa and some in Asia. I think they all have the same fucking origin, which makes them the same goddamn people. And I don't believe that about the people. I don't believe that about the original people. I think the original people
Well, I
originated.
believe
Well, since Nami won't let me get it off, go ahead.
I believe that some white people came from the Caucasus Mountains. I believe white people came from a petri dish, and some white people came from a cabbage. So correct me if I'm
Damn,
wrong.
Nolly, that was some racist ass shit you just said.
Okay, so then with that hypothesis, tell me how some of them came from the cabbage patch, how some of them came from the petri dish, and who was spearheading these projects.
The Moors created some white women. The Dutch and the Black Europeans was in a lab making selling these babies and stuff like that. Some were on. I know the difference, but I don't know the difference, and I don't know the time frame. But I know they're not all the same. You know what I mean? You got some that was on all fours. Some had hair from their head to their toes. Some had tails. I don't know why Wild Savage think that this is mythology or some shit like that. If you go back in history and do the research and look into the Smithsonian, you're gonna see proof.
Wild
So
cabbage don't believe what now?
you don't believe that they had tails before. You don't believe that some of them were
No, baby, nah.
Cabbage Patch Babies.
Scientific experiments. I believe in scientific experiments, but I don't believe the whole majority of white people, or it was a period of time that majority of white people was being born with tails. I'm just sorry. History doesn't.
I mean,
history
why
doesn't
would
go with
these white people lie about themselves though? Why would they put it in encyclopedias and in history and research?
It's story time. Didn't they tell us we came on a slave boat? Why they tell us we came on a slave boat?
No, but they have real pictures of it. They don't have no pictures of our people on slave boats. They have real pictures of people with tails.
We done
They
stuff
still over there in Hindustan, fucked up and genetically modified over there in Hindustan. So, it's not too far fetched.
I don't mean to interrupt y'all, but hey, Wild Savage,
we've never seen in history.
Wild Savage. Are you okay with Wild Cabbage? Because it sounds pretty dope. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I like Wild Cabbage. I stay in the
I know it, nigga. I know it. I swear to God.
No, the reason why I call him Wild Cabbage is because the reason why the reason why I call him Wild Cabbage is because last night I was asleep, right? And I woke up to use the bathroom and I said, let me see what they talking about, right? And I hear Wild Savage screaming at the top of his lungs defending white people. So
the devil
you know
is
what
a
I
lie.
mean?
The devil is a lie.
Screaming at the top. I mean, at the top of his lungs, like he laying next to one.
Who was that saying that? Oh Lord, that I was laying next to.
That's why you called him Cabbage. That's why you called him
Circle, dot. Now I got my cootie shots.
No, I ain't gonna hold you. Wild Cabbage is cold as fuck. Wild Savage is cold too, but Wild Cabbage is crazy. But yeah, I just want to shout out both of
Nigga,
y'all
ain't
on this
nothing
whole
colder than that plastic bottle of alcohol you got in the freezer.
That's right, Suma. I knew you was gonna come in. I was expecting it, but yeah, that shit is dope though. Hey man, shout out to you, Nami.
Wild Savage, who was you yelling at last night? Was it
I don't know what
Otto?
happened. It was who?
I think you was arguing with Otto and somebody else. Uh
Yeah, he a white boy. He's mixed. I was calling him a
he
white
ain't
boy.
no damn white boy.
He is. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna leave it
Why
alone.
you calling him a
We
white
on good.
boy? He ain't
I
no
said
white
we on
boy.
good. Nah, I mean, why you? I mean, Ronnie, why you starting stuff?
You still mad at him because he fuck
Yeah.
with Cheap Holiday?
Yeah, I'm banging on all of them. It's up forever.
Look, Nami, that's what I'm saying. You just identified the goddamn ruckus, right? That's hey, Wild Savage. Is it okay if we AKA you Wild Cabbage? Is that okay with you, brother?
So I'm the only one on the panel believe in petri dish babies, Cabbage Patch Kids, incubator babies, and all of this. So they had all these world fairs and these human zoos for nothing. Or that's fake too. That's fake, Wild Savage.
I don't think white people came out of petri dishes, but I know that they not all the same. Like the Irish, they just totally different from the Italian people or the Swiss people. They just not the same phenotype. They don't look the same. They're not built the same. They're just different.
Yeah, okay, so I'm saying those ones that have they distinctions, I'm saying that's a result of them intermixing with other people. That's why they don't look the same.
Intermixing what type of people were they intermixing with?
Maybe Dravidians, maybe Australoids, maybe niggas, you know. Maybe Asians.
I mean, and you really got to ask yourself the question: if they set up colonies and they learned it from us, who set up the original colonies of the planet, right? And then what does that mean as far as the spreading of the genome, right? Which the brother was talking about genome and genealogy.
The Anunnaki, nigga. The Anunnaki.
No, I didn't say nothing about no Anunnaki, blood. I'm not on that. I'm trying to keep it right here on Earth with you. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
So
being honest.
the Anunnaki ain't from here.
Yeah, I didn't say shit about no Anunnaki. I'm saying if so-called white people learned all these different ways of governing the world from us, right? Because they would have had to learn it from us because we're the originals.
I agree.
Yeah,
Man, where you get that shit at, bro? Where
So
you
you
get
saying
that
that you saying that niggas are not the original man of the planet?
Nah, man.
at? Man, I'm saying niggas from America.
Yes, sir.
That's okay. I'll go with niggas
I didn't
from
mean to not
America.
answer your question. I got kicked out. But what was you saying about Otto?
I said so. Oh, dog, I'm done with that. I was just asking who you was yelling at the top of your lungs.
Yeah, that's my little dog. He all right. You know, they like little brothers that be trying to be in grown folks' business, but they need to stay in the child play, stay on the playground. That's all. With Otto and little puppy. Little
Who
Tappy.
is Lil Puppy?
Little Tappy. You know little Tappy.
Who's Lil Cappy?
The little Chinnamaranian. The little Chinnamaranian.
I don't know who you're talking about.
The Chinnamaranian.
What is that?
It's like a little poodle and a
Oh,
Taco
you
Bell
gotta show
dog.
me a picture.
You trying to start something? I'm not messing with you.
I'm saying,
Nah, who
so
you
look,
talking about? Just say who you talking about. Who you was arguing with? Otto and who else? Who coughing?
Oh, I'm sorry.
that sounded like a sick cough, nigga. That was a sick cough. Nigga, drink water, baking soda.
Somebody was on their deathbed. What the fuck? That
Cayenne peppers. You know what I mean? Hey, man.
That's what happens when you
Wow,
smoke that
Savage. I
stress.
don't know who you talking about, but
I'm back.
I'll
I'm back. I'm back. I don't know neither, Nami. I don't know neither, man.
Who was up here last night? Aton was up here.
Yeah, what's happening?
Aton, who he was arguing with last night at the top of his lungs?
I don't know
I
what you're
don't,
talking about.
I don't remember that, but he was going back and forth with Otto and somebody else.
Oh yeah,
Damn, y'all must be scared of the other person.
Yeah, Otto and Wild Savage, aka Cabbage, they're arch nemesis.
Wow, Savage gets the cabbage, baby.
Look at you, Nami. You a cold motherfucker. You gave this nigga bars. That is dope as fuck. I love that. Hey man, shout out to the queen. Shout out to the empress.
Nah, I fucks with Wild Savage, but don't you ever let me hear you going that hard for white folks again. You hear me?
Yes,
Cause you
ma'am.
was hollering at the top of your lungs.
Yes, ma'am. It won't happen again.
You lying. I'm not taking up for them folks. Let them folks figure out who they are.
Well, I'm trying to help these niggas figure out who they are, because they always be trying to get them fight power and stuff that they ain't got. And I'm like,
Oh yeah, I heard you talking about
put a white
we was
woman in
the
the headlight.
original squatters. Where you get that from?
Yeah. Because if we went and colonized these places, how history is really, from what I've researched, yeah, we squatted on their land. We came and took over some shit. We peeped the area. Look,
So
these
what?
niggas
I'ma sound like super. What's a squatter?
just a nigga that pull up on a nigga hood that don't belong there and take over the block. You know, like when the out of towner come to your hood and take over the trap.
Yeah.
So you think that our people went over there and just squatted? You didn't think
Absolutely.
that?
Hell yeah, we civilized them motherfuckers.
I disagree.
That's why
Yeah,
when
I
they
disagree with that.
well,
Hold on now. Squatting and civilizing, that's two different. Yeah, that's different, man. Squatters ain't civilizing shit. Squatters coming somewhere with some shit already established and trying to sell it.
and what I'm saying, these niggas went over there to they little huts and shit, and they like, fuck that, nigga. We come from America. We don't live like that. So, look, we gonna subdue y'all. We gonna build this shit up, make it look nice, have you some running water, some toilets, but all this buffoonery that y'all got going on, nah. While I'm here, we can't do that. And we gonna teach y'all little English language, trade language, show you how to hustle. You know, this is a pack. This is how you break it down and ship it out. You know, that's just what I think, though. But anyway.
Yeah, I believe Bap did some bills on us being a part of, well, not us. I won't say us. I won't say we, but the American Colonization Society going over there, helping them become civilized. Our flags are still flying in some of them places today. But I don't believe that we went over there and squatted and just, tried to teach them at the same time, take over their land. So it was corporations coming together, agreeing upon things that were going to be built and helped out with, and we helped them with, cleaning themselves up, just like we helped the pale skins. But when you say squatting, it makes it reference like like Smoke said, they were already established and we went and moved in their shit and took over. So that's the difference between squatting and civilizing folks. So that's why I disagree. You got the right concept, you got the right history, you just worded it in a way that doesn't line up with the way it actually went.
Well, I'm just saying like this. Look, if we come from castles and brick houses and all that, and then we go over there with the colonization society, and they got mud huts. They got towns of mud huts, mud roads, and all that. Now, once we first get there, we gonna chill in that area, but we finna take over that shit and build some motherfucking American shit so that it can look decent to our standards.
So
But
do you
before we got
believe
there,
our people went over there? Our people went over there.
yes, of course.
So why, when you speak of them, you act like they were already existing and up and running, and we just went over there and just set up shop.
I think they did have something going on over there. I don't think it was a lot of much of nothing, but I think it was something going over there, and we took our nosy ass over there, our rich ass over there, and we built some shit. We took some shit we stole from here and hid it over there.
Real quick question. Wild Savage. You saying that the American went over there and colonized them people, right?
Yep.
So are you saying that the pale-skinned white European is an Aboriginal American?
Hell no.
Well, then how did we go over there? Go over there, produce the people, and produce all the states in the colony and all the civilization, and they in it, but we didn't produce them.
Hold on. What you mean? Say it, run that back. What you mean we didn't produce them?
I said, how is it that if it's only brown people in the world, and we go
No.
over there,
I don't believe that dumb shit. I think them people were scattered all through these places in different random places.
So they Aboriginals then.
They Aboriginal somewhere. I just don't know where.
All right, then. All right. So you saying they was already there, right? These are some backwood. Hold on. Let me ask the question. These are some backwood niggas. They ain't got as much advancement as us, but they was able to overthrow the niggas.
I don't believe they overthrew no niggas. Who told you that lie? You ain't never heard
So
me say
where did the niggas go?
What niggas?
In Europe.
Nigga, we took our show on the road. What are you talking about? Some stayed.
What are you
some
talking
took
about?
us on the
I'm
road.
asking where are the niggas in Europe? I understand that
Niggas
the
left.
Algonquins came.
Niggas.
Listen to
Okay,
me, bro.
niggas left.
Listen to me, bro. Listen, hold on, because you obviously we not on the same page. You said Americans went over there and colonized Europe, correct?
And Africa.
Okay, and Africa, but we gonna stay on Europe.
Okay.
All right. So we went over there. Was it white people already there?
It might have been a few, but it was niggas royalty.
Oh, it was nigga royalty.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
but it was a few white people, right? In Europe.
I would imagine, like, I wouldn't say that ain't. There's some white people there now, ain't it? There's some white people over here.
Okay, so my question is, how do they overthrow all these niggas from America and the niggas that's in Europe? Because you saying they
ain't never overthrew nobody. They
definitely overthrew them today.
No. They didn't overthrow no niggas. That's a damn lie. That's what they want you to believe. No, motherfuckers are married in, and them are what you call the mascots
who is
and
King
fall guys.
Philip?
Huh? Who is
Who is
who?
the king up in England today?
Who is what?
Who is the king in England today? That's a brother?
The person that they show us is a mascot.
Is it a brother?
I don't know who the king is. It depends on what area. You talking about a year?
See, that's what we're talking about. If you don't know, how is you making all these claims?
Nigga, cause I know what happened. That ain't got nothing to do with the pale man. Just cause the
You know
queen
what
of
happened? How?
cause you trying to
What
say
happened?
queens of cause you're saying Queen of Elizabeth and Queen and them that's all white right now. You're trying to say that they've been in power for the last 100 years? No. Hell fucking no. There was
I say
niggas in power.
200.
Well, that's goofy. That's
I
goofy.
mean,
You
I
can't
can
prove it.
You can't
Queen
prove it.
yeah, we can, cause the first Queen Elizabeth was described as swarthy. She was a black lady. The kings was all described as niggas. Well, I don't know what the fuck you talking about. We ain't seen no white people besides the storybook that America gave us. But when you go look at the
Well,
actual
200 years
records
ago,
and
we
you look at them
definitely see.
statues, they and you look at them noble coat of arms, nigga, them is niggas. You don't see no white boy. So I don't know
Yeah,
what you talking
they a
about.
long.
You got to
That's a
mix me
long
with
time. That's a
Cosmine.
long time prior to
Cosmine.
1800.
This is deeper than the Waspy.
Well, yeah,
Wasn't no
that's
white
why you
boy
don't
doing
get
none
it.
of that.
That's why you don't get it.
That's
You
what
dig what I'm talking about?
and that's
You
why
keep
you don't
saying
get it. You trying to
you
give a
don't get
white.
it.
You
Okay,
saying a
so
white.
why
You
ain't niggas
saying the
running the
Pelly
countries right
Pale
now?
was the kings and queens for 200
Why ain't
years.
niggas
You
running the
sound
countries
crazy
now?
as hell, nigga.
Why
I
ain't niggas
told you
running them countries
they
now?
are. They
You
are.
lying. Show us
They
one.
are.
Show us
Like I
one.
said, the ones you see are
Show us one. Hey,
mascots,
bro,
nigga.
I ain't about to
They
do no arguing with you.
mascots.
Just source up.
What you mean?
Up or shut up. I think you lying.
Nigga, I know you lying.
Show me a
know
nigga
you
king in
lying.
Europe. Show me a nigga king in Europe, bro. That's all you got to do.
King Charles. All them niggas was niggas. What are you talking about?
When did King Charles exist? What year? That's the 1500s, goofy. We talking about 200 years ago. White boys been running this bitch, nigga.
No,
They been running all
200
that
years
shit
ago.
over there in Europe.
No,
They
200
got
years
all
ago
them
wasn't
niggas
no
over
white
there
boy
together.
running
They
shit.
kicked them niggas
In the
out, and they been running shit
1800s,
since, nigga.
in the 1800s, wasn't no white man running nothing, and you can't show that.
I bet you I can, and then I
All
can show
right,
you a nigga.
get a
And then I
primary
bet you I
source.
can show you
Get
a
a
nigga
primary source, and
who
get
got
a primary source, and I bet you I show you as a
15
nigga.
babies by a
I
white
bet you I
boy.
show you as a nigga. You get
I
any
bet you I
king
show
in the
you it's a
1800s, I
white
show you
boy.
as a nigga.
I bet you I show you even the last one made a white man. Bet you.
Whatever.
I bet you ain't got no. I bet you ain't got no documents to prove this.
I bet I do. I bet I do got
bet you
documents.
don't.
I'll be back, Smoke. Let me up when I come back.
I bet I do got documents to prove everything I'm saying. I bet you ain't got no primary. I bet you ain't got no primary sources.
Why I'm about to body bag you right now, nigga. When did the last nigga ruler end? When was the last one? What year? Smart guy. Wild cabbage. Nigga, show me what year did this nigga stop being on the throne? Or don't you know? Silencio, idiot. Nigga was 1818 and her name is Queen Charlotte. She ended up having half babies, 15 of them, with the white boy King George III. Goofy ass nigga. Nah. Up here arguing about some shit you don't even know nothing about. Shut up, bro. That's why they call you wild cabbage. Nigga, because you're soft. Your brain is obviously mushy and you need to study more, young fella. I wish a young nigga would get up here acting like he was really smart. Nigga, you dumb as fuck, bro.
Man,
Real talk. Real talk, and you ignorant as
Man,
fuck.
listen here,
And,
bro.
and look, let
Like
me
I
debunk.
said, you get
Let
your
me debunk
primary
that
sources.
whole. Hey,
I got a
listen, I
phone
ain't got all
call,
day.
but you get your
I ain't
primary
got all day.
sources, nigga, and show that goofy ass shit, nigga. And I'm gonna show
Yeah,
you they was
nigga. Yeah,
black,
nigga.
goofy,
Just look up Queen Charlotte,
goofy,
dumb fuck. All
goofy.
you gotta do is look up Queen Charlotte, dumb nigga. She the last
Nigga,
nigga
she
on the
wasn't
throne in
white.
here.
She wasn't
She was
white.
definitely
I
white,
didn't
bro.
say she was white. I said she was a nigga.
No,
She
she
the
wasn't,
last.
nigga. No, she wasn't
She was
white.
white,
And
She
her
bro.
husband
married a
wasn't
nigga.
white.
I mean, a white boy, goofy nigga.
Yes, right. She
She
married
a
a
mixed
nigga.
nigga too.
She married a nigga.
She
The
mixed
king
too,
was a
nigga.
nigga. Fuck you mean?
Yeah, she
Bro,
mixed
the
too.
portrait, that's a straight white lady, though.
But she
Man,
not,
that's a
nigga.
damn light skinned
Bro, I got
lady,
a
nigga.
portrait, bro. I got a portrait of her on my page, bro. It's a straight white
Well,
lady.
nigga, you need
I
to
don't
do
give,
more research too,
nigga.
nigga. Look
I
at the
don't give
soul.
a
Go
fuck
look at Charlotte.
what you
Go look
think,
at her
nigga. She was a
father.
black
Do
woman,
you know
nigga.
who her father was, nigga?
Nigga, do the research.
He was
Yeah,
a
do
black
you?
German, nigga. A black German. That's where the Habsburgs and all that shit come from. They German. They was mixed. Nigga, go look at her. She's a light-skinned black woman. Dumbass
Bro,
nigga.
what,
They did
look at her from what? I'm
iconoclasm on
telling
her.
you, the portraits,
You need
bro.
to
She's
go.
not, bro.
I'm
She's a
telling
white
you.
lady,
I'm telling you.
bro. The
It's
portrait,
called
she's a white lady, bro.
iconoclasm, nigga.
Man, your primary source show that white people was in
Yeah, nigga.
ruling
Nigga,
in
shut the
200
fuck
years
up and
ago.
show us that niggas was
Dumbass,
ruling in the 1900s.
dumbass nigga. You still believe in white? You
Dumbass
believe
nigga.
in white?
Show me one that was ruling
I'm
after
not finna.
1840,
Ain't
nigga.
nobody listening to you, nigga. You believe in
Dumbass nigga.
waspy, nigga.
And
You
look,
believe in white
let
boy.
me kill all this dumbass
Get
talk
the
about
hell up
all
out of
this
here, nigga.
dumbass
We
shit that
not
these niggas talk
taking
about
your
these white
scholarly
boys.
seriously,
These
nigga.
dumbass niggas
You
don't even
still
know
worship the
it's
white
more
man, nigga. You
genetic
talk about the
diversity
white man,
in between
a
white
white man's
populations
book, nigga.
than it is
That didn't
a
even
white,
fuck with
let's
niggas.
say France nigga and an American
The
nigga.
hell out of here.
You didn't even know
I
that,
can't wait till I
dumbass
get back to
nigga.
the spot.
Any of you dumbass niggas that's saying that they the same. It's more genetic variation
What up,
between,
fella?
let's say, a German and a Frenchman than it is a German and a nigga from America. Stupid motherfuckers. Nah, they not the same. Dumb motherfuckers, y'all need to do some research.
I bet it ain't. I bet it ain't. I bet it ain't
I
no
bet
no.
it
I
is,
bet it ain't no
nigga.
more genetic variation from a white French dude and a German French dude than a dark ass nigga in America. I bet it ain't.
Look it up.
Look at me. Look it up.
Look it up. Look it
You
up.
hold on. You mean to tell me
Look
that
it
you can
up.
look at a white dude from Germany
Look it
and a
up.
white dude from France
There's more
and look at a
variation
dark ass
between
nigga from
populations.
America and look at a
There's
dark ass
more
nigga from America and then you got to go
between
look it up
white
to be able to say that it's more connections to the
nigga, that
dark
shit
skinned
cat.
nigga in America.
Nigga,
Man, shut the hell up.
because
You
y'all
goofy
using
as fuck.
leadership.
You
Yeah,
goofy
Hey
as
man,
hell.
can y'all go
just
one at a
goofy as
time? I
fuck.
can't hear.
Y'all niggas just
I can't
No,
understand
no,
Nah, he
what's
don't
going
deal with
no,
on.
genetic variation.
no.
He
think you
only
can
deal with
look
I,
at a
he
nigga
phenotype,
can't go
and
bro.
one
tell
at a
what
time
he is. Y'all
because he want to do
stupid as
all the
fuck.
talking. He got to do
Y'all
all the
niggas
talking
dumb
to
as
win an
fuck.
argument. He can't listen to no logic because he didn't looked it up,
You ain't
right? And
got
there wasn't no
none.
logic
That's all
in the
I'm
shit he
saying.
looked up.
I'm saying there's more genetic diversity between white populations than it is between a white one and a black one, nigga. Look it up. Shit, why do I
Okay,
gotta keep
okay.
Nah,
muting these niggas?
he only deal
Hold
with
on,
phenotypes, bro. He don't
hold
deal
on.
with the rest of it.
I know.
You dig what I'm
It's
talking about? I
because
birthed you
I
niggas,
get
dog.
it. I get it. Y'all believe in something that's wrote on the motherfucking piece of paper, right? That shit wrote on a piece of
Yeah,
paper.
I
It
believe it
sound.
more than I believe
Hold
you
on,
niggas'
bro.
opinion.
Hold on. I got to put this nigga in the back because he religious and he don't believe in letting nobody else get their shit off. After you let him get his shit off, but not today, nigga. I'm getting my shit off, right? Because you got yours off, right? You believe that you can look at somebody's phenotype, right? Look at the two motherfuckers looking exactly alike, right? And then what you see have to be confirmed in a goddamn book because somebody's saying that these two motherfuckers are more genetically diverse than two motherfuckers who don't look shit alike. Get the fuck out of here. You can have that book, my nigga. I'm not looking up shit. I'm gonna look at the motherfuckers. You can look them up. I'm gonna look at them. You got it.
If they're more genetic,
See, this the shit This the shit that got us with common ancestors now. Because we can't really look at shit no more. Right? We gotta go look it up. Right? We gotta go look it up. Go look up what the common ancestor. Go look up what the common ancestor is and see if you think you actually come from that shit. But yeah, they got a whole motherfucking narrative complete with scientific and historical jargon to substantiate the claim. But no, I'm looking at this motherfucker and I'm saying, ain't no motherfucking way. I got nothing in common with that motherfucking thing right there. I don't give a fuck what book they wrote it down in. I don't give a fuck who did a study on it. Right? That's just a natural bias, my nigga. It's just a natural bias. No, you don't get to say we come from this motherfucking thing and can't show how we actually came from the goddamn thing. Right? That's the same jargon. That's evolution. In a nutshell, they got more genetic diversity, but they look just the motherfucking same. And you saying a nigga over here got more in common with them genetically. Man, get the fuck out of here. Going for that shit. You niggas can go for that shit, but I ain't going for that shit. That's when you just got to call. That's when you got to call the bullshit out. You just got to call the bullshit out, bro. You telling me that motherfucking Tyrone in the South Bronx got more in common with Pierre, right, than Ivan in fucking Germany. Man, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. They both got straight hair, pale skin, thin lips, small nostrils, but Tyrone, big old greasy, ashy black ass, got more in common with one of them motherfuckers than the other one. Nigga, please. You look it up.
All right, well,
Yeah, that is a stretch.
Look, hold on. Can y'all hear me? Yes. Scientific research demonstrated there is
Your mic low, bro. Your mic low. Your mic is low, bro.
All right. Hold on. Can y'all hear me now?
No, you still low. Y'all heard him? I can't hear him.
Barely. It sound like he's standing in a pickle jar.
Yeah, I done beat that nigga audio up. He coming through with that genetic diversity shit. Epigenetic ass nigga.
Look, so let me get my lick back. Cause
you got it, man. Come on, bro. Come on, go out and come back in because you sounded good at first. I can barely hear you now.
Can you hear me
If
now?
you're gonna beat me up, at least I got to hear the shit.
Can you hear me now? Can I be heard?
You sound like Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, your mic is choppy too.
Well, I'll jump back on when I get back to the crib. Yeah, you easily look this up.
Yeah, you on a 3G network now. You should have stayed on Wi-Fi.
No, man, that was corny.
It wasn't a joke.
Okay, that was a little better. Nah, if anything, he might have some LTE. I don't think it's 3G though. But hey, Cotton Ball was cooking y'all boys though.
Yeah, because science has already proven. You did what I'm saying that there is more genetic diversity within a single population than between various populations. This is already proven, man. All y'all got to do is look up. Hold on 1 second. All y'all got to do.
Yeah, you too low, bro. We can't really hear you, bro.
Go out and come back in, man. Ain't number 8 people up here. Just go out and come back in. Your audio should snap back.
I can hear the nigga, bro. What y'all talking about?
I can hear him, but I can barely hear him.
All right, well then be quiet for a second, and I got you. I got you.
I'm really trying to hear you, bro. I can't really hear you.
Yeah, his shit sounded like my shit used to sound and shit. I could barely hear you though. I want that to be clear. What you saying?
Yeah, what's been said? I'm back. Wild Savage getting the cabbages back
We're
on the
trying to deal.
scene.
We're trying to deal with the genetics of a white dude in France and a white dude in Germany being more related to a nigga in America than to each other. We're trying to hear this genetic diversity being explained that can explain that a white dude in Germany and a white dude in France are more genetically related to a nigga in America than to each other. I need to know about these motherfucking genetics. Please break that down. I got to hear this.
Yeah. Whoa. Who said
that? That region that you're speaking about, that might be separated by a couple 100 kilometers. We got to maybe say, I think when Carl was saying that, he probably was saying like a Western European and a Central European is not the same type shit. But like, if you close in proximity,
No, he made a clear, distinct.
Yeah, he didn't say nothing like that, Lucky.
if you close in proximity, you're gonna share.
Man, you speculating, brother.
It's not. That's what you can actually know.
Who
Yeah,
made
but
that
that ain't what he said. But that ain't what he said, bro. You can make your own claim, and we'll beat your claim up until he get back. But
He can come up here and say
that ain't the claim he made. So you can make a claim. We'll beat your shit up.
That's what I'm saying. So yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So the genetic diversity would be better. You could better say that a German, right? A German and somebody from Spain, or you know what I'm saying, a Russian and an Irishman, they are different. They are completely different. More than a nigga is different than an Englishman. That's what I think that's what he was trying to get at. But that's what I would say. You know what I'm saying?
What you say again? Don't put it in the context of what he was saying. What's your claim?
My claim is that you niggas don't know what you're talking about. All right. So Bim, the American Negro is more genetically closer to a Western European than he would be than a Negro is to a Aboriginal Australian, and then a white person is to a Western European would be to a Eastern European, let's say, to keep it simple.
Oh, nigga, you just saying some funny shit. That's okay. All right. We'll wait till Cosmo and get back.
Yeah, they don't want to address what I'm saying because what I just said was a fact.
Man, what you saying is just rhetoric. You just babbling, bro. You rambling.
Hey man, I just came on and back up on here. I got 3% till my shit die. Hey man, Lucky, shut your ass the fuck up, nigga. You are a liar.
Hey, cuz you won't challenge nothing.
This nigga gonna spend his last 3% on you, Lucky.
Yeah, he dumb as fuck. He ain't got no brain cells. But you won't challenge nothing that I say though, nigga. That's a fact on Jesus Christ.
Damn, nigga, once you pay your light bill so you can charge your phone up, bro.
Broke ass nigga. He can't pay the light bill. He too busy to bought that last bottle of Cavassier at the liquor store.
That nigga got that shit plugged into one of them exercise bikes.
My light bill paid.
Hey, Chief, I am. Cosmo back. Hold on, before he lose his thought. Come on,
Okay,
Cosmo.
my bad. You got it. Go ahead, Cosmo. Talk that bullshit.
You right? Can y'all hear me? It says yes.
Yeah, you good now, bro. You good.
It says yes. Scientific research demonstrates that there is significantly more variation within what are commonly called racial groups than there is between those groups. In other words, two individuals within the same self-identified racial group may be more genetically different from each other than either would be from an individual in a different racial group. Nigga, body bag. Dumbass motherfuckers. Don't give a fuck what you think. This is what can be proven.
We didn't hear none of that shit. we didn't hear none of that shit, Carl. We didn't hear shit but body bag.
That nigga body bagged himself.
We ain't hear shit but body bag, bro. My bad.
Cosmo, this ain't
That nigga
an
called back
informational
in and
show.
say
This
nothing.
a talk show,
There is
Cosmo.
more
This ain't an
genetic.
informational
Listen,
show.
I
They
body
don't want
bag y'all
information.
niggas. There is more genetic variation between a German and a French nigga than it is a German and an American black.
Yeah, you just said that, nigga, but where you getting this
Yeah,
information
nigga,
from?
that's what I said. And guess what? Science backs me up, nigga. Now go prove
What
something different.
science?
Hold
What
on.
I
He
science?
just
said
read it.
he said genetic
I just read
variations,
it.
not genetic similarities. He said genetic variations,
Variation,
Message?
dumbass nigga. Dumb
Nigga, where
motherfucker.
you
not
getting this shit
similarities.
from?
Not
Wait,
similarities.
Hold
But
on, y'all. Hold on, Chief. I am.
I'm
Wait.
just making clear what he said. That's
Wait,
all I'm
wait,
doing.
wait.
That's all I'm doing. I'm just
Hey,
making
now
clear
he
what
was
you
fighting with Smoke. I want to hear Smoke response, bro. Yeah, get out the way.
Man, get your ass out of here, man. You
Look,
not the
man.
moderator.
I mean, if he believe that,
I done
I
punched on
can't.
your homeboy, nigga. You can get some
If
too.
he
Can you
wait till we
debunk
get through,
that?
wait till we get through bragging on his loss. Go ahead, finish bragging on your
Go
loss.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, nigga. Cause I done knock you the fuck out. Now you sleep talking. Go ahead.
Man, y'all think you sleep.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think Cosmo, I think you sleep right now, dude.
Look,
Similarity
the
and
Anytime you got
variation.
Chief I Am and Wild Savage on your side, boy, you know you need to look at the research again.
yeah, the fact that he actually accepts that and holds it as some type of acknowledgement goes to show you that I'm only dealing with a belief, right? While we ain't really dealing with no observable facts. We just dealing with a scientific. We there you go. Go ahead. Go ahead, go and get it off, because you're gonna lose no matter how much you talk on this point, my nigga. You're gonna lose no matter how much you talk on this point, my nigga. So go and get it off.
Well, go ahead and prove it then.
Right. What I'm saying
all
is,
you doing is giving us your
there you go.
opinion, nigga. We don't want to hear your opinion, nigga.
The more you talk, the more the worse it's gonna look for you. The more you talk, the worse it's gonna look for you. Now go and get it off, goofy ass nigga.
Yeah, there you go. Now this ain't gonna make you no smarter, and it ain't gonna prove your point none. Now go and show us a source that say what you saying, or that bullshit you talking ain't nothing but belief, made up Jesus shit, nigga. Go ahead. Now you can
Okay,
talk, nigga.
so the fact that you think I need to go get a source to say that a frog is different from a tree shows you how fucking slow you are, right? If you have to see a source that says a frog is way different from a motherfucking tree than a goddamn horn toad, then you the goofy motherfucker. Now, if you are under the opinion, hold on, there you go, talking on my turn again. There you go, talking on my turn again. There you go, talking on my turn again, because he can't deal with this simple ass logic, right?
Yeah, that shit is simple.
He can't deal. He had to go look up some shit that telling him that a white dude in Germany and a white dude in France is more related to a nigga in America, right? Because somebody wrote that shit down and they said they proved it. No, you can't prove that. There's no motherfucking way you can prove that. Goofy ass nigga. You can say it a million motherfucking times. You can write it down a million more motherfucking times, but there's no way you can prove that, goofy ass nigga. That's why the building block of science is observation. That's why the building block of science is observation, my nigga. And the phenomenon clearly indicates, right, two things that you can observe, right, in nature. These phenomenon that appear, right, that gives the appearance of similarity or more connected than things that give off more distinctions. So I don't give a fuck how they relate that to you, my nigga. You and that motherfucking article is wrong as hell. And I stand on that. I ain't got to source that up.
Are you done?
I'm done like a motherfucker. You are too.
Okay, well, let me cook your motherfucking boots then, dumbass nigga, because we're not talking about frogs and trees, dummy. We're talking about men. Huh? Silly man. We're talking about men. And guess what? They're 99% the same genetically. Nigga, and that's proven by the Human Genome Project. So for a dumb nigga to say you can't prove it, that's just a dumb nigga talking. You dig what I'm talking about? Just because you're ignorant don't mean we are. You dig what I'm saying? Now you got it.
Yeah, I don't accept that. I don't accept that all people are 99.99% the fucking same.
You got the right to not accept it.
No.
That's your belief. It only matters to you.
Brother.
It's only real to you. You got the
I
right
keep
to
telling you. First of all, your mic low, so you ain't gonna be heard over me, right? Then I gave you the respect to get your dumb shit off. I let you get your whole dumb ass spiel off. You got your whole dumb ass spiel off. Obviously, you think it wasn't enough that you got off. Because now you got to interrupt me while I drill your dumb ass some more. But go ahead. Get some more off, nigga. Because I don't give a fuck about your contempt. You still wrong as a motherfucker. And the science that's backing you is wrong too, nigga. Now get mad. But make it true. Goofy ass
get
nigga.
Mad. Oh, he's a goofy ass kid just up here spouting his opinion.
Man, I ain't no science back in that goofy ass shit.
Nigga, we got the whole genome project back in, nigga. Shut the fuck up, cheerleading ass nigga. You here capping for this dumb ass nigga. He ain't got.
I wasn't cheerleading, but I'll be your Huckleberry if you want some of Superman.
Nigga, I beat you up every time too. Just because I want you on smoke, nigga. You can stand on this shit too. I'll knock both of you dumbass niggas out.
Bro,
Now show us.
chill out, man. Chill out. You don't want none of Superman, bro.
Other than your fucking opinion. Give me
You don't want none of Superman, bro.
Superman ain't shit. Nigga, I got kryptonite in these motherfucking gloves, nigga.
Oh, yeah? You ready? Yeah, I'm going to use your source. You ready?
Go ahead.
Your source says racial groups, correct?
What is a racial group?
I asked you a question. I asked you a question.
It's a racial. I asked you a question. You said my sister said.
But you can't ask me one until you answer mine, bro. You not ready. You right. You can't fight with Superman, bro. Just go back to your yelling and screaming, bro.
I beat you up, beat smoke up, nigga.
Man, you just yelling, man. You just yelling.
It's okay, but
I was going to your source. Can we use your source? Can we use your source? Can we use your source?
What's a racial group?
But I asked you a question first, brother.
What's a racial group?
You tell me. You tell me what a racial group is.
Go ahead, brother.
Your source.
Hold on, let me show y'all Cosmo. Here go Cosmo right here. This Cosmo.
Oh, this is a foul freestyle.
Look at him. There go Cosmo, y'all.
This shit didn't even hit, nigga, after I knocked you the fuck out. Nigga, everybody seen me. Everybody seen me clown you, nigga, because you up here spouting opinion, nigga. You ain't said shit.
He big man.
What I believe,
He big man. He big man because he pulled up with signs and got knocked out by an ignorant nigga. He big man. He didn't pull up with the whole scientific article, the whole common consensus, and got knocked the fuck out by an ignorant nigga. He big man. Take your mad ass off somewhere, nigga, and get relief, nigga.
You done gave us some more of your opinion, nigga. That shit only matter to you, nigga. Because in real life, your eye black. Nigga, just real. Nigga, you just got knocked out because you was a dumb fuck and didn't know that genetic variation means different. I didn't say that they were similar, stupid nigga. I said that they were different. Variance means different. I did.
Variation doesn't mean different, brother.
What does variation mean?
That means a variation. All right, go ahead. You got it, bro.
Anybody want to look up that definition? Is difference a synonym? of variation?
The only thing that's really saving you is that your mic low and can't nobody really hear what you're saying. But you got beat up bad, bro. You got beat up bad. You can always use that as an excuse, that we couldn't hear you. You know what I mean? But other than that, because if you stand on that same stance, well, you dead, my nigga. You talking from a shallow grave, bro.
Well, can you hear this? Because I knocked your punk ass out. Easy. Easy. Y'all niggas need to read more.
You gotta quit smoking that backdoor weed, man.
Yeah, Cosmo be having these boys in their feelings.
Nah, Hawaspi be having you high in your mind.
No, that's just the weed.
No, it's just the weed. So I'm trying to get Cosmo. I want to.
Hey, that nigga start flinching real bad when I start asking them questions.
You gotta quit shopping in the gas station. Quit getting that gas station weed.
So that variation.
That shit is crazy. The draw with the lip is nuts. That shit is diabolical.
So, Cos, let us understand. You said the variation. You try to line us up with so-called the original, like said European. Is that what you was applying this shit to?
Nah, we talking about white folks.
So strictly white folks, not the original so-called European.
Talking about the Anglos, the pale faces.
The Anglo-Saxon. You speaking on? Yeah, the Anglo-Saxon. The Anglo-Saxon.
Right. It's more variation between, let's say, a Russian and a motherfucker from Denmark. Right? It's more variation between them than it is a nigga from America and a Russian.
Okay, hold up. So you said there's more variation when it comes to an Anglo-Saxon than it is from a so-called black person of America. Now, how are you comparing the two?
That ain't even what his source says. He made that shit up. That ain't even what the source said.
I'm confused.
It said, hold on, wait a minute. Let me ask you a question, Super. Since you think, what is racial group?
You said what is what? What is what?
A racial group is a social construct.
Exactly. So are American niggas a racial group?
No.
Yep. Now I was gonna say no too.
Okay. So are American Indians a racial group?
Can I ask you some questions between your questions, or you get the question? No, I'm cool. I mean, I'm just letting you. I'm just trying to get, how we doing this. I'm saying, how are we doing this? Do I get to, ask you like 5 questions in a row too?
Yeah, you get.
All right, come on, finish your question. Go ahead.
I'm asking you, is an American Indian part of a racial group, or like
No.
a black? Is a black part of a racial group?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we're saying the black racial group of America.
Who is we? Who is we?
The scientists. The
Oh,
genetics
okay, go ahead.
do this every day for a living. Right?
All right, go ahead.
Those guys say there is more genetic variation between racial groups, right? Certain populations, let's say a French pale face and a German pale face, right?
Yeah, you added that to the argument. You added that to the. You added that to the article.
That from the get-go.
But go ahead.
I said that from the get-go.
I know, but that's not what your article say. That's not what your source.
It's racial groups.
Right.
So we talking about Europeans, right? We talking about white Europeans, and we talking about niggas from America. They're saying genetics shows that there is more variation between those two racial groups, like let's say a German, a white German, and a white French, than there is between that same German or that same Frenchman and a black of America. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, that's not what your source says. Do you have another source that says what you just said?
That's exactly what the source is.
No, that's not exactly what the source says.
Go ahead, read.
I read
The
it.
source don't say what I said.
I read it, bro. It didn't say none of that
Ask
shit.
the question now, sir.
Where the
Yes.
source is? Is it in the back so I can read it?
Yeah,
Is it in the back?
It's in the back. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that they was confused about similarity and variation. The super didn't know
Okay.
that variation was different.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
That's what I
Yeah.
think. That's what I think the whole problem came down to.
I thought you was gonna let me ask your. I thought you was gonna let me ask my question. Let me know when you finish.
Go ahead.
Is Germans and French people in the same racial group?
Yeah.
So, how is there more variations in one racial group than there is in another racial group?
Do you know the same thing applies to us? There's more variation between me and you than it is.
No. Listen to the question. Listen to my question. Listen to my question. Remember, I answered your questions. Now listen to my questions. So, Germans and French people in the same racial group, right? And niggas in America are part of a racial group, right? How is there more variations in one racial group than there is in another racial group?
Dumbass nigga. It don't say that. It says in the racial group itself, there's more variation in it than it is comparing it to a whole total different racial group. Read the fucking source.
I did, but it don't make sense.
Yeah, you fucking me too. I'm kind of fuck with it. You fucking me up too, cause you're saying you said they said it's more variations over here than it is over there, basically.
No, that's not what it
Is that the basis of what I'm gathering?
No.
So can I ask a question? How is the variation of how is the variation the issue? What is the variation? What is the effect of the variation? How does that matter? How does that matter?
That show because it showed that there's a difference even in white folks. There's a difference in niggas. We not all the same. Niggas not all the same, and all white folks ain't the same. Even by genetics, they're not the same.
And your argument is to what? Okay, so what you saying that? What's your argument to? What you're saying that we're very varied. What is your argument to that point? If you're saying we're varied,
hold on. I heard what you said. I heard you ain't gotta ask me 3 times. I heard it. The variation shows that white folks ain't even the same, even in their own racial group. Just like all niggas are the same in their own racial group.
all right, okay, I got that.
No, Grateful. He said that niggas are more. No, Grateful. This is his claim that niggas are more similar genetically to an Italian than Italian is genetically similar to a Swiss person.
No, listen, this is what I'm saying. That in a race.
What? You didn't say that?
Like white Europeans.
He changing his statement now.
He fixed that
You
mic.
better change that shit.
That mic, man.
I'm back to the variation part. Very, right? So how are you applying this to the said so-called Negro? Like, how does a said a varied European apply to a said, you trying to say Negro varied too? Like, with their colorism, because then you're trying to identify and say that how I'm taking it is that you're trying to basically say that the so-called Negro, with their many colorism, like light skin, dark skin, whatever, brown, whatever, it also applies to a so-called European, because that's what I'm gathering from this shit. This is what I'm getting. I'm getting you trying to say that the European is exactly like us. It's different colorisms or skin tones within them.
He ran.
That's
He
just
ran
something
off.
simple.
He ran off. I guess he'll be back when he get back to a club. But he's saying like if niggas in America and Africans and Australians, they're all in the same racial group. There's a variation between us, right? It's a large variation between niggas, Africans, and Australians than it is between niggas and Italians.
Dumbest shit I ever heard in my fucking life.
Yeah, I'm fucked up myself. Like, I'm confused as fuck. I'm over here like, wait a
What
minute.
made that man come up here? What made that man come up here and say this, bro? Who the fuck he thought he was talking to? Nigga, stop.
Yeah,
we more similar to Italians than we is Africans.
Yeah, I'm fucked up with that too. That's how come I jumped out, because I was confused. I was like, what the fuck? Wait a minute. Hold on, so you're telling us
Because
you're basically trying to say that
a racial group is a social construct. They just grouping us up because we got the same skin tone, right?
or they trying to be the same skin tone.
Right, but I'm saying the paper that he presented said that the racial group got a larger variation than two people from different races.
Yeah, I think he was trying to. I think he started off saying that all white people ain't the same. And then
Right. I mean, we agree on that point. I would say that shit. That was him and Smoke. That's why I had said that was him and Smoke fight. But he said I was a cheerleader. I guess he wanted some.
Yeah, he tried. Smoke came back at him, and then he got confused, and he went.
But he called me a cheerleader, so he wouldn't have to fight with Smoke on that dumb shit.
That's what he was trying to use to substantiate his claim. He went the wrong fucking. He took the wrong approach.
Yeah, he took the way wrong approach.
He took the wrong approach trying to substantiate his claim. You should see something else, bro.
Yeah,
that ain't no way you finna say that I got more in common with a damn French dude that's white than a damn German dude.
Let me ask you a question.
You know what I'm saying? I got more in common with a French dude that's white than the French dude would have with a German dude that's white. Like, no, nigga, stop.
Let me ask y'all a question. All right. Superman, jump in on this one. You probably got the answer. But what is blood type? Because you're talking about there was genetic genomes and all this stuff. What does blood type have to do with this? Does blood type have anything to do with this?
No. It wasn't mentioned.
You know, blood type, A blood, AB blood, O blood, you know, all that type of shit.
I mean, that's part of your genetics, so they gotta play a part of it. You're not gonna have if nobody in your lineage got a B blood type, you're not gonna pop up with no fucking B blood type.
Right, because mostly all of us in America got O blood. Even though we kind of look different in a certain way, you know.
I don't know about that claim. I'm just saying if it ain't in your genes, it ain't gonna pop up in your genes. You can't express something that ain't there.
No, I was looking that up while y'all was talking. I was looking up the percentages of Black Americans and what they blood type, and pretty much across the board it says dominantly O.
Well, I know I'm O. My old man was O, and my lady was O.
I'm O.
Baby.
But listen, I don't think. See, I think we crossed the lines for real right now. With variations in skin tones and this, all this shit get tricky. Blood types, also like we crossed the lines. Like all this shit is very much tricky. All of it for me. This is for me. All this shit's tricky. It's tricky simply because you do have an aspect that it's all about people fucking for real. Keep it a buck. Keep it a buck, right? People intertwining and making where you get a variant or variation in, right? Because people are fucking crossing lines, which bring in, say it, different factors for me. And that's a problem.
Yo, number one problem is your microphone. We can't hear shit you saying.
Super, you didn't hear me?
It sounds like you underwater.
Let me. My bad. Hold on. Are you?
All I heard was fucking. You was talking about somebody fucking. That's all I heard.
Now. Or no? Yes or no?
Somewhat.
Or is it worse?
It's about the same.
So what I'm saying is that. All right, I'm gonna go out. We'll come back.
Thank you. Yeah, that man came up here throwing butter knives in a tank. You heard the motherfuckers ain't even sharp, nigga. The fuck you what? You picked the wrong fight, man.
He came in hot, boy. I was like, damn. Then the mic went crazy. That made it worse.
Yeah, his mic was trying to save him. Like, no, Cosman, don't say this. You embarrassed.
Nah, I was agreeing with him when he first came in. He was like, "You stupid motherfucker! You white people ain't the same." Cool, I agree with that. Then he was saying some other shit about genetics and niggas being more connected or similar to white folk than different white folks is to each other. I couldn't get it on with that one. That was crazy.
What you was saying about genealogy, Chief I Am?
Man, you know that Obama phone. He went and got his mama old phone.
And he
got online.
He got a Moto Razor in his bitch.
Hey man, throw that plastic bottle away. I don't give a damn how much alcohol left in that, Chief. Man, just throw it away, bro. Cosmo came in real hot. He was mad about that, bro. Y'all, I don't know what y'all said that pissed him off. Grateful if you got a fan in the room with you, turn the fan off.
She be moving around. I know she be walking around away from her phone when she be talking. That's why that shit go out like that. That's how I know.
Y'all might need to upgrade y'all Bluetooth. Get y'all some Bose or some, some nice brand.
You mean Bosch?
Bose. They make speakers and headphones and shit.
B-O-S-E.
B-O-S-E. B-O-S-E. Yeah, Bose. Because that brings you back to that brings you back to the variation aspect too, right? Because I really want to understand this thing. I truly want to get the understanding.
But a variation can only be amongst something that's the same, like citrus fruit. You got oranges, lemons, grapefruit. They all citrus, but there's a variation.
Right, and what he was saying, like a orange would be more varying from a grapefruit than a damn watermelon. That's the rhetoric he was spewing. Like, no, the fuck it ain't. I ain't nobody going for that.
That's why I asked about
you
blood
can't
type.
conduct the experiment to prove that shit, nigga. I know you can't.
That's why I was asking about blood type, because they do have the same blood type. Yeah, one might have darker hair, one might be more, bulky, shorter, taller, but that blood type is still the same. Unless, like Smoke said earlier, there was some admixture coming in, like when we was moving around these places and we was tapping some of them, you know what I'm saying, and mixing some of that blood. Because, I mean, yeah, you look at some of these Armenians and some of them people up there, some Swedish, I mean, some of them built like sisters. I mean, Coke bottle type shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but they ain't got no basketball. It just be wide hips and flat back. But even if they got say like the Irish got beat. Say like the Irish people got beat blood type, and the Italians got A blood type. Man, that don't make O blood type more closer to an A than a fucking B. That's crazy.
Yeah, O a long way from A and a long way from B. Then A is from B. You know what I'm saying? O is farther from A and B. Then A and B is from each other. So I don't know what this nigga is. He called himself mad. How you mad coming up here with this pseudo ass shit?
Yeah, that nigga was pissed. Oh, God damn. That nigga kicked the dough in. Like, whoa.
I just wanted to see the fight because the fight was started between him and Smoke. I was telling everybody else to get back. That nigga talking about I'm a cheerleader to get from in front of Smoke. Don't try to use me. Fight your fight, nigga.
Yeah.
There you go. He came back. He said, yes, a combination of A and B blood types from parents can produce offspring with O blood type. And then he said, we gotta stop that. Then he said, we gotta stop the pseudo bullshit.
I'm saying, how can you express something that's not there? Like, if nobody got no O, and all the A and B's get together, you saying that an O would pop out?
It had to be a recession somewhere, because if an O pop out, that means there's O that's the origin somewhere. The O has to be the origin. And maybe there was some recessive shit going on. But
all I'm saying, if ain't no O in there, O ain't gonna never pop out.
It ain't coming out. You get your blood type from your daddy. So I don't know about that one.
Well, for me, it's like, how do we really know that any of this shit is true? For real.
We don't.
Yeah, because everything whether you get
we
it,
don't know it's true. We know it ain't true. We can't say it's true, but we can say it ain't true.
All right. So what's the arguments then?
We just saying.
I don't know.
We just saying something basic. We saying something basic.
Exactly. We do not
Two
know.
bears procreate, it's not gonna be more genetically similar to a fucking lion. We just saying something basic, right? When two white people procreate, it's not. They're not gonna. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna produce nothing more similar from other two white people procreating, right? It's not. That's not going to deviate more closely to black people. You see what I'm saying? That just ain't gonna happen. I don't give a fuck who wrote it down or what they've been dedicating their time to. That just ain't gonna happen.
Hey, I want
But
to
that's
go
what
in
I'm
the
saying.
room.
That's not even what his source was saying. That's why I said let's deal with this bullshit source.
I didn't even pull it. It was going in the back. What did it say? What did it say, Stu? Because I didn't see it.
Hold on, let me read it. Yes, scientific research demonstrates that there is significantly more genetic variation within what are commonly called racial groups than there is between those groups. In other words, two individuals within the same self-identified racial group may be more genetically different from each other than either would be from an individual in a different racial group. Make that make sense?
Yeah, well, I comprehend what they're saying. I think you just got
I
to start being
comprehend what they say too, but that's not what he said.
okay. Okay, that's the issue. That's the issue. Yeah, I get that. But yeah, I comprehend what that right there.
Hell
Right.
no.
That's why I want to bring up the source. Like, man, your source is not even saying what you saying.
My source is correct. All
I'm
white
not
people.
saying his source is wrong or right. I'm saying he's not saying what his source is saying.
Oh yeah, that's Cosmo Cal. You know he be lying like a motherfucker, bro. I'm saying, man.
So, are you against? So, you're against the variation aspect of said, the so-called European is closely related. Huh?
There's no variation. They all assumed the different nationalities of us that were already created. That's why you got the new French, the new German, the new English. Everything is new. They're only assuming what we already created. So hell no. They're all 100% the same. That's what I'm saying. You have to either you don't know history, right? Or your ass is
Chief,
ignoring
I
it.
am. If they was 100% the same, they would look exactly alike, brother.
They do.
What?
The president of Iran, what is the difference between the president of Iran and the motherfucking president of fucking of Germany, nigga? What's the difference?
Brother, the president of Iran does not look like Dolly Parton.
Man, they all crackers, bro. They all white folks, bro. You playing, bro. You trying to say
I
because
ain't
one got
saying
a
that they not all white people, bro. I'm saying they different white folk.
So how do we differentiate white people other than them telling us that they're different?
Bro,
So
you can look at a person like
playing
Dolly
at Cosmo
Parton.
hand right now. Y'all playing at Cosmo hand because he said variations of the pale skins. Y'all playing at his hand right now.
No,
I'm not playing.
No. I agree with him on that point, but then he made
I don't
another
agree with
point.
Cosmo. I don't agree with Cosmo. I'm saying that
He made
all
another
the same.
point that niggas are closely genetically similar to an Italian than an Italian is to a German. That's the point that we start, him and Smoke start fighting about. I wanted to see the fight.
Man, The only similarity between the Italian and the German is that neither
But hold
one
on,
of
Chief.
them.
I'm back to your ass. So you telling me the president of Iran today is genetically like Dolly Parton?
Hell, motherfucking yes.
Oh man, get the fuck out of here, man. All right.
Nigga. Okay, you tell me out your mouth what makes them different other than their geographical locations. Give me something scientific.
Brother,
Come on. I'm
brother,
waiting.
brother. Man, you can't look at them people. I'm like Smoke, man. Man, you can't look at Dolly Parton and tell she not from the Middle East.
Nigga.
If you see Dolly Parton walking down the street, you would assume that she's from the Middle East.
If you take JD Vance and you pull up.
No. Let's stick to Dolly Parton and the president.
I'm saying that there's no difference between none of these crackers. They're in rulership because they
No. Listen to my question, Chief. You will see Dolly Parton and think that she could be from the Middle East.
If I seen one of the women from the Middle East, I guarantee you she looked just like a Dolly Parton.
Yeah, you got it with that plastic ass bottle you drinking out of.
That nigga love to put me on the plastic bottles. You don't even like that I drink that expensive shit, huh?
You used the wrong white people. You should have said like a German bitch or something.
They all the same, Smoke. That's what I'm saying.
No, they not the same, bro. I'm saying they not the same because of admixture. I'm saying those Arabian white people, they mixed.
With what?
That's why they don't look like what they would have looked like before they went to that part of the damn world.
So
y'all circling now. Hold the fuck on. Y'all circling now. So that means Cosmo was telling the truth. Y'all circling right now.
No.
Who they mixed with?
I'm talking about white people. I'm not talking about white people that have been mixed. I'm talking about white people, not non-mixed white people. They're all the fucking same. I don't give a fuck if they German, Scandinavian, Iranian. If they ass ain't mixed, they white people.
I agree.
I ain't talking about the ones that they got mixed up with different type of shit. Of course they not gonna
agree
look
that
the same.
the Iranians, all those motherfuckers in so-called Middle East, which is Western Asia, right? Technically, I believe that they are all so-called Khazarian motherfucking white folks that have dispersed all around the planet, and they're taking on names of the people that they conquered. So the Iranians are no different than the Brazilians. The Brazilians are no different than the Germans. The Germans are no different than the Europeans. Europeans are divided between 5 nation states. You got England, Ireland, Scotland, Great Britain, right? The French corridor. These are all fucking...
Man, go take another nap, bro.
Man, listen.
Please.
If I needed to take a nap, would I be making sense? Okay,
you're only making sense to your drunk brain cells, bro.
You're saying that they're different because they told you they was different.
No, I'm talking about what I see, bro. What I see.
So what? Okay, so tell me what you see from the difference between an Iranian and a so-called Palestinian.
Man, we talking about white people, brother.
These are all white people. What are you talking about? These are all white people.
No, they're not, man.
Okay, so you telling me the Iranian is not a white man?
No, he's from the Middle East.
All right, so Smoke, pull up the Iranian, the head motherfucking Iran, and then pull up the head motherfucker in Palestine. Let's see
Man,
what
we
they
talking
look like.
about what we know today as white people. If you seen an Iranian man in the corner store selling Lucy's, you're not gonna say he's a white guy.
Yes, he looks
Iranians are
just
white
like
in
a
tan, bro.
he looks
They
just like
pale
a
skin,
white
bro.
guy
Come
with
on,
a
man. Y'all
fucking
tripping,
different
man.
color
All
of
right,
Pale
hair,
y'all got
nigga.
y'all got it, bro. I'm not. Y'all not finna
Yeah, you're
play that.
lying because you wanna
No,
believe that
nigga,
these
they'll
people are different.
no, nigga. Hey, brother. Hey, no, some of them are, but some of them aren't. Some
Okay,
of
so
them, some of them are, some of them aren't. Some of them motherfuckers is mixed, my nigga. What y'all don't get about that? A mixed white dude
Yep.
is
I
not the
agree
same
with
as a
Smoke.
non-mixed white dude. Not the same.
okay, how do you tell the difference, Smoke?
Because they look different, nigga. That's what you mean. Just like you can tell the difference
So
between
you
coffee
talking
with
about
cream in it.
leadership?
Damn, man. Come on, man. Let me answer the question. Just how you can tell the difference between coffee with cream in it and coffee without it. That's how you can tell. It's fucking mixed. It appears different, my nigga. It's not the same phenotype. It's mixed.
Chief, I am talking about that looker shit. Nah, nigga, we know how they was created. They own history tell you how they was created. So no, it's a fact. You want to dispute that,
You
Chief?
can go to
Man?
Mexico. You can go to Mexico right now. You can see Mexicans that look just like white people. Then you can look at some of them. You can be like, damn, these motherfuckers.
Or Chinese.
Some of them be non-descendable. You can't really. Some of them be non-descendable. Then some of them look like fucking Pakistanis or some shit.
Or
Then
Chinese.
some of them look like Filipinos and shit. So you can tell the difference.
Damn,
Yeah,
you
look
must
at
be in my
Canelo
mind right now,
Alvarez.
bruh.
That nigga, if you just see Canelo walking down the street, you would not think that was a Mexican.
You two niggas in my head right now, bro. I was just about to say, bro, I didn't see the Mexican a few days ago that looked like a Pakistani. This motherfucker told me he was Mexican. He looked like he came from Pakistan. And this nigga Superman said Canelo Alvarez. I was just about to bring that old pale-skinned Irish man up. That's an Irish man. That ain't no Mexican. That man's people had to come straight from Ireland maybe a few generations ago. Because he ain't got no admixture of nothing in him. He don't have no Chinese, no nigga, nothing. He just pale skinned.
And that's crazy. This is crazy. We even on this actual topic, right? To make that a factor. When we're the ones fucked up in this. We're the ones fucked up in this fucking
Come
game.
on, LaShawn. We gotta have a topic.
Well, listen, we're fucked up in this game. This fucking this walk of life or experience. No, it's reality.
Where are
Reality
you
is very
fucked up in the
distorted.
game at? How are you fucked up in the game? And you just gonna take us with
Because
you,
I
but
said
tell us how you fucked up.
the reality is very distorted, right? We're not here
So
to
you
be the
can't
winner.
tell reality?
Can you tell reality? You think you
Yes.
winning, right? Super. You think you winning all day, every day, right? Because you know you the
No.
winner.
We on
Hold up.
reality. We on
No.
reality. No, don't
I said
switch the
you in
goalposts.
reality, you the rich man. You're the rich man. You
No,
have
man.
all
Let's stick to reality.
Okay, so what's your reality, Super?
I don't have a reality. Reality is reality.
What we're living right now.
So what? You said you don't have a reality?
No, you saying that reality is fucked up, and you want
I
to
said
take us
it's
with you,
distorted. No, I said
right?
reality is distorted.
To you, not to me.
No, I'm talking about when you look at this thing, people getting killed. I didn't say me personally, but the reality that's given to you, which brings to people reading and taking what's been in a context given to them. Their reality
But
is
you
being
saying
distorted.
we? I'm not part of that we.
Okay, that's what I fucking just said.
I'm not either.
I just said that, and then now you're trying to make it a
I
problem
don't
or
think any of
create
us
a problem. So carry on, Super.
No. I'll be wanting you to speak in first person instead of taking everybody with you.
I'm speaking in just a context, not taking nobody nowhere.
But niggas
Anybody can
got
be wherever they want to
individual
be.
problems,
I'm just
Lashandra.
speaking as it is.
But
Anybody
niggas
can
got
take it how they made.
Lashandra. Niggas got individual problems. I don't really see a whole problem with niggas as a collective if you really just sit back and look at it. Think about it. You get what I'm saying, Lashandra? No. The hood is probably about as bad as it gets, but that's not all of us. Once you get out of that, then you got other issues you got to deal with. Like you said, yes, reality, life. So you got to maneuver through it. You got to figure it out. But it's not going to be something that we can all do as a collective. You're an individual. It's not possible.
So hold on, make me understand. As you saying this shit, right? The individual perspective is not able to bring in their own reality.
Well, basically, the first thing you got to do is fix your shit. Once you fix your shit, then the next person fix their shit, and that person fix their shit. Then this person fix their shit. We'd all be better. But everybody's going through all this individual shit that they dealing with. So yes, as a collective, it looks like we're all fucked up, but we're not. I mean, paperwork wise, yes, but other than that, no. Most people are able to just live their life. But once you get into that paperwork, yeah, we all fucked up with that. But I ain't getting that deep into it. What were you saying, Lashandra?
I think that we exist in a paradigm where people allow others to lead them, and the people that was leading them really wasn't going no motherfucking world. Right? So that's how this we shit transpired, and the people that followed ended up in a peculiar disposition, and you can consider everybody in that disposition we, or us, or them, or however you want to look at it.
Mm-hmm. You hit that shit on the motherfucking head.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what Lashandra's saying, but nah, I mean, we all right. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, but did you hear what Smoke just said? How he broke that shit down? That's really what it is. The leaders and shit like that. People want to follow leaders.
Right.
And it is leading you into where? The slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
I'm saying I know some people who, according to other people, they ain't really got shit. But you talk to them people, they in they crib, they doing their thing, and they all right to them. But nigga on the outside saying, man, these niggas need to do better. Like,
That's why I said. That's why I said once you start getting into the paperwork, then that's when they start saying, oh shit, I am fucked up. But if they looking away from that and they just got all of their necessities, everything they need, there's some people that just cool with that. They don't care about nothing else. As long as they got what they need, their family got what they need, that's it. Nothing else matters to them. I mean, I guess that's what Lashandra's basically saying. That that's the problem.
I think it's hard for niggas to actually see themselves fucked up, even if somebody else look at it and be like, "Yeah, he fucked up." You know what I'm saying? But to the nigga that you observing, he's straight. He can be a nigga getting high sleeping under a bridge. He's straight. If you ask him, yeah, I'm good. I'm gonna go give me a lick. I'm gonna get high. And I'm gonna go lay up under this bridge. He probably even got a bitch and a dog under the bridge with him. Straight as a motherfucker.
And that's the thing, right, Smoke?
You looking at him like, that nigga fucked up. He ain't got no house. He ain't got no car. You know, his clothes dirty. But you ask him, he's straight in the motherfucker. He had some bologna. You know what I'm saying? He ate. He got high. He still got a few dollars in his pocket. He walking down the street with his old fucked up ass gal. They straight as hell. They in love like a motherfucker.
So who was the determiner? The terminator. Who determines what your fucked upness is? Who can place this shit on you?
Apparently, it's you.
The determinator.
Right?
Do it.
Right?
Eat it.
So
Do it.
who does what to who? Who can
Big
who is
thing.
the one that can come to you and tell you what your issue is? Who is the one that can come to you and tell you that you have an issue? Who is the one that can do all of the whatever y'all just said to that said person? Huh? Huh?
Nobody
Make it make
can.
sense.
Nobody can, Grateful. Not even you.
Apparently, it's you, Grateful. You the
Hold
one
on.
determining what people should
Listen,
be doing.
no, I don't determine shit about y'all motherfuckers. No, I don't. But Smoke just answered that bitch. Everybody,
But you always coming around telling us what we should be doing.
I don't do that. I don't do that, Super. I just talk my
Yes, you
shit
do.
and
You
say,
stop us
I
from fighting and you tell us
always
that we need to be concentrating on this and that. Come on, Grateful.
That's
You know
crazy,
what you
Grateful.
be
If you don't
doing.
know that that's your common, you come with
no,
that every night.
I don't do that. I say me, and y'all just take away the fact when I say this is how I always say I or me. You know what I mean? And then that's it. And then y'all try to
I ain't
place it
friend.
on me. But Smoke,
Vampires
You
don't
said
like to
we.
look in that mirror, do they?
You said we.
that's
I ain't
Super.
friend.
We know you don't like to look in the mirror.
Well, we alright, people. We alright. You just get these communities back. That's it.
That's the most important thing.
We start running our own businesses in our
Smoke
community.
signal. Smokey. Somebody who looking at the chat, can y'all read that comment from Michael? Because I can't see it. I'm on the panel
Let me
now.
see. Nah, Nami, you clearly don't know what's going on. A1 fucks with Shot's son in real life. He the one that gave Shot mine and other Facebook pages. And I actually was gonna not even think about him this year.
Michael, I don't see A1 getting on panels or Shah Sun getting on panels mentioning you. But I always see you in the chat bringing them up, and they're not even here.
That's a fact.
I thought we weren't gonna mention nobody that wasn't here anymore.
I mean, the reason why I said something to him is because, like, every little diss that he got is towards Moorish or Moors. When, my problem be when people, I'm not caping for Moors or Moorish people. I'm not a Moor or a Moorish person or whatever, but people be thinking that they got all the knowledge. You know what I mean? When they ego so big that they stop researching shit. Like, just because you find out a little bit of something don't mean you know everything. You feel me? And if you ain't doing a research daily, if you ain't studying, if you ain't digging into origins, etymology, all this different shit, and you still ain't in your genealogy is not just something simple. You can keep going and going and going and traveling and getting these documents as well. Or you could be visiting these sites that you claim your people help establish or whatever. But people get to a point where they know something and they think they know it all. You know what I mean? You can't keep making jokes on people, places, and things that you stopped doing research on. And that's all I'm saying. Like, when he referred to jokes, he always joking about Moorish or more. Oh, that's a Moor phone, or that's Moorish, or that's A1, or that's fake Chief Holiday. Chief Holiday and A1 is not even here. Ain't nobody on the panel talking about Moorish shit. Moorish shit. Anytime somebody talk about something they ain't heard before, you gotta be a Moor or you gotta be Moorish. Why can't I just be studying different things and bringing it to the table to see what other people think about it?
And what they're talking about are not related. What Michael talking about when he say stuff like anybody say anything like that, they're not even
Michael
talking
be saying
about
shit that's off the wall every time.
related people. The Moors in the BCs and in the early CEs are not the Moors that you see on YouTube.
Nope.
They are not identical. They
Well,
have
well, the
totally different outlook on life. They function different. Those people had empires. These people don't have empires. They have churches and temples and ministries.
people gotta understand that if you would have been in Europe at that time, it don't matter who you were. If motherfuckers seen you, they would have labeled you that.
Can we name
It's
the
a
more
fact.
with the
It's
empire?
a fact. It's a fact. If you go to Europe, Germany, they got it in Lithuania. It's different places in Europe where it literally has American Indians. It has American Indian statues, and right under the statue it says Blackamoor. It says Moor,
Yeah, because that was
and
a
not just
style of
that.
art. Blackamoor was a
No,
style of art.
not just that, and not just that. You can go into the etymology of what Negro is. In Negro, the etymology it tells you the original term was Moor. So, I mean, I don't know. Moor also
People
means the
think
same
more
thing
these
that
days.
Negro means. Moor means the exact same thing as what Negro means. It's literally the exact same shit. It's synonymous. The
When
reason why a
people are
nigga's name
thinking,
is Maurice or Mauricio is because he's a nigga. It just means you're a nigga. That's it. But go ahead, brother.
when people think more,
That's
they
more
think
bullshit.
packages. They think these sovereign citizen packages. They think about it more. Real
Do y'all
talk.
know
Or they
more than
think
had an
about,
empire?
or they think that they talking about people that come from North Africa. It's Moors that's in gangs and stuff like that and started gangs and started organizations. They're not from fucking North Africa. Do I agree with they organization, they cult, or whatever they claim to be? No, but the science and what they stand for, it comes from America.
Absolutely. Are you talking
And what
about the
about the Moros?
Absolutely.
What about the
Absolutely.
Moros?
Would you be
What
having
about the
a
Moros in the Philippines? Wait, the fact, like you just said, that was a fact of what you just said. The Moors can't just be from North Africa. You got Moros in the Philippines. They ain't got shit to do with North Africa. They're niggas, though. They are niggas. That's Negrito people. They were sailors. Anybody that's a Moor is a sailor. Moor has a lot to do with more than just being a nigga. It has to do with sailing boats, has to do with land, and has to also do with people. I mean, that would be a term I would think would be something that people would want to take on. I'm just saying, rather
people
than
put more
Negro or
on?
something like that. So when people talk shit about the Moors, it's just that they don't have the knowledge and don't understand what the Moors or the so-called Moors know. Because Moor is just a term.
The
It's
Moors
just a
don't
term.
know. The Moors
But
don't
they've
know
dug
shit.
deep. They've dug
They
deep into
depend.
that term to understand
All
what
right,
that
well, put
term
it like
means.
this. Do anybody know?
That's it.
Do anybody know were the first people who were ever labeled as Moors? Do anybody know where they came from or where they were? Do anybody know that?
The
They
Moorish
try to say
Science
in Europe.
Temple.
No, that's way, nigga.
They
What
came
did you
from
say?
That's in our case,
America.
man.
They came from
They came from
America. They went
America.
over there and built up Europe.
Yep.
So,
They try to say they
you
were
know, it's
exactly.
a descriptive term and it's a people. I do agree
And
that it's immigrants a part of it today, and it's all
mm-hmm.
different kinds of races in it. That's just like the Indians. You can't tell me it's just Negro Indians today. It's all types of kind of people in claiming to be an Indian.
Well,
All right,
Moors
And I
so
was actually
also,
in your opinion, so
this the
hold on,
last thing I'm gonna
let's get
say.
this
Moors
straight. So in your
before.
opinion, in your opinion, the first people who were ever labeled Moors were
Are
Americans.
American. Yes, yes, that's a fact of what she's saying. Because who went into Europe to save those people in 7-Eleven? It wouldn't have been people that were in the same exact continent. That's crazy. It would have been people that sailed to that land.
They
Just like we
wasn't
went into
called
North
Moors
Africa
though.
and started building. Wait, just like we went into North Africa and started building up North Africa. Same shit. We always go to other lands, building up those other lands,
They
and
wasn't
that's always
called
been
Moors.
known in history. That's always been known in history. Actually, yes, that's the descriptive term. So yes, they were called Moors.
No, they
You're
wasn't called.
you're thinking
Moors
you're
was
thinking
actually a
that
bloodline.
no. You're thinking that anything that you're saying when you
Moor
see
had the
Negroes over
color.
there, you're thinking that they
No,
originally hailed from over there, but you're not realizing that those people
just
came from
like
America and went over there. You don't
in
know what you're talking about. Wild
yeah, I do
Savage, you
know
just
exactly
don't.
what I'm
No,
talking
you
about.
don't. You haven't even studied none of this.
How the fuck
You
you gonna
haven't.
tell me what I study, nigga?
What books have you read about the Moors? Name
Nigga,
some.
I know, bro. I've been there,
Name some
done that
books you read
years
about the
ago.
Moors and the authors.
Years
Name the
ago.
books and authors. No, not
Years
years
ago.
ago. I
Years
I
ago.
studied the
I don't
Moors years
care
ago as
about.
well, but I could at least name
I
that.
know
What are you
it's a
talking about, bro?
made up
No,
narrative.
because you never researched it, bro. I can
You don't know.
tell by the way you're speaking.
You don't even know me
I'm not a
like that.
Moor. I'm not a Moor, but like I said, I can at least say I'm not gonna go against that term, just like I'm not going against Indian, just
The
like I
shit is
don't go
made
against the
up.
term Indian.
The
But I
Moors
know
is
that I'm not no damn Indian or
made up.
Moor. So what are you talking about?
Other than that, it's a bloodline. If you're
You're
not trying
claiming
to
all
cut
these
the
descriptive
bloodline,
terms. You're
all
not claiming who your
descriptive
people
terms,
actually
all
were.
that
You don't know who your people actually
that
were,
shit
do
was made
you?
up later on. Just
So,
like
What you so mad
Wild
about the Moors?
Savage, all of the El Rukins are related. All of the Black P Stones are related. All of the GDs are related. All the BDs are related. Because these people they use Moorish science. They same
Oh,
symbolism. They same symbolism. They same hat and fez or whatever that shit is. It's all Moorish science. And it didn't start nowhere else but America.
it's a the
yep. And Jeff Fort. Hey, wait, hold on. Jeff Fort to tell you. Hey, wait. Jeff Fort to tell you.
but
Jeff
you
Fort.
have
Wait, you don't know about Jeff Fort. I'm glad she brought that up. Jeff Fort to tell you he all American. Jeff Fort knew all about niggas being on all four corners. This is what y'all don't understand about the niggas back in the day. They knew and understood that we were everywhere, bro, but they knew that this is where we were from. Y'all don't be knowing what y'all talking about.
MOOR.
This is also how some of the elders who we talk to will tell you every single thing we're saying about everything being stolen from America is true because they were here. Their ancestors were here. Yes, everything's been stolen and taken to other places, just like they place you in Africa, just like they place your ass in Africa and say you came from Africa. They're doing the same thing with the Moors. They're claiming greatness of the Moors and put it in Africa. They're claiming the greatness of you and put it in Africa. They claim the greatness of every single thing we do and place it in other lands. What do you not see about that? How you not understand that?
That's the same shit with that Moore shit. It don't exist.
Michael, come up and prove that
fact, bro.
You know the origin of the Moor, when the term was used and the time frame. Because y'all, it's just like Christianity, right? You could say, oh, a Christianity came from Africa or whatever, but who's sitting in the pews? Is it our people or Africans sitting in the fucking church? Fuck out of here. Y'all too small minded for me.
I agree. But yeah, on that part, yeah. But that motherfucking that Moore went over here and colonized the world shit, hell no. That shit's made up, nigga. It's a bloodline of
The
people.
reason why you're not going to find Moor in your genealogy is because Moor would have been the original term in what, 1600s. It wouldn't have been in the 17, 18, 1900s. You're not going to find that. That's the reason why.
Fucking
No, I'm not talking to you, Wild Savage. See, you're calling me a goofy. I'm not talking to you. I was talking to the chat. See, this is the problem that you have, bro. You gotta stop that shit. You starting to go crazy on me. I ain't even going crazy on you. I didn't say nothing to you disrespectful. All I said was something. No, but all I was saying was something to the people in the chat saying that, of course, you're not gonna find that, bro. You just
And
not.
Wild Savage, you so sure that you know this for sure, right? Tell us something to prove that you read about them. Besides what it say on Google.
I ain't reading nothing that it say on Google. What are you talking about?
No, I'm just saying that's what it say on Google. When you Google it, it say they come from North Africa, right? But you say you read these more books or whatever about the Moors or whatever. Name something as evidence that book that you read gave you to give us to tell us for sure that they not from it. They didn't start here. And you think that Moors is the same thing as Moorish.
I mean, the MOR, talk about the El Rukins and all of that, that comes from the Moorish Science Temple. It was a division after so-called Noble Drew Ali and them
But what
broke.
were their beliefs, bro? Where did they think they came from, Wild Savage? They knew. They did talk
No,
about that.
they ran with the out of Africa theory too. What are you talking about?
No, they didn't. You know my cousin is? Who my big cousin is?
Oh my goodness.
Shout out to Taj
Donis,
Tariq Bey.
no, hold on. Donis David Barksdale. He didn't create the black disciples. He created the devil's disciples. They always say he created the black disciples. He created the devil's disciples. Black disciples was something that was created within like a coalition. It was more than one person who created that. But the devil's disciples, something he created solely like by himself. That is all, like he said, they're all under that Moorish science temple, and they all believed that they came from America and knew that they came from America.
Bro, that's
I ain't
not
got
what
not one Barksdale family member that thought they was from Africa.
that's not
Especially
what
none of my family that was in Mississippi and Alabama. They wouldn't think that they came from Africa. That's where they people came from.
well,
Directly.
nobody Moorish talking nothing America are saying that the roots, yeah, they say they had an empire that stretched from here to America, but they say they're all trace their roots back to Africa one way or another. They just take you back that we came over here thousands of years ago. But they're still saying that they came from somewhere else. They're not from here. That's in their history.
Well, I know more people in real life, and they don't say they came from Africa. That is not their doctrine. Their doctrine is knowledge of self. They do the alchemy. They had a books or whatever. It's not based off Noble Drew Ali or whatever. It's based off law and them writing all these, doing these different things. And these are people I would say that I heard of. No, these are people that I know. I talk to. I can call on the phone right now. I know they've gotten away with things. It's not because it's a sovereign citizen package or whatever the fuck y'all be thinking. That's the only thing that y'all think about these people. No, these are people that it's a whole family located where I'm at that know the law, that been to jail and got they self out, represented they self. They claim to be Kingdom of Morocco, true enough, but they're saying that Morocco, the empire started over here. They have land, they chase chickens, they do all the shit free people do. They don't have a temple that they go to and up under people, because that's all a tribe is. The Indian tribe, the 5 civilized tribe, any other tribe, you're gonna be up under the chief, right? And the chief have dealings with knowing the codes and the stuff that go with the government, right? So what's the difference? We not coming together on Smoke Channel and taking 12 people and creating our tribe, right? So my thing is, why are y'all beefing with people? They existing. They not getting deported. Now the African Moors or more rich people is, because they making fake IDs and doing all this fake ass shit. But what I'm saying is, some of our people are involved with this, and evidently they know some shit y'all don't know, and y'all haven't researched. And it ain't got shit to do with Africa.
I mean,
so Wild Savage, you can say no, and you could think that this is this and this and this, but what are you saying that's proving that? Besides what you can read in the public on Google.
No, I know people. I got people that are Moors. I got little brothers that are Moors. That's what I'm saying. Like, no, I battled back and forth with my little brother about this Moor shit before he even got
When
the
you say
paper.
Moors believing out of Africa,
Huh?
I've only heard of like 2 Moors in my whole life that
No, what I'm
believe
saying,
out of Africa.
they'll get to saying that when because they'll go back into like Pangeria and all that shit. And that's what I'm saying.
They say Amexem. They say a lot of Amexem.
What is that?
Pangea? Yeah,
That
Pangea.
America's Africa. That's what they say a lot of. I hear them saying shit like that. That Amexem and that America's Africa and that they're making
Pangea,
shit with that.
I thought y'all
That's
don't
it.
believe in the Bible. Why y'all using the Bible?
Sam, you only got 15%, bro. Let it get to 50% before you come back.
Wait. Is that alcohol or something? Why you get on here doing that,
I
bro?
fuck with you, super. You paying attention, big dog. I
Joking
fuck
or
with
not?
Hold
Yeah,
on,
that's
Ronnie
cool.
on Cabbage
Nigga,
Neck
y'all don't
right now.
believe in the Bible. Why
Oh,
y'all using it
oh,
though?
it is.
Hold on, man. Ronnie on Cabbage Neck, man. Let me see.
I'm just
Get
saying,
Ronnie on.
use a
Me
different,
and Wild
use a
Savage right in the
different.
middle of a conversation, bro. Can you
No,
just?
it's okay. I'm just
No,
interrupting
it's
where
not
it needs
okay.
to be
No,
interrupted, bro.
don't interrupt. No, you
Well,
No,
don't.
well,
You
hold
need
on,
to
but hold
interrupt.
on.
You always
A1,
interrupting
Thank
at
you,
the
hold on.
wrong.
Jesus.
I'm only
No, bro. I'm not
interrupting.
A1, bro. My name is Otto, a
Oh, Wolf.
Toxins History 101. This ain't Wolf.
Oh shit.
Wolf
Well,
is a walker
yeah.
too. I know
You
that's the reason why you
A1
always be
times
saying
two.
that. Bro, you
A1
gotta stop
times two.
drinking. Get off the alcohol, bro. That alcohol
Nigga,
got you fucked
use
up.
something other than biblical
Do y'all hear this nigga?
descriptions and geography to
Does he hear himself?
Chief I am. Chief I am.
Who
Chief I
created
use
am.
that
something else.
biblical?
Chief
Wow.
Use
I
another book.
am. Chief I am.
You
Chief
talking about
I
Yes,
am.
Yahweh.
ma'am. Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
have a
Yes, ma'am.
tribe? Do you have a tribe?
I'm from the tribe of Yahuda.
Okay, well then stop interrupting the conversation because we're building.
Okay.
Go ahead, Charles.
My man, love. My man, I love it when you check me like that. That shit.
Man, shut
It's
your
just something about your voice every
weird.
time.
You creeping her out, man.
Yeah, this nigga got the alcohol.
Sound like one of them creepy old men looking out
I'm
the
waiting
window.
on you, Wild Savage. I'm waiting on your 100% evidence that Moors don't come from the science didn't start here and they don't come from here. The kingdoms, the empires
Oh
didn't
no,
start in America.
yeah. Now that Moorish kingdom, and all that shit, that's made up. That's our belief. Now I ain't saying that the MOOR didn't start over here. Yes, that totally.
Morocco.
Yes, that started over here. That concept and belief. But are there some historical, what we call Moorish bloodline or Moor bloodline? Yes, and they come from over in Spain.
No. That's the thing. That's where you've been deceived, bro. They didn't, bro. America had a very large population of niggas. This is what y'all don't understand. The way Africa is today. No, look. You see how? Okay, look. How everybody always say, no, it's way more niggas than what people. No, it's not. It's not. We are like damn near outnumbered, bro. We have way more niggas in America than it is today. It was none of those other people at all whatsoever, just us.
No, I don't agree with that, sir.
What? Bro, there was a point in time when it was just us. And then Asians, the little Mongolians came, and then the pale skins, and then, but at one point it was just all us.
Yeah,
It was
see,
none
you
other
don't
than
want to believe that these people
what the
came
fuck?
from somewhere else, and another set of a group of people don't know where they came from. But you don't want to believe that. You saying white people are aboriginal to somewhere, and you like read the native stuff, thinking that you a part of that. But
Who?
when it come to the Moors,
Think
you
I'm a
so
part
for
of what?
sure that they didn't come from here.
I'm not a part of the natives. What you mean? That's
You take the stuff that you read about Native Americans, Wild Savage. Some of that stuff you think they talking about us. They're not talking
who?
about us. They talking about
What?
the
What they
Native
talking
American
like
culture, like
what?
squatting, like tents and
That's
shit, like
us.
all
That's
this
us.
different kind of shit. Native Americans culture, not ours.
That is our culture. Who you think they got it from? What are they
No,
mimicking?
that ain't our culture. They got that
What are
shit
they
from
mimicking?
Russia, Eurasia. The
Mimicking
fuck is you
our
talking
culture.
about?
They
That my people ain't never stomped in no feathers like that against nature.
They
No two spirit, nothing. And
yeah,
then
have
you
a
believe in that,
Eurasian
being
culture.
in tune with nature like the Native Americans, but then you don't want to put the Bible down. Y'all got to make up y'all mind whether
Oh,
y'all
I
want
don't
to
believe
know or
in the Bible.
believe.
What do you mean? Why do you
You
keep saying I
always
believe in
caping
that
for the
Tell
Bible?
these niggas,
Bible.
I don't give a fuck about that
tell these
Bible.
niggas to put Chief I
I
am.
take what's true in the Bible, what I can tie
That's
to
right.
America in the Bible, and that's the only thing I hold on to. But I don't hold on to no myth on nothing. I don't
Saying
believe in
that the
nothing.
Bible is in
I
America.
only validate what I can prove. You don't hear me talking about Jesus walked on water. You don't hear me talking about Moses talked to a real burning bush. No, I stick to what we can prove. I talk about Noah's Ark, the wood, gopher wood. It's tied to America. I talk about maize, corn. It's tied to America. That's what I talk about.
Ooh,
Moab. You know, places we can go to
in
America.
Utah, in
The
Utah.
Garden of Eden. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking
Yeah,
about places in
okay,
America.
nigga.
Moab.
Yeah.
You mean, dog?
So when I talk about
You
the
just
Bible,
said
when
Moab. You just
You
said
say
Moab.
Moab?
What is
Moab, you
Moab?
Moab?
call
They just
Moab,
let the
you
Moabs
call
in the
it
door.
was a
They just let
Moab,
the
you
So,
call
Moabs in the
so
door.
Moors ain't Moabite.
They just let the
Moors
Moabs in the
not
door.
Moabite.
That's a Moor, nigga.
No, they not. No, that's not. That's
Oh, you
stupid.
just made that.
That
That's
nigga's
what
I
crazy.
know
that is
that's
what
what.
stupid ass niggas do that listen to that darkness.
They
You
let the
listen
Yeah.
to the
Moabs in the
motherfucking
door.
Moors talking about Moors say
I'm just
they
lost. I'm trying
everybody.
to add on to
How,
this
how the
nigga
fuck is
shit.
Moors gonna be everybody but nobody?
Hmm.
The fuck? No, nigga, Moors
That nigga
wasn't
don't know what he's
Mobite.
talking about.
Moors ain't got nothing to do with a Mobite. And you can't show that in history. Nobody can. The fuck y'all talking about?
But shit, Moab is in
But like
Utah.
I said, yeah, the stuff that I can prove, Moab, places like that, words in the that's in the Bible that I can prove over here. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Yeah, because I can
Okay.
prove that. You know what I'm saying? Like Mount Chula being called the Tower of Babel. Yeah, I'm gonna reference that because that's over
They taking
here.
everything from America, bro. You
What
ain't
you mean?
realizing.
That's America, nigga. Niggas want to take you to Africa with
Nah,
that
that's what
book.
I'm
I
saying.
give
They
it.
taking everything from here. That's what I'm
Yeah, but
saying.
what I'm saying is
They
when I
taking
reference the
everything from
Bible,
here.
when I
Everything.
reference the Bible, I'm not referencing the Bible as no motherfucking belief as nigga how niggas think it. I bring it all the way back to America, and what I can't prove in America, I leave it alone.
Shit, I ain't gonna leave it alone, nigga.
Then
America,
when you start
this the
researching,
Holy
they
Land, nigga. And you niggas need to repent. Cause you
So
Fuck
Wild
out of
out
here.
of
Savage
the
is
Bible.
are you related to King James bloodline?
Nah, hell nah. Hey, come up in my genealogy.
Okay.
Hey, no.
King
She
James,
said, nigga, are
hey,
you related?
King James, Moses, Matthew,
Nah,
Joseph, none of
Moses
that
and
nigga.
Matthew and all that bullshit, that's a different story. But King James, that's not the real name, but that is a real bloodline. So that's why I asked, was you related? So I can come in there with some more stuff. So I'm gonna go back on mute and I'm gonna listen to the points that y'all making because y'all research be limited. Y'all be limiting y'allself from stopping from looking when y'all think y'all so for sure about
Mhm.
something.
Man,
Just
listen.
like you
That's right.
said, the Native Americans are copying us. The Native Americans didn't copy us. The Native Americans brought that shit from Eurasia and Russia, stomping on the ground and making all them noises and shit and how they dress and shit. That didn't come from us. We was royalty.
Nah,
We was
fuck that.
already in castle, walking around on gold floors and shit like that. So
Yeah,
either we was primitive or we was
we were
royal. Y'all got
we
to
were
make up your mind.
we were
Yeah, they be doing
excuse
throat
me,
singing and
Hey,
shit. We
nah,
don't do throat
you got a
singing.
nigga?
We don't do
You
that
got a
throat
nigga?
singing
hold
shit.
You
on,
got a nigga?
hold on.
You don't
We
want
wear
to, Keith.
feathers. We wear
Nah, I
feathers,
mean,
and
you
I
got
don't
a
care
man.
what y'all say. We wear a different style of feathers, just like when you go to the Mardi Gras. That's what that representation is motherfucking feathers. We always been wearing feathers. No, we ain't
No,
wear it like how
feathers,
they wear it in
not how they wearing it.
costume,
Yeah,
but we wear feathers. We wear feather headdresses. Yes, that's where they got
it
that
just
from.
was different.
We
It just was
we
different than how they rock
Biblical,
it.
because it's
we live
biblical.
we lived in stylish houses and stuff like that, and we also had what you call stylish tents, what they
And
call
Wild Savage,
you
I
know
don't
what I'm
want to
saying?
cut you off. I
Well,
don't want to cut
Savage,
you off.
we
But
wasn't
the
living in
biggest
no
way,
tent.
hey, the biggest way
There's certain
like
people
you
was living
said, it's a fact what he said about the feather headdresses, because you find that shit in Papua New Guinea. You find certain Bantu tribes. You find certain Aboriginal Asian tribes. It's tons of different Aboriginals that rock that feather headdress.
but
It
now
just don't look nothing like the Native
my name.
Americans.
I ain't doing nothing but making me put this big old juicy thing together, and I'm just gonna give it. Here you go, y'all.
The Native Americans, the way they wear that shit all the way
Hey,
down to the
Thompson this
floor and
one.
shit, that shit
Hey,
weird.
Thompson this one. I got a question. The headdress, does that
Toxinist
have
101.
any
A
bit?
toxinist history 101. Otto. Just call
101.
me
My
Otto.
bad, brother. I'm not trying to
Yeah,
be
my A1.
disrespectful.
I know. Go ahead, brother.
I'm only asking a question. So,
Go ahead.
do the Aboriginals of the America, right? We know that they utilize the different headdresses. Is that in that
Your phone
to
breaking
the
up. You
biblical.
ain't meant to be talking because you're not making no sense. Who talking after
Is it?
him?
The guy that's
It's okay.
cracking
It's
you
okay. Hold on. Maybe
Hey, the
maybe I
ancestors
was
kicked his
maybe
ass
I
out.
wasn't clear. Are this of the
Yeah,
North Americas, does it correlate with the biblical headdresses?
with the feathers. Yeah, because the feathers. Yeah,
What?
because of the feathers. Yeah. I never said the stuff that's in the Bible that some of it ain't, true.
Okay,
It
so what you
What
actually,
got
kind
to
of
say,
clothes? What
Nami?
kind of what kind of clothes
but
they said they wore in the Bible? I don't fuck with the Bible.
Get him, Nami. Get him, Nami. Hold on.
What kind of
I
clothes
ain't
they wore?
asking
Jesus
stuff.
It's on
sandals,
my neck, Nami.
jellies. What kind of clothes they wore in the Bible? They look like Hebrew Israelites.
Cotton with
some of them,
fringes
yeah, the cotton
and borders on all of their
sounds like what
garments.
niggas, sound like what the niggas be wearing.
Yeah, all of that shit. That's North American Indian shit. Yeah,
So
everything
they,
other North
so they
American
was
Indians
taking,
is biblical.
a lot of our, they're taking a lot of our style, like in the clothing and shit. When you see the so-called Native Americans wearing the shit that they wear, but not the ones that you see in like what's that shit called? Like the plains, not them, but like the
Yeah, I
Seneca
ain't talking
and
about
all the people.
Indians. I'm talking
Nah,
about
not
the
them. Yeah, the niggas,
yeah.
like the Seneca. You can still find Seneca pictures right now. And the way they dress
Hold
is
on, hold
how we
on.
always dress.
Layla Princess, I know who the fuck you is. Stop stalking me from different pages, ho. Don't worry about what the fuck comes out of my mouth. Okay? Thank you.
Look at that. I like that. Okay.
And then what's
Just
crazy is the nigga tried. Wait, what's crazy is look, I seen niggas like, and I hate to even bring this nigga up, but niggas like Karumi Ohio be posting some of them Native Americans. You could tell they're not us because you'll see the niggas rocking a certain thing and the way they look, and then you'll see what they rocking. It's totally different. The way they live is totally different. Their language is totally different. It's not the same people. You got original Americans, you got foreigners. Like Algonquin, how niggas always bring up Algonquin. It's the reason why. Algonquin is ancient. There's languages in Africa right now that are close to certain Algonquin languages, like the Nanticoke.
Yeah, but if you listen to the Moors, they'll tell you that's Moorish. The Algonquins is Moors.
Well, the reason why they say that is because of the shit I'm saying right now. Basically, what they're explaining to you, all they doing,
Michael,
bruh,
why you
look,
still ain't came up here though? You
look,
steady
what's happening?
typing.
All they doing
Come
by
up on the
claiming that
panel.
more shit, it's like how we claim Aboriginal, bro. It really is. How we claim Indian, how we claim any of these terms, they're claiming it. That's how they're claiming it. I'm telling you, that is how they're, bro. I'm trying to tell you, that's how they. We don't. You might not like it. Just listen to me, brother. You might not like it, but that's how they're claiming it. They're claiming it the same way you claiming Aboriginal, the same way you claiming Indian.
But peep this out. Here's the only difference. All right, you know what I'm saying. Granted, tribal, we get nicknames, right? But
Yeah.
you go down that Moorish paradigm or that Nation of Islam paradigm.
Oh,
The whole game was from an East Asian was to get the niggas to trick the niggas out of their birthright. Once you change your name into that Ali and Bay and all that silly shit, you disinherit yourself from your birthright. So what the Moors do, they
That's
come
not true.
That's not true.
That's not true.
You got L's right now in motherfucking Morocco. The Sultans. Those motherfuckers is they some of the richest people. That's not true. That can't be true.
hold on, listen what I'm
They're
saying.
Moors.
Listen what I'm saying. When you go back and do your genealogy, any of them niggas that's done change their name to a El Bay, a Ali, or anything, I don't care how far they go back in their genealogy, they are not going to find not one family member that has that name or went up under that title. And if you
Oh no,
then yes, you have the right to claim that.
That's why, because it's not a name. Those are titles, not
title.
a name. in a title.
But it's a birthright. That's what I'm saying. The Moorish people are. I mean, the
No, it's a
Moors are
title.
actually a birthright of people. It's a bloodline. You know what I'm saying? It's not a. It's not a it's
You
not an
know that
African.
L, like she says, a title. It's almost like
It's birth. It's a
like
birthright.
they
It's
tell you. They say I'm an L. I'm a god. Like you the highest level. Like it ain't got nothing to do with
okay.
you
All right.
actually being. I'm
That's
telling you,
what
it's not like your tribe, bro. It's
can't tell.
different.
I've been studying this shit for damn near 10 years. And then even if you just like if you go and look when Top Cat got to breaking it down with Taj, even Taj agreed and said the same thing. It's a bloodline of people because a lot of people that they saying that was Moors, like Saint Mauricio and all that, these was people that fought against the
Oh,
Moors.
well,
So
yeah. I get
still
what they're saying.
against
In
the Moors.
ways, it is a bloodline. Because
What
look,
would do is they'll say, "Oh, he's we all black, so he was a Moor." That's why they say more on more war.
no. But you got to understand. I kind of get what they're saying by it's a bloodline. For instance, are you saying the people that's in Europe are the Negroes that went to Europe? You're thinking that they came from there, but they're not from there. And then you got people that's over there right now who are related to Americans for a fact. But you
Yeah,
wouldn't
but
think that because they're over there today.
what I'm
That's the
saying
same thing as back then. No,
them
but look. That's the same
Moors
thing as back then. Do you
is
know
the
that there's like no?
and
But
that
look. Let
blood
me finish this real quick.
was a
Do
mix
you
of
know? But
Arabs
look.
and so-called nigger Indians. But go
Do you
ahead.
know that there's tons of niggas over there in Europe right now that are from America? I'm talking about tons from the Carib Islands, and from the mainland. That's over there right now. So if this was way back in the day, and a bunch of people went and traveled in large number and went over there and started building shit up, how the hell would they be from over there? They're not originally from over there. Their bloodline is not even originally from over there. So when they say it's a bloodline, all those people have to do that's over there right now is mix in with some of those people that's over there. And guess what? We have some of our American bloodline over there in in multiple other places because we didn't also went to like Korea and other places and mixed with those people like in the wars
Yes,
and left
listen.
kids behind.
I
So I'm
listen.
saying that bloodline shit, that's what they mean by
And
that.
I
That shit
and
be
I
left behind.
I understand that we have mixed everywhere I go, everywhere we went. I mean, but that's
And
what
we
I'm
leave that
saying.
bloodline behind.
That original bloodline, the not the Moor, but the bloodline of the Moors, because I can't think of right now the other different names of how they say Moor over there in Spain and stuff. But I think them was what we call the Arabs or Yemen people, stuff like that.
Yemen, voodoo, and
People
all them people.
that end up when we came over that mixed with us, and that's how we, you know what I'm saying, intertwined with that so-called bloodline. But yeah, because I don't even think, I mean, when you go look at it, the niggas that they were saying Moors, the Moors were saying Moors. You go back and look at the actual history and the people they was fighting against the Moors. So it's like, well, that killed that whole argument. They not Moors. They slaughtered the Moors, and these was the people that was in power
But
on the
there are
throne.
no people that just went extinct, though. That's not true. That's not real. Nobody
I,
just went extinct. They
I
always tell you shit
understand.
like that.
I'm just saying they
Oh,
random.
okay. Yeah. Oh, you mean just those specific ones got slaughtered? I get what you said.
Yeah, yeah.
They took those specific ones out. I get what you said. Yeah.
Nah, ain't
Yeah,
nobody.
that could be true.
Ain't
But I
no
mean,
killing.
a
Ain't
lot of
no
they stories.
race
Go ahead, boss.
distinct. No, I'm just saying ain't
That,
no race gonna never go distinct. All races is gonna be
yeah.
here.
Because they be telling us that they like this one died off. It's like motherfucker, no, they did. Nigga, we right here. They be like the Olmecs ain't here no more. Nigga, we're right here. They be saying hella groups and died off. Then they try to tell you the Mayans is these little motherfuckers that we had on the codices holding up by their head about to behead them. And they said them is the Mayans. And in the Aztecs, that shit don't even make sense because even on those codices, same thing. We about to behead these motherfuckers, but they supposed to be the Aztecs. I don't know. It don't make sense. They always
Yeah.
try to say motherfuckers died off.
No, and that's just that's a way to keep you from looking. That's what I'm saying. That everything was a way of keeping us, distracting us from looking here. You know what I'm saying? Because once you start reading everything, like you said, I mean the shit's written over here. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, let me find it over here. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, but check this out, right? This is my problem with the term Moor, Moor, is that this is intertwined with America being in that Negro law and that free white persons. Moore is mentioned in both of those aspects, right? So, and it's saying that these people come from North Africa. This is in the South Carolina Negro law. I just sent the email. The link is too big for the back, so I sent the email to Smoke. I know you guys raised this question, but I don't think anybody has addressed it. Kind of glossed over that fact. They saying who is considered to be a Negro. It says the Berbers, and then they say not like these other free white people, or they didn't say free white, but these other free people, being the Moors, the Egyptians, these people from North Africa. So this is just, I mean, these people got to clarify what they talking about. If you talking to Moor,
Yeah,
what
but
we
then
saying
again,
here?
then again, that's just like if you found a document that says colored that's talking about South Africa, you'd be thinking like, oh shit, I'm not gonna be called colored. Yeah, that's just a term that they using for the motherfuckers as well. I'm trying to tell you, it's a fact. They literally call the people in South Africa coloreds. What were they calling us? Colored.
But why are the Moors in South Carolina back in those days being considered to be North Africans?
That's what I'm saying. That's the same thing. That's literally what I'm saying, brother. Okay, like for instance, if they had a document, but they probably do, that's saying that a color is a South African, we know that that's not true because you also have Americans who are also or were also labeled colored. Same thing. So
Gotcha.
that one document wouldn't be like it wouldn't be proof to say that that's just the end all be all. That's just
Gotcha.
one document saying that, and they're just showing that these specific people are being labeled that. That's it.
Right, I got you. But I mean, earlier, Namaste was saying what she was saying, and I heard you clearly, and but these present day Moors who are wearing fezzes and turbans, that wasn't something that you saw on a consistent basis in America ever until
Who didn't wear turbans? Ania
say
will
what?
wear turbans. Ania
Say
will
again?
wear turbans. The Ania will wore turbans.
Okay, but I said like that
The
you
Creeks wore
consist
turbans.
that
Yes,
every like that
consistently.
you actually seen on a
Yes,
normal basis
consistently.
in America.
Yes, they wore turbans. Yes, they wore turbans. That was their.
How
That's
long
that was the
how long
that was
ago?
the Creek and the Ania.
How long ago? What year?
That
Or
would have
give me
been
a century.
what, like
19th
the
century?
17th, 16th, 17th. No,
Okay,
I
so
been before that.
so the 16th, 17th century. Okay, so maybe there were some people that actually wore that garb. Now, in those areas, were there more style temples and language of that sort that you would say that this was some Moorish type of design?
Well, people were speaking Hebrew and Latin and all of these languages. I mean, what were the more speaking?
Exactly. Exactly. Nobody know. They probably was speaking the common language that was being spoken over here with a different twang. So this MOOR thing, right? This MOOR thing, and if you're, and then when you equate it to the Berbers, if they're calling Berbers Negroes, I mean, if you actually go look at pictures of Berbers, they like close to pale, they like pale skin, and this is where the confusion comes in. They got to make it make sense. You know, Noble Drew Ali is the one that brought the more science aspect to it. But before them, his first temple was a Canaanite temple. In his Circle 7, he states that they from North Africa, and they're descendants of Moab, the Canaanites, and so on and so forth. So,
you talking about? You don't want to talk about the Jew, Noble Drew, not the Jew, the magician.
No, I got partners. That's Moors. I got people that know what it is.
About the Egyptian adept, Noble Drew.
There's certain Moors that don't even claim what
the
people like people like Asir and people like that. Asir would, he tries to state. That's how I know he's listening. He's listening to us over here. He's listening to all you guys that got the channels that's pushing the Aboriginal. He's definitely listening because I listen to him. I like the brother. Been knowing about the brother for 30 years, so I like him. You know what I'm saying? Because he come with his shit, but he's got to stand on what he stand on, because he try to differentiate. Listen to this closely. He tries to differentiate all the time between an Indian and a Moor. He said, why they call themselves Indians? The Moor is the one that the Indian is the one that puts you in slavery and da 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 da. The Moor is the one that's da 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 da. You see what I'm saying?
How we're going in circles. Look, like I said earlier, why would they say, okay, look, they say the Moors came from North Africa. Why did it take them all that time to go in there and save the so-called Europeans in 7-Eleven?
That's a story made up, sir. It's not real.
I'm just saying, if these stories that they give you, even if they are made up, they're giving you some detail of what actually occurred, of niggas actually going into a land. No. This is what they're saying. They're saying that people went into a land, but they didn't come from North Africa. No, look, I'm about to be done. The reason why so many Moors say stuff about Amexem and really America's being Africa and all of that, what do you not understand when they say, oh, the Moors are from North Africa? That's what the Moors are trying to say. That's why they're saying that.
But they're saying North Africa is over here at the same time. They're saying
exactly.
Northwest
That's
Africa
what they're trying
is
to
in America.
Exactly. That's what they're trying to explain to you. That's not real about them even having an Africa over there, which I don't believe none of that shit. That's what they're convoluting a lot of shit and is confusing everybody. That's what gets confusing. But they don't believe they come from that land over there. That's the thing.
Check it out real quick.
It's a belief because the Moors are confused about it themselves.
Right, I got
no,
you. So
they're not.
Savage. I look at it like
it's
this.
just confusing to everybody else. Go ahead, Eitan.
All right, so look, I somewhat agree with the 7-Eleven thing, Savage. Here's why. Is because the story or how everything, when you trace everything and what happened, that is believable to me. I'll just call it believable, but it's about the location. I have the problem with the location.
Okay, so if that's the case, so you're saying that it didn't happen in Spain over there, correct?
I got a problem with that.
All right, so the Spain that you're talking about that it happened at, it would be over here, correct?
Based on my studies.
Okay, I'm with you on that. So
yeah,
I'm
leaning in that direction.
Okay,
See, this is where Asir kind of is cool with me, because we kind of run parallel with our historical timelines and our geographics and how we look at things in terms of the maps.
You know who got it?
Yeah, they know their motherfucking history, bro. They know their history. That's the thing. Go ahead, Eitan.
Right?
Who?
You know who got a Syrian lion, right?
Who?
Legendary.
No.
Yes, sir. Oh, yes.
No,
If you
sir.
go back and
No,
watch
sir.
after he get
Are you
after he got
talking about Top Cats? Why do y'all believe everything that these YouTubers say instead of knowing for
That is
yourself?
insane,
The
bro.
same
Seer has
person
been
telling
doing
you
that
this
shit for
ain't that
years.
is doing all the traveling.
And
I want to
Nami,
hear
he
this
don't
Just to
even
out
be
know
though.
it.
real.
Seer's been doing that shit for
I
years.
want to hear this out.
Nami, he don't know it. Seer been doing that shit for years. Been
Go ahead.
saying like some
Let him
crazy ass
qualify.
knowledge
Let
10,
him
15
qualify
years
what he
ago. But
said.
I'm gonna let you go ahead and go, Wild Savage. 10, 15 years ago. But go ahead.
yeah, and that's what gets your ass kicked because you're going off something 10, 15 years ago.
Go ahead, Savage.
The reason why
Was the same person,
hold on,
Wild Savage, the
hold on,
same
hold on.
person telling you that Moors ain't American was just over there vacationing in Spain? Make that make sense.
Okay,
Like y'all
so
gotta stop listening to people just
no,
because they throw lectures every day. Y'all
no,
gotta dive in and find out for yourself. Go outside and ask people. You see these temples all around you.
no,
Let him. I want to hear.
That
This
was
is the first time I'm
insane, bro.
hearing this. Nami,
I
let me
want to
hear
hear
It's
him
this.
say
about
that shit too. I
it's
want to hear him
about
say
Let me
that
hear
about
this.
it's
Seer to
about
Dugatir. Go
sources.
ahead.
It's about getting the source. Yes, he provides sources to provide. He's not just saying nothing. No, he's taking you to the sources where you can validate what he's saying. But he's not the only one. But it's just people don't come out and say it, and the people that do come out and say it,
Didn't nobody
people
teach you
try
Seer
to
to
make him look at
Dugatir.
him like it's crazy.
That's insane.
But one
Come on,
thing
let
you
him land,
cannot,
Otto. Come
what
on
not,
now.
what you can't run from is you can't run from the genealogy, and you can't run from the primary sources of these stories. If you go to the primary sources of these stories, then all these mythological stories that these niggas has been telling you falls apart. Just the same thing with the whole Moorish concept. It wasn't even motherfucking East Asian help create that shit to steal a nigga's birthright, what they call birthright. Whether
All right,
we
Wild
want to
Savage.
believe it or not, that's what the sources reflect.
Hold on, Grateful. In the middle of talking about something. Come on, bro.
I'm non-biased, so with my information, so I'm listening to what people say, and then I'm gonna go back and verify. You know what I'm saying? So
But
that's
Wild
what I'm
Savage.
saying. Only what I can verify. And when
Hey,
you
Seer to
get
Wild Savage,
Dugatir.
verified,
would you agree?
go ahead.
Wild Savage, would
This
you
the one thing
agree
I want
that
to say real quick. This one thing
the
I want to say
term
real
Moor
quick.
in Indian
Go
came
ahead.
a
Let
little bit
Otto
later?
ask his question. I got you. I got you, Aton.
Look,
All right.
Wild Savage. The Seer to Dugatir has been talking about the same thing for 10 years. I haven't heard him change up nothing.
Oh, he's not talking. What? All right. Okay. All right. If that's what you believe, okay. Well, what was you finna say, Aton?
Would you agree that the term Indian and Moor are names that came later than what names were, that there was other names prior to the term Indian and Moor?
Yeah, but I think Indian was around longer than Moore.
Right. So we do agree there was names, titles, and family names and certain things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Okay. That was just my question, because if the one thing I would say is that not just Top Cat, but AP, Supreme, A1, when they started coming out challenging that made a seer wake up a little bit, because he never talked about Indians ever.
Yeah, a
He
lot. Like
never talked about America ever.
if
They
you,
was on that Africa shit.
I agree. And if you go back,
He had to slide to America and say, "Nah, we did that. Yeah, that was us. Yeah, you look at this, you look at that. Yeah, he had to. Yeah, he had to do that, Otto. He had to slide a little bit
a lot
and
of
get some correct all in him.
listen,
Yeah.
a lot of people had to do a mitten, bro. When you start hitting these niggas with that genealogy and pulling out them primary sources, you can't argue it. It's just like how Billy Carson got smashed by that white dude.
But you said who had to do some correction, Aton?
Asir.
The Moors. I mean, the major guys, Asir, Alim Bey, and Taj Tariq. They had to get some correcto, and they had to start including the American Indians in America because they wasn't doing that. They was claiming
Bro,
Africa.
they was speaking of Mexican, bro. They've been speaking out of
They
Mexican
was
shit for
claiming it to be
years.
Africa, though, brother.
And
No, but they weren't claiming that they came from Africa. They was claiming America was
It
Africa, like
was.
we said earlier, bro.
and
They
if
were
you
claiming
watch
These niggas
America was
heavy.
Africa, bro.
and just listen to
I used
Top
to
Cat,
debate these guys. They
what
rock with
happened?
that shit heavy. They used to call it
Wait,
Africa.
yeah, they called America Africa.
Yeah, they call
That's
America Africa. Yes, they
okay,
did.
but that's not saying that you come from there though. That's you got to kind of, you know, the reason why they're kind of just going with the narrative what everybody else is saying is because we're all kind of going with one wave, bro. That's why they're doing that, bro. It ain't about nobody teaching them or none of that. They're just like, you know what? Let's just go with the Aboriginal shit because we know we're Aboriginal.
Or
Because they knew that from the start. No, hold on, Chandra, hold on. They knew that
come
from the
again, bro,
start,
coming in. That's what I
but they
just said
no
shit.
but you just hold on. They knew that from the start, but a lot of people don't want to just go back and forth about terms and shit like that. And we can all come to a common agreement and just live with it. I mean, that's the best thing to do, especially if they already know the truth. Why go back and forth? No, this is Africa. That's like what the Pan Africans do. And the one thing the Moors, I know about the Moors, they don't be wanting to do that. They just trying to
Boys
teach
say
what
we
they know.
North African, they say
That's
we the
it.
Asiatic. Like we a whole bunch of shit when we the
Well,
Moors.
the reason why they say that about the Asiatic is because once you learn about the Akkadian word Asu, because that's where Asia comes from, it is the basically the land of sunrise and the land of the sun people. So that's all Asu Asia means, or to be Asian. That's what it means.
But
To be
we're
a
not
sun person.
Asiatic people.
No, to be a sun person is to be an Asian. Like those Mongoloids are not Asian. That's the reason why they say Asiatic.
All I'm saying is we are not Asiatic people over here in America.
Did you just hear what I said? That term doesn't mean what you think it means. It doesn't mean the fucking
That's
empacanthic
what they're
fold.
when
No,
they
it doesn't mean the empacanthic fold people with the little empacanthic fold eyes.
So
That's not what an Asian is. Those
have
are
you
not,
marked your people as Asiatic?
bro. The original, for instance, the original Asians don't even look nothing like them. Have you ever seen the Batek of Malaysia? There's a man. There,
I'm not
no, you can Google right
I'm
now.
talking
That looks
about
exactly.
I'm
Hold
talking
on. He looks exactly like Meek Mill. He looks like a typical nigga in America. So
I'm not
that is
talking
no, that is an
talking
Asiatic.
about
That's an
American
Asiatic man that looks
Asiatic.
exactly like Meek Mill. So this is what I'm trying to explain to you. It's a term, bro. Just like more.
Talking what
Y'all
I'm
be
talking.
fucking tripping off
You're
this
not
term, bro.
talking what I'm talking. To give you an example, damn, Sabir, he claims Asiatic. His child, he marked his child as Asiatic. And I'm saying we are not Asiatic people.
The bear. That's an interesting guy. I know all these cats. These interesting guys.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying. He trying to tell me something about some Sun people when this nigga's on live damn near every day telling what he means by what he's saying. Not what you saying.
Man, hold on, man. Hey man, shout out to the panel, man. How y'all brothers doing tonight, man? I'm tapping back in. I got about 2 minutes.
You just already
But
on here.
Is that what
nah,
she
real
said?
shit, man.
Hey, is that
Look,
what she said, Chief I am? You got 2 minutes?
yeah, that's what she said. Yeah, you got damn right. That's
Go
what she
ahead.
said. You ain't lying. yeah.
Well, make
That
it
was a
quick,
good
nigga.
one.
Don't be a contrarian, nigga.
That was a good one, Aton. That was a good one. Hey, but real shit though, man. I think the conversation is kind of swayed from the
Hey,
original
he
point,
just
right?
need to Chief I am off and let y'all Nick on.
Nah, we just kind of segueing somewhere else, man, because
No, it's okay. I think I'm following along.
But we still in pocket.
Y'all drifted into the Moorish sciences,
Now we
and
did.
then y'all brought up Asir, the Duke of Tears. Okay,
We still in pocket. I brought him up.
Okay, no doubt. So you're referencing the Moorish histories of the Americas, which is the Almagrad, which is the furthest most west, according to all Islamic teachings. The furthest most west, right? So what Sabir is talking about is not what we talk about in the conventional history. He's talking about
Sabir.
Sabir Bey. Sabir Bey.
Nah, we're not talking
Oh,
about him.
Sabir.
No.
We're not talking about
Well, I
Sabir. We're
just heard
talking
y'all
about
speak of
Asir.
Sabir.
No, we talking about Asir.
Leave him out. We talking about Asir. Asir's.
We didn't talk nothing about
Asir,
Sabir.
Asir, the Duke of Tears.
Asir, the Duke of Tears, not Sabir Bey. Oh my God.
They're in the same pantheon. They're talking the same knowledge.
No,
bro.
they don't talk the exact same. No, they don't. None of them talk
Well,
the
okay, so
exact
you tell
same,
me.
bro.
Okay, well,
Nobody
guess
does.
what?
Nobody does. They're individuals, bro.
That's
Don't
fine.
nobody
Okay,
talk the exact.
we can argue about whether they're talking the same thing or not. My point is,
Go into their videos and go watch.
well, brother, I'm
Rather
very
than just
well
saying that,
versed in
rather
both
than
of them
believing.
brothers.
No.
And
Okay,
let me say
rather than
this.
believing just because
Let
they're
me
all
say
Moors that they
this.
believe in the same thing.
Let
Or
me
that
say
they're
this.
saying the
While
same thing.
niggas is on the
They have
line
the same sentiment.
pretending. While niggas is on the line pretending that these brothers did not teach brothers, they have definitely taught brothers.
Yes,
Right?
they're the teach. They're the no. Chief I am is right. Nah, Aton. Yes, niggas is in many ways saying that because what people have to realize is before there was this Aboriginal community, niggas was learning from the Moors.
That's right.
The
That's a
Moors was the
fact.
ones teaching.
Absolutely, people were.
Hakeem Bey.
So that's
Sabir
crazy that
Bey.
you got certain niggas on here talking about people that are newer are teaching them, and they still got the same sentiments, bro. So they're not being taught by anybody, and that's what I'm like. What the fuck are you talking about? I didn't
Oh
heard
hell
the Duke of
no!
Tears
I never
all
learned
over
from
the
a
years,
Moor, and my
and they
last
had
name is
the
Moore.
Stay out of it
same
then, LaShondra.
sentiment,
Stay out of
the
it.
same
Hell
narrative.
no! Ain't
Come
no
on,
Moor teach
Lashandra, can
me.
you mute up real quick?
All right,
Can you
cool.
mute up real quick?
LaShondra, just
That's
stay
not
out.
true. Lashandra, you said a few years ago. Chief, nah, that's not true. Hold on. But I'm gonna let you go, Chief. That's not true, Lashandra, because you said a few years ago that Moors. You admitted to it, and now
My
you're.
last name is Moore, dude. I am an original Moore.
You had to
See?
I have never got taught by no fucking Moore on no
Okay, I'm
channel,
gonna let you go,
listening to
Chief.
anything. I am an original Moore.
Okay, cool.
My foundation is that.
All right,
I
cool.
didn't never go look at nobody said there was a school they was doing anything as far as no law, no taking over somebody's home, is a squatter this, and none of that. No, baby, don't.
That's not what more. That's not the only thing more is about. That's the perception y'all got in y'all mind what it is.
Come on,
It's
LaShondra.
deeper than that. It gets metaphysical. It gets
I am
it talks about
metaphysical.
alchemy.
I'm
Okay, well
very
then you
positive.
half the things that you learn from other people, you don't even
I
know if
haven't
they was
learned
Moors or
shit.
not.
Say it again,
Y'all
Sweetheart, you
gotta
can't
stop
tell me about
limiting
learning shit.
y'all
Okay,
grateful. Don't cuss at
I'm
me,
gonna
please.
digress. I'm
I'm
gonna digress
talking
because
calm.
I don't want to leave the
Trying to be.
Yeah,
conversation to get into
digress
some
because you was
bullshit.
just saying you was more a month ago. But
Sweetheart,
yeah,
I am
Thank you,
Moore.
thank you,
My last
Nami.
name
yeah,
is
your
Moore.
last name is Moore. Well, if you
Thank
do
you.
your genealogy, you can trace back to some more Moors. So
Exactly. And how come I wouldn't trace back
like
to
I
some
was
more
saying,
Moors? How dumb do
it's
you
more than
think?
just
You think I wouldn't
paperwork
trace back
and
to some more
all
Moors?
these
I
codes and all
would.
of this. Y'all
I
missing the
would.
whole point of
I would.
grateful. Go drink some milk.
Girl, go drink some chocolate.
Because you
Cause you
listen
need it. Cause you
to
need
Chief
it.
Holiday
Cause you
and who
need
you think
it.
Chief Holiday learns
What the
from
fuck
or
you? What,
more.
hold on, what
So
the fuck?
y'all
How the fuck
gotta
is
stop
holiday tied in with me?
y'all
How
mind in
the
a
fuck is
box.
holiday tied in
Grateful,
with
I
me?
can't focus with you hollering. Why are you hollering?
Cause
You
how
worse
does
than these
holiday
niggas
tie in
that
with
get
me?
on these
Hold on,
channels.
you tried to throw something in there. How the fuck does holiday tie in with me?
Grateful.
Hold
Don't
on.
holiday
Let
know
her answer
stuff
this question.
about
with me in metaphysical things and the science of
How does
America,
holidays
okay
tie in
then.
with me?
Okay
No,
then.
I need
Science
you
is
to answer that
science, whether
question.
it come from an
Here you
Indian
go.
or a Moor.
Just last night I was
Y'all
accepted to
tripping
the
out how y'all
and
let
then
these
you came back
$5
today.
Indians
Answer
and
the
y'all let
fucking
Asians
question.
be
How
Indians,
does
y'all let
fucking
Chinese people be
holidays
Indians, y'all let
tie in with
Mexicans
me?
be Indians.
Sweetheart,
Y'all got fucking
sweetheart, you
mutants in
very
y'all
much want to be
tribe, but
there.
then when it comes to the
Interesting.
Moors, y'all limit y'all fucking thinking. Or the moment somebody talk about law,
Yep.
y'all think somebody gonna get locked up.
Hold on. You did not
Y'all
answer the
deserve to
question.
be
How
happy
does
fucking slaves.
holiday
Slavery is
tie
a
in with
choice,
me?
and I'ma leave
You're
it at
still
that.
didn't answer the
Hold
question.
on.
Hey,
Hold on,
Holiday,
Slim.
hold the
I
fuck
love
up.
that shit. I
Stand
love
down,
that. I
sit
love that,
down,
Nami.
sit
One
down
mic,
I
before
love
you
that,
get
grateful.
Nami.
answer.
That's dope
Time
as
out,
How
fuck.
time
does
out.
Straight up.
what's
holiday
up with all the
tie
That
in
rambling?
shit
with
is
Come
me?
One
dope
on.
as
mic.
fuck.
One mic.
Hold
One
the
mic.
fuck
1
on.
second,
How
grateful.
does fucking
Okay,
holiday
but
tie
hold
in
on.
with me?
Hold
Man,
on.
fuck
I
this shit.
got you, but calm
We
down.
need a grateful
No,
break.
Grateful.
no,
1
I'm talking to
second.
that little girl.
Okay,
That
but hold on.
little
Hold on,
girl,
grateful.
little girl,
We need a
little
I'm
grateful
girl.
not no
break.
little girl.
Grateful.
I'm a
You
grown
are,
We
you
need a
fucking
little
grateful
woman.
girl.
break.
I'm a
Grateful.
grown
Look,
Calm
41
look,
down.
year
little
old
girl.
fucking woman.
Grateful.
If you want to be
Okay, so
talked to
little
like a
girl.
woman, stop
What
yelling
you
Hey,
and
want that?
hey,
cussing at
hey,
me
Grateful
with a
sweetheart.
break.
drunken tongue.
Listen,
Cause I
Grateful
will
listen,
break.
get
subscribe,
disrespectful. You
listen.
keep
This
hollering
is
at
how
me.
come you know
I'm not a
motherfuckers be
little
wanting
girl.
problems.
You need to
We need
be
a
This
off the
last
grateful break.
internet
night,
making a little girl with your husband.
Can y'all relax? All right. Now,
hold
Nami,
hold on.
I want to say this, Nami. You got white people, you got Asians, you got everybody in Moors too. Don't be talking about trying to throw shots at the Indians.
And just like I addressed that about every race being an Indian, you're right. Every race can be a Moor. I'm not
Nah,
saying
fuck
that I'm
this
a
shit.
Moor. I got an
Uh-uh.
echo. Tell
There ain't
Grateful
no
to stop
fucking echo.
drinking with her
Ain't
mute
no,
off.
let's call
Yeah,
your back and say that she ain't
Lashandra
talking
got the
truth.
echo.
Can
Lashandra got the
we have
echo.
a conversation? Are you able to
Yes,
sit with
yes,
me and have a
ma'am. Yes,
conversation
ma'am.
and go the
Simmer
fuck back
down
and
and
forth
watch
with
how
me?
you
Grateful,
handle
Can
me.
you
grateful.
have a
I'll
fucking
talk to you. But other than
conversation
that, shut
and
the
go
fuck
the fuck
up and
back
get
and
in
forth?
your place.
Because for one, you brought up
Um,
a nigga that
uh,
I don't know
Smoke
I
signal,
don't know
can you
none
throw
but
her in
trying to
the
be
back?
and
Because
be his
I'm going to
friend,
go
nigga.
straight off
Huh?
if she keep hollering at me.
No,
I'm
yeah,
not
that's
your
all
little
you can do.
girl.
Come
I'm
on,
not your
Yeah,
little
little
girl. I'm
girl,
a
because
grown
what you
motherfucking
are.
woman.
You a fucking
I'm a
whole little
grown
girl.
goddamn woman. Stop hollering at me. You a little girl.
You're
You
a
the one
whole
getting
little
drunk
girl.
every night like a little kid.
And I can do whatever
So
the fuck
stop.
I want to, little girl.
And I can do what the
Little
fuck I
girl.
want to do and say what the
Okay,
fuck I want to
okay,
say.
dear
So
little
if I
girl.
respond to
Okay,
you in
so
a
when
disrespectful
you come to
manner,
me and
don't
you
call me a little
try to
girl. Watch your
divorce that
fucking
shit
mouth,
and
you
talk
old
some
drunk
gangster
ass
shit
bitch.
or try to
You
degrade
heard what the
because
fuck I
I
said.
have never
Turn
and
that raggedy ass phone off. Up there
grateful.
drinking MD 2020. Watch your fucking mouth, you drunk bitch.
Okay, calm down. There's no need for all them
Thank God.
explicit words. We have
God
kids.
damn, man.
So, like I was
In the back.
saying, y'all don't have no
In
energy
the
for the
back.
$5 Indians. Y'all don't have no energy for the people. The people don't got a goddamn drop of blood in the people that's civilized. The people that's y'all same color that been Indians since the 1900s and ain't told y'all shit. Ride past y'all neighborhood every fucking day. So, the problem may be that the Moors kept secrets and we don't know where their origin come from. But my problem is y'all so limited thinking that just because y'all know that we was classified or we were referred to as Indians, that's it. What the fuck is the purpose of knowing about our past and how great we was if we ain't finna be great now? Y'all just want to keep having feel good fucking people come on and oh no, that's not right. Oh, I'ma debate you on that. Oh, what the fuck y'all gonna do about it? If y'all ain't gonna do shit, what the fuck you gonna judge them more for? Cause from the last time I fucking checked, it's Moors all around this motherfucker.
Yeah, it is.
Moors, Masons, all kind of organizations living a fucking life, not paying taxes, and y'all some happy motherfucking U.S. citizens on people on y'all land taking y'all fucking shit and then charging y'all for it. So if you don't have a purpose for knowing who the fuck you is, you don't plan on doing your genealogy, don't talk down on another group. Cause from as far as I know, from my city, they functioning. Ain't nobody deporting them or giving a fuck whether they think they from Africa or America. They still functioning. They organized. organized When y'all niggas can organize some shit, then you can say, oh no, oh no, oh no. But y'all saying, oh no, it ain't got nothing.
Yeah, we said, oh no, because that's the
And
misleading
why
stuff.
Savage? Why Savage? Respectfully, you mixes my culture with my people up with them fucking mongoloids and people that just got here in 1875. Talking about some motherfucking tents and shit. Talking about saving white girls and shit. Talking about people didn't have tails and shit. When I know these motherfuckers degenerate and the recessive gene, but you yelling at the top of your fucking lungs for white motherfuckers, but will beef with your brother and your sister in a minute on
How
this
many
internet.
white people you
Wait,
seen with a tail?
they have them, bro. They literally have
Shut
videos,
up,
photos,
Otto. I
all
didn't
types
ask
of
you that.
shit.
Have you ever seen a
See,
white person with a tail?
see that shit? Shut
Have
up,
you ever
Otto.
seen a white person with a tail? All right, because that's the question that I'm asking. If somebody has actually seen a
The
real live
question
white
is,
person,
why the fuck you caping for these motherfucking white folks so hard? Who gives a
Got
fuck
enough
if they
blood.
had a tail, if they was full of hair, or whatever the fuck? We know they ain't from this land.
why would
You
I
say that
cape?
we wasn't the only ones over here and they didn't bring their bitch ass over here 100 years ago. You act like they aboriginal here or something. Why are you caping for the white people so
How am I
hard?
caping?
He not like
Because
us.
I said nobody
You
seen
was
them with a
yelling at
tail.
the top of your lungs about white
Have you ever
people.
seen them with a tail? Nami.
I seen pictures. I seen a fucking
Okay,
World Fair. I
Nami.
seen coat of
Nami.
arms with you was talking about the coat of arms, right? I seen that shit on the coat of arms. What you gonna say about that?
Nami.
And then he gonna deny the little Russian dog boy.
Shut
What
up,
about the
Otto.
Russian dog
If
man?
you love
We're
white
for
girls, just
Nami.
say that. Just
Nami.
say that.
No,
Don't try to make it seem like I'm tripping.
I don't
And
care.
every time
No,
Bab get to talking about the world
I'm
fairs and the
telling.
Cabbage Patch babies and the
Listen.
orphan trains and shit like that, you in the chat causing disrupted. That's a lie. Y'all lying. Y'all no, you
I ain't
lying when
said
you
nothing
say we
about
got
no
that
orphan
Native
train.
American culture.
What are you
What about the
talking
When
little
Bab
about?
Mexican
had lies
family?
about it.
Nami, what are you talking about? An orphan train? I ain't said nothing about no orphan train.
When Bap was showing the orphan trains and the Cabbage Patch babies and all of this stuff, the postcards, you was in the chat saying, "Oh, y'all believe anything?
Yeah, you
That's
do.
myth. That's mythological. That's fake. Y'all show me what it say that. Like, why you caping for these animals so bad? I'm not racist. I don't give a fuck. I walk out my door and walk right past these motherfuckers. But when I heard you yelling and screaming, caping for white people, but you quick to argue with your brothers,
No,
it's
hold on.
confusing to
Everybody ain't
me.
my brother. Everybody ain't my brother. Some of them is
You didn't
just
argue
And
with
white people
everybody,
sure
bro.
ain't your brother.
and
The
I'ma
white
argue
people
with
sure ain't your brother.
okay. And I'ma argue with their
Okay.
ass if they say something
I
wrong.
never seen y'all argue with them.
Who?
Rob get on here all the
Man,
time.
and you don't come
Y'all
on.
be
Not me.
y'all be the
Not
first
me.
people. Hey,
Not no.
sunshine. Hey,
No.
sunshine in the chat. Get
Not
the fuck
me.
out of here. I'm
You
tired
gonna
of
run
y'all
up on me?
niggas sometimes. Like for real.
Ronnie, you gonna run up on me like that for real, Ronnie? You saying I be saying what's up, Shy Son and Rob Noxious? You say I speak for them
Yeah, I
people?
heard you last night screaming at
Man,
the top of your
play it.
lungs at
Play.
Otto and Wolf and whoever you was beefing with
No.
last night, but you
About the
definitely was
white.
I
talking to
was
Otto all crazy.
About the
But
I
white.
was
my thing
cause he
is, you're
always
caping for
the
these
little
white folks
boy.
like they didn't just
He
get here 100 years ago.
listen. What I'm
You
saying is,
talking about, oh, they've been here
listen.
thousands and thousands of years. They aboriginal
Yep.
to somewhere.
No,
Where?
no.
Where?
They are Aboriginal
Oh,
somewhere.
we definitely
I don't know
had
where
tents.
I don't know
Show
where
me
the
where my people was in tents. Show me.
Yeah, he
our people
definitely was
hunt to
claiming
this
10.
day. Our people hunt and still hunt in the woods and shit to this day.
But the
What are you
10
talking about?
shit, though.
And we live in tents, and they stay in tents while they hunting.
The fuck?
Yeah, we country people. I don't know what y'all talking about. Like, yeah, everybody ain't motherfucking in the city life. Some niggas hunt, go hunting trips. That's what we did, and we stayed in tents. Or we built
All
what is
right,
tent.
I don't approve that we stayed in tent shit. You know, they
What?
lied in our history, and I had a choice whether I want to believe that what they wrote in their perspective or my own what I feel in my soul. And my soul
I'm
ain't
not
never led me
affiliated with
wrong
that
since
sect.
I was born. So
Listen,
I'ma
Nami.
believe that. On the other
Okay.
hand,
I'm not
y'all got
telling you not
so
to
much to
believe that.
say about these people that y'all don't research or y'all don't go
Ooh.
against, but only when somebody hold on, Wild Savage, you taking it a little too personal. I'm talking in general now.
Okay, my bad.
Y'all got so much to say about some shit y'all not willing to dive deep in, go down the rabbit hole, research and none of this. But so Aton, you saying, oh no, oh no, that's not true. Oh, these guys funny when everybody calling you a Moor when your back turned because you try to come out here saying codes and paperwork and shit and how to own this and how to get a trust and all of this. So I'm not saying that you supposed to just get down with that Moor shit or prove that you're not a Moor, but you need to be telling these people just because you talking about freeing yourself and these codes and shit and these options that we got that you ain't no fucking Moor. But you don't do that. Instead, you let them speculate and call you a Moor. So, at this point, I don't know who the fuck to listen to or who to trust because y'all let these titles determine what's truth and lies for y'all. I don't rock like that. I rock with the truth in the righteous way or what's gonna get me free mentally, physically, spiritually, all that. Y'all like playing these mind games. I'm starting to think some of y'all got hired to be crisis actors and distractors. For real. And it ain't no time to be playing. Real shit going on in the world.
All right,
Real shit going. Hold on, Akon. Real shit going on in the world, and y'all want to get on the internet and playing shit about this shit. If you ain't gonna go down there get you a SF 181 form, what the fuck is you claiming Indian so hard for? If you ain't gonna do your genealogy, what the fuck is you talking about history for every night for? If you ain't gonna prove we came from fucking Africa, stop getting on the motherfucking panel talking down on our information. Period.
All right. So look, me. All I'm talking about is the history and how it has been spewed by those Moors at that time. And, it has been adjusted based on the American, Aboriginal, Indigenous, Indian, conversation that has moved forward to make these Moors kind of now focus on America because they was focusing on Africa and they was really calling America Africa. That's all I was saying.
They wasn't focused on Africa. They was calling America
I
Africa.
fucks with it here.
They wasn't focused on Africa.
Otto. Hold on, brother. Otto, but Sabir, I know him personally. Certain them, they don't fuck with each other, right? There's Moors that we lock arms. I fuck with, like, every day. I know who I am, though. I'm not
He
no
one
Moor.
of them Moors you can't.
So with that being said, whether they call me Moors in the chat and all that stuff, I have no idea, don't care. They not coming up here and they don't want none of that business with me. None of it. Because I will bring some Moors up here and we'll have a whole different type of conversation. You see what I'm saying? Because everybody has a different outlook. Just like you say to people that where you at. There's other people that actually getting shit done. You know what I'm saying? And is not engulfing themselves into, grifting, I would say. Whether they want to call me a grift, I don't care. I don't care if nobody. Like I told plenty of people, I got hundreds of people that can vouch for me. So, me, I'm an American. That's it. That's all. I debate them back and forth because I know Tamari. I know what that is. I know what the Ka is. I know how all these things come in, but that's something so big over so many people's head. I ain't gonna do nothing but frustrate them and start cussing me out like they normally do. So I don't even get into all that. It's all good. But when people are ready, we can actually all sit at the table and have the conversation. That's all I'm saying. I'm not hating on them at all. Now, trust and believe that I'd be a hypocrite for doing that. But I know there's certain people, and you got to call them as you call them. There's certain people now that was changing the language back to where it should be, but they're still trying to incorporate themselves as they're the ones that actually did these things when it was a collective of all. It wasn't just this one thing that the Moors was doing this. Nah, not at all. And I'll debate that all day long. They got to prove that to me because I know my family. I know my family and I know history very well.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, I'm done.
I wanted to say that so in my years of studying the Moorish history and like trying to understand, because I actually went to see Taj. I done seen Taj before and everything in Atlanta, but I was just trying to see about the information. It was new then, you know what I'm saying, to me. And they got to talking about the sovereign, the laws and all of that. So at first, because I didn't know where to exactly go get the information, I'm like, okay, so this everything they got a way of manipulating it and tying it back. Oh, see, this is the Moors, and get this because of the Moors. So once I actually got in the archives and seen where they getting these codes, looking at these law books, and then some just hit me. It was like, hold on.
Like which
So,
code?
huh?
Like which code?
You
Just
the
different codes.
UCC code?
Yeah, like UCC codes, the tenant. Well, mine is called the like the governor forms. You know what I'm saying? Far as ours is TCA, so it's Tennessee Codes and Anointments. You know what I'm saying? So once I'm looking at the actual books, and then I'm revisiting what they talking about, and then what hit me one day was like, hold on, these think they talking all this more stuff, and they trying to get how you got to get the packages to do certain things. My brother went through all that. I ain't do all that shit, but he went through all that. Went through the different
So
temples.
you think your brother is African just because
No,
he's a Moor?
no. I'm not saying he's African. No, I don't believe all that. I'm saying far as the
Okay, so
history.
you brung up Taj, right? I just put this video on TikTok today.
What you
Mic check.
You
went
can't
out?
hear it. You couldn't hear it. He said that. Hold on, let me see if I can get it louder.
Y'all gotta get out of this package thing, man. Y'all gotta get out of that, man.
That's what I was going. But what I was basically saying is when I
But look, hold on, Wild Savage. What he basically was saying that we was in America first. He said a European colonists came over here and they start calling themselves Americans. Why would a Moor say that he came from America and the European colonists came over here and start calling themselves American?
Why would he say that?
Yeah.
You would have to ask him. But what I would say, so you could get a better understanding of what I'm saying, is if you go listen to his conversation on Unscrambled Minds, Tars, and Top Cats, then you'll understand clearly everything I'm saying, and you'll get all them answers that we talking about answered, because he's gonna answer it on that show that night when Top Cat interviewed him.
I mean, you could tell me like some of the stuff he was saying. What was he saying that's different than what I just said?
That's what I'm saying. He did a lot of. He admitted that the Moors was a bloodline, a particular bloodline. It's not basically a generalized how niggas try to make it. He put it into Africa, but he didn't want to put it into Africa. How he put it in America, he was saying that in a sense that America was connected to the arm of Africa. So that he was saying that basically Africa and America was split right there, how they, the little dip in the shape. So basically saying they was connected like with hocus pocus. But neither there. But that's what I'm saying. You can hear it from his own mouth. You ain't gotta hear me make up nothing. You know what I'm saying?
That's what he was saying earlier about the Pangea shit.
You can hear
right?
Ty. You can hear Ty say everything, so I don't mess up his words or none of that, and he's gonna say it. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I be saying. Like, but it's a different talk between the audience. But it's just a different talk when they in that more scientific shit and or that come from that paradigm, then they're preaching the what's the name. But what I was saying is when I got down to the root of what the Moore shit was and like how they talking about we non-taxed and all that, well they're going up under Indian non-taxed. So it hit. Hold on. Why wouldn't you be going if you set up the government and all this and that, then why you wouldn't be up under Moorish non-tax? Why are you up under Indian non-tax? You feel what I'm saying? Because the Indian has the right to the land, not the Moor.
Now, let me expound on that, Savage. So, Nami, like when they, I was there on that live when
he just played it back. He just played it back today.
you just play. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can go watch it on Unscrambled Minds though. Like, that's why I be like, people really don't get it. Like, when these niggas tell a good fairy tale story, but when you actually line that shit up to sources and genealogy, oh, it's a whole different story.
Right, but
and they are using everything that they using, that sovereignty shit, all that shit, that is for the Indians, the original nigga. Ain't got nothing to do with no more or none of that. But the Indian can do whatever. That's why they said the Indian can be a Moor, but a Moor cannot be an Indian. And I'm go ahead. I'm done.
right. So Taj was using this word descendable, right? So like when Top Cat was asking him a question like bloodline, right? Tie yourself to a bloodline, genealogy, so on and so forth. And then Taj came back with, I think he used the word descendable. And the one thing about the Moors is they focus on Latin, right? They really focus on the Latin, Black's Law, and all the different definitions in regards to the maxims of law and so on and so forth, right? I mean, with that being said, these guys, right? And really only people I listen to is him and Asir, right? Because they know it back and forth. They know history, they know geography, they know all the different aspects about people. They're just stuck in the realm that everybody's a Moor, right? The Moor is the origin of it. You know what I'm saying? That's just where that's where I draw the line. No, that's not true. That's not true. I can show history. I've shown it before that the Mayans ran around this goddamn earth running shit. And they was called the Mayans. They wasn't called the Moors. They was called the Mayans. And every book, every spiritual book, religious book, or foundational book in all those countries, all those continents reference the Mayans. And everything that they have built, replicated from the Mayans. So there's nothing else to talk about after that. You can go into...
So you saying the Mayans were Indians?
No, the Mayans were a people. The Mayans were a people before this term Indian. The Indian is kind of like a verb when you really get down to it. It became a noun later, but then it became a verb. But really, it was a verb. So you have your root word, and then you have ingenuity, you have engine, you have all these different things that are used for other different facets. But you even go to Florida and all these different steles that they had, it was called Tamarica. It was called Tamari. This place was called Tamari. It wasn't called Turtle Island. It's called Tamari. the beloved land, the land of milk and honey, all these different things. You can see it in the Egyptian and the Medu Neter, all these different scripts that you got. You can see it everywhere. You can see it in the Hebrew language, the ancient Canaanite language, the Phoenician language, all these different languages all over the place are referencing America. But people are still stuck in religion. I mean, that's the problem to me. Religion is a mother chucker. It blinds people. They can't get to a basic common sense of how we can make this. And I don't think people really understand language. And if they do, they're using it to manipulate the people. That's it.
I gotta get this. When I went to the museum in Indianapolis, they had the history. They had the original picture of the Moorish Zionist Jews or whatever in the history, and they were saying how basically they took that spiritual system and created their own like little thing. I gotta find that picture.
Everybody say that Noble Drew Ali started that, right? But ain't he
No,
Cherokee?
it was
And
before.
ain't his wife American Indian?
It was before that. His name wasn't even Noble Drew Ali. Oh shit, I can't even. Man,
But
dude,
ain't he Cherokee? And his wife is an American Indian.
His name is supposed to be
nah, that's what they
Turner. Last
told.
name is Turner. First name Drew Turner, something like that. I mean, but Cherokee, yeah. I mean, and it was interesting. Who was talking last night, and he was talking about the Chero and the key and all that type of. Who was
They were
talking
saying
about
that
that?
he went up under the Cherokee, and then that's where once he left the Cherokee, he went to Egypt to learn how to be an adept. That's where he became a Egyptian mystic adept. I think that's how he said. But yeah, he went up under the Masonic school of thought. That's a route in Masonry. Like once you get to a certain level in Masonry, you go into your routes. You know what I'm saying? And that's why you have your Shriners, you have people that are called noble and all this different stuff, are honorable. These are people that have reached a 34th degree.
Right. So so Noble Drew Ali, right? I've seen what he's done. I've actually, I got these upper echelon Moors that I know, and based on like when I was doing my presentations to them, because they was trying to figure out other aspects of it, because they was more just on more religious stuff, and they had these documents that he was doing. Noble Drew Ali wasn't no joke. He is the foundation of all your nations in the 40s, 50s, 60s. He started all that. Everybody that became a leader of a nation,
Talking about the Nation of Islam,
all of them. No,
yeah.
all of them. Anything
Yeah.
that was considered a nation, all the way up to the 5%ers and the Black Panthers, all that shit followed his standard.
But it all came from Masonry.
No.
Yes.
No.
Absolutely.
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely. That's where he got.
Masonry was not even something that was powerful at that time.
Yes, it
in
was.
America.
Yes, it was.
Only within the 13 United States.
No,
the 13 United States is a Masonic order, if you don't know.
No, sir.
Damn, did I say that? No, I didn't say that. My bad. I'm making that shit up.
Yeah.
I didn't say that. Did I say that? Damn, man, you make me say that? Shit. Oh, man. Yeah, but Noble Drew Ali, they say all these different type of things, but that's what they do all the time. They do it to this day. If you're doing something that upset that apple cart, man, they're gonna call you all kind of things. I'm just saying.
Sure.
Ain't no way that you can say to this day, Wild Savage, and this is what I tell everybody. Anybody that's alive is a traitor. Anybody that's dead was doing something.
No, sir.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, sir. He was a traitor.
Yeah, that nigga was not a traitor.
Yes, sir.
That's what he wasn't.
Absolutely.
Man, what?
And we got.
Oh, okay. So he did his job, and then they took him out. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Once
you want to believe that?
Yeah. Once you try to go against the grain, yes, sir. Everybody goes. And why did he have a mystical disappearance like Jesus at 33? Why he has?
No, that's beyond me, man. I don't even get into
why
all
does
that.
he have a mystical? Why does he have a mystical story until teenage years? 2 years.
I don't know, man.
I
don't know. I don't know about it. I don't know about all that, man.
It's all Masonic.
Who has Can you show me somebody that's reinvented the wheel?
Yes.
Can you show me somebody that reinvented the wheel?
Yes. And see, here's another thing too, because people fail to realize. Yes, it was Moors out there, and the Nation of Islam and all these things during this movement. But everybody forgets it was people that was Indian standing on their Indian business the whole time. Yes, they got overshadowed by what became later as the NOI and all these things. But we have people been claiming our indigenous, they've been and ain't changed on that. But we haven't been privileged to know these type of people or to be in the room with these certain communities of people. Some of us have, but I'm saying as a whole, you know what I'm saying? But once you get to bumping, searching, and you'll find it. It's Indian tribes that never even spoke out in 100 years. Damn, I can't even think of their damn names. But yeah, they came out and did a live and said they haven't been in the government or talked with the government for 100 years. So they just let the narrative go on.
Absolutely. I mean, even John F. Kennedy. Let's just deal with the pale skins real quick. Everybody being quiet. Now all of a sudden, it's being declassed. Now everybody want to talk.
Yeah.
They let cats die off. So you can't come back. But let me tell you something. The elders taught me back in the day. This is back in the late 70s and the early 80s. They told me this. They said, when all that shit was going down, they said anybody that was alive during that time that was in that movement was suspect. They were not to be trusted. So if those people gone and them people still here and they still trying to run their gamut, no, I'm cool. I'm not fucking with you, bro. You locked in, bro. You wired for sound. Yeah, I'm not fucking with
you. Just to offer a different point of view, right? What if a Moor is something else different than what they tell us it is? What if a Moor is just a mixed blood person? What if it do got so-called, quote, American Indian, white, and Negro stocks, quote unquote? You dig what I'm talking about? We know that the Negro is the Indian, and you get what I'm saying. But
okay,
what if
there?
What if there's
real quick, and then you could cook, right? So I had brought up the Negro law, right? In the Negro law, on the first page, right? It actually mentions what a Negro is. It's a Berber, and then they said not like these free people, right? That are considered to be Moors, Egyptians, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead, because I'm trying to figure out what that means, because Moors are saying people that are saying the Moors have been here from time immemorial.
Well, they called
but in Negro law, These Moors are somebody they consider to be from North Africa. Gang.
Well, this is what they're saying. They're saying that they mixed blood people. They in Delaware they're called the Mitsuwoki, right? Hey, can y'all share my screen, Namo?
Nah,
I ain't got the keys. Only Smoke signal and Bap.
Who's swerving tonight?
Yeah, Smoke ain't up.
If you can, Smokey Doggy or Bap or something, just pop in real quick and share the screen. I want them to see what I'm reading.
Oh, Bapperton. Where is old Bapperton?
Because they're calling these
go ahead
people.
and read, brother. You might as well go ahead and read.
They're calling these people the Moors of Delaware, right? And this is by Wilson S.W. of Wilmington, right? This is called the Moors of Delaware or the Mitsuwoki. It's a look at a tri-racial group. And then I want to just read a couple little things, and then I want to drop down to what they saying these people look like.
What year was this written?
We gonna get into that.
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
You dig what I'm talking about? But if you can see it, it's sourced the fuck up, bro. It's got at least, I'm not even gonna lie, 80 sources. It's sourced up just for this little joint. I'll share it when I jump off. An intermingling of races was one of the products which occurred with the early European exploration and settlement of North American continent. Stemming from these early interminglings, there exists within the eastern United States today in numbers totaling between 50,000 and 100,000 persons, a variety of surviving localized strains of mixed blood peoples. Those called the Moors or the Delaware Moors are a group of such descent. In a June 1953 article, the geographer Edward T. Price mapped the locations of the chief populations of the racially mixed groups in the eastern United States. Through the particular geographic distribution of these groups, Price indicated how environmental circumstances such as swamps or inaccessible and barren mountain country favored their growth. Many of the groups are located along the tidewater of the Atlantic and Gulf Coast, where swamps, islands, and peninsulas have protected them and kept alive a portion of the original kept alive a portion of the aboriginal blood which greeted the first white settlers on these shores. Other pockets of these groups are located farther inland in the western Piedmont area, backing up against the Blue Ridge and the Alleghenies. A few of these groups are to be found along the top of the Blue Ridge and on several ridges of the Appalachian Great Valley just beyond. Right? I dropped down a little more. I'll share this with everybody, but I just wanted to drop down about some of the stuff they're saying. Old census records have indicated that the present number of mixed bloods have sprung from great reproductive increases of small initial populations of the groups. The predominance of a limited number of surnames within each group at present is in line with such a conclusion and is also indicative of their high degree of endogamy or intermixing, resulting from their intermediate status and their relative geographic isolation from the mainstream population. Characteristics of generally lower educational and income levels, as well as large families, tend to further mark the racially mixed groups as members of the more backward sector of the American nation. While all of the aspects mentioned above are descriptive of similarities between the various racially mixed groups distributed throughout the eastern United States, one must also realize that each group is essentially a unique phenomenon. Each one stems from a particular intermixture of races and is related to a specific locale with recognition of the group crystallized by a name applied, either by the group itself or by the people surrounding them in their region. Right? Let me go on, let me drop down a little bit. It says the phenomenon which Price noted as common denominators in his analysis of racially mixed groups generally hold true for the people called Moors, who reside in the Kent and Sussex counties of Delaware and across the Delaware Bay in southern New Jersey. It gives some places down here, but I just want to drop down because they give a description of these people. Let me see. Okay, there are geography, excuse me, has played some part in setting the Moors start from the mainstream American population, but the racial composition of this group linked to their origins has played a more primary role. A number of scholars have taken note of this group, which for the most part considers itself distinct from both Negro and whites. Researchers have examined their mixed blood characteristics and have endeavored to trace the precise origins of the Moors. In discussing the physical appearance of the Moors, as well as the Nanticoke Indian descendants to whom some of the Moors are related, C.A. Wesslinger wrote, he said, certain facial characteristics set them apart from both whites and Negroes. The darkest have brown skins, and the lightest resemble their white neighbors in complexion. Blonde, red, and sandy hair may be seen, but the majority have brown or black hair, either wavy or straight and coarse, like that of the full-blooded American Indian. Kinky or woolen hair is not often seen. Straight noses and thin lips are typical. Eye colors range from grays and blues to dark brown and black. Many of the mixed bloods have sharply chiseled features, swarthy complexions, and straight hair. Others are distinctly Indian-like in appearance, having the high and wide cheekbones. We know that these are niggas, even among the same family. Light-skinned parents often have dark-skinned children and vice versa. Look, it also goes on to say, no one. Listen, dig this. Let me turn up my mic a little bit.
Let me ask you one question before you finish.
Go ahead, bro.
Can we look today and see people doing that? Can we see light-skinned women making brown-skinned kids? And
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that's the type of stuff I like to see. I can agree with it. But I can't agree with.
In here is telling you that it's mixed with white people.
Hold on.
That's just what they saying, bro. They saying they mix.
No, I'm saying, but
look, they saying right here that these niggas, right, produce people that look like white people in complexion. Niggas.
Right.
So we got to get past the colorism, all the lookership, and fuck their narrative, bro. Because when we look back in their shit, we always see these niggas lying now. But these niggas back here put this shit in the book. And if you go find this shit, you can whack motherfuckers over the head with this shit. I want it all, bro. I want it all. At one time, you called me something. And for under every one of them names, you took something. I want it back. I don't care if you call me black. I don't care. When I need to be black, I'll be black. When I need to be a Moor, I'll be a Moor. I'm an American Indian, no doubt. But what I'm saying is, when you called me nigga, you took something. And under that term, I'm going to get it back. Right? Because on my grandmama and them shit, it's going to say Negro or color. So under that term, I got to go back and get that. You see what I'm saying? So I'm going to use that bitch however the motherfucker I need to use it to advance my family. You dig what I'm talking about? To go get all the shit, anything that was ever, however it got lost in the sauce. We can go get it. We got wheels and deeds on shit. Still standing in perpetuity given by the president and shit. This is what most of y'all don't know. A lot of that land, that shit got locked in by the president. They can't take it. Even if they, over time, it get through bullshit. You can't sell it.
You're not supposed to.
Once you're going to go back, you're going to go back and look at it, you're going to find ain't no bill of sale for nobody since 1789. Since they gave them land contracts and all that head right shit, nobody got a real bill of sale. The United States put that shit in head rights and put niggas in the press. That's what it is. They press niggas from the both sides. Sister Bethy brought up something that was very intelligent. Very intelligent. I never heard a nigga bring this up. What the fuck was y'all using for money? 1790. You was using their lira, their drachma?
No, we had.
I'm not saying they wasn't printing coins. I'm saying what was niggas using?
We had paper dollars.
In the 1770s?
Yeah, I got the pictures.
1740s?
Well, I got pictures of like 1780s money.
Is it? Hold on. Who money is it? It's American Indian money?
Yes, different states.
Okay. All right.
I
ain't never seen it.
Yeah,
I seen American money get printed by different presses, or like, during the colonization and wars and shit, like in the South, they was using plantations as banks. Right. So I could see how, but even that's the greenback. That's in the 1800s. I'm seeing printed coins in the 1700s. That'd be dope. I like to see that, bro.
Yeah, I got some. I got some.
That niggas was making.
Fort. Where I go to Fort Donaldson. And where else I get some pictures from? Yeah, I got them though. I say. Oh, I got some from the Bowman house in Gillersville. It's like it was one of the houses built like in the early 1800s, over 200 years ago. Brick house.
Hey, dig this. No one has really been able to trace the precise origins of the Delaware Moors. Legend and historical hearsay have suggested possibilities. C.A. Wesslinger, in his book, Delaware Forgotten Folks, presents in his own words, legends of three categories which he collected from Delaware Moors. One category of legend purports that the Moors originated sometime before the Revolutionary War through the founding of a colony along the Atlantic coast of the Delmarva Peninsula by a group of dark-skinned Spanish Moors.
Read that again. Start over. Start over.
He said, C.A. Wesslinger, in his book, Delaware Forgotten Folks, presents legends of three categories in which he collected from Delaware Moors. One category of legend purports that the Moors originated sometime before the Revolutionary War through the founding of a colony along the Atlantic coast of the Delmarva Peninsula by a group of dark-skinned Spanish Moors. Through intermarriage with the local Indians come the people called Moors in Delaware and New Jersey.
That's the point I'm trying to make right there.
So
That's
they
just
said
the point
that
I'll be trying to make to people. This is when I talk to them, this is the point I'm trying to make right here.
That bloodline. That's
Cosmo.
what said in this writing.
That's the point I'm trying to make right there.
That's what I was just messing with Nami. I was just telling Nami, I said, yes, the
One
Moors
right.
are here, but they're not over here anciently. You know what I'm saying? That was something created in the 1800s.
Okay, here go the second legend. The second category of legend Weslager refers to as pirate legends. These legends stated that Spanish or Moorish pirates in the later 18th century, 1700s, are shipwrecked off the Delaware coast in the Delaware Bay or near the Indian River Inlet. Indian River, that's in Virginia. The shipwrecked men were taken, in by the Nanticoke Indians and came to marry Indian women, thus beginning the mixed stock of Delaware Moors. Some versions of this legend considered the shipwrecked men as Spanish, French, or Moorish sailors and not buccaneers. I mean, well, whether Spanish, French, Moorish, you're saying the same thing.
All right, what's number three?
Wetzler categorizes the third legend type, which he found most popular among the Moors, as romantic legend. In this legend type, a beautiful woman and a dark-skinned slave or slaves are central characters. A woman was wealthy, either Spanish or Irish, and lived on a plantation in southern Delaware. She purchased one male slave who turned out to have been a Spanish prince. They then fell in love and had children of dusky complexion. Not being accepted by the white community, the family sought associations elsewhere and consequently mixed with the Indians in the vicinity of the plantation. So the Indians must be dusky black too. Other modifications of this plot said that a similar woman brought 7 couples of Moorish slaves whose children intermarried with Indian descendants living along Indian River.
The only thing that's left is number 4, all of the above. All of the above. Yeah. Perfect.
He said historically, there is foundation for the legends of the pirate category. Piracy was common in the Delaware Bay from around 1685 to 1750. And the references cite occurrences of Spanish and French pirates preying on ships that entered the Delaware Bay. William Kelly, a citizen of Lewes, Delaware, was captured and taken aboard a French pirate ship in 1747. According to him, the pirate crew of 130 members consisted of some English, some Irish, and some Scotch, but the most part of them were Frenchmen and Spaniards.
So peep this though, Cosmon. You remember when you said that's Virginia?
Do y'all believe it?
No, it's Delaware. Yeah,
no,
Delaware.
But you remember there was a certain aspect of what you was reading. You say, wait a minute, that's Virginia though.
Yeah, we got one in Virginia. Yeah, Indian River.
Right. So, is that the Pocahontas story? Does that sound like kind of like Pocahontas?
Nah,
Wait
not
a
to
minute.
me.
Didn't Pocahontas
sound crazy. That story don't even. That story
Didn't
crazy.
Pocahontas so-called marry some type of foreigner? And then they was
but she wasn't no slave. He wasn't no slave. They, the Spanish Irish twist with they intermarrying and having nigger babies and then mixing back with
right.
You know what I mean?
But see the romanticism of it though, right?
Yeah, that's what he's saying. He said it's like he find them like 3 types. And he say in 1717, Delaware authorities issued a proclamation stating that they were willing to grant pardon to privateers who surrendered to the law and gave up their looting careers. In these ways, pirates could have ventured to settle along the Delaware coast and engendered the Moorish strains in the existing local population.
Now,
However,
if you actually listen to, if you have a conversation with Moors, right, even Asir and Taj, they will admit to the fact that that these Moors came over here kicking ass and taking names. They was pirates. They admit
yeah,
it. They was
yeah.
pirates of the Caribbean. These people, they admit it. So that's why I said all of the above, all that stuff. What you just read is pretty much what these.
It's probably
people
true
were.
in some way or the other. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, and they was a part of the Sephardic and the Moriscos.
They not hiding it though.
And
They not
not
saying
hiding.
they not from England or not from Europe. They
That's
saying
what
they
I'm
definitely got that in them.
You got the Huguenots. Then the Huguenots turned into
They the
Protestantism, Lutheranism, and all these different. I mean,
Same people.
Come on.
And then them people come up out of Spain.
I mean, I
They
ain't
got
mad
kicked
at
out of Spain before they went to France.
Yeah, I ain't mad at them.
You know what I mean?
Don't double
No, but
talk
I'm saying
me
they
now.
the same niggas. We
Yeah,
saying the
don't
same
double
thing.
talk me now. Don't double talk me. I ain't mad at you, but don't double talk me now.
No, I'm saying they saying
no,
the
not
same.
you, not you.
Oh, them. Oh,
Not you.
yeah.
I'm talking about
Yeah.
them. How they had the conversations because they try to skip by you and think you're not gonna catch it. Hold on, man. Come on back here. Wait a minute. Come on back. Because we know the Moors pretty much were the navigators and pretty much was running maritime law on the other side of the Atlantic.
Facts.
They was running that shit. And then they came over here because they got their ass kicked and because they was doing bad business and they came to seek refuge. That's my argument. They sought refuge over here and guess what happened? What you reading right now. And then they had to incorporate themselves into what we was doing. And then they got better and then certain people went back to their old ways and guess where we at right now? Where we at right
Ooh,
now.
shit. Look, dig this. However, this does not account for the fact that most of the surnames of the Delaware Moors suggest English descent. Dodge the hijack, that's probably Indian. But just be cool. One researcher, Donald Van Leer Downs, has endeavored to trace the origins of the Delaware Moors through an expedition launched in the 1680s by Charles II of England to Tangiers in North Africa. Downs employed as sources extracts from the Calendar of State Papers Domestic, October 1683 to April 1684, filed in the British Museum in London, and an oral account he received from a Tangier historian, a Mr. Maxwell Blake. Downs asserted that the Moors in Delaware have English surnames because a number of Charles II's companies, when disbanded in 1684, set sail for America, accompanied by Moorish women. They supposedly landed on an island in the Chesapeake Bay. Okay, see, I knew I wasn't tripping when they said Indian River. Indian River is in Virginia, so it's Chesapeake Bay. They supposedly landed on an island in the Chesapeake Bay and named it Tangier Island. I gotta go look at. They got a source for that too. Downs' assertion may explain how Moorish blood reached the region, but they do not offer explanation as to why no Moors presently inhabit Tangier Island, or why a migration occurred from this possible initial settlement to the Indian River, Woodland Beach, or Cheswool areas of Delaware. This got some heat on it.
Yeah, it got some meat on that bone right there.
Yeah, heat on it. It said Price generalized that most triracial groups. Wait a minute, hold on. He says, returning to Price's thesis concerning triracial groups, one finds that, as with other groups, the Delaware Moors developed their particular racial mixture in much earlier times. In this case, during the colonial period. And with the present numbers in the group are descendants of that earlier mixed population. According to written sources and informants,
it has been customary for Moors to marry Moors. Because of this endogamy, the Delaware Moors today, as a group, consist of members of closely interrelated families. Informant Dorothy Carney listed 18 Moor families of Cheswold and stated that branches of some of these families make up the Moor populations in both Sussex County, Delaware, and in southern New Jersey. Price generalized that most triracial groups tended to have larger immediate families and lower educational and income values than the mainstream population. None of my sources seem to indicate that the Delaware Moors have larger than average numbers of offspring. However, in terms of education, most Moors do not progress beyond the high school level, and a good number of the Moors attended only grammar school. Relatively low educational attainment by the Moors as a group has been due in part to racial discrimination. If they ain't look like niggas, why they getting racially okay?
Now, let me ask you a quick question. Noble Drew Ali, didn't he start his thing in New Jersey?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's Cherokee.
Now I'm gonna throw another
Cherokee
curveball to address later, right? Why do all these corporations file they corporations in Delaware?
Because it's the oh, come on, Cosmon, it's slipping my
tax
mind.
exempt.
Yes, the tax exemption status.
Right. Go ahead.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
He say previously in the Cheswold area, the Moors were barred from attending local white public schools, and many Moor parents did not wish their children to attend the separate black public schools. It was in 1923 that Pierre Samuel Dupont, they're French, financed the erection of a three-room schoolhouse to serve as a state-supported Cheswold school for the Moor children of grammar school ages. I didn't know this. The Cheswold School functioned as the primary education institution for the Moors of Cheswold until it was closed in 1964, along with the Fork Branch Grammar School, also built by P.S. DuPont in the 20s and intended for blacks, though attended mainly by Cheswold area Moor children. It was not until the late 1950s, after the 1954 Supreme Court ruling, and when school consolidation occurred, that more children could attend public high schools in the Dover area, and then more could pursue a college education. Prior to that time, numerous Moors did not attend high school, though some did enroll in correspondence courses and received high school diplomas by taking equivalency examinations. In terms of occupation, most Moors have been tenant or land-owning farmers and have earned moderate and respectable incomes from the working the land, thus not needing higher academic educations. The male Moors who entered into the labor pool in non-farming occupations with no higher education found various blue-collar level jobs in construction, maintenance, or factory work, for example. The Moor women who have worked have done so in factory work as domestics or as salespersons in retail stores. Interesting. It's more in here.
Verdiachi, right? She used MU apostrophe URS. And present day they use MOORS.
No, they still use MUUR too.
the Washita is something different than
we're making
Moorish
I'm making
Science
a
Temple.
I'm making a distinction, right?
Yeah.
So
And the MUUR Moors predate Drew Ali and all that here. They had Ravana Bay back in the 1850s here.
Right.
You know what I
I'm
mean?
with you on that. Now, where do you stand on the story of Queen Mu?
On the Mu story?
Yeah.
Mu is an allegory. But the story is told correctly. How I got it straight from the Empress. She told the story correctly, but she even told us the story was allegory.
Okay.
Right. But the whole queenship. Well, the thing is, the place where they say that we come from is is a sunken continent now, and we come from that southeast corner, which is called Mu. Right out of that line comes a rulership, right, of dominant female queens. You dig what I'm talking about? And this is where they get the queens of Mu and the Mu and all that shit. But the people were all together called Moor because they just came from a certain place. But the MUU, we even got tribes like over here that's, other than hers, on the East Coast with Moor and all that shit in it. You know what I mean? So, it's the connotation is old. However a nigga want to take it, it's old. You dig what I'm saying? And it's one of the misnomers that some of our people probably got caught by. And they were just calling them that because they think they African. Same thing they think you is, but you ain't none of that. And then look, it's just not till in these times, they actually start doing real research, like, tying genetics to this shit and seeing who and when, where, what, and you dig what I'm saying? But they're going back and people are looking at these stories, man, and shit ain't lining up. You know what I mean? Shit ain't lining up.
Yeah, that's why I say, I like this article. Yeah, you can put that in the back. That'll be perfect because I like that article. That's why I checked the fourth box, all of the above, because, and this is why they the Moors hang their hat on the fact that the United States government owes allegiance to them. You know what I mean? Because they always make that statement. Yeah, we created the United States, the 13 United States, whoop to whoop. And they owe allegiance to us, and they renewed in contracts, peace and friendship treaty, and all that type of stuff, or whatever. Okay, cool.
Ooh, hold on, A-Time. Hold on, let's cook some more. Let me put some paprika on this thing for you.
All right.
Let me read this next sentence. It say, some persons who have previously investigated the Delaware Moors have considered them no different outwardly from the other rural or small town Delawareans. He says other writers have felt the Moors maintain their own peculiar traditions. When doing field research among the Delaware Moors in the early 1940s, C.A. Wesslinger claimed that beneath the surface lurk shadows that can be traced to Indian life of the past. He cited the lingering use of herbal cures, weather beliefs related to natural phenomena, and handmade wooden implements as survivals of the Moors' Indian descent. It seems to this researcher that a good number of the survivals, such which Wesslinger maintained as being Delaware Moorish, such as the sassafras tea, the belief that mole sting a buzzard's nest would bring misfortune, or the use of animal traps made of logs and tree limbs were also passing traditions of the many other rural
Delawareans at the time. Donald Downs also indicated in 1960 that the Delaware Moors have many traits and a few customs of the Moors of Morocco. Mr. Downs did not elaborate on just what these traits and customs might be, and my research turned up nothing strikingly Moroccan. It does not appear that a peculiar lifestyle or variant traditions have been the elements marking the Delaware Moors as an identifiable group. Strong family ties and separate social structures do seem to be forces maintaining a groupness among them. Foot races, wrestling. Oh shit, they partying. Man, these niggas. Hold on. Informants indicated that most social affairs for the Moors are and have been family affairs. Both Mrs. Dorothy Carney and Wilson Davis recall Big Thursdays, which were held annually at Woodland Beach on the second Thursday in August. This was an all-day affair of picnicking and entertainment, such as swimming, dancing, wrestling, and foot races. Wilson Davis says that it was strictly a Moor affair, a time when relatives from Cheswold, Lower Delaware, and from New Jersey came together, and the whole clan had a reunion. The last big crowd was about 1934, according to Mr. Davis, and Mrs. Carney says the tradition ended due to family feuding. Hold on, let me hold on a little bit.
Yeah, that's interesting. When you was reading off that stuff, sassafras and things like that. You remember Hanna-Barbera, Looney Tunes?
Yeah.
You remember the motherfucking vulture that do.
Yeah.
And then Bugs Bunny used to always say sassafras. And you got that name, Hanna-Barbera. That name of them two people that came together to make Looney Tunes and all that shit, Woody Woodpecker and all that. I mean, they was actually saying a lot of different things that people really didn't even think about, you know what I'm saying? To what we were seeing growing up, you know what I mean? And a lot of those folklores, right? So them folklores was pretty much really talking about
Hey, wasn't somebody talking about? Was that you that brought up the Methodist church earlier, Athan?
What's that?
I said, was that you that brought up the Methodist church earlier?
That wasn't me.
Oh,
yeah, the AME.
Because they seem to have their hands in the gang of shit.
Yeah.
They got their hands in the gang of shit. They all the way up here in Delaware fucking with shit.
Yeah, I know Gator was up here kind of mentioning that, and who else was up here? Because I know Smoke had said you AME motherfucker, you type shit, so I forgot who else was up. Who else?
Yeah, these United Methodists, they ain't no difference. You dig what I'm talking about? But these Methodists, they working some shit.
Right.
Hell yeah, they got their hands in a whole bunch of pots.
Yep.
They say the Delaware Moors got a clannish nature. Like niggas. Because they is niggas. So what we gonna do on this, man? So is niggas Moors or is niggas ain't Moors?
Of course, niggas is Moors. You know what I'm saying? Niggas is Moors. That's without a doubt. You know what I'm saying? You can't even front on what was going on in Chicago, Detroit, New Jersey.
Hell no, them niggas moving with power up here, nigga.
Yeah.
They moving with power in Detroit. Fuck how a nigga feel. You can hate on it if you want to. You ain't gonna come up here talking crazy.
Hell no.
That's what
ain't
you got
that.
to do.
I just like the debate of everything because, let's figure out how it can work. You know what I mean? That's just what I be on. You know what I mean? So that's just what I be on. So I don't, like I said, they be going hard on these Moors. I'm like, look, I got cats I fuck with.
Man, I got cats I love in the Moors, man. That, you know what I mean? Some of the very first real knowledge itself, niggas was getting from the Moors.
That's what I was saying. I was like,
niggas
look,
can hate all they want to. You dig what I'm talking about? He gave us the 120 lessons.
Yeah, all the 30, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I said. All the 30, 40, 50, 60 movements, even the 5%ers, all that shit, man. They got.
But you can't blame the youngsters. See what y'all don't, I ain't gonna say y'all. I'm gonna say what many don't understand is the creator is always progressive. So he ain't make no son to be like his daddy.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? What was good for them niggas ain't good for us. Right. Me and you would have never went for civil rights without human rights first. Correct?
Correct.
Right. But them niggas went for civil rights. So what's good for the goose ain't always good for his son.
Mm-hmm.
And that's that on that. So I don't knock the youngsters for saying, man, I ain't rocking with that. You dig what I'm talking about? Why? Because I'm looking at the niggas who rolling with that. Not necessarily, I can't even look at the doctrine. I got to look at the nigga.
Right.
And they not rocking with it. That's what the problem is. You dig what I'm talking about? And that's on the most. They got to check that on their own.
Mm-hmm.
You dig what I'm talking about? They about to have a great mouthpiece for them niggas if Top Cats, if they hand that shit over to Top Cats.
What do you mean?
They're gonna have a great mouthpiece for the whole Moorish ideology and a great way to switch it over to American Indian. They've been trying to do that anyway, but you dig what I'm talking about? The sis was just a monster, bro. She was sweet, bro, but she moved like when she moved, shit moved.
Who
you dig what I'm talking about? Everybody was rolling behind her, bro. Everybody. You name it.
Right.
The who's who of everybody was coming to see this lady. Real talk. You know what I mean? And I'ma just say what I got to say. I don't give a fuck what no nigga say. And I'm in Detroit, so y'all gonna see me either way. It wasn't to the Moorish Science Temple Moors that she start taking them in, and that ideology, also pushed by your boy Bobby at the time, Taj Tariq Bey, and Aleem Bey.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Also Prince Ramesses. Y'all don't even know him.
Mm-hmm.
Prince Ramesses, all them niggas, bro. Listen, they had the. You want me to tell you how I got on to these niggas? What I knew something was different. I was working at I was young too. I was working at a car detail shop. And they used to come through this mug and get their car cleaned, bro. And they had these plates,
right,
like diplomatic plates, bro, from the government, bro. It's not cap. You did what I'm talking about? And they really had these plates on their cars, front and back. You did what I'm talking about? And I just got to talking to them one day, and they, it was a wrap from there. I got a lot of good game. You dig what I'm talking about? From a youngster. You dig what I'm talking about? And they wasn't talking, even though later on they start adding in the Moabite shit coming from over here, man. She was talking that from Moo shit, that we Indians, we from here. You dig what I'm talking about? And she said, even though the initial place that we launched from, he was like, that's so long ago, and that's not even above the water no more.
You remember that sister?
Our place, she was like, we spread out and spread through the Americas when wasn't nobody here.
You remember that sister?
That's what she said.
I think she was in She was in New Jersey or Philly. Little bad sister. You know what I'm saying? She used to be doing those teachings, those lessons and stuff like that. Can't remember her name, but she was in New Jersey.
And you know what though? I got a homegirl named Manako. Man, when I tell you this was a powerful sister, bro. I'm gonna tell you who they sleep on too. And he a little pseudo. You dig what I'm talking about? But this still my big homie. You dig what I'm talking about? He coming around too. Eileen Bay.
Oh no, Eileen Bay, cold. I got his phone.
Listen, man, I didn't see some shit with my own eyes. This man made the water rise up and come back up and then stay there for a minute and then go back and then stay down. Man, that shit was ill, bro.
Yeah, Eileen Bay.
Ill, bro. I'm standing in the water with him doing Tai Chi with the nigga. Man, he made that water move, bro.
Yeah, you
Where
still
we was
talk to
damn
him?
near, we was standing on dry land.
Mm.
And
You
then
still
he
talk-
brought the water back to where it was damn near, it got all, almost fucked up my shit in my pockets, in my jeans, on my pants. I mean shorts.
Yeah, he did a thing. I remember he
I'm
did.
telling you, the brother Cole, man, I seen some shit.
Yeah, he cold. Yeah, I remember he did a presentation on 100 things about cannabis, like way back, like 2008, something like that. That shit. He just did a whole breakdown on what cannabis was in America, like what was they doing. And I mean, I ain't never mad at Eileen Bay. I don't care what nobody say about him. They might call him pseudo, but I remember that big presentation he had put out. That was the first person I learned from in regards to the Grand Canyon. Like he did a whole spill on the Grand Canyon, showed pictures, showed all the pyramids
This
down
so
there.
long ago.
That was a long time ago, though.
This so long ago. Seti youngest son was just being born. That nigga gotta be 25.
Seti?
He was Washington Moore. He came up under the Empress too, up here in the D.
Okay.
In the same little group I was in. With Monaco and a dude named Al Noor, and I think they went to Jersey because when shit went left, right? The indictments went down. Niggas tried to hold on. You did what I'm talking about. Shit went left after a few years. They was able to patch it back together and keep it together for a while, and then it went left. You know what I mean? And I think they went to Jersey. I've been trying to find them for years. Bro, they the people who taught me to meditate. You know what I mean? And for years, I only got so far. But meditation helped. You did what I'm talking about. I only got so far. It wasn't until I got the O that I was able to break through.
Yeah, man, it's people that got embassies out here. They got
It's all type of shit, bro. That people just don't know. They don't think it's real.
They doing major shit. Like,
yeah, they don't think it's real.
They want me to fuck with them, but I said,
Well,
man, I gotta stay true to who I am.
Yeah,
man. I fuck with
and I want my own.
Yeah, that part.
You know what I mean? Before I could, whoop-de-whoop with y'all, I need to whoop-de-wop with me.
That's what I'm
You
talking
dig
about.
what I'm talking about? And get me and mine together.
There
you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not about to come under. I'm not about to come under. I said, shit, I got grandbabies. What I look like following? You know what I'm saying?
Another year, I got grandbabies, cuz.
Yeah, we could meet in the
5
middle.
of them.
You know,
Young nigga. I'm still a young nigga. I'm only in my mid-40s. You dig what I'm talking about? Got 5 grandbabies. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But I know I ain't going off
They
the world
respect that
backward.
too. I said, anything y'all need from me, y'all got it. I said, but I gotta take care of me and mine and shit, and they not coming. You know what I'm saying?
And them niggas don't even understand. No, you dig what I'm talking about? They don't even be knowing what I'm talking about. Them niggas like, what do you say? Don't be paying me no motherfucking attention, man. Them niggas thugs. And the littlest one, the baddest one, 8-time. A thug. Just turned 3. We call her baddest. Cause she the baddest one. I ain't even bullshit, man. That's my baby, man. Her birthday 10 days after mine. That's my little Pisces baby. She a thug, cuz.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't even lying. She take after her daddy. Take after my motherfucking son. And nigga not playing. Yo, baby. But this was some little different shit right here, man.
Yeah, that's deep.
It's a little different shit right here, man. Let me go back up here. Let me share this real quick.
Yeah, that's deep right there. That's and
it's got the sources. Wait till y'all go see the sources. Oh, y'all look.
Yeah, I'm gonna have some fun.
A little game about to step up right here. Cosmo, I'm about to put you in effect. Y'all watch all these sources. Yeah. Yep. I'll go click on that mug, man. Check out the bottom of that mug. At least dog ain't just talking. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep, indeed.
Yeah, hey. I just found the 120 acres down there in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, bro. With a river cutting through the middle of that motherfucker, bro. I'm about to go get every bit of that. I'm about to get every bit of that. They shouldn't have never showed me how to do this shit. You dig what I'm talking about? And I got the wheel. And it's backed by the president in perpetuity. Yeah. Signed by the president.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That worked. So we man, I didn't did a little Google, a little Google Earth search on that little shit, man. Yeah. Some of it's raw. And some of it got some shit on it. Some bit that look like businesses.
Yeah, it's people over there lamping. You go over there and collect some rent.
Yeah, bro. I show what I'm gonna go do. I ain't gonna kick them out.
Hell no. You better not.
No, I ain't gonna kick them out. I want rent, partner. You on my land. That's that on that. You dig what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna tell you up, but you gonna pay me.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'll lean your shit. They don't want that. See, that's one of the games I learned too. That tort game, cold piece of work. Have your shit tied up in legal bullshit forever. You dig what I'm talking about? Y'all niggas be trying to come and kill me. Yeah.
Man, just go ahead and do the math on it. Say, hey, go ahead and cut me a check for this much right now. That's what we gonna do.
Listen, look. Who you been paying?
Exactly.
Listen, we gonna do this. You've been doing this. We gonna cut this down, and you gonna make payments. How we gonna do this? You dig what I'm talking about? We can show this out one good fail whop, and I'll leave you alone. You ain't got nothing to hear. You ain't gonna hear nothing from me. You dig what I'm talking about? But either you gonna pay for this land, huh? Or you gonna lease this land. Which one is it gonna be?
Well, that's the thing. They're not gonna pay for it because they can't.
They got to. Cause I'm charging rent now.
Yeah, they're gonna pay rent, but
they gotta pay rent.
They can't.
It just is what it is. You know what I mean? I could, you know, in the end of the day, you can force niggas to move off them plats.
Yeah, you keep them there though.
But I want them there. Yeah, I want them to make money.
Mm-hmm.
I want to tie in shit. As a matter of fact, shit. You know what I mean? Y'all cool. Is it cool that, you know, you can hire in some people from my crew? What y'all do? You dig what I'm saying? What y'all doing over here? Yep, we do that now, y'all. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah, we go get some of them jobs. Fucking work.
Hell yeah, give me a hard hat.
Live right on the
area.
land.
We gonna put them to work. Yeah, you got to start employing
right.
certain people. We're gonna give you some orders. You know, just make sure you employing people in this area. That's all.
Yeah, I'm on their ass this year. I finally found a person who would excavate my land. Right, I got 42 acres up here in Port Huron, and I finally found somebody who would do it for the trees. You dig what I'm talking about? Because the trees are worth buku bread, and I need them moved anyway. You know what I mean? They gonna have to go. Bunch of them is anyway. You know what I mean? So you know, he was gonna do it for the trees.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think it's fair. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fair. He's still gonna pro up on me. He's still gonna pro up. He gonna make some pros like I paid him. Even more, really. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah. What type of trees you got?
Man, I got softwood and hardwood up here. We got everything from willow. We got birch. You got pine up here. We got oak. It's a bunch of different shit. You know what I mean? I had to do before I could even do anything on this land, I had to get a D&D person out here to do a survey on the land because there's animals and shit out there too.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying? So, you know, it wasn't like no secret crane, you know, breeding hole. You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
Because they've been holding this land and paying the taxes on it since the 50s. What I couldn't find out is, even though we seen how they put it in basically in hot and paid for it, built the neighborhood up, was supposed to cut a road through it and didn't even cut it. So they never used the land. It's just raw. Hilly. It was a reservoir above ground. Now it's below the dirt. So I want to tap into that. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm gonna turn part of it into I'm gonna put some I'm gonna build some of them slap together homes. A little two-story slap together homes, or like some triple wides up there or something.
Yeah.
And slap them bitches up there, and then I'm gonna make a camping park. You dig what I'm talking about? So people can. I'm gonna put a private drive-in,
mm-hmm.
and do a year-round camping thing, because you know what I mean. Michigan crazy on the camping, and so you can put your RVs and all that shit in there.
Oh yeah,
yeah. And we right by the water and all that shit. So, and you know, and then I want to put my greenhouses up there, and then my kennel. So I could put my kennel up there, have more than enough room. A nigga can have a crib up that bitch. You dig what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
So you ain't got to drive an hour or whatever away. Every time I want to go up there, I could just chill on my own shit. You dig what I'm talking about?
You dig.
You dig.
40 acres, yeah. 40+ acres. Yeah, you can get that done.
I need to make a quick service announcement to all my Moorish brothers and consultants, good Moors. I love
Islam, brother. Islam.
Islam, peace,
Islam,
shalom, love, peace, truth, and freedom, and yes, all that. You know, I'm with them. I don't hate the Moors. You know, we just at this point of time we do have to get the story straight. I think, and that's more important than anything. You know what I'm saying? Because I do think it's a bloodline of Moors, but I don't think we all are Moors. So just let y'all. And when I went to the Moorish temple in Detroit, yeah, them niggas is like a gang. I am not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm. Keep playing.
I put up. It was the one by the little Muslim store.
Mm-hmm.
So my partner, we pull up. We done left Toledo. We pull up. I'm on my running down the Moorish history and stuff like that. This the beginning of it. So boom, we pull up to the little temple. We get out. We taking pictures and shit. Nigga pull up in an old school Buick. Man, that nigga hop out. That nigga was tall than the motherfucker. Put his little fez on. Got his
Yeah,
little
dreads.
Nah, light skinned nigga.
Yeah, tall.
Well, he might have used to have dreads. I don't know.
Long hair. His name Fuqua Bay.
I don't know. He got a Moorish. He got the little star, David or whatever it is, up under his eye, tatted up under his eye.
Okay.
Nah, he was a real enforcer. He thought we was on some book because we all about taking pictures and shit. They probably like, man, these country. I don't know who these country ass niggas is coming over here, but you got some niggas going around the temple taking pictures and shit.
Yeah, gotta be careful, man.
That was my country ass, but it was all cool. You know what I'm saying? When I talked to him, I just
Yeah,
told him,
it ain't gonna be no problems once they,
no, I know about this little Moorish history. They say this is where it come at, so I'm just coming to peep the ground. You know what I'm saying? So, no.
Number one was born in one of the cities my people was from. You dig what I'm talking about? Temple number one was built in a little town called Mount Clemens, Michigan, on a street called Inches. It was 48 inches. Was the very first Moorish Science Temple. It was a house actually.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I grew up on 82 inches. Same side of the street, just down on the other block.
Okay.
And they used to always be out in our neighborhood. We knew them. You dig what I'm talking about? We knew them all. So they was always, everybody just knew them. Them was the niggas with the funny hats.
Right. See, and down in the South, like where I'm at, we didn't know nothing about that. But
y'all see them Shriners though.
Yeah, we know about the Shriners, you know what I'm saying? But once I got hip to the information and doing my research, then we bumped into some people that was in Nashville that was actually went through the paper.
Yeah. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? They was always breathing on us. You know what I mean?
Got their little businesses. So I don't think all the more shit is bad. I think
it's good what it's good for.
Right. The legal shit, like it's that shit, like once you understand that and get in that for yourself, that's great for you. But I'm just saying
that shit ain't really got nothing to do with more science, but them niggas did.
Right.
That ain't, you know what I mean? That ain't got nothing to do with the real science. You know what I mean? But
I was trying to tell.
But shit, they didn't. Honestly, I'm gonna be real. They didn't even bring that to the game. They was the first of the niggas that had it, but it was them white boys out there in oh man, they got a group too that they was calling them like White Panthers. and they end up figuring out how to juice some money up out the system. This is in the mid 70s, 74, 75. You did what I'm talking about. During the 80s, different groups start sprouting off using this information, doing some deaf UFO coming back out the sky shit and getting people, shit. And they was called Omega Men. And they was teaching that shit. You did what I'm talking about, the whole paperwork and all that shit. And then they had people who was using it, but using it right. It was still illegal, but they was using it right. And they was doing it for so long without, getting caught or, them really catching up. Bro, they built a whole city in Montana.
Yeah.
They built the whole city. The niggas out there in Washington State, them is the little first Omega Man 1 and 2. You did what I'm talking about. They was damn near like Ponzi schemes, but they had followers and shit. You did what I'm saying? But basically what they did was take these people identities. You did what I'm saying? Montana Man kind of did it the best, but they end up getting bombed by the United States government. The United States government just literally dropped bombs on them, wiped them out like F-15s, F-18s, some shit. Literally just wiped the Montana Man out. Some other niggas that was doing it. What's dogging them name? David Koresh. David Koresh and the Waco, Texas niggas. This is why they wiped them out and burnt them. They didn't give a fuck. They just lit the whole shit on fire. Why? Because they was waxing the IRS. They was waxing their ass. Tearing their motherfucking ass up. They cutting them dumb checks on whoever there. You dig what I'm talking about? Man, they was waxing their ass. They was rich. All them niggas, man. That's why they had that compound so big like that. The Montana Men had a city. They own police. They own mail. They own schools. Everything already done. Man, they wiped them niggas off the planet. Killed every one of them niggas. Literally dropped bombs on them out the sky. You know, big. There was some other niggas that one nigga, man, they made up this bullshit story. They killed this nigga. He was trying to get away from that shit. You dig what I'm talking about? And they thought he had the bread. And he coming out the military and shit. So they creeping up on him on I think it's called Ruby Ridge. They creep up on this nigga. You dig what I'm talking about? And kill this nigga's son. Kill this nigga's son. He like a Marine, a special beret, some shit. This nigga go crazy. He started picking off the FBI and all these niggas, bro. They had a whole thing called Ruby Ridge. The whole thing that they don't tell y'all is that shit tied to the Montana Men. That's why they got on dog ass.
And these white people, white
folks. White folks. And they got but they the ones put the moles on to the whole little game. Moles was killing the 80s and the 90s. How you think they got all that bread? How you think they got that bread? From nowhere. They was whooping this, whoop that. You dig what I'm talking about? While you could, but a lot of niggas paid for that shit.
Yeah.
A lot of niggas got red and black stripes on a FEMA tags. You dig what I'm talking about? Well, if you don't know, shit, keep fucking with guys, man. You go. My tag black. I ain't gonna make it. I ain't gonna make it, bro. My tag black.
You got flagged.
Yeah, bro. Long
So that,
time ago.
so
I
that
know
means
it too. I know it. I seen it in the police car.
you can't go across seas, basically.
They won't let me into Canada. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? I just was barely able to hold on to my passport.
Well, if you change your shit and correct your shit, base it off genealogy, it should default.
That's over with. You ain't got to worry about that. That's all done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, but this was at a time, you know what I mean, years and years ago.
Right, going through it.
What year is this?
Right.
Shit, this 25 something years ago.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Nigga had to get himself together, man. Grow up sometime. Couldn't be a delinquent my whole motherfucking life. I was a thug.
Yeah, well,
I was just always really intelligent.
I was telling my my little bro, cause it's like he preach that shit, die hard, and then I bumped back into him. Nigga got on ankle bracelet, going through all this. I'm like, what's this sovereign shit you talking about?
Right. Right.
I ain't gonna use it right now. What? Hell, nigga, this was Nah, I ain't gonna. Nigga, you don't believe in that shit, nigga.
What they don't tell me is Wild Savage, and I wish A-Town would teach it this way. Niggas would get it. How to not be out of the system, but the information is supposed to work in the system. This is how you manipulate while you're
That
in
means you ain't
the
been listening to me.
Huh?
Right.
You haven't been listening. That's what I've been saying.
No, A-Town, that ain't what you've been saying. You
That
ain't been
is
saying
what
it
I've
right,
been saying.
cuz. You ain't been
That's
saying
what
it
I've been
right.
saying.
That might have been what you've been wanting to say.
That's what
Yeah,
I've
but
been
it ain't
saying.
coming in. But you got to teach them how to work it in the system.
If you remember the debate I had the back and forth I had with Nadi. Nadi says it this way. I said, nah, I'm do it your way.
Yeah.
Anybody remember me saying that?
Now they gonna get you in jail.
Yeah, now they gonna.
You going to jail fucking with Nadi.
I ain't about to do that.
You gonna be in there drinking Ray and Nephew.
I ain't about to do him like that.
Smoking Virginia Slims.
I ain't about to do him like that. But what I have said, and Wild Savage, think about it before you.
No, I agree.
Anything.
I agree with you when you said that.
Yeah.
I before you made the difference.
Yeah,
the shit ain't supposed to be. And see what this is where it went left. This is where it went left, Wild Savage. When niggas was starting to tell people you could file a UCC 1 and 3 and prove your nationality. That's when it went left.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's when it went left. Bro, that's what it was doing.
Yeah,
that's what they were saying, bro. I ain't even lying.
That's false. That's false.
Bro, I remember, I ain't gonna lie to you. I remember in the 90s, they was charging $1,500. Yes. To get some damn paper, to get your paperwork done.
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on, Cosby. Let me get my shit
Bro,
off. Right.
My brother.
Let me get my shit off real quick. Right. Right. So my approach to this, because I never get an opportunity to explain myself. Right.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is this. Right. You mentioned earlier, right, that black. Remember you said black, Negro, colored. Man, I want all that. Right.
Mm-hmm.
You've heard me plenty of times, and I know Wild Savage heard me plenty of times say, I'm not leaving this system till I get everything that's on that table. I'm not leaving till I get everything that's on that table. Anything that I didn't know that I was a part of, and they got some monetary value to it, I want that. So I'm not giving up my social security number. I'm not about to rescind my birth certificate. I'm not doing none of that shit. I want what's on that table. I put 50 plus years into this system. I need that money. So whatever it is, before I get into my own private sector of what I'm doing and what these people are doing, I'm not doing that until I'm able to consolidate all these things that I can control and then do that. I'm not about to give none of that up.
Well, the thing is, we are doing it. They just not saying how they're doing it. It's a business. You're setting up a business, and you're incorporating your name.
Listen, let me tell you the key to it all.
Nobody knows
Pay
how
your
they're really doing it.
fucking debts. Any loans you incur, any debt you create, you did what I'm talking about, any financial financing you get, you get your little payments. The trick is to make the fucking payment.
It's called being in honor.
Listen, I'm just gonna give you straight game. Cosmon ain't gonna tell you nothing else but what God love, and that's the truth. Nigga, you play the game.
Yeah, you got to make the payment.
Right? Make your fucking payments. You're not outside of the system. You didn't double down on it now because you're using some shit you ain't even supposed to fucking know about.
Right. And that is the make. That's why I say stay in honor. You obviously you got into something that you didn't know nothing about. You thought it was real, and you're in it. Pay the goddamn bill.
Gotta pay the bill.
Pay the bill. Stay in honor, and then you can challenge anything of those, adhesion contracts or whatever they might be, indenture contracts. And
you ain't got to see. The thing is not to challenge them. The thing is to turn them into more money.
Well, you could do both at the same time.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is even the loan can turn into greater loans. Because the whole time that you making this little $50 payment a month back, you did what I'm talking about. You paid it off 1.5 months early, or a half a month early.
Yeah, you can.
You did what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is all this shit count. All this shit works with Universal Commercial Code. Remember, it's a tool, right? It's how you use it though. But remember, it's how money interacts with money. This ain't got shit to do with you.
That's what you call leverage. Yeah, it's leverage.
It's just knowledge, bro. It's just knowledge. And when you can apply it in certain places, do.
Hey, but look, Cosmo, people do that all the time.
That's what I'm saying.
The
brother told you what it was. He said is making yourself a commercial business.
But it's already there. It's already in place. You just got to know how to leverage it. I'm telling you, the key word is leverage.
I'm not against that. I'm not against that. But with that leverage, what you're leveraging your knowledge against what the final payout is going to be. Right? And then you did what I'm saying. It get into so much stuff. You did what I'm saying.
All right, so
you get into a lot of stuff. But
all right, so look,
just on the financial
real quick, Savage, and I got you on this shit because I want to bring this to the table because mortgages are paramount in this world, right? So if you actually ever had a mortgage, and if you read it, the principal on the mortgage is not due until majority. So if the principal amount is not due to maturity and it's 30 years.
You can take a loan.
But
you did what I'm talking about, equity.
Okay, but the principal amount, $300,000,
right,
not due until 30 years.
It's 30 years.
So what are you paying?
Shit. Make your payments, bro. You did what I'm talking about. You're not paying nothing.
No. We're not
in
talking
the end
about
of the day, it's paying for itself.
We already agreed. Pay your bills.
Right. But in the end of the day, in the end of the day, look what he did though, y'all. Look what he did.
No.
He took one of your assets and made it pay for itself.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. I'm giving a different angle. Right? Here's my angle. Right? If you're paying monthly payments and the maturity amount is not due 30 years later, what are you paying? You are paying interest-only payments.
Right.
Okay, so you agree. All right. So if that's the case, I'm actually agreeing with you. I'm just giving a different angle. So if that's the case, then we got to know how to be able to recoup that. Right? There's no recoupment in it. All the obligation is on us. So if all the obligation is on us, okay. So the other end of the spectrum, the other end of the spectrum has no obligations.
Yeah, right. I'm not tripping on that.
So if
But
that's
what
the
I'm
case,
saying
then
is,
okay. So if you're not tripping on that, is that considered to be a contract?
yes, the mortgage
By
is a
law, by
contract.
contract law, under
Yeah.
UCC, is
Correct.
that a contract?
Correct.
Okay, if it's a contract, what type of contract is it? Is it
It's a mortgage.
bilateral or is it unilateral? Throw you that curveball, bro.
It could be. It could be both, but it just depends on how many parties are dealing with the mortgage itself. But usually it's unilateral.
Okay, so that means only one party has all the obligations.
Correct.
Does that make it a contract then?
Yes, it's still a contract.
No, that makes it a promissory note.
Well, the promissory note is in the mortgage, correct?
Yeah.
When you sign a mortgage, you're signing to pay this bitch off in 30 years. Now, the payments up until then is, like you said, just all interest. But what the savvy nigga know
Yeah,
is
he's thinking now.
you can charge.
Don't bring nobody else's conversation into this fold.
No,
Let's talk about what I just threw at you right there. I just threw you a 12-6 curveball, bro. I just threw you a 12.
It's not a curveball, bro. Why are you trying to curveball me?
I got to, because you're actually thinking that these people know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about, bro.
But we can tell them, and it's simple.
Okay.
I'm not trying to hide or hold nothing, big knowledge, nothing. I'm gonna give it away free, bro.
Absolutely. Me too.
So this is what I'm saying. Why go through all the rigmarole when we can just say what it is?
That's what I'm trying to say. I just called it a unilateral contract.
Well, and let me finish off what I'm trying to say.
All right.
What the savvy nigga know is them payments of interest can be written off on your taxes.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. All you got to do is pay your property tax at the end of the year.
Right. What about the mortgage though? That you're paying interest on?
That's the interest. I can cash out in a lump if I want to. I don't even have to pay it. It's not due for 30 years.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm listening.
Right? But in the meantime, in between time, with the contract law and how UCC works and how money interacts with other money, them debts yearly, right, can be written off in tax money and accrued to your balance that you're going to get back in the end of the year, which would be a nice little amount. Let's just say you only paying $200-300 a month because you got a nice little decent little, or let's just say you're paying $600-700 a month, and you still got a nice little decent little 4-bedroom basement upstairs downstairs. You did what I'm talking about.
How you recouping though?
You in taxes.
Okay.
I'm gonna recoup in taxes, but remember, I'm getting a loan, so the house is gonna pay for itself. First thing I do, A-Time, what am I supposed to do? Build equity. So guess what? I go plant trees and put a sun deck on my shit. I done got, let's just say they done gave me 10% on this bitch, 30 bands out this motherfucker. You dig what I'm talking about? Or they would have probably gave it at 30%. I could probably get, let's just say 60 to 90 bands. You dig what I'm talking about? I could set my yearly payments off to pay themselves, or I can and still write it off at the end of the year and get everything back. Just pay. All I got to do is pay my state and land taxes.
Do you know how banks not pay taxes on these instruments that they do? They write them off. They write them off as loans.
Come on, bro.
All right. So if that's the case, why I need to go build something when basically I just received a loan by their standards?
So this is how you get, but people not realizing that this is how you end up writing it off because it's looked as a loan to you.
So why I got to build something on it? Because basically I'm paying on a 30-year loan.
What I'm telling you is because of equity.
The equity.
Why wouldn't I put a tree in my backyard?
How is there equity when I bought a house that's worth $300,000 and I paid $300,000? I have no equity.
Because when I leave about this bitch, I want $350.
But I have no equity.
I'm gonna have equity.
There is a $300,000 lien on a $300,000 property. So how do I have?
Won't be. You see, the thing is, the difference is between me and you is I'm not trying to have it forever in limbo because I'm the type of nigga who like to own my shit and then put it in the trust.
Yeah, but you talking about
so if it's out of the way of prying eyes, mortgages, liens, loans, you dig what I'm talking about? I don't even have to ever deal with it. It can just be there. You dig what I'm talking about? I don't have to live there. I just make sure the lights on and they don't burn down. And you dig what I'm talking about?
Right.
Whatever.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying? So this is how you work the game. The game is to make the house pay itself off. To pay itself off. The thing is to not pay. And you dig what I'm talking about? If in the middle of all this shit, you dig what I'm talking about? I can either cash out or because I have built equity, I can go sell. You dig what I'm talking about? This, you know what I mean? Because I've been dropping this bread in here, paying it off, getting bigger and bigger loans. You dig what I'm talking about? Paying it off. You dig what I'm saying? And living for free. The house is paying for itself. You dig what I'm saying? So now I got a lump. You dig what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I pay the house off. I pay the house all the way off. It's done. You dig what I'm talking about? And I can live in it or do whatever I want to do at that point. But I didn't satisfy that lease in half the time.
Right. But
for free.
Yeah, no, I see.
You did what I'm talking about for a little bit of footwork.
I see where you're going, right? So what you're talking is consumer law. You're not talking about contract law.
Listen, it's in the contract. I don't have to.
You can't jump from the UCC to consumer law.
No, right? UCC is always applied.
Okay,
always applied. It's never not applied when you're dealing with money.
So who has all the power then? If you're talking consumer law, contract law, constitutional law, common law, then not even constitution, common law with the Constitution. Who has all the power?
That depends. That depends on the situation.
Power is to the people, brother. Power is always to the people.
Okay.
So if I got consumer law, contract law, and common law in my side, I think I have all the power.
I mean, it could seem that way. It could seem that way, but then guess what? Mm-hmm. You still in somebody's jurisdiction, so it could go a different way. So
yeah, I can volunteer.
You dig what I'm saying? To take it out of that jurisdiction, guess what you got to do?
I can volunteer. So here.
No, you gotta own it.
here's the flip. No,
Yeah.
this is before you even own it. We talking about getting into the transaction, right? So if that's the case, then what I have is this. I have something that is just been put in front of my face. So if I'm going to get the land, right? Going to get the land, dwelling on top, all the movable, immovable objects that I have right there in front of me, then I have all the rights and reserves, right? Because I have number one, I have a reservation of rights in the contract. That can't be taken away.
Yeah, that's in the contract. Yeah.
Okay, so it's just about when you getting into consumer law, right? So let's jump over to consumer law. I got to have full disclosure what I'm getting into, right? Meeting of the minds, right? Then we get into contract law. Contract law, it has to be more than one signature. You know, that means that both sides have obligations on their side, not one obligation, because if it's not, it's an indenture contract.
But this is just standard shit, bro. I get what you're saying. But they're not trying to hear all that. They want to hear, why does this work this way and what benefit is it going to have to them?
Beautiful. So if people are not trying to hear all that, then basically if you trying to get me in something, you ain't trying to hear all that, then you didn't put me. This is duress and coercion. You telling me that there's no other way to make this transaction happen but way you tell me to make it happen? Nah.
Yeah, the people other than that, you ain't gonna tell them. They ain't listening.
I mean, but they got a fiduciary responsibility. They telling me that they loaning me money. They need all this from me, and they ain't got to put up nothing.
Bro.
So you telling me that
we're talking about how the people can use this information.
Oh, my bad. I thought you was talking about the bank.
Nah, fuck the bank. We know they're against us.
All right, I got you.
Yeah, fuck the bank. We're trying to figure out how the fuck to use this shit to benefit us. This is why I'm saying just be plain, bro.
No, I thought.
All right, never mind.
They telling me that.
Well, hold on. Wild Savage, did you hear me tell him?
I thought you was talking about the bank. I didn't know you was talking about the
No,
bank.
no, not debating and all that shit. I'm talking about telling the information, tell them how to make the system work. What you talking about? Not get out of it.
Well,
you dig what I'm talking about?
Show
them what it does, why it does it, and how it benefits them. That's all you got to do.
All right, check this out, right?
Did I tell him, Wild Savage? Did I tell him, Nami?
Hey, man, it's me and you talking, brother. I got you.
He ain't gonna listen.
I was under the impression you was talking about my communication with the bank.
No,
now,
fuck them, bro. No,
if people was listening, then they would actually know I was just giving them information, giving them game on how you communicate with these financial institutions. Pretty much their services. They service these transactions, and they have no stake in the game. They're brokers.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You can look up publication 1212. It'll tell you all that.
But
now
it's different once you make them put skin in the game, though.
Let me answer the question. Right now, my approach is this. Right, when you're dealing with these people, right, when you're dealing with these type of people, then
hey, Tom, answer this for me.
Man, you just about to cut me off and you asked me to explain to the people?
No, let me explain this to you.
All right, go ahead.
If I own my house outright, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's all mine,
mm-hmm.
right? What would be the benefit or what would be the negative that comes out of attempting to get a mortgage? Tell us that. I own the house outright though.
Right. You ain't paying nobody.
Just little taxes.
Just a little taxes. What would be the
no monthly, no nothing? What would be the benefit to having a mortgage, and what would be the benefit to just staying how you is?
There's no benefit in getting a mortgage. keeping it as it is that, you know, you don't owe nobody. You don't need anybody else to give you any bread or get into any type of adhesion contracts or any of these type of unilateral contracts to do what you need to do. You got your own. You know what I'm saying? You ain't worried about nobody. That's the difference.
So there's no way a mortgage could be beneficial to a person who owns a home?
To the man or woman or married couple that don't know about a mortgage and know how to manipulate it or make it work for them, no, nothing good coming out of that. Now, if you know how to freak it, if you know how to make it work, and you know how to the dynamics, and you can set the terms of that transaction, offer and counter offer, and put it in a place where they can't get out of it, oh yeah, it could work for you. Definitely it could work for you then. Art of the deal, right? if you know how to counter offer, oh yeah, it could work for you.
So there is a way that a mortgage can be used to benefit a family or a person that owns a house outright.
Absolutely.
It could be used as a way to generate cash.
Absolutely.
That's how I look at it. You dig what I'm talking about? If I'm getting into anything, it better generate some money and then pay for itself.
Exactly. But as you know, once you get that cash, man, you gotta know what to do with it. So that way you can move it around, flip it, do what it needs to do. So that way you can get them off your back. They say, all right, you done. I got you. I don't need 30 years. I got you in a year. You're done. I'm gonna pay you off. I need no prepayment penalties, no PPP, no prepayment penalties. I'm gonna get this done. I'm gonna pay you before this time. You out of here. I already know what I'm gonna do with this bread, so I can move it around, do what I need to do, get you out of here, and then I go do it again.
Yep, pay this bitch off real quick too.
That's a beautiful game right there. But
go pay this bitch off and watch my motherfucking credit score go through the roof, and then go get a beer check.
Yeah, well, I mean, this means you talking. So you already know what I'm talking about. So
you already know.
At this point in time, see, this is what I do, right? This is what I do.
But what I'm saying is, it's certain people
outside the spectrum of the system.
There's certain people that's gonna come into things, doing their genealogy, getting this Aboriginal understanding. They're gonna come into land. They're gonna come into houses. They're gonna come into these things, and you dig what I'm talking about. And one of these things they is gonna come into that housing situation and a lease. Even though I would generally, 99.9% of the time tell most people, if you can do it without a lease, do it. You know what I mean? But also, I am a pure proponent on never burying your goal. You dig what I'm talking about? You always put it out there. And if at any time you sell what you got, you dig what I'm talking about? Or make money for you. Use it as an asset.
Well,
some people sell, and then some people use it as an asset. Listen, the thing is, upward movement of many times, especially in the 1900s, you dig what I'm talking about, going into the 2000s, was built on the ability of entering the housing market and then being able to pass them homes down to your children who turn around and sell them and go get bigger new houses. You dig what I'm talking about, and do the same thing.
You moving the goalposts a little bit. Let's stick to business.
I'm just saying, I think down the line. You dig what I'm talking about? So
nobody's
people to know that they're not pigeonholed.
That they actually doing anything, Cosmo, or what you talking about. Let's just deal with the common people that
Yeah, it's
actually
a common
that got
people that
mortgages.
started whole businesses off the income that they made off using their house as an asset. Yeah,
That's what
people
I'm
that
talking
started whole businesses doing great now.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And that's the simplified way of getting things done. If you have
really work like that if
like
you
a
got
401k, just like a 401k.
if you got hustle and hellified business plan, it really worked like that.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? It really worked like that. A little bit of intelligence, you know what I mean? A little more hustle, a little less bustle.
Yeah.
The less the less you move, the more money you make.
Yeah, I mean, but a lot of people don't know that they got wealth within themselves, and whatever they got right in front of their hands, and they go outside themselves to go look for something that they
Well,
already
you
got.
gotta teach them that, A-Time.
I don't teach
If you
nobody.
if you see a gap in the game, nigga, that you know you can feel, well, fill it. Who else gonna do it but you? Cosmon ain't gonna do it. I don't use it how they use it. You know what I mean? I don't use it how they use it. So, you know what I mean? So, but I'm not gonna do it. But you
Do
will.
what? Do what?
I'm just saying like this, bro. Maybe, just maybe tweak the approach a little bit, source up a little bit more, bro. You'll be a powerhouse.
And I'm not sourcing up with these motherfuckers, man. I don't.
No, you gotta source. No, you got to.
No, nigga.
You got to.
I'm not.
Good. You. I'm gonna
sourcing
tell
up
you why.
nothing.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Nothing.
I'm gonna tell you why you gotta source up.
Nah,
Tell you.
man. Look, let me tell you something.
Because you know the first thing that's
Cosmo.
most important in a man's life.
Cosmo, what I learned, I've been in a lot of fights for helping people.
Yeah, but it's
so
okay.
I'm not about to help people that don't want to be helped. I'm not about
Right.
to show people.
But what
shit
about
that
the
already
people who
got their
do
mind
want to be
made
helped?
up? Man, I ain't
But
about
what
to
about
help
the
them.
people who do want to
There's
be
a lot
helped?
of people who got their mind made up, bro.
Okay, but it's a lot of people who don't.
Man, I'm not about to get out there and stick my chin out there. I did it plenty of times.
Well, then, I mean, sit on the couch. Let the big
No, I'm
dogs
not
eat.
sitting on the.
Me.
I'm
You
not
dig
sitting
what I'm
on the
talking about?
couch.
Because I'm gonna eat.
I'm dealing with people that deal with me.
Well, you dig what I'm talking about? There you go. So
You
maybe
know,
that's
you know,
what.
you know
Maybe
the only
that's.
term. You know the
Listen,
only term.
I'm gonna
You know
just
the
tell
only
you like this. Maybe you can't take constructive criticism, but maybe you should take a little bit for a second.
This ain't
Right?
got
Just
nothing
for a
to do with
second.
constructive
Get out your
criticism,
ego
bro.
for a
I'm
second.
not worried about what you're saying. I
Oh,
receive
all right. There you
everything
go.
that
I'm
you're
gonna shut
saying.
up. I'm gonna shut up.
I receive everything that you're saying, brother.
No, I'm gonna shut. I ain't even get to say it. I'm gonna shut up.
No, what I'm saying, everything that you said prior, I receive everything that you're saying. What I'm saying, because you don't know me that well, I've been there, done that. Right? Now, you can go
All
ahead.
right, dog. I ain't trying to convince you. Go ahead. Do what you gonna do.
What am I doing?
Not the right thing.
What is that?
You're losing. That's what you're doing.
When?
You up here fighting the crowd.
What am I fighting?
Yeah, yourself.
How?
Because you stubborn.
No, I'm not.
Okay, you not.
I'm really not stubborn. I'm trying to figure out what am I stubborn on.
All right, you got it, cuz.
What am I stubborn on?
You sat in here and just said you received everything I just said. Okay. So how the fuck are you now asking me what are you stubborn on? If you receive what I said, you did what I'm talking about. How you
I don't
asking
receive
me?
The fact you telling me I'm stubborn because I'm not stubborn.
Nigga, you stubborn.
No, I'm not.
You is.
I'm not stubborn. Trust me.
I take it from a stubborn nigga. You stubborn as fuck.
I'm not stubborn.
And I'm a stubborn ass nigga too.
Bro, you got up here and went wild today. That was
nigga,
I was surprised.
I buried niggas.
I was surprised.
They be emotional. You dig what I'm talking about? Because my
I was
voice
kind of
real
surprised
loud.
you did that. You know what I'm saying? Because that was an awkward conversation that you actually jumped into. You weren't even a part of. I don't do that.
I was a part of it. I was watching it.
You was watching it, but you wasn't a part of it.
I was a part of it.
You made yourself.
Listen, I was just checking the cap, bro. I was just checking the cap when niggas was saying, well,
yeah, we are
white boys
please,
something special or some type of crazy shit.
that
Niggas
crazy
is some,
shit.
that shit was crazy.
Conversation. It was a crazy conversation.
All white people is the same. All niggas is the same. That's crazy.
All right, so look, so we don't go back over that, right?
Yeah, so I had the body bag.
Me being stubborn, that's not a part of my thing. Me being like strong-minded and staying in my pocket of what I know, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm
not telling you not to do it.
Nobody is going to,
brother. You ain't got to tell me why you talking about it.
Because you're talking about it, bro.
You should be doing it then.
Doing what?
Making it work.
So you telling me I'm not making it work?
Yeah, obviously. They're not trying to hear what you're saying, bro.
You're saying obviously. Obviously, I'm not making it work.
You're not, because they're not believing it.
Nobody's gonna believe it.
All right, then. Well, that's because you're not a good enough.
Because they haven't done it. They haven't even stepped out there.
It's you're not a good enough salesman, not them. Stop blaming them. It's
I'm
you.
not trying to sell
You got
nobody.
the knowledge. How you gonna blame them?
I'm not trying to sell anything.
You
I've
should
never done
be.
curb
So
service.
what I'm trying to tell you is, if you got the knowledge, how you gonna blame them that they don't?
I'm not blaming them.
But they was just ignorant niggas ain't gonna listen just a minute ago. You
Yeah,
can't have it both ways,
I didn't call them ignorant. I just said they listen to me. They just don't. They just saying, "Hey, we not fucking with that." That's bullshit.
Why?
You talking?
Is it because of the way you bring it about? Could it be you that they not fucking with?
I don't know why.
Right.
Maybe it might be
you ain't
my
never
delivery.
tried nothing different.
No, maybe it might be my delivery.
I'm telling you it's your delivery. You just don't want to hear that.
Okay, so if it's not my delivery, I'm
telling you it is your delivery.
My bad. If it's my delivery, then
right.
So be it.
Okay, there you go.
I only know how to bring my information out. I don't know any other way. I'm not a salesman. I don't curb serve.
Well, too bad. It's too bad.
No, I just hey, that's not my get down. You know what I'm saying? I don't do curb serve.
Too bad.
Y'all ready to knock me off?
Oh, she was already asleep. She was already asleep.
She done.
She was already asleep.
Tired.
Mm-hmm.
She done checked you niggas all night.
She was on my neck.
That nigga called you Wildcat. That shit classic, nigga.
I like it.
Classic, bro. You kind of gotta like it. Because that shit gonna stick with you forever now. That's your new name.
Nami was on her game though, but you handle that well, Savage. That's good. You handle that well.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. What are you supposed to do?
Yes, she don't mean no harm. She just going off what she see and what she know. Shit, that's how we all doing, really.
Yeah, let me finish this up with Cosmon. Cosmon is giving some
I'm trying to tell this nigga, he don't want to listen, Savage.
This nigga Cosmon
listen,
giving
I'm
some
telling him he got
windows,
good
right?
information, but he don't kick it
allegorically
right.
talking. He ain't being direct.
He don't listen. He don't want to listen. And then I said he hard head, and I said he's stubborn. I said he's stubborn and take it from a stubborn nigga. I ain't stubborn.
Hey, look. Hey, look.
He don't want to hear it from me though, so he ain't gonna take it from Cosmos.
Hey, look, I got that. I already got that previously. A lot of everybody, and Wild Savage included, they already said, "Nigga, fuck all that." You saying this and you saying that. I said, you know what? I only know how to deliver how I deliver. How you guys make out of it, I don't know. But I got to deliver it how I deliver it. Because that's why I stick to the law.
Well, can I give you
That's why I stick to the law and the rules and the codes, and
Well,
how things
you know,
operate.
I want to see you to win, bro. I'm a winner, and I want to see other people win.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate
You
that.
dig what I'm talking about?
Mhm.
Will you take a little constructive criticism?
I do all the
Or
time.
should I just shut the fuck up? I'll shut up, bro.
Have I jumped off the panel?
All right.
All right, cool.
I would say, first things first, right? The approach. Just be more direct. Source what you're saying. Why? Because you're teaching, and that gives you integrity. Right? There's nothing more better that a man can have than a great face card and a great name. You dig what I'm talking about? That when somebody say your name, even if they don't like you, they know you ain't a lion, nigga. I don't like his information, but at least he showed what he's saying. You gotta sometimes just Johnny Appleseed the shit, but be direct with it. That's it. You be short, not be long-winded, them boys will listen. They'll listen.
Well, some people are visual learners, and then some people can just learn off of hearing, and then some people have to have both. And you know, I'm kind of one of them people. I'm like, I hear you, but I want to read where you're reading at, and then I got to go back and read it without you to make sure I'm getting my own understanding, and it's lining matching up with what you're saying or what you're trying to deliver to me. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean that's just smart.
It's hard to do on Smoke Channel, right? It's hard to do.
Yeah, this you know,
I learned a lot from Absolutely. Absolutely is is somebody that I listen to that he knows how to deliver. I'm really not good at this. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really good at
Absolutely. That's my dog, man. But Absolutely be hella cap.
Yeah, I mean, some of this
that
shit,
nigga
but,
got a
I mean,
5950 on, bro. That's my dog,
but
man.
see,
He
that's
good
but
people,
see,
man.
but
He
when
good
he's
people,
talking,
but dog, he be
but when
stretching it a little.
but when he's talking, Cosmo, he got his shit up there. People are actually taking the time and listening. They go back
Because he's actually delivering, which is what my boy A-Time will just refuses to do. He gets straight to the point and he show his source about what he's saying. He take it off the screen.
Now, let me ask you guys a question. At any point in time, have I not been on Smoke Channel or OG Channel and sourced up?
Say it again.
Have I said share my screen and I put up some sources?
What you talking about? On where?
Have I not done that?
I mean, I'm
you have it. Yeah,
I'm sure you have. I can't remember like a time, but I'm sure you
another
have.
question. I'm gonna ask y'all another question. Have I ever showed my face?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not a figment of your imagination.
No. Nobody's saying that, bro.
Yeah. I mean, I've actually did a few lives on my shit. Shout out to Smoke Signal and OG. They helped me get the little 70 so I can go live a little bit, and I produce some information. I actually produced some information, and I ain't went live ever since.
Well, that's your fault. You should be mashing and monstering up every day.
I told you,
if you got the chance to do it, monster up every day.
It's not a lot of hours, and it's not a lot of hours in the day for me to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, you be up here with us.
Yeah, like late.
Yeah, but shit, nigga, you could be on your own channel.
No, I can't.
Yes, you can.
No, I really can't. There's too many people in the house. I mean, I got family in the house. I can't be doing all that. It's clinking and clacking.
And you could have been making AI videos and documentaries and just putting your information up there.
Yeah, I'm a
documentary. Yeah, making pre-recorded videos
Yeah, I'm a
and knocking
dinosaur
them
on that shit.
shits out, son. Show
Yeah,
them what you
I'm
throwing.
a dinosaur on that shit. I don't know how to do that.
Nigga, you know how to do it.
I can figure it out though.
You know how to share your screen on this screen, then you can do it. You just share your screen and talk your shit, pre-recorded it, and then, you know, put your little music on there, and then boom, you're done. You ship that out. You do another one. Just talking about what the fuck you talking about. No audience, no nothing, just bringing the funk. If it's real, it's gonna stand, bro.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna look into that.
Hell yeah,
gotta have all this little
you
download
can
software.
come with your delivery, but just be more direct.
Man, my business is for other type of business. It ain't for the streams. Now, what I will do is I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna figure that out, and I'm gonna get that done.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I mean,
now, here's what I'm saying. When I put all these pieces together, once you see the puzzle and I put it together, as I already did before, right? But once I put it together and I put it in there, y'all gonna be front and center. Y'all gonna be front and center, and y'all gonna
I'll
have
plumb for you, bro. Listen, bro. I'm not like them.
These goddamn questions for me.
Listen, bro.
Once
I'm
I
not
put
like
the
them. I'm not up here to try to get you on a gotcha moment or none of that shit. I'm not like none of these people, bro. I'm really 100. You think we're talking about? So when I'm telling you something, bro, I really feel that way. Like I want to see you win, nigga. I want to see Wild Savage win. I want to see everybody in the chat win. Why? Because I know there's only two type of people in this world, y'all.
Winners and losers.
No, you on the incline or you on the decline. You could be winning on the way down.
No, it's winners and losers.
Nah, nigga, you can win on the way down.
Nah, that don't exist.
But what I'm saying, what I'm trying to tell you, you are either on the incline or you are on the decline. That's it.
Okay.
Choose.
Say so.
That's it. You dig what I'm talking about? You can call it. You can pantomime it and twist it around, give it synonyms. Oh, it's winning and losing. You are on the incline or you are on the decline, and that's just life.